The Chun family had significant influence in Nanhua City. Otherwise, how could an ordinary restaurant dare to act this way? This inn appeared to conduct business honestly on the surface, but it was actually a black-hearted place. An ordinary wine glass costing 30 taels of silver left Jared utterly astounded. If I refuse to compensate, what will happen? Jared asked with a stern expression. Don't joke around, sir, the waiter said confidently. With your attire, you must be very wealthy. How can you not afford compensation? If you refuse to pay, you won't step out of this restaurant today. The waiter acted fearlessly because the 10,000 Joy Pavilion was owned by the Chun family. In Nanhua City, the Chun family wielded immense power. Who would dare provoke them? If Jared wisely paid the 30 taels, everything would be fine. But if he refused to pay, no one could leave regardless of who they were. My lord, what should we do? Should I forcefully take you and Miss Ricky away from here? These people are truly despicable, Brett whispered to Jared. No, I don't want to alarm them prematurely. Jared shook his head slightly. I want to see what they can do to me. Then, he turned to the waiter and demanded, bring me the manager. The manager won't help either, sir, the waiter smirked coldly. Pay the amount required. He then sauntered out arrogantly. Moments later, a Weston with an obese figure, playing with 2 golden walnuts in his right hand, walked into the private room calmly. As soon as he entered, he scrutinized Jared sitting at the main seat. Arake the waiter, he deduced that Jared must be someone rich and noble, yet a stranger to Nanhua City. This realization emboldened him further. He loved exploiting rich outsiders like this. Are you the manager? Jared asked coldly. Yes, I'm the manager of 10,000 Joy Pavilion, the Weston nodded smugly, continuing to play with the golden walnuts. I accidentally broke a cup earlier. Does it really need 30 taels as compensation? The manager quickly shook his head. No, that was just the waiter's nonsense. Huh. Jared's face showed confusion. Was the manager a decent person? However, before he could ask more, the manager chuckled sardonically and held up 5 fingers on his left hand. It's not 30 taels, but 500 taels. What kind of nonsense is this? Jared thought the manager was initially reasonable, but now demanded an exorbitant 500 taels. You're too greedy. What cup could possibly cost 500 taels? Brett couldn't hold back his questioning. Despite Brett's aggressive stance, the manager remained calm, snapping his fingers casually. Immediately, a group of burly men stormed into the room, encircling Jared and his companions. To the manager, Jared seemed like a high-profile individual who must have bodyguards. He easily identified Brett as one. Given Brett's demeanor, the manager suspected he might be a martial artist. Therefore, he summoned all his enforcers, including martial artists, without wasting time on pleasantries. I'll get straight to the point. Either pay me 500 taels of silver today, or never leave. The numerous enforcers standing beside the manager looked menacing, ready for action. My lord, shall I inform Gay? Alicia whispered to Jared. Once Gay arrives, these people will surely regret their actions. That would be the same as exposing our identity. Lao Zhao, hold off for now. I just want to see what they'll do to me. With that, Jared whispered a few words to Brett. My lord, isn't this too dangerous? If these people lose patience and attack you, Brett hastily interjected, unwilling to put his lord in danger. As a master-level martial artist, handling these enforcers would be effortless for Brett. Don't worry, I can tell these people only want money. They wouldn't dare kill indiscriminately. Besides, I want to see if the Chun family will appear if I refuse to pay now. If they show up, it means we've caught a big fish. Jared spoke with great confidence. All right, my lord, please be careful, Brett reluctantly agreed. So, have you decided? I'm impatient, the manager remarked impatiently. I'll pay. It's just 500 taels. I'll pay it. However, I rushed out and didn't bring enough silver. Let me send someone to fetch it. How about that? The manager hesitated for a moment, but then smiled. Fine, no problem. His men stepped aside, clearing a path. He believed Jared was the most important, so he let the others go. Without hesitation, Brett glanced at Jared and hurriedly left. Now that your subordinate has gone to fetch the money, please stay here and wait. The manager instructed, ensuring Jared was well guarded before walking out, already imagining receiving 500 taels. Sure enough, having the backing of the Chin family allowed him to exploit these outsiders relentlessly. Chapter 149, doubling up, this time it's 5,000. This moment, in one of the private rooms at Wanyu Tower, Jared's expression remained completely calm as he continued eating the food on his plate. Beside him, Alicia had lost her appetite and was frowning in worry. She feared that if Brett did not arrive with the guards in time, things could become dangerous. After all, Jared had not revealed his identity as the Preston, and to them, he was merely a gullible rich man. Bend, there's no need to overthink it. These people wouldn't dare kill anyone. They're just here for money. There's so much delicious food. We shouldn't waste it. Let's continue eating. Jared said this while offering Alicia a few dishes with his chopsticks. All right. Alicia nodded obediently, and they resumed their meal. Not long after, someone pushed the door open again. This time, it was a well-dressed Acton who appeared to be around Jared's age, exuding the arrogance of a spoiled rich kid. Oh wow. You two are still in the mood for eating? 500 taels must mean nothing to you. The Acton speaking was Everett, the current young master of the Chen family. In Nanhua City, no one was unaware of this arrogant figure. With the influence of the Chen family in Nanhua, even the governor would treat him politely. Supported by his powerful family, Everett acted arrogantly in Nanhua City, pushing boundaries wherever he went. The Wanyu Tower was one of his main business ventures. Ignoring Everett, Jared continued eating. Everett became furious when he realized Jared was ignoring him and stepped forward. Did you not hear me talking to you? No one dares to ignore me like this in Nanhua City. Do you believe I can't make sure you never leave this place? A glint of menace flashed across his eyes as he spoke. So even if I pay up, you'll still try to kill me? You guys sure run a shady inn. Though Jared said this sarcastically, he felt no panic internally and continued savoring his meal. No, no, killing you is not my intention. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen of Nanua. At most, I just have you crippled. Then Everett noticed the woman beside Jared, whose beauty left him breathless. His eyes narrowed as he inspected Alicia from head to toe. Not bad. Didn't expect you to have such a beautiful companion. Why don't you hand her over to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, it's not just 500 taels anymore. You must pay 5,000 to leave. Everett, relying on his status as the Chun family heir, treated Jared with utter disdain. He saw him as an outsider with more money than sense. Since paying 500 taels seemed trivial to Jared, Everett decided to escalate the demand to 5,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the piece of meat Jared held dropped from his chopsticks, and his expression darkened. From 30 taels to 500 and now 5,000. It infuriated him immensely. Even Alicia was stunned. In the management of Burl, Everett could act so shamelessly. What? Lost your voice? Everett smirked coldly. No worries. If you can't afford the money, it's fine. Hand over your girl, and I promise I'll take good care of her. Suddenly remembering something, he added condescendingly, also, don't think about reporting this to authorities. My family here in Nanua City is untouchable. Even the magistrate of Nanua is part of the Chun family. Indeed, this was not empty intimidation. The current magistrate of Nanua was Dalton, his uncle. Is that so? Jared smiled lightly. Burl had only been in office for a short time, handling multiple positions as both the governor and military commander of Nanua, leaving him overwhelmed. With Dalton's assistance, the Chun family could act lawlessly without consequence. What are you laughing about? Now, either pay the money or hand over the girl. Your choice. Everett pounded the table, demanding. Sorry, I won't give you 5,000 taels. And you won't get my woman. Realizing all he needed to know, Jared saw no reason to engage further. What? Do you really think I can't touch you? Enraged, Everett shouted. Bring Chapter 150. You still have the nerve to talk about law? Your humble subject, along with all officials and citizens of Nanu, welcome His Highness the Birdie. Your Highness, live for 10,000 years. Led by Burl, numerous officials and citizens called out in unison. However, Jared did not come out to respond. The guards didn't even have a plan to stop, but hurriedly entered Nanu City. The kneeling officials and citizens were all puzzled. What was going on? Seeing this, Burl rushed forward, about to ask something, only to find that the prince wasn't in the carriage at all. Where is the prince? Why isn't the prince in the carriage? Commander Zhao, Commander Arao, what exactly happened? Could something have gone wrong on the road? Burl and other Nanu officials asked with shocked expressions. If something happened to Jared in Nanu, the consequences would be unimaginable. But oddly, if Jared had encountered any trouble, why were these guards unharmed? The prince arrived in Nanu City earlier than us, around noon. He is now at the Wanyu building. Brett's face darkened as he tried to hold back his anger while looking at everyone present. Who here is from the Chun family? Brett's sudden question drew a blank stare from everyone. Moments later, a burly Weston walked over to Brett with a smile. This person was Lucian's father, Elisong. Lucian also ran over following behind Elisong. So you two are from the Chun family? Brett scowled as he sized them up. Completely clueless as to what was happening, the Elisong and Lucian nodded respectfully. Then Elisong smiled. We did not expect the prince to arrive in Nanu City first. If we had known before, we would have made ample preparations. Now the Wanyu building where the prince is staying belongs to my family. We've prepared a grand banquet waiting for him. When Elisong heard that Jared had already entered Nanu City early, he was quite astonished. Even more so, Jared was already at the Wanyu building. Their Chun family's plan for tonight was to host Jared and other Nanu officials, aiming to cultivate ties with the new birdie of Nanu. However, just as Elisong finished speaking, Brett coldly waved his hand. A large number of guards surrounded Elisong and Lucian. Arrest them. At Brett's order, Elisong and Lucian were bound without a chance to react. Commander Zhao, why are you doing this? We are innocent. Elisong looked baffled, having no idea what was happening. Beside him, Lucian shouted, what are you doing? Even the prince can't arrest people without cause. Do you still follow the law? The rest of the officials and citizens, including Burl, were stunned. Who would have thought that upon meeting, the guards would bind the chins? But Burl understood Jared's character, and knew he wouldn't do such things without reason. Undoubtedly, something must have happened to the prince in Nanu City. You still have the nerve to talk about law? Hutch, with fiery temper, stormed up to Lucian. Hearing this, the manager hesitantly lifted his head. Seeing Brett's face, he froze as if struck by lightning. Terror gripped him. He couldn't even speak, his pants wetting from fear. The waiter who served Jared fainted dead away at the sight of Brett. They never imagined the rich outsider they belittled was actually the birdie of Nanu. Speak. Where is the prince now? Upon entering the building, Brett went straight to a private room upstairs but found neither Jared nor Alicia. These people must have locked the prince away. This has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. The manager snapped back to reality, immediately shifting the blame. It was all ordered by young Master Chun. We were forced. The prince is currently in the storage shed in the backyard. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in shock. They were already surprised by the prince's early arrival, and now learning he was confined in a shed was almost unbelievable. You're making things up. When did I ever order you to lock the prince in a shed? Enraged, Lucian turned red when the manager blamed him. Just as he wanted to protest, realization dawned in his eyes. Could that outsider be the prince? Suddenly, Lucian's rage melted into sheer terror. Seeing this expression on Lucian, Elisong instantly grasped everything. Obviously, his foolish son must have failed to recognize the prince and treated him as an easy target. Chapter 151. Incompetent and harmful. Upon learning that the prince was in the woodshed, Brett and Hutch didn't hesitate for a second and immediately rushed towards the backyard woodshed. At the same time, the many officials present also reacted swiftly. It turned out that the guards were so angry because the prince had been locked in the woodshed Although they didn't know why these people from the tavern would lock the prince in the woodshed, it was clearly illegal to detain someone like this. Obviously, these people hadn't recognized Birdie Jeridan initially, or else how could they dare to do such a thing? This Wan Yulu belonged to the Qin family. No wonder the guards immediately arrested both father and son of the Qins. Outrageous. How dare you privately detain His Highness the Birdie? Burl shouted furiously. In the past, the Qin family people had always been very arrogant in Nanyue City, almost ruling above the law. Burl, after becoming the governor of Nanyue, had been constantly looking for opportunities to deal with the Qin family, but lacked means. Furthermore, the Qin family had deep roots in Nanyue City, making them hard to challenge. Now, the Qin family dared to lock up the prince. This was a capital offense. Such a good opportunity. How could Burl not seize it? Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Everett had been scared silly and cooked bales of silver. I didn't have that much money on me, so I asked Commander Zhao to go get the money. But then, Mr. Chen came and said 1 cup costs 5,000 taels of silver. If not paid, he threatened to cut off my hands and legs. I just want to ask what kind of cup can be worth so much? Jarodin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Without exception, everyone stared wide-eyed. What was going on? Breaking a cup required paying 5,000 taels of silver? This place was clearly a black sheep inn. At that moment, everyone understood. They mistook Jeridan for an easy target. No wonder they locked him in the woodshed. With solid evidence, no matter how much Elisong and his son explained, it was meaningless. Your Highness, spare our lives. We lost our senses momentarily, please spare us. Elisong pulled Everett and kept banging his head on the ground, begging loudly. Realizing explanations were futile, Elisong could only hope Jeridan would forgive them for the sake of the Qin family. Spare lives? Jarodin's voice was icy. Why should I spare you? I'm just asking you. What kind of cup can be worth 5,000 taels of silver? Elisong was at a loss, a bitter look on his face. So, this cup isn't actually worth 5,000 taels of silver. You took me as a fool? If it wasn't me but someone else today, handle them according to the laws of Great Zhou. As he spoke, Jarodin's eyes clearly showed murderous intent. And yes, arrest County Magistrate Dalton as well. Hearing this, Dalton screamed in terror. Your Highness, this was done by Elisong and his son, not related to me at all. I am innocent. Though also a member of the Qin family, Dalton knew he needed to distance himself from the issue as much as possible at this critical time. If necessary, he'd sacrifice the lesser members to protect the greater good. Yet unexpectedly, Jeridan wouldn't let him go either. Ha, guilty or not isn't for you to decide. There's no need for you to explain. I'll question you thoroughly tomorrow. Governor Aaron, what are you waiting for? Burl didn't hesitate and forcibly took away Elisong, Dalton, and Everett, regardless of their resistance. He also sealed Wan Yulu and jailed everyone involved. Translated by Zhiyu Shao. ####Chapter 152. Mysterious Woman. After dealing with these people, Jared proceeded to Nanyue Mansion under the protection of a group of guards. This mansion was originally built by the former baker, Elon. With the Qin family surrender to the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had lived in the Nanyue Mansion since then. Now, it had become Jared's residence. Compared to the earlier Qingfu County, this place was far superior in every way. Not only did it cover an extensive area, but it was also exquisitely constructed. Burl had dispatched dedicated servants to thoroughly clean the place upon learning that Jared was about to arrive in Nanyue City. Good, very good. Finally, I have a decent environment. Jared toured the mansion briefly with Alicia and found the gardens and architecture satisfactory. Of course, this was just a temporary residence. Jared would certainly transform it into a luxurious villa in the future. It was getting late, and curfew was imminent. Without further ado, Jared turned back and returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in another lavish residence within Nanyue City, Elon was comfortably reclining on a chair, sipping tea. Although he was no longer the baker, he still wielded considerable wealth and power in Nanyue City. He led a carefree life. Suddenly, the exquisite teapot beside him fell to the ground for no apparent reason, shattering into pieces. Seeing this, Elon frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, a servant rushed in panic. Grandfather Chun, bad news, terrible news. The servant knelt down and recounted everything that had happened. What? Elon's eyes widened as he stood up immediately. He was well aware that Jared was coming to Nanyue City tonight. He had specifically sent Elisong and Lucian to greet Jared, intending to curry favor with him and ensure the Chun family's status in Nanyue City. However, they not only failed to win Jared's approval, but also angered him from the start. To be accused of plotting against the prince, if proven true, meant extermination of 9 generations of the clan. Elon fumed inwardly. His grandson's arrogance and recklessness were truly infuriating. Foolish boy. Elon cursed it out loud. There was no other way. To save the Qin family, Elon had to swallow his pride and personally visit Nanyue Mansion tomorrow. If this matter couldn't be resolved, the Qin family would be doomed. Oh dear, is Grandfather Qin afraid now? I never imagined that the once powerful baker Elon would now cower like a mouse. You wouldn't have surrendered to the Great Zhou Kingdom if you weren't so cowardly. As Elon pondered how to explain the situation tomorrow, a beautifully dressed and strikingly glamorous woman suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Who are you? Elon shouted, startled. In the next instant, several Qin family guards rushed out and surrounded the woman. Despite their decline, the Chun family remained the most powerful in Nanyue City, with numerous experts in residence. However, this seemingly delicate woman had infiltrated the Chun residence undetected, proving her formidable martial skills. Do you think these men can stop me? The glamorous woman smiled slightly. Even 10 times more would not hinder me. If I wanted, I could have taken your life just now. She maintained her calm demeanor throughout, without a hint of anxiety. Elon was speechless for a moment. Then, with a solemn expression, he waved his hand. You are our guest. Please, everyone leave. The guards complied and dispersed. Next, the glamorous woman sauntered into the grand hall, looking around curiously while occasionally clicking her tongue. Who are you? If you are merely here to mock me, please leave at once. Elon didn't recognize her, and given his current mood, he had no patience for nonsense. Had she not been so powerful, he would have ordered the guards to take action. My identity isn't important, the woman replied. All you need to know is that I can help you regain your title as the baker. Upon hearing this, Elon's dark face lit up suddenly. What did you say? What do you mean by that? Despite his advanced age, Elon still harbored dreams of reclaiming the throne for his descendants. Had the Great Zhou army not been overwhelmingly strong, he would never have surrendered. My meaning is simple. The glamorous woman fixed her gaze on Elon. If you cooperate with me, you can regain the throne of Nanyue. At first, Elon was thrilled, but after careful thought, he regained his composure. It was impossible. The Great Zhou dynasty was too powerful, invulnerable to challenges. Declaring himself king again would be suicidal. After surrendering to the Great Zhou dynasty, Elon had gained immense wealth and power. He wasn't willing to risk everything. Noticing Elon's hesitation, the glamorous woman smiled wryly. I understand your concerns, Grandfather Chen. You fear taking risks. But consider your current position in Nanyue. Though prestigious, it will crumble after tonight. Illegally detaining and attempting to harm the prince carries the death penalty for all clan members. A single order from Bertie Jared could obliterate your entire family. If you choose to die willingly, consider my visit meaningless. With that, the glamorous woman turned to leave without saying more. Indeed, Elon was swayed. If Lucian hadn't caused such trouble, Elon wouldn't have entertained her proposition. The risk was too high. One misstep could annihilate the Chen family. But having offended the prince, even pleading with Jared might not save Elisong, Lucian, and Dalton. They would surely die, leaving him alone and helpless. Why not take a bold step now? Elon looked coldly at the glamorous woman. How do you want me to cooperate? Hearing this, the glamorous woman's lips curled into a smile as she turned towards him. Translation ends here. Chapter 153, Carrying Thorns to Apologize. The next day, dawn had just broken. Elon led a group of Chen family members, kneeling before the Nanyu Wangfu, Nanyu Mansion. Revised. Elon led a group of Chen family members, kneeling before the Nanyu Palace. Note: for consistency and fluency in English, Nanyu Mansion is revised to Nanyu Palace, as it reads more naturally in this context. What was shocking was that all the male members of the Chen family, including the Dylanly Elon, were bare-chested with thorny vines tied to their backs, blood trickling down. The female members of the Chen family knelt and kowtowed until their foreheads bled. This scene quickly drew a large crowd of onlookers. What's going on? Isn't that old Master Chen? Why is he kneeling here? Who can tell me what happened? Why would old Master Chen bring the entire family to kneel here? Didn't you hear? Elisong and Lucian offended His Highness last night. I heard that Lucian didn't recognize His Highness and locked him in the woodshed. How dare Lucian do this? This is a capital offense. Humph. That rogue Lucian deserves to die. It's just a pity for old Master Chen. Poor old Master Chen, at his age, has to plead for Lucian. What a useless man. Old Master Chen is a well-known philanthropist in Nanyu. I hope His Highness will show leniency towards the Chen family for his sake. The crowd murmured among themselves. They were naturally pleased to see Lucian punished by the prince. Everyone hoped that the most notorious rogue of Nanyu would receive a severe punishment. But no one wanted the prince to blame the entire Chen family. This was because Elon had multiple times, during times of famine, generously distributed food from his granaries, earning him high regard among the common people of Nanyu. Thus, the Chen family gained higher status and better business in Nanyu. Kneeling beside Elon, he faintly overheard the crowd's discussions and scoffed inwardly. What, generous charity and disaster relief, were nothing more than Elon's schemes. A small price for an excellent reputation. Why not? His good name made the Chen family increasingly prominent in Nanyu. Even if they committed illegal acts secretly, the people wouldn't suspect the Chen family. Now, Elon intended to use his good reputation to coerce and morally pressure Bertie Jared, preventing him from destroying the Chen family entirely. At most, only Lucian would be sacrificed. News of the Chen family kneeling before the Nanyu mansion spread quickly across Nanyu City. Jared, currently in the mansion, was certainly aware of this. He was awakened early by the commotion. Your Highness, what should we do now? Alicia said solemnly, whether it's Elisong, Lucian, or even County Magistrate Dalton, they are all bad men who deserve death. But this Elon is truly blameless. In my childhood, I witnessed Elon opening the granaries to relieve the famine. He is indeed considered a great benefactor by the people of Nanyu. Now, he leads the entire Chen family to kneel outside your door, clearly trying to pressure you. Even Alicia understood this, so Jared naturally did too. Now, Jared frowned deeply. Elon's actions were indeed unexpected. More surprising was how highly regarded Elon was in Nanyu. Last night, Jared had anticipated that the old fox Elon would come to plead, but he expected him to cite the past surrender of the Chen family to request mercy. Never did he imagine Elon would bring the whole clan to apologize carrying thorns on their backs. Even this Dylanly man stripped himself bare and knelt outside, truly binding thorny vines to his back, bleeding profusely. If this continued, Elon might die kneeling, and Jared would face harsh criticism from the people of Nanyu. This would affect his future plans in Nanyu City. This old man has some skills. I underestimated him. Jared clenched his fists and coldly remarked. Brett and Hutch beside him shared the same troubled expression. Your Highness, what should we do now? Do we really let them go? Brett asked reluctantly. No. Jared sneered. That is out of the question. Lucian's actions the previous night infuriated Jared. Letting them go easily would be seen as yielding to the Chen family. After a moment of thought, Jared stood up. Let's go out and see what this old fox wants. Enguzui Run is interpreted as sinner for eternity to better convey the intended gravity and timeless shame in English. Please stand up to avoid making me look cruel to the people. Chapter 153. Asking for pardon with thorns on back. The next day, It was barely dawn. Elon led a group of Chun family members, kneeling before the mansion of Nanyue's prince. Shockingly, every male member of the Chen family, including the Dylanly Elon, were bare-chested, their backs bound with thorny vines, bleeding profusely. The women of the Chen family were kneeling and banging their heads on the ground until they bled. This scene quickly drew a large crowd. What's happening? Isn't that old Master Chen? Why is he kneeling here? Who can tell me what's going on? Why would old Master Chen bring everyone to kneel here? Didn't you hear? Last night, Elisong and his son Everett offended the prince. I heard Everett failed to recognize the prince and locked him in the woodshed. Everett is really daring. This is a capital offense. Everett deserves to die. It's just too pitiful for old Master Chen. Poor old Master Chen has to plead for Everett at his age. That guy really isn't human. Old Master Chen is well known for his kindness in Nanyue. I hope the prince will show mercy on the Chen family for his sake. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. They naturally enjoyed seeing Bertie Jared punish Everett. Everyone hoped this top rogue of Nanyue would receive severe punishment, but they did not want the prince to hold the entire Chen family accountable. This was because Elon had generously opened granaries to help starving people multiple times. This gave Elon high prestige among the citizens of Nanyue, and it also elevated the Chen family status and business. Elon overheard the murmurs and chuckled inwardly. Opening granaries was merely a ploy by Elon. He gained excellent fame at minimal cost, so why not? Using his good name, Elon made the Chen family increasingly prominent. Even if some illegal activities were committed secretly, the public would never suspect the Chen family. Now, Elon intended to leverage his reputation to coerce and morally bind Bertie Jared, preventing him from severely punishing the Chen family. At most, only Everett would be sacrificed. News of Elon leading the entire Chen family to kneel outside the mansion spread rapidly across Nanyue. Bertie Jared, inside the mansion, was certainly aware of the situation. He was awakened early by the commotion. Your Highness, how should we handle this? Alicia said solemnly. Whether it's Elisong, Everett, or County Magistrate Dalton, they might all be guilty and deserve punishment. But Elon has no faults. When I was young, I witnessed Elon opening granaries to feed the hungry. He is indeed a great man in the eyes of Nanyue citizens. Now, he leads the whole Chen clan in kneeling outside as an obvious attempt to coerce you. Even Alicia understood the severity of the situation, and Jared knew it too. Jared now frowned deeply. Admittedly, Elon's actions exceeded his expectations. Unexpectedly, Elon had such a good reputation in Nanyue. Last night, Jared anticipated Elon would come to beg for mercy the next day, but he expected Elon to use the favor of the Chen family's surrender to request leniency. However, Elon brought the entire clan and knelt in penitence. Even this old man exposed his back to thorns, kneeling and asking for forgiveness genuinely. If Elon died kneeling here, Jared would face harsh criticism from Nanyue citizens, affecting his plans. This old fox has some skill. I underestimated him. Jared clenched his fists tightly, speaking coldly. Brett and Hutch beside him showed similar expressions of difficulty. Your Highness, what do we do now? Do we let them go? No. Jared scoffed. Absolutely not. Everett's actions last night enraged Jared greatly. Letting them off easily would seem like compromising. After pondering, Jared stood up. Let's see what this old fox truly wants. Saying this, Jared made, they are all my faults. I was too lenient with hunger, which led to this disaster. If you wish to punish anyone, then punish me alone. If my death can appease your anger, Your Highness, please kill me. After delivering this speech, whether it was intentional or due to exhaustion, Elon's face turned extremely pale. He struggled to kneel steadily and seemed on the verge of fainting. Old Master Chen, what are you saying? With your status in Nanyu, even I cannot compare. Why would I kill you? Why are you all standing there? Go get old Master Chen a chair. Jared spoke, and Hutch quickly fetched a chair and placed it before Elon. Would Elon sit down today? Who came here to morally coerce Jared? This was simply impossible. With so many onlookers, including civilians and officials, Elon would not miss this rare opportunity. He shoved away the chair offered by Hutch and bowed heavily 3 times to Jared, sobbing and crying out, Your Highness, although I have some reputation in Nanyu City, compared to you, we are worlds apart. My grandson disgraced himself last night and offended you, indeed deserving capital punishment. But the rest of the Chen family is innocent. If you are still angry, please kill me today. Elon had already struck a deal with the mysterious woman the previous night, and this move was her advice. Moreover, he had instructed some servants to mingle among the onlookers. Now, they stood up and started rallying support. Your Highness, old Master Chen is a great benefactor of Nanyu City. In times of famine, he opened granaries to feed the people. Old Master Chen has done so much for Nanyu City, you must not kill him. Without old Master Chen's past assistance, how could we live like this today? How can one person's mistake blame the entire Chen family? That's right. Not everyone in the Chen family deserves death. It's just Lucian's fault. Please, Your Highness, extend your mercy and let the Chen family go. With their cries, the onlookers knelt down, pleading with Jared. Seeing this, Jared clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. Originally, he planned to use the Wanhua Tower incident to root out the Chen family, but he did not expect this development. With the common folk pleading for the Chen family, if he insisted on acting, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Elon pretended to faint from exhaustion. Old Master Chen. The Chen clansmen immediately supported Elon back up. Upon regaining consciousness, Elon continued kneeling. No, do not help me up. This is my rightful punishment. Your Highness has done nothing wrong. Let me die here on my knees today. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes filled with tears. Some began to secretly resent Jared for making such a good man kneel endlessly. What do we do now, Your Highness? Brett walked beside Jared and asked softly. Jared did not respond immediately, frowning deeply. He saw through Elon's true intentions, but admitted this strategy was clever. After a pause, Jared sighed lightly. Old Master Chun, you don't need to continue with this show of suffering. Your aim is to make me spare the Chin family. Fine, that's not a problem. I'm not petty. You can all leave now. You don't need to kneel. Elon's eyes lit up. So, Your Highness, you will spare us. Before he finished, Jared interrupted. I mean the other members of the Chen clan. Sung Abdulg and Lucian attempted to harm me. The evidence is overwhelming. As for County Magistrate Dalton, I merely need to ask him a few questions. Do you, Old Master Chun, disagree with this? Jared laughed coldly, looking at Elon. Then, he turned and walked into the mansion without another word. Had it not been for Elon's dramatic performance, Jared could have arrested all Chin clan members and thoroughly interrogated them, exposing everything and uprooting the Chin family entirely. But now, he couldn't. If he wanted to investigate further, it had to be done covertly. What? Upon hearing this, Elon was visibly shocked. His imploring gaze suddenly became sharp. Chapter 155. Your humble official is innocent. Your Highness, as the magistrate of Nanhua County, Dalton has indeed been diligent and conscientious. Burl spoke thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. In all these years, he hasn't made any mistakes and has served as a dedicated local official. This wasn't intentional favoritism from Burl. It was simply the truth. Perhaps because Dalton was Elon's son, he had benefited from his father's reputation and enjoyed considerable standing among the people. If it weren't for last night's events, Burl would never have suspected that Dalton had ties to the Wanyualu. Ha, indeed. One cannot underestimate the Chen family, Jared remarked with a chuckle. It seems their placement of Dalton as magistrate was quite clean on the surface. But, no matter what, a fox will always reveal its tail someday. Come, let me meet this Dalton. Jared then instructed Alicia and Hutch to stay behind while he set off with Brett and Burl towards the Nanhua County Jail. Meanwhile, Elon had returned to the Chun residence. Lying weakly on a cushion, maidservants hurried to apply medicine to his back. At this moment, the mysterious woman who appeared at the Chen residence last night entered the room swaying her hips. Old Master Chun, you've worked hard. The mysterious woman, named Elsa, took a seat without any guest-like demeanor. Then, the Chen family would be spared. But Dalton was his son. How could he give him up easily? I'll think carefully about this, Elon said with a grimace. All right, sure. Remember, you only have 3 days at most. After speaking, Elsa slowly left the room. Elon didn't respond, clenching his fists tightly as he deliberated. In another part of the city, inside the Nanhua County Jail, Dalton paced nervously within his cell, his expression filled with fear. He had never imagined he'd end up in prison. Suddenly, Burl led King Jared into the jail. Without hesitation, Dalton fell to his knees. Spare me, Your Highness. Your humble official is truly innocent. All this was done by Ellisong and Everett. Your humble official had nothing to do with it. Trapped in the cell overnight, Dalton had done a lot of thinking. With the evidence clear, Ellisong and Everett wouldn't survive. But Dalton was different. The only way to save himself was to pin all the blame on them. He believed his father would find a way to save him. Peter, why are you so eager to absolve yourself even before I speak? Jared asked coldly. Dalton trembled and repeatedly bowed his head. Please don't misunderstand, Your Highness. Your humble official is just too afraid. Haha, Jared chuckled. Today, I haven't come here to accuse you. I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you tell me everything you know, not only will I release you Chapter 156, a feudal resistance? Randy, shall I use severe torture on Dalton? Burl asked curiously. No. Jared hurriedly shook his head. There's no need for severe torture. We can take a different approach, he said, then gave a meaningful smile and whispered something into Burl's ear. Initially puzzled, Burl soon mirrored Jared's slight smile. Randy, you truly have your ways, Burl remarked admiringly. I guarantee that by the time it's over, Dalton will confess everything he knows. The Chin family means nothing to me. Capturing them would be child's play, Jared replied. However, at this moment, there is something far more pressing than the Chin family. As he spoke, Jared's expression turned serious. What we must deal with now is Japan. What? Burl's eyes widened in shock. Randy, could it be that Japan plans to attack our great Zhou dynasty? If it were just that, it wouldn't be too serious. But what's troubling now is that Japan has allied with the Datsang kingdom. If both countries launch a joint offensive against our great Zhou dynasty, the consequences would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Burl froze in place, visibly terrified. Just as Jared had said, Japan alone posed no real threat to the great Zhou dynasty. But with the addition of the Datsang kingdom, things would indeed be dire. Even if the great Zhou dynasty mobilized all its forces, defeating both countries would come at an enormous cost. Most critically, once war began, Nanhua, separated from Japan only by the sea, would become the primary battlefield, leading to immense suffering. Burl felt chills down his spine. The great Zhou dynasty had enjoyed peace for only 2 decades. Was chaos about to descend again? Lord Aaron, there's no need to worry, Jared reassured him, patting his shoulder. The reason I rushed here to Nanhua City was to handle matters related to Japan. To resolve this crisis between Japan and the Datsang kingdom is actually quite simple. We just need to lead the Nanhua forces to annihilate Japan beforehand. What? Burl grew increasingly panicked. Randy, do you mean relying solely on our troops in Nanhua? Burl couldn't comprehend Jared's plan. Nanhua's total force was no more than 40,000, including the 5,000 guards Jared brought along. And although Japan was a small country, it still possessed significant military strength. Attacking it with Nanhua's resources would be like hitting a stone with an egg, a futile effort. Does Lord Aaron not trust me? Jared chuckled, having anticipated Burl's reaction. Randy, your capabilities are without question. But Nanhua's forces are too weak. We need reinforcements from the Imperial Court to stand a chance against Japan. Otherwise, once war breaks out, Nanhua will be finished. Burl wasn't exaggerating. It was simply the reality of the situation. Jared understood this as well. Lord Aaron, I know your concerns. But please trust me. Amir, Japan has never been a concern for me from the beginning. Now, first let's visit the Nanyue camp. Despite numerous questions lingering in his mind, Burl knew Jared would not lead Nanyue into a hopeless battle. Perhaps Jared had a secret weapon. Randy, please follow me. Without hesitation, Burl led Jared and Brett to the Nanyue camp. The Nanyue camp was located just outside the city, not far away. Sitting in a carriage, Jared arrived swiftly. During the journey, Burl briefly briefed Jared on the current state of the Nanyue forces. As expected, Nanyue had a troop strength of around 30,000. Including Jared's 5,000 guards, they totaled nearly 40,000, though many were dillenly or unfit for combat. Some were stationed in Yunchi village to guard against Japanese incursions, leaving about 30,000 combat-ready men at most. Attacking Japan with these forces seemed unrealistic. Yet, Jared remained calm and confident throughout. Thanks to Burl's advance notice, the entire Nanyue army stood ready in formation awaiting Jared's arrival. At the forefront was a robust man in armor, no older than his 20s, Cord, one of Burl's most capable subordinates. Once a wandering swordsman who avenged oppressed villagers, Cord was saved by Burl after being imprisoned and became his reverent look at Brett, bowing slightly. After all, he was a master-level martial artist. For every martial artist, reaching the master level was like hitting the ceiling. Cord now stared straight at Brett as if seeing an idol. Unfortunately, Brett was quite aloof and did not speak again after his earlier comment. Your Highness, although the Nanyue soldiers are rigorously trained and never slack off, Cord continued. To be honest, with our current strength, it is indeed very difficult to stand up to Wokoku, Japan. In my view, we should report to the Imperial Court and request support. Upon hearing Burl's words, Cord, who was still entranced by Brett, suddenly stood up straight in shock. What? Are you planning to attack Wokoku? He looked shocked at Jared. Your Highness, do you really plan to attack such a large country with Nanyue's current troops? Pardon me for saying so, but that is simply impossible. As deputy commander of Nanyue, Cord held significant military power and could not just let Jared lead the soldiers to their deaths. Jared had anticipated these reactions from them. Without rushing to explain, he quietly pulled out a musket from his robe and pointed it at a nearby tree. Bang! With a loud noise, the bullet fired from the musket instantly penetrated the tree with immense force. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. What is that? I thought your Highness was just an ordinary person without martial arts skills. How could you wield such powerful concealed weapons? That tree was very thick, yet your Highness effortlessly pierced through it. That's incredible. Could it be that your Highness has been hiding your true strength all along and is actually a top martial artist? The numerous soldiers present buzzed with whispers and shock. Even Burl and Cord showed expressions of profound surprise. Your Highness, what concealed weapon are you using? Cord stared at the iron tube in Jared's hand with widened eyes, finding it hard to believe that something so unremarkable could have such power. What amazed him even more was how a non-martial artist like Jared could wield such a powerful concealed weapon. Burl, being a martial artist himself, was also puzzled. The item I used just now is not a concealed weapon. It is a firearm called a musket, Jared explained. As you saw, even someone as weak as me can use it effortlessly. A shot from this can instantly kill even an 8th-rank martial artist. If all of Nanyue's soldiers were equipped with muskets, wouldn't our chances of victory increase greatly? Of course, he added. The current musket in my hands lacks sufficient firepower and range, but I will continuously develop other firearms. Wokoku would be no match then. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Burl shouted excitedly, Great, that's wonderful. Your Highness, you truly have a way to mass-produce these firearms? At that moment, Burl understood why Jared was so confident. If all Nanyue soldiers were equipped with muskets, they could deal a devastating blow to Wokoku's forces. Standing beside Burl, Cord felt equally exhilarated. Ever since Wokoku occupied Yunchi village, he had hated them intensely and dreamed of waging war against them. However, Nanyue's military strength was too weak to contend with Wokoku. Now, if they really had such powerful firearms, everything changed. Most importantly, Jared hadn't deceived them. An ordinary person could indeed use a musket. With proper training, the disciplined Nanyue troops could certainly handle them. If the range was adequate, these weapons would outperform ordinary bows and arrows. That's right, Jared affirmed. Imagine if I scaled up this musket 10-fold or 100-fold. What kind of damage would one bullet cause then? Before Cord could respond, Jared continued, If that happened, one shot could blow open the gates of Wokoku's fortresses. Ha ha ha. Jared laughed heartily. You're exactly right. That's the effect I aim for. Jared wasn't exaggerating. He knew how to create cannons. In the current situation, where only his expression to change drastically. This can't be. Note, the term, Wokoku, is used here as it refers to Japan during certain historical periods in Chinese texts. Hashtag chapter 158, development of new firearm. It's impossible. How could Kin surrender to Jared so quickly? This is absolutely unthinkable. Elon couldn't believe it when he heard the news. He knew all too well that if Dalton had surrendered to Jared, it was only a matter of time before Dalton revealed the Chen family's secrets to him. If this were anyone else, Elon would have dispatched assassins without hesitation. However, Dalton was his own son. He understood his son well and believed that even under intense torture from Jared, Dalton wouldn't have broken so quickly. Grandfather Chun, what if this is true? You should understand the principle of better safe than sorry. I originally intended to give you 3 days, but now it seems that even 3 days is too long. You must make a decision today. Otherwise, once Jared learns about all the Chun family's actions over the years, he will surely capture every last one of you. Just as Elon was in shock, the mysterious woman Elsa slowly walked into the hall. She was equally stunned upon hearing the news. Her first reaction was the same as Elon's, thinking it was impossible. But there was no time left to verify this. The only way to resolve the crisis was to eliminate Dalton. Elon's face turned, didn't you? The Chun family will definitely take action tonight after learning this. Alicia sat next to Jared, curiously asking. Exactly, Qingsheng, you are indeed smart. Jared gently caressed Alicia's cheek, speaking contentedly. Does Dalton really think he can remain unscathed by staying silent? How ridiculous. Even if I don't act, the Chen family won't let Dalton live. Oh, by the way. Here, Jared seemed to remember something, turning to Alicia. Qingsheng, wasn't your uncle's wife Elisa also part of the Chen family? Alicia nodded slightly. Elder sister Elisa is Elon's youngest daughter. Huh. So they really are all in cahoots. Jared laughed coldly. When Elon didn't stand up for Elisa, it clearly showed he cared little for his youngest daughter. Let's see if he shows the same ruthlessness toward his second son. Jared checked the time, then called out, Brecken, arouse Zhao. Shortly after, Brett and Hutch hurried over. Brecken, it's time. You need to take action tonight. Make sure to work closely with Governor Aaron. Remember, don't alert them, and don't let Dalton die prematurely. Brett bowed respectfully and rushed off. Bertie, should I join too? Hutch hadn't participated in such missions in a while, his fists itching for action. You? Jared shook his head meaningfully. You don't need to go. Brecken is more than capable. I have a more important task for you. Saying this, Jared took out a carefully drawn blueprint from his robes and handed it to Hutch. Hutch's eyes lit up when he heard of an important mission, eagerly accepting the blueprint. Upon opening it, he saw Jared's design for a cannon. This? Hutch's expression turned puzzled, but quickly recalled Jared's earlier words. Bertie, is this the cannon you mentioned before? Yes. Jared nodded proudly. This cannon is far more powerful than the firelock I used before. Just perfect for attacking Japan. Though the manufacturing process is more complex, it's fundamentally similar to the firelock, just scaled up several times. Take this blueprint back to Wolf Mountain in Qingfu County, contact the blacksmiths who previously made the firelocks, and have them start working on these cannons. Hearing this, Hutch grew increasingly excited. He had personally witnessed the power of the firelocks, which were formidable. This cannon, much larger than a firelock, would be even more potent. One blast, Hutch was certain, would knock out even a 9th-rank warrior like himself. A weapon of such might would be exhilarating to use against Japanese invaders. Bertie, I'll leave immediately. As Hutch was about to depart, Jared stopped him. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Jared pulled out another detailed blueprint from his robes and handed it to Hutch. He continued thoughtfully, having just cannons isn't enough. Japan is still a nation, not to be underestimated. This is an improved and upgraded version of the firelock, called the matchlock gun. The firelock, though portable, was inconvenient to use, with cumbersome powder loading and requiring manual ignition for a single shot. A missed shot would spell trouble, but the matchlock gun was far easier to handle. While it wasn't highly accurate or fast-firing, in the Dezhou dynasty's current state, the matchlock was an advanced weapon. Its power was impressive, and its loud firing noise could psychologically terrify those unfamiliar with gunpowder. Unfortunately, developing a flintlock gun in Nanyua's current situation was nearly impossible. Jared would have to settle for the matchlock gun for now. Hashtag chapter 159. Visiting the prison. Is this the improved version of the fire lance you mentioned, Your Highness? Hutch took the blueprint and examined it carefully, his brows knitting tightly. Sure enough, he couldn't understand it at all. To him, this contraption was just a longer fire lance with an added hemp rope. However, despite not understanding it, Hutch could not deny that the previous fire lance had left a deep impression on him. This improved version would undoubtedly be even more powerful. Yes, Jared nodded confidently. It's called a matchlock gun. The biggest difference from the fire lance is the addition of a match cord. This modification and the guards naturally recognized him. Isn't this Lord Qin? What brings you here? One of the guards, a robust Weston, hurriedly approached Elon. Though he asked this question, everyone knew Elon's purpose, to see his two sons. After all, the morning incident where Elon kneeled before the Nanyue mansion caused a huge stir in the city. It was evident that Lord Qin's health was indeed robust. Despite kneeling for so long and carrying branches to ask for punishment bare-chested in the morning, he wasn't significantly affected. My unworthy descendants are currently imprisoned here, Elon said. They violated the laws of the great Zhou dynasty, and being in jail is what they deserve. However, could you please allow me to bring them some food? As he spoke, Elon discreetly slipped a gold ingot into the Weston's hand. HM. The man hesitated after receiving the gold. Well, all right. You may go in for half an incense sticks time. He waved to his subordinates, and the prison doors slowly opened. Elon thanked him and hurried inside with his servants. After Elon and his party left, the man's expression grew serious as he walked toward a hidden alley beside the prison. In this alley stood Burl, the governor of Nanyue, and Brett. Governor Aaron, Commander Zhao, only Elon and a few servants entered, the man reported. No one else came in. This Weston, the warden of Nanyue prison, had taken the bribe openly with Burl's approval. It was all part of a staged plan. I didn't expect Elon to come personally, Brett mused. I thought he might bring some experts. After observing Elon's servants closely, Brett found them ordinary civilians without any martial artists among them. Dalton possessed all the evidence of the Chun family's crimes. Given Elon's cunning nature, it was unlikely he was visiting Dalton simply for a reunion. Besides, the rumor that Dalton had already joined the Baker had spread, making Elon believe Dalton would expose all their secrets. Such a significant threat couldn't be ignored. It seems the key lies in the food, Brett speculated. Burl nodded in agreement. The most likely scenario is poisoning. The poison won't take immediate effect but will cause Dalton to die quietly over time. This way, no one would suspect Elon. People would think Dalton couldn't bear the prison conditions and died miserably. That sly fox really is cunning. Burl's lips curled slightly. Commander Zhao, please continue monitoring here. I'll handle the poisoning matter. Burl had already planned this in his mind. Thank you, Governor Aaron, Brett saluted, then leaped onto a roof ridge, keeping watch for any suspicious activity around the prison. Meanwhile, Burl calmly headed toward the prison. In the meantime, led by the guard, Elon and his servants first visited the cell of Lucian. Grandfather! Save me, grandfather! Lucian shouted upon seeing Elon. This place is unfit for humans. I want to leave. Lucian never imagined he would end up in prison. Despite being held only overnight, the pampered young master was unable to endure it, his hair disheveled, screaming hysterically. Child, you violated the laws of the great Zhou dynasty. Even I cannot save you. Elon feigned sorrow, appearing to prioritize justice over familial ties. With trembling hands, he handed the food to Lucian. Eat well. While speaking, Elon intentionally tapped the bottom of the bowl. Seeing this, Lucian understood and quickly took the food. Translation ends. Chapter 160, Poisoning. Lucian feigned extreme hunger, eating the food in his bowl with large bites. Suddenly, he appeared as though he had tasted something unusual, and his expression changed. He then began to chew slowly and deliberately. Seeing Lucian's reaction, Elon nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to Elazong's cell under the guidance of the jailer. Once the jailer left, Lucian retrieved a piece of cloth from his mouth. It read, "Grandson, do not worry. Grandfather will definitely save you out. Just endure for a few more days." Relieved after reading the note, Lucian relaxed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the same situation was unfolding in Elazong's cell. They had secretly received instructions from Elon, and even though they couldn't leave immediately, they were no longer afraid, knowing that with Elon's help, they would be safe. Elazong also received a meal from Elon. "Gay, you must save me," he pleaded. "I didn't tell Jared anything." Dalton had no interest in the delicious food before him and knelt in front of Elon, saying, "Gay, you must save me." Seeing Dalton, Elon's expressions turned particularly sorrowful. "Kenner, your father will do everything possible to save you." Although he spoke those words, Elon knew very well that his son could not be spared. Regardless of whether he had truly joined Jared, the threat to the Chen family was immense. For the family's sake and the revival of the Chen clan, Dalton must die. Now, he could only try to comfort Dalton as much as possible. "Stay here for a few days. I'll find a way. Since you weren't involved in last night's incident, Jared won't harm you." As he spoke, Elon stroked Dalton's face. "Here is some food I prepared for you. Eat it now." "All right." Dalton, completely trusting his father, nodded slightly. At this moment, the jailer came in. "Lord Chen, time's up." "Ah." Elon sighed deeply, glanced at Dalton one last time, and hurriedly left. Dalton didn't think much about it, believing that his father had promised to rest, fearing the food before him. "How do we conduct the experiment?" Dalton looked intensely at Burl. "It's simple. Pretend you've eaten everything, and I'll order the jailer to take away the empty plates and return them to the Chen family. During this time, just pretend to be dead." After hearing Burl, Dalton remained silent for a while, then nodded. "Fine, I agree. There was no loss for him anyway." With Dalton's agreement, Burl and his men quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Brett stood atop a tall building, keeping watch over the southern prison. Even after Elon left the prison, he saw no one else appear. This further confirmed that the food was indeed tainted. Outside the prison, Elon instructed a servant to stay outside, responsible for collecting all the utensils used by the prisoners, especially Dalton's. After giving the orders, he left leisurely. Seeing this, Brett silently entered the prison, just in time to see Burl about to leave. "Minister Aaron, how did it go? Is there poison in the food?" Burl nodded affirmatively. "Yes, just as His Highness suspected, Elon decided to abandon Dalton and eliminate him." Burl briefly explained what had happened to Brett. "Well done, Elon, you're really heartless, even targeting your own flesh and blood." Brett clenched his fists angrily. "Captain Zhao, please report back to His Highness. If His Highness thinks my plan inappropriate, he can say so direct." Even when it did take effect, it would appear as though the prisoner had gone mad and committed suicide. No one would ever suspect the Chen family or know of her existence. "So who are you really? From Wuguo? Or the great Songhai kingdom?" Although Elon had cooperated with the woman in front of him, he knew nothing about her background. Apart from knowing that she was a top martial artist and an unverifiable name, he knew nothing else. Since they were already cooperating, he had to figure out her true identity. "Lord Chen, my background isn't important," Velma replied vaguely. "You only need to know that I can help you reclaim your position as the Preston." "Velma, we're on the same boat now. How can you expect me to trust you if you tell me nothing?" Elon looked at Velma with serious eyes. He clearly knew that the person before him wasn't from the great Zhou dynasty. Otherwise, why would she hope for chaos in the world? She either came from the great Songhai kingdom or Wuguo. "Ha ha ha." Velma laughed loudly. "Since Lord Chen is so eager to know my identity, I'll tell you. I am neither from Wuguo nor the great Songhai kingdom." Velma leaned close to Elon's ear and whispered a few words. Elon, who originally had a surprised expression, immediately showed shock. "What? Do you still doubt me, Lord Chen?" Velma smiled slightly. "With Dalton's sacrifice, the Chen family has been cleared of any wrongdoing. Jared will not find any evidence against you. Elazong and Everett can also be saved soon. The great Songhai kingdom and Wuguo have formed an alliance and will launch a simultaneous attack on the great Zhou dynasty. Nanyue, being closest to Wuguo, will be the primary battlefield. During this time, you should secretly recruit soldiers and prepare for the chaotic times ahead. That will be the day you regain your title as Preston." Elon fell silent for a moment, then laughed loudly as well. "Very well, let's wish for our success." After learning Velma's true identity, Elon's doubts disappeared completely. Meanwhile, Brett had returned to the Nanyue Birdie's palace and informed Jared about everything that happened in the prison tonight. "Heh, Elon is more cunning and ruthless than I thought. I thought he would send an assassin to kill Dalton secretly, but who would have expected him to do it himself?" Jared was indeed somewhat surprised by the situation. "Birdie, should we proceed according to Governor Aaron's plan?" Brett asked. "Of course we should." Jared nodded confidently. "But we need to perfect it a bit more." After some thought, Jared's lips curled up slightly. "If we are going to act, we should make it more convincing. In a few days, have the authorities post a notice saying Dalton suffered a mental breakdown after being imprisoned and killed himself by banging his head against the wall. Then under the charge of intending to harm. Among them were Chen family members who quickly returned to the Chen residence to inform Elon. My dear Kin, I beg you not to blame your father. I did this for our family. Despite having decided to sacrifice Dalton, Elon couldn't help but feel sad hearing of his son's death. After a brief moment of sadness, Elon's gaze became sharp. He believed all of this was caused by Jared. If not for Jared's sudden appearance, how could this disaster have befallen the Chen family? At that moment, Velma rushed in. I received word that the birdie has ordered the execution of Elisong and Everett at noon today. What? Hearing this, Elon quickly said, then hurry up. If something happens to Elisong and Everett, what use will becoming Preston be? Dalton was already dead. Elisong was his only son. Everett was his only grandson. Although Dalton had a wife, she only bore him a daughter who couldn't inherit the throne. If not for Velma's assurance that she could save Everett and Elisong, he wouldn't have agreed to cooperate. Lord Chen, rest assured, everything is under my control. I guarantee Elisong and Everett will be safe. Of course, Lord Chen, you must also move quickly, recruiting soldiers and casting weapons privately, ensuring not to be discovered. That goes without saying. Would I be stupid enough to let the birdie find out? Elon smirked coldly. Everything is our. Commander Zhao, you came just in time. Riggs hurried over to Brett, explaining everything that happened. Upon hearing this, Brett furrowed his brows. Lord Aaron just left the palace. How could he instantly appear in the prison? It's clear that it can't be Lord Aaron. The guards were shocked. Riggs asked anxiously, Commander Zhao, what should we do next? Does the birdie have any instructions? Brett nodded slightly. The birdie said to leave a deliberate opening to draw the snake out of its hole. There's no need to expose him. We'll go along with it. With that, Brett immediately left. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Burl continued to look at Everett and Elisong with a cold expression, making them increasingly nervous. Suddenly, the two soldiers beside Burl tore off the human skin masks from their faces, revealing lifeless, zombie-like expressions beneath. Quickly put these human skin masks on. I'll ensure your safe departure. The voice coming from Burl transformed into a seductive female voice. This was none other than Elsa, who had disguised herself as Burl. She was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also a master of disguise techniques. In addition, she was adept at using poisons and insect charms. The two soldiers behind her had already been controlled by her poison charm and had become zombies. As long as Elisong and Everett wore the human skin masks, they would pass as substitutes. To ensure they wouldn't be discovered, Elsa found two people who almost perfectly matched the build of Elisong and Everett. Seeing this, Elisong and Everett were first stunned, then became extremely excited. They realized that this Burl was also a fake. Undoubtedly, this was Elon's plan to rescue them. Without hesitation, they put on the masks and exchanged clothes with the zombie-like soldiers. They now looked exactly like the original soldiers. No one would suspect that these were not Elisong and Everett. Excellent. Elsa nodded in satisfaction. Then she took out two more prepared masks and placed them on the faces of the people she controlled, transforming them into perfect copies of Elisong and Everett, except for their slightly Daiju expressions. Edit. Then she took out two more prepared masks and placed them on the faces of the people she controlled. They were instantly transformed into perfect replicas of Elisong and Everett, with the only difference being their slightly vacant expressions. Just remember, starting today, Elisong and Everett are dead. After leaving here, someone will arrange for your departure from South U City. When the time is right, you can return. Hearing this, Elisong and Everett nodded. Elsa then led the disguised Elisong and Everett out of the prison, handing over the substitutes to the guards. Coldly, she said, the birdie wanted me to see if they had anything to say. These two refused to speak. It looks like they've accepted their fate. So take them to the execution grounds. Elsa spoke briefly in Burl's voice and quickly left. This guy acted so thoroughly. If Commander Zhao hadn't appeared, we would have thought this Lord Aaron was real. Riggs watched the fake Burl's back with a frown and glanced at the two stiff-faced Elisong and Everett. Clearly, these two were also fakes. He couldn't help but admire the mysterious person disguised as Burl, whose skills were extraordinary. To avoid raising suspicion, he did not say anything more, silently escorting the fake Elisong and Everett to the execution grounds. At the same time, Brett returned to the South U Palace, informing Jared about the impersonation of Burl and the secret rescue of Elisong and Everett. Jared, lounging in a courtyard chair, suddenly became interested upon hearing this. Well, I thought it would be something predictable like a prison break. Didn't expect such talent. Brecken, did that guy really look exactly like Burl? Jared asked curiously. Beside him, Alicia also looked at Brett with interest. As the birdie commands, indeed they were identical. The guard said even the voice was the same, Brett replied, feeling curious about the mysterious person himself. Interesting. How did old Elon manage to find such an expert? And the strange poison last time too. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a high-level expert secretly assisting Elon. Go and monitor Chen Manor now to see who this expert might be. Jared instructed seriously. As you command. Brett bowed respectfully and left. At that moment, Jared looked at a corner. You know the whole story, right? What are your thoughts now? Chapter 163, Pawn. Your father said he would rescue you, but in reality, he fed you poisoned food. While Elisong and Lucian, who were supposed to die, were secretly saved instead. Clearly, Elon has been deceiving you from the very beginning. With all the secrets of the Chen family that you hold, he was bound to choose to sacrifice you. Just as Jared finished speaking, a man slowly walked out from a corner. This man was none other than the secretly protected Dalton. To the outside world, he had already committed suicide by banging his head against a wall in prison. In truth, he had been kept in Birdie Jared's mansion all this time. Why? Why does Gay treat me like this? As Dalton walked, He spoke despondently. These past years, I have worked tirelessly for the Qin family, dealing with all kinds of underhanded matters. In the end, I was so easily abandoned by my father? As a member of the Qin family, how could I possibly reveal its secrets so easily? Why doesn't Gay trust me? Is it because I am not a legitimate son, born of a concubine? The more Dalton spoke, the angrier he became, clenching his fists tightly. Over these years, while he was publicly respected as the county magistrate of Nanhua, handling affairs gloriously, in reality, he had to carry out all sorts of dirty work for the Qin family. Whenever Lucian caused trouble, Dalton had to personally resolve the issues. Meanwhile, his Dylan brother Elisong, who was inferior in every way, was deeply favored by Elon and groomed as the next patriarch of the Qin family. No matter how excellent Dalton was, it held no significance. Initially, Dalton didn't feel much about it, given the difference between legitimate and illegitimate status, and he had accepted his fate. But who would have thought this would happen? Elisong and Lucian, who caused the troubles, could leave unharmed while he was left to die alone? He could have been saved using the same method. Why wasn't he? This was something Dalton could absolutely not accept. Your Highness, I can tell you everything. After pondering for a long while, Dalton knelt before Jared. Now that he had been abandoned by the Qin family and considered dead in their eyes, he saw no need to keep their secrets anymore. It would be better to tell everything to Jared and exchange it for a chance at survival. In an indirect way, this could ensure that the Qin family's lineage continued. Very well, as long as you tell me everything you know. I will naturally not mistreat you, and certainly won't kill you, Jared nodded in satisfaction. Compared to others in the Qin family, Dalton had some capability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to handle the Qin family's dirty business so cleanly. Moreover, before his arrest, he enjoyed great popularity among the people and was regarded as a good official. Killing such a person would indeed be a pity. Jared then instructed the guards to take Dalton to a side study room where he wrote down all the dark deeds of the Qin family over the years. Meanwhile, the fake Elisong and Lucian were beheaded in public on the execution ground. The people watched clearly, mourning for Elon, losing both his son and grandson, burying the young before the old. My children. In reality, Elon knew that the real Elisong and Lucian had been rescued, but at this moment, he must appear grieving. It was best to make the people believe that King Jared of Nanhua was excessively cruel, making it easier for him to overthrow Jared and reclaim Nanhua later. Unbeknownst to him, while he feigned despair and cried, Dalton had already written down all the underhanded things the Qin family had done over the years and handed it to Jared. Jared scanned through it casually, immediately showing a look of extreme anger. In the 12th year of Renwu, Lucian lusted after the daughter of a Rao blacksmith in Nanhua City, a Rao Ro, and assaulted her. Unable to bear the humiliation, a Rao Ro hanged herself. A Rao blacksmith sought justice for his daughter. Xinfu County were involved. The common people got nothing. While embezzling relief funds, Elon played the role of a good Samaritan, occasionally opening granaries to help refugees. A complete hypocrite. Your Highness, although I helped cover up these things, I never did such heinous deeds myself. If your Highness does not believe me, please investigate. I beg for your mercy to spare my life. Seeing Jared's angry expression, Dalton feared he might be executed in rage and hurriedly defended himself. Rest assured, I always keep my word and will not kill you. As for whether you were involved in illegal activities, we need to investigate thoroughly. Jared was undecided about what to do with Dalton but wouldn't rashly execute him. Dalton's ability to clean up after the Qin family so thoroughly without being discovered proved his talent. With evidence now in hand, Jared decided it was time to uproot the Qin family. Hearing Jared's words, Dalton finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Brett, who had just returned hastily, reported, Your Highness, suspicious people indeed entered the Qin residence. The mysterious rescuer who saved Elisong and Lucian turned out to be a woman. Chapter 164. If the Japanese state wants war, then so be it. A woman? Jared's eyebrows furrowed immediately as he glanced at Dalton beside him. Is this woman from your Qin family? Dalton shook his head hastily. How could my Qin family have a woman of unknown origin? Regarding this mysterious woman, Dalton was also quite puzzled. At this moment, Brett, who was standing to the side, spoke up. This woman has an extremely powerful aura. At least a 9th rank warrior. In the present Dezhou dynasty, there are only a few warriors who have surpassed the 9th rank. I mostly know all of these people, and indeed, there are women among them. But this woman is very unfamiliar to me. I've never seen her before. Perhaps she's not even a warrior of the Dezhou dynasty. As in master-level warrior, Brett was quite famous in the martial arts world. What kind of experts hadn't he seen? Yet, he alone couldn't figure out this woman. A 9th rank warrior who was proficient in disguise and insect charms. Brett really couldn't think through who this person might be. This is troublesome. Jared's expression became increasingly solemn. He now understood that it was this woman who had been providing strategies behind the scenes for the Qin family all along. Brecken, if you were to engage with this woman, what are your chances of winning? If it were anyone else, Jared wouldn't mind. Brett, a master-level warrior, could definitely handle it. But this person's unpredictability required Jared to confirm things. Your Highness, rest assured. Although this woman is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, far stronger than ordinary 9th ranker to the Japanese state, we can cancel our alliance with Dehang immediately and form an alliance with Dezhou instead. In the future, if needed, we will send troops to join forces with Dezhou against Dehang. What do you think, Tobias of Dezhou? The Jacques didn't mince words, stating everything straightforwardly since the Japanese state was already allied with Dehang, bolstering their confidence. No matter how the Dezhou Emperor decided, it wouldn't result in any loss for the Japanese state. If the Dezhou Emperor refused, they could still attack Nanyu. At that point, Dehang would do the same, causing Dezhou to fight on two fronts simultaneously, inevitably leading to the Japanese taking control of Nanyu Prefecture. Outrageous! How dare you, envoy of the Japanese state? You dare to openly threaten us? Bertie Tanner, the second prince, was furious. Though he wished Jared dead by the hands of the Japanese, he was still a prince of Dezhou. He planned to become the emperor one day, and could not tolerate such insolence from the Japanese state. Tanner had already made plans to annihilate the Japanese once he ascended the throne. All officials present glared angrily at the Jacques, wishing to slay him on the spot. Haha, it is a threat indeed. What will you do about it? The Jacques sneered coldly, unafraid. The modern-day Japanese state was no longer what it used to be. If he were killed today, it would provide an excellent reason for war. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Corbin laughed loudly from his dragon throne, his eyes turning fiercely dangerous. A tiny country dares to be so outrageous before our great Dezhou dynasty. Weston with a goatee and the left chancellor of the Dezhou dynasty. Many other younger officials agreed with Zhao Cheng. These people, all products of imperial exams, represented fresh blood in the Dezhou government. Corbin wanted new voices in his administration to prevent old bureaucrats from controlling the country. Thus, preparations for potential conflict with the Japanese state began. Chapter 165. The Fool of the Abdulg Family. I have a plan for reinforcing the southern region of you, said Corbin of Zhou. Let's give King Jared of Nanyue some time. If he fails to suppress Japan, then we'll send reinforcements. The most urgent task at hand is dealing with the Dagong Kingdom in the north. Compared to Japan, the Dagong Kingdom is far more dangerous. Corbin spoke solemnly. The Zhou dynasty had been recuperating for over 2 decades, and though the Dagong Kingdom was once severely weakened, it too had 20 years to recuperate. These past years, Dagong had been biding its time, building up formidable strength. For Corbin, Japan was nothing to worry about. The Dagong Kingdom was his biggest concern. If this opportunity arose to crush the Dagong Kingdom, he could establish a complete and unified Zhou dynasty. This wasn't just Corbin's lifelong wish, but also the late Yush's desire. Of course, Corbin was always cautious and did not place all his hopes on Jared alone. He had already instructed Julius to station troops in Wuzhou, which was closest to Nanyue. Should anything happen there, they would immediately march into Nanyue to block Japanese forces. Officials like Gabriel and military officers, including Julius, all nodded in agreement. Afterward, Corbin continued discussing strategies against the Dagong Kingdom. Elsewhere, outside the city of Nanyue in Qingping Village, Jared, Brett, and Alicia, dressed in disguise, slowly walked in. Qingping Village, being part of the Nanyue area, appeared much wealthier compared to villages near Qinfu County. At that moment, Jared politely approached Weston carrying firewood. Excuse me, brother, do you know of any families surnamed Abdulg here in Qingping Village? Abdulg? The man frowned. Who are you? We're distant relatives of the Abdulg family. We came by Nanyue specifically to visit, Jared replied calmly. I see. The man sighed. Unfortunately, the Abdulg family no longer exists. Only the second son, Albin, remains alive, but he has become a madman, sitting by the village entrance all day. He pointed to Acton, about 16 or 17, sitting at the entrance with unkempt hair and ragged clothes, laughing foolishly to the sky and occasionally looking around in terror as if expecting danger. That's Albin, the youngest son of the Abdulg family. He's truly pitiful. Since you're his relatives, please take him away. AI, the man sighed again, picked up his firewood and left. Let's go see him, Jared said and hurried with Brett and Alicia toward Albin. Hello, I am. Before Jared could finish, Albin screamed in terror. No, I know nothing. He shouted and scrambled away. Seeing this, Jared's expression grew grave. Previously, Dalton had written down all the misdeeds of the Chen family over the years, including how he covered up for them. This detailed account included the story of Albin's older brother, Daryl, who had planned to travel to the capital for the imperial exams but lacked money. He pawned an ancestral jade pendant, but the amount wasn't enough. Desperate, he met Everett, who lured him into a gambling den, leading to tragic events. Daryl's parents were killed by the Chen family. The shock of losing his brother and parents drove Albin to madness. When Dalton secretly visited the Abdulg family to verify, he found Albin genuinely mad and left assured. Randy, the Chen family is truly despicable. Without them, the Abdulg family wouldn't have suffered like this, Alicia said angrily beside Jared. Don't worry, none of the Chen family will escape justice. But first, let's follow Albin back and see if we can help him. Jared followed Albin to a shabby straw hut in Qingping Village. Originally, the Abdulg family owned an ancestral home here, but it was seized by the Chen family. Albin had heard of King Jared's actions in Qinfu County and yearned for his arrival. Today, he finally waited long enough. Years of weiqi and pain surged out in this moment. // Years of weiqi should be translated to years of weiqu, grievance and pain, or directly as years of grievance and pain. However, weiqi specifically implies a sense of feeling wronged or unjustly treated. Therefore, it is better translated as years of feeling wronged and pain surged out in this moment. // For more fluency and natural expression in English. The years of feeling wronged and tormented finally erupted in this moment. Please, Your Highness, seek justice for my deceased brother and parents, he pleaded. Translated accurately with emphasis on tone and structure preservation. Chapter 166. The Chen family's plan. Jared extended his hand to help Albin up. Don't worry. I've come today specifically to reclaim justice for you. You can tell me everything that you know. Seeing Albin suddenly become clear-headed, no longer acting crazily, Jared knew that he must have been pretending all along to evade the Chen family's spies. For revenge, he surely had gathered various pieces of evidence and intelligence on the Chen family's crimes. His identity forcing him to sell his ancestral home. To ensure no trouble from the Abdulg family, they were slaughtered under disguise of bandits. Young Albin escaped by hiding in a rice bin and began feigning madness to avoid being killed off. After hearing all this, Jared felt even more detest toward the Chen family. He initially thought Everett merely picked a fight for no reason, but now he realized Elon was behind it all. Your Highness, there's something strange, Albin added. Since leaving Qingping Village, the Chen family rarely returns except for fixed ancestral worship days. The ancestral home has only cleaning servants. No one else lives there. But recently, Qin family members frequently visit, with two unidentified men living there. Though seemingly mad, Albin closely watched the Qin family. Two mysterious men are staying at the Chen ancestral home? Jared paused, then smiled. I have a guess about who these two might be. Brett and Alicia also realized, clearly understanding the hidden rescue of Elisong and Everett, hiding within the Chan ancestral home. Qingping village, while not far from Nanhua City, indeed offered the safest place. What puzzled Jared was why the Qin family, if merely hiding Elisong and Everett, wouldn't act covertly but appeared so frequently. It seems they're plotting something sinister. Jared looked at Brett. Brecken, please keep watch on the Chun ancestral home, O dynasty. Chaos would ensue. Regardless of whether they repelled the attackers, the dynasty would be weakened. Elon could seize this opportunity to reclaim control over Nanhua. Chapter 167. The power of cannons. However, Jared had a major doubt now. How did Elon know about the alliance between what country and the Datesong kingdom? He wasn't an important official but merely an ordinary citizen. After a moment of deep thought, the corners of Jared's mouth curled slightly. It looks like everything was told to him by that mysterious woman. We must capture her. Upon hearing this, Brett immediately asked, Your Highness, can we take action now? During this period, after learning about the Chin's affairs, Brett had been eager to eliminate the Chun family as soon as possible. Don't be in a hurry. Now that we have solid evidence, dealing with the Chun family will be a piece of cake, Jared replied. Today, there is also another important matter. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Hutch's excited shout from outside the door, Your Highness! Your Highness! I'm back. The cannons and matchlock guns you ordered have been successfully made. The cannon is currently set up on open ground outside Nanhua City, awaiting your inspection. Here's a sample of the matchlock gun. Hutch hurriedly ran up to Jared and handed him the matchlock gun. Very good. Jared took the matchlock gun with excitement, inspecting it thoroughly. It had to be said that the craftsman's skills were excellent. The appearance and various details of the matchlock gun matched exactly what Jared had imagined. Only now did Brett understand what the other important matter was. These new types of firearms. The Qin family was just a minor character. The real target was what country. Based on Brett's knowledge of previous firearms, these matchlock guns and cannons would undoubtedly be much more powerful. He was also very curious about the power of these new weapons. Let's go see them outside the city. Although Jared roughly knew the power of the cannons and matchlock guns, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Following Hutch's lead, Jared and Brett each mounted a horse and sped off towards the outskirts of the city. A little while later, in a valley outside Nanhua City, this area was deserted, making it ideal for testing the cannons. Before that, however, the matchlock guns needed to be tested first. Jared skillfully loaded an appropriate amount of gunpowder and a bullet into the matchlock gun, lit the fuse, and aimed at a large tree ahead. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a powerful bullet instantly penetrated the large tree in front. Additionally, at the moment of firing, besides the loud sound, there were sparks flying everywhere from the matchlock gun. Hutch, Brett, and the other guards, watching from a distance, felt deeply shocked. Although the power of the matchlock gun seemed similar to the previous firelocks at first glance, inflict a devastating blow on what country, cannons were the most crucial. Bring it forward. Jared handed the matchlock gun to a guard beside him and shouted. Next, a guard carefully wheeled the cannon in front of Jared, with the barrel pointing at a large mountain ahead. The cannonballs currently used were just solid iron balls. In this age of cold weapons, the power of cannons was absolutely overwhelming. Those directly hit by a cannon would either die instantly or be permanently disabled. Even if not hit directly, the shrapnel caused by the solid ball hitting the ground or the shockwave generated during flight could cause indirect damage to human muscle tissue, bones, and organs. The power of cannons far exceeded that of firelocks and matchlock guns. When used for attacking cities, what country couldn't resist repeated bombardments? Unfortunately, the time given to Jared was too short to develop other types of ammunition. But even with solid iron balls, dealing with what country would be sufficient. Come, load the cannonball. Wait for my command to ignite it. Standing aside, Jared ordered the guards. Yes, sir. The guards responded unanimously, eagerly anticipating the cannon's power. Once the heavy cannonball and gunpowder were loaded into the cannon, Jared gave the order, fire. Holding matches, the guards ignited the fuse at the back of the cannon. As the fuse burned out, it ignited the gunpowder inside. At the moment of explosion, an immense energy quickly propelled the cannonball forward. Boom! A deafening roar, the cannonball shot out and hit the mountain in front, causing the entire mountain to shake as if struck by an earthquake. The hit area completely collapsed. Not only was the noise terrifying, but the power was horrifying. Brett and Hutch, both martial arts experts, were left speechless by the sight of the cannon's power. They knew well that if any of them were hit directly by a cannon, even a grandmaster would surely die. After a brief moment of shock, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. With such powerful firearms, what was what country? They could breach what country's gates in no time. Chapter 168. Testing the waters. His Highness, these firearms are truly formidable. With weapons of such power, what is Japan compared to this? Hutch and the other guards, seeing the demonstrations, cheered in excitement, their admiration for Jared growing even stronger. Especially Brett, who was utterly astounded. A weapon that could withstand a Grandmaster-level warrior had been invented by Jared with apparent ease. At this moment, he began to wonder if Jared might indeed be a celestial deity descended from heaven. Otherwise, how could anyone invent a firearm so beyond human imagination? Regardless, Brett felt an intense thrill inside him. Indeed, as they all said, with these firearms, dealing with Japan would be no trouble at all. Olderau, both the matchlock rifles and cannons are excellent. First, have the guards transport these samples back to my palace, said Jared. Tomorrow morning, join me to head to the barracks and demonstrate them to the Nanhua soldiers. The moment Jared finished speaking, Hutch looked puzzled. Your Highness, why not go to the barracks today? He couldn't wait to show the Nanhua soldiers the firepower demonstrated here. No, we're busy today. There's something more important happening today. Jared paused and glanced at Brett. Brecken, tell Olderau what's going on. Brett smiled faintly, walked over to Hutch, put his arm around him, and whispered into his ear. During this period, Hutch had been supervising the workers in Wolf Mountain, manufacturing matchlock rifles and cannons, so he knew only about Everett and Ellisong running a black shop and harming out-of-town travelers. Now, hearing about the Chun family's actions from Brett, Hutch's face immediately showed deep anger. How despicable. Is there even law and order left in this world? The Chun family are nothing but beasts. Fuming with rage, Hutch shouted, Your Highness, when do we move against them? Impulsive by nature, he wished to take immediate action against the Chun family upon learning this. Action can be taken anytime. A mere Chun family means nothing to me. Now that we have solid evidence, their excuses mean nothing. But there's a tricky part, the mysterious woman. As Jared spoke, his expression grew increasingly serious. This woman is extremely enigmatic, highly skilled in martial arts, and also adept at using poison and insect plagues. We must first find a way to lure her away. Then the Chun family will be no concern. Brecken, you are at the Grandmaster level. Handle this woman. Act immediately and lure her away from the Chun residence. As the Preston, Jared found it relatively simple to deal with the Chun family. He could simply send a large number of guards to surround the Chun residence. But the problem lay with the mysterious woman. If she used poison or insect plagues secretly, it would result in significant casualties among the guards. Therefore, it was crucial to lure her away first. Once she left, the Chun family wouldn't be a threat anymore. Understood. Brett bowed respectfully and hurried off. He had already been thinking about how to lure the woman out of the Chun residence. Your Highness, what about me? Asked Hutch, approaching Jared. You have a very important task. Take a squad of guards immediately and raid the Chun family's ancestral home in Qingping village. Upon hearing this, Hutch immediately sprang into action. A short while later, in the Chun residence within Nanhua City, a shadow-like figure swiftly bypassed countless guards, entering the Chun residence effortlessly. Velma, who had been sitting in the hall chatting with Elon, suddenly sensed something and looked alertly toward the door. Did something happen? Elon asked anxiously. Velma remained silent for a moment before her lips curled slightly upward. I've heard there is a supreme master by the side of King Jared of Nanhua. Who would have thought it was true? Hearing Velma's words, Elon's face turned pale. What did you say? A master by the king's side? Could our plan have been exposed, and the king acting against us? After all, what Elon was doing now was punishable by death. If caught, it could lead to the extermination of the entire clan. It's impossible. Velma shook her head firmly. This plan was flawless. Unless someone from your Chun family leaked it, how could Jared know? I believe Jared must have sent him here to test me. At first, Velma was somewhat surprised, but after some consideration, everything seemed perfect. There was no way the plan could have been exposed. The only possibility was her presence, a woman with no relation to the Chun family living here for an extended period, raising suspicion. From her perspective, Jared must have deliberately sent Brett. She showed no panic, calmly standing up and walking towards the door. Mistress Mu, where are you going? The attack. Even a small stone from a grandmaster could unleash considerable power. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to easily evade the attack. Otherwise, this strike would have killed her instantly. Hashtag chapter 169, closing the net. The prince wishes to invite this humble girl to the mansion, and I will naturally comply. However, I have urgent matters at hand now. Perhaps another day would be more appropriate. As soon as Elsa finished speaking, she leaped into action, her figure vanishing like a phantom. Seeing this, Brett's lips curled into a smile as he immediately began pursuing her. His plan was simple and straightforward. There was no need for subterfuge. By pretending to act on the prince's orders to capture her, it was certain that she would flee rather than sit passively and await her fate. After all, Brett was a master-level warrior. If she did not want to be captured, she would certainly run. Moreover, Brett had never mentioned anything about the Chun family, leaving no room for suspicion. She would only think that Jared lacked evidence and was thus targeting her as a breakthrough. Indeed, Elsa had temporarily left the Chun residence. Brett could have caught up with her instantly using his formidable strength, but chose not to. Instead, he deliberately followed her at a leisurely pace, even deterring back to the mansion to relay a message. Even if my family has been wrong, we've already paid a heavy price. My 2 sons and grandson are dead. Isn't that enough? Would your highness not spare an old man like me? Elon forced calm, believing the Chun family's plan hadn't been exposed. Without evidence, the prince couldn't just randomly arrest the renowned philanthropist of Nanhua City. Surely, it would stir public outrage. Ha, Chun old man, you sure know how to put on a show. Do you really think I don't know anything? Jared sneered coldly. Men, take everyone from the Chun family away. As Jared gave the order, the guards rushed forward, tying up Elon and escorting the entire Chun family out. The birdie of Nanhua leading a raid on the Chun residence naturally drew a crowd of onlookers. What happened? What crime has the Chun family committed? Who knows, but since the prince is personally arresting them, it seems the Chun family is in deep trouble. Both of Chun old man's sons and his only grandson are dead. Isn't the prince being too harsh? Quiet, quiet. The prince is coming out. Upon seeing Jared emerge from the Chun residence, the onlookers all kneeled down. Currently, the people of Nanhua City didn't view Jared favorably, finding him overly ruthless instead of the benevolent ruler rumored in Qingfu County. Clearly, he intended to wipe out the entire Chun family. Birdie, may I ask, what crime has grandfather Chun committed? Why treat him like this? Regardless of their faults, the Chun family has paid dearly. Those who had risked kill me, I'll accept it, but not on false charges. Hearing this, Elon's heart trembled but quickly regained composure. With Dalton dead, who knew about the Chun family's secrets? Jared must be trying to trick him. Chapter 170, The Truth. You accuse me of slandering you? Jared sneered coldly. Rest assured. I'll make sure you die with a clear conscience. As soon as he said this, Hutch arrived with a group of guards slowly approaching the area. At first, Elon wasn't concerned, convinced that his plan was foolproof and that Jared couldn't possibly have any evidence. However, when he saw among the escorted prisoners were Carnell and Elisong, his expression immediately turned to one of shock. How? How is this possible? Elon's eyes widened in disbelief. He had secretly hidden Carnell and Elisong in the ancestral home of the Chen family. How did Jared find out? Doesn't this mean that the weapon shop in the Chen family's ancestral home will also be discovered? At that moment, Elon's shock quickly turned into fear. An overwhelming fear. The many onlookers present were equally shocked when they saw Carnell and Elisong. Huh? What's happening? Weren't Elisong and Carnell publicly beheaded? Why are they still alive? I remember old Master Chen was heartbroken and fainted from crying back then. That's strange. How can dead people suddenly reappear? Could it be that old Master Chen really did something secret? Otherwise, this doesn't make sense at all. Everyone looked questioningly at Elon, hoping for an explanation. However, Elon was too frightened to speak, let alone give an answer. Jared looked at Elon with a slight smile. Old Master Chen, you must be very confused as to why I uncovered these secrets, right? In fact, it's quite simple. Jared gently waved his hand, and under the escort of guards, Dalton walked out from the side. Seeing Dalton, Elon was so scared that his legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. How? How is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Elon had personally sent the poisonous meal to Dalton. Although he hadn't seen him eat it, the food was gone. So how could Dalton still be alive? Moreover, the authorities had issued an announcement stating that Dalton had gone mad in prison and committed suicide. Realizing this, Elon's pupils contracted. Could it be? Could all of this have been a trap? Gay, did I do anything wrong? Why did you treat me like this? These past years, I worked tirelessly to clean up after the Chen family. Whatever heinous acts Carnell and Elisong committed, I resolved them all. After all I've done for the Chen family, why would you sentence me to death? Is it simply because I was born to a concubine? Well, of course. After all, I'm just a concubine's son, inconsequential to you. All I want now is self-preservation. Gay, may you rest in peace. There's no lack of heirs for the Chen family. Dalton's eyes grew cold as he said this, severing all ties with Elon. Ungrateful son. Ungrateful son. Elon scolded furiously, pointing at Dalton. He then turned to Jared. Your Highness, please be discerning. All this was fabricated by the disloyal Dalton. He seeks revenge against me. Everything he says cannot be trusted. Jared laughed aloud. If we shouldn't believe what he says, should I trust you? Elon, enough of your excuses. Since you claim he's lying, why were Carnell and Elisong, who were supposed to be dead, found alive in your family's ancestral home? Your prince swap scheme is indeed cunning. If I hadn't noticed beforehand, you might have succeeded. Elon was left speechless, unable to respond. Don't bother explaining anymore. I already said I'd make sure you die with a clear conscience. Jared then looked at Dalton. Tell everyone clearly about the Chen family's misdeeds. Let the people understand what kind of person Elon truly is. Without hesitation, Dalton loudly recited the details he had previously written down. The crowd listened intently, their expressions shifting from shock to anger. Those who had previously defended Elon stood rooted to the spot, behind earlier. What do you mean? Did you intentionally lead me out here? Thinking this, Elsa's expression became grave, and she began to worry about the Chen family. You are indeed smart, said Brett. But alas, you are one step too late. The Chen family has likely been completely captured by His Highness. So, will you come along quietly, or shall I use force? Brett deduced that the Chen family was already done for, and it was time to put in full effort. This woman must be captured. Hearing these words, Elsa frowned and remained silent. Her greatest fear had become reality. It seemed their perfect plan had leaked. Even if she rushed back now, it might be too late. Not bad, Lady of Nanua. I must say, I'm impressed, said Elsa. But do you really think you can catch me? Since the situation had been exposed, the Chen family would have no further use. If Elsa stayed, falling into the hands of His Highness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without hesitation, she threw a handful of flower powder at Brett. Brett reacted quickly, covering his nose and mouth, drawing his sword from his waist, and attacking Elsa swiftly. Despite being unfamiliar with her moves and background, Brett, as a master-level martial artist, had no fear. Such minor tricks were useless against him. What incredible speed! Elsa, surprised by his reaction, drew her flexible sword and engaged in fierce battle. Facing a master-level martial artist, Elsa gave it her all. While she wasn't Brett's match in brute strength, her confidence came from special tactics. The flower powder wasn't intended for Brett, but was a fragrance that attracted various poisonous insects. Sure enough, as the flower powder dispersed, numerous venomous creatures swarmed around. Elsa ran into this valley specifically because it housed many poisonous insects she could utilize. However, just as she thought the insects would distract Brett, they seemed to fear his aura and wouldn't approach. What? Elsa was stunned by this turn of events. Haha. Do you really think you can defeat me with such minor tricks? You're underestimating me far too much. Brett, always cautious, prepared thoroughly despite his opponent being only a 9th-rank martial artist. He smeared his body with herbs that repelled venomous insects and bugs. With the insects neutralized, a mere 9th-rank martial artist stood no chance against him. Within a few rounds, he subdued Elsa, locking her acupoints so she couldn't resist. At this moment, Hutch arrived with his guards, seeing the subdued Elsa. Brecken, is this the mysterious woman from the Chen family? Hutch approached Elsa immediately. Otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. If you release me now, I can't help you against the Japanese. Elsa spoke coldly. Help me against the Japanese? Jared laughed aloud. A mere Japan? Do you think I'm afraid? Let me tell you this. If Japan dares attack Nanua, they'll be wiped out. Hashtag chapter 172. The Grandmaster appears. Hearing Jared's words, Elsa was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Jared, Where does your confidence come from to say such things? Even if your father were still alive, it would be impossible to defeat Japan with just the forces of Nanyue, let alone wiping out their entire country. Do you really think a few words can deceive me? Elsa smiled. I came to Nanyue merely to find a partner. Since the Chen family is no longer viable, we must change our strategy. I can help you annihilate Japan if you agree to 2 conditions. You should consider my offer carefully. Before Elsa could finish speaking, Jared interrupted. Enough. Do you think you're impressive? At this moment, you're nothing but a prisoner. What qualifications do you have to bargain with this king? Emir Japan has never dark figure appeared atop the roof of Nanyue Palace, as if materializing out of thin air. Even with numerous guards around, no one noticed him. It was clear that despite wearing nighttime attire, he had white hair and was clearly indolent. Despite his advanced age, he exuded formidable energy and martial prowess. Rain, I didn't expect even someone as smart as you would fall into Jared's hands. It seems the rumors are true. Jared has indeed been hiding his true strength all these years. The old man stood on the roof, his cold eyes scanning the palace, as though sensing something. During this time, he suppressed his aura completely, becoming invisible. Moments later, his eyes lit up, focusing on the southeast corner of the palace. Leaping into action, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was disguised as a common guard in Nanyue Palace, much like Elsa's disguise skills. With this appearance, he easily approached the room where Elsa was held. Standing guard outside were Master-level Brett and 9th-rank warrior Hutch. Between the two, Elsa had no chance of escape. A Master-level warrior and a 9th-rank warrior, quite a generous arrangement, demon, to have such powerful warriors protecting Jared. But without Yush, your predecessor, how could you have secured the throne? But even with such strong protection, it means nothing to this old man. The Dylan chuckled softly, blending seamlessly among the guards. Suddenly, a jade box appeared in his hand containing a peculiar flower fragrance. What's happening? What is that? The guards noticed the box filled with powder, startling them. They realized too late that their companion was problematic. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. As soon as the box opened, the strange scent spread rapidly. Anyone who breathed it in felt dizzy and promptly fainted. Hutch and Brett reacted quickly, covering their noses upon detecting the smell, preventing immediate unconsciousness. Still, the fragrance affected them, making them visibly pale. The prince was right. Someone would show up. Brett, though affected by the scent, remained formidable. Plus, Hutch, a 9th-rank warrior, was nearby. But they didn't expect the rescuer to also excel in disguise and be a master-level warrior like Brett. Whether due to Brett's compromised state or the other's superior skill, this person emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura, surpassing Brett. Clearly, he exceeded the master level. Despite knowing this, Brett and Hutch showed no signs of retreating, ready for battle. I advise you not to resist. This softening powder I used is my own creation. Large inhalation causes instant unconsciousness. Small amounts make limbs weak. Though you are skilled, it's futile. I don't wish to fight tonight. Stand aside quietly. The Dylan nonchalantly released more powder with a wave of his hand. Despite using internal cold laughs, the old man shattered the door with a palm strike. Although Elsa was immobilized by sealed acupoints, she showed excitement upon seeing the old man. She then respectfully exclaimed, "Master!" This old man was indeed Elsa's master, a true super grandmaster. It was because of this that Elsa felt so emboldened. She was confident that her master would appear tonight. With a composed expression, the old man walked to Elsa and released her acupoints. This disciple has failed in her duties. Please punish me, master. Elsa immediately knelt down. No need for such formality. Even I did not expect Jared to be so capable, the old man sighed. Never mind. Since the Chin family is no good, we will change our strategy. With that, the old man took Elsa and left the room. Under the effects of the softening powder, Brett and Hutch grew increasingly weak. In this state, if the old man chose to act, he could have taken their lives in mere moments. However, he did not do so. Instead, he casually threw a letter in front of Brett and Hutch. The softening powder will lose its effect in about 2 hours. Give this letter to Jared. I hope he considers it carefully. With those words, the old man leaped away with Elsa, disappearing into the night. The Nanyuan palace was now filled with a suffocating scent of soft, but he held back to give Jared time to consider. How dare he threaten me? Jared angrily tore up the letter. The appearance of a super grandmaster indeed shocked him deeply. If that person had chosen to attack earlier, Jared might already be dead. But that didn't mean he would be intimidated. To give in so easily would make him a laughingstock as the king of Nanyu. Lao Zhao Lao Rao, do you know who that person is? Hearing Jared's question, Brett and Hutch shook their heads solemnly. They truly had no idea who the mysterious individual was. They couldn't believe a super grandmaster would use underhanded methods. If not for the effectiveness of the softening powder, Brett and Hutch would have fought to the death rather than let Elsa escape. After a brief silence, Jared spoke slowly, rest for now. Tomorrow, follow me to the Nanyu prison. If Elon dared to cooperate with her, he must know something about her identity. I will uncover the truth. The next day, early in the morning, Jared left the palace with Brett and Hutch, heading to the Nanyu prison. Elon sat haggard in his cell. He never dreamed he would end up as a prisoner. In that moment, regret washed over him. If only he hadn't collaborated with Elsa, if the Chin family had been more restrained, if he had trusted Dalton instead of poisoning him. Perhaps then, none of this would have happened, and he would still be the benevolent lord of Nanyu City. But there was no turning back now. Regret served no purpose. Victors write history, and the defeated are cast aside. With one wrong move, the Chun family's entire legacy was about to collapse. Thinking of this, Elon felt overwhelming despair. At that moment, the cell door slowly opened, and Jared entered. Huh, so you've come to mock an old man? Elon glared fiercely at Jared. Grant me a swift death. You want a swift death? Jared laughed coldly. You are merely a prisoner now. What leverage do you have to negotiate with me? Do you think I can't reduce your entire Qin family to wretched suffering with just a word? However, considering your age and that you surrendered without resistance, I might grant you a swift death. But first, you must answer one question. Chapter 174, Suicide. At this point, it's a dead end no matter what. Do you think I will answer your questions? Elon sneered coldly, showing no fear of Jared. He knew exactly why Jared had come for him. It was undoubtedly about the mysterious woman. Using this secret to threaten Jared into sparing the Chen family was basically impossible. Since it was all meaningless anyway, did Elon need to say anything? He would take this secret with him to his grave. Are you really not going to speak? Jared's face immediately turned grim, his tone icy as he interrogated. Elon did not respond to Jared, seemingly resolved. He rushed madly toward the prison wall. Boom. A loud crash resounded as Elon's head smashed against the wall, blood splattering everywhere, and he died on the spot. Hearing the commotion, Brett, Hutch, and the guards all rushed over, witnessing the scene unfold. He actually committed suicide. Your Highness, what should we do now? Brett and Hutch felt an intense sense of frustration. If they had been there, they could have prevented this man's suicide. No worries, I anticipated he would do something like this. Are the rest of the Chen family still here? Jared turned to look at the jailer Riggs. Riggs respectfully replied, Your Highness, all the Chen family members are currently in this prison awaiting your Highness' disposal. Torture them and find out the identity of that mysterious woman. After giving these brief instructions, Jared left with Brett and Hutch. Although the crucial Elon had already committed suicide, the other Chen family members likely knew something about the mysterious woman. Jared did not believe everyone in the Chen family would be as staunch as Elon. For example, Lucian would spill everything under slight torture. Such brute force did not require Jared's involvement. Leaving it to the guards was sufficient. Just as they stepped out of the Nanhua prison, Burl came hurrying towards them. Your Highness, as per your instructions, we seized the Chun family assets. We confiscated a total of 500,000 taels of silver and numerous rare treasures, truly a vast fortune. Hearing this, Jared was momentarily stunned. That was a staggering 500,000 taels of silver. Not including other Qin family businesses and treasures, they were incredibly wealthy. Store this money temporarily in the Nanhua City treasury. The king has great plans for it. Then, Jared turned to Hutch beside him. Old Arao, the matter with the Qin family is settled for now. We must focus on dealing with Japan. Go back and bring all the cannons and muskets from the royal residence to the Nanhua military camp. The king and Governor Aaron will go ahead. Let's meet up at the camp. Hutch did not hesitate, bowing respectfully before hurriedly departing. Then, Jared, Brett, and Burl set off again for the Nanhua military camp. Earlier, Jared had demonstrated the power of regular matchlocks to these soldiers. Now, knowing that the new firearms had been successfully developed, everyone was eagerly anticipating the demonstration. Not just the soldiers, but also the provincial governor Burl and generals like Cord waited anxiously. Soon, under everyone's eager gazes, Hutch arrived at the Nanhua military camp with its armor. With just one shot, it wasn't enough. With the fuse still burning, Jared quickly reloaded the bullets and fired again. Moments later, the dummy was riddled with holes and shattered. After the initial shock, thunderous applause filled the air. A dummy clad in armor was demolished like that. What chance did ordinary people stand? A direct hit would probably kill even martial artists. Excellent. This matchlock gun is truly marvelous. Cord exclaimed excitedly. Its shocking power and the terrifying noise when firing are impressive. Japan has surely never seen such formidable firearms. If we can form a squad with matchlock guns and continuously fire at Japanese soldiers, even if not all shots hit, the sheer noise would scare countless Japanese soldiers. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Cord laughed heartily. Burl, standing beside him, praised without reservation. Yes. This is the might of the matchlock gun. Not only powerful but the gunfire creates an awe-inspiring spectacle, enough to terrify Japanese soldiers. As you see, just an ordinary person like myself can wield these weapons. You strong soldiers, with some training, will surpass me. Actually, Jared could have had Hutch or Brett demonstrate for him, making it easier. But he didn't want to do that. Today was not only about testing the weapon's power but proving that anyone, even an ordinary person, could easily use these firearms. Only by personally demonstrating could Jared, a pampered prince, achieve the best effect. Usually granted only to generals who excelled and established outstanding service in battles. Second and third class merits were determined based on soldiers' performance, the number of enemies killed, and contributions recorded by designated personnel. Furthermore, Dezhou had special rewards for soldiers, such as tax reductions for their families. Jared believed that once the recruitment notice was posted, many people would come forward to join the military, especially from the Qingfu County area. Your subordinate obeys, replied Cord respectfully. Well, the demonstration of the matchlock musket is now complete. Next comes the most important artillery. To deal with Japan, this artillery is critical. Bring it forward. At Jared's order, the guards hurriedly brought the cannon before him. This cannon, as you see, is very large and heavy. One person cannot operate it. At least 3 people are required. Next, allow me to demonstrate it. With that said, the guards began loading gunpowder and cannonballs under Jared's direction. The cannonballs used were solid iron spheres. Though they couldn't explode, their impact was still astonishing due to the sheer force of the cannon. Due to its immense power, all the soldiers were standing too close. Immediately, Jared ordered, everyone step back 100 paces. Without hesitation, the numerous Nanhua soldiers started retreating. During the matchlock demonstration, strength against Japan is futile? Jared looked at Burl with a slight smile. You are truly divine, Your Excellency, exclaimed Burl. I was too ignorant before. Please forgive me. Had Burl known about the extraordinary power of these firearms, he wouldn't have said those things. With these weapons, dealing with Japan would be feasible, even against Datsong Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jared laughed heartily. In that case, I'll leave the recruitment to you and General He. Meanwhile, my craftsmen will work day and night to produce more firearms. If Japan dares to invade our Zhou dynasty, we will ensure they never return. These cannons, matchlocks, along with some gunpowder and ammunition, will remain here in the camp. Make sure the soldiers get acquainted with them soon. Each one should learn to use them. One last thing. Gunpowder and ammunition for these cannons and matchlocks must be guarded by dedicated personnel. Anyone who uses or steals them without permission will be executed without mercy. Burl and Cord responded in unison. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Very good, then I will take my leave. Jared nodded approvingly, boarded the carriage, and left the Nanua military camp. Burl and Cord were two individuals Jared trusted wholeheartedly. Leaving the gunpowder with them was a matter of confidence. Of course, the formula for gunpowder, besides Brett and Hutch, was unknown to others. There was no need to worry about it leaking. This moment, seated in the carriage, it paled in comparison to South Green Mountain. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have issued warnings. Fortunately, they were both highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they encountered a tiger, they could handle it. No problem, after all, they are just wild animals. With both of you by my side, I have nothing to worry about. Let's go. Jared then strode into South Green Mountain. Arake Wolf Mountain, South Green Mountain was treacherous and steep. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Additionally, Jared had barely entered South Green Mountain when he began hearing the terrifying roars of unknown beasts, causing chills to run down his spine. If not for the protection of Brett and Hutch, Jared would not dare to enter such a perilous place so easily. It made sense why the government needed to post warnings to prevent citizens from entering South Green Mountain. At that moment, a patch of grass not far ahead of Jared suddenly trembled. Reacting swiftly, Brett and Hutch immediately positioned themselves in front of Jared. The next moment, a large creature appeared before everyone's eyes. Its body was covered with striking orange-yellow fur streaked with black stripes, muscular and approximately 2 meters long. It's a tiger. Your Highness, be careful. Upon seeing this, Brett and Hutch drew their weapons, preparing to engage. By Big Bug, they referred to a tiger, though locals preferred calling it the attack and struck again. This time, the tiger failed to dodge, getting slashed and thrown several feet away. A deep wound appeared on its body, blood gushing out. The previously confident tiger now looked terrified. Only now did it realize how formidable its opponents were. There was no chance of escape. Approaching with his saber raised, Hutch sliced open the tiger's neck with a swift motion. Blood splattered as the tiger fell to the ground, losing its life instantly. Following Jared's instructions, Hutch skillfully skinned the tiger. Nearby was a small stream, where he washed the skin clean before handing it to Jared. Your Highness, how does this tiger's skin look? Hutch asked with a naive smile, contrasting sharply with his earlier determination. Very good, keep it for me. Let's continue exploring. Jared nodded approvingly and walked deeper into the forest. During this journey, Jared carefully observed the terrain of South Green Mountain, occasionally stopping to examine plants and rocks. Eventually, he concluded that there were abundant iron or deposits here as well. The situation at Wolf Mountain could be replicated here. However, the biggest issue was the presence of many wild animals. To allow civilians to mine here safe of humans, the little monkey darted away in a flash. Your Highness, what exactly did you find? Albert and Hutch stood beside Jared, their expressions growing increasingly puzzled. Apart from the monkeys, there was nothing else in these woods. Yet, the aroma of wine grew stronger and stronger. Clearly, no one was brewing here. It baffled them as to where the fragrance was coming from. Amazing! Who would have thought this actually exists? Have you too heard of monkey wine? As he spoke, Jared stared intently at a large tree ahead. Within this tree lay a hollow from which the wine's fragrance emanated. Monkey wine. Hearing this, Albert and Hutch furrowed their brows. But soon, their astonished expressions faded, replaced with excitement. Especially Hutch, who exclaimed in joy, Your Highness, you can't mean that legendary ambrosia. Does such a thing truly exist? Not just Hutch, even the typically calm Albert wore a delighted expression. Although he didn't enjoy drinking much, monkey wine was an exception. Legend has it that the mountain's monkeys gather various fruits into tree hollows to store food for winter. But if they don't need the stored fruits that season, the monkeys might forget about them. As a result, the fruits ferment over time, creating this legendary monkey wine. I never thought we'd stumble upon it today. Their reaction, Jared could tell how delicious the wine was. After being in this world for so long, the usual wine tasted far from satisfactory to him. Having been preoccupied lately, he hadn't brewed anything himself. Encountering monkey wine, Jared felt compelled to get it. No problem. Albert and Hutch immediately acted. Among the monkeys was a king, and capturing the leader would be key. Master-level expert Albert swiftly subdued and killed the king. Without their leader, the monkeys scattered in fear. With the monkeys driven away, Jared climbed up the tree, using branches to reach into the hollow and taste the wine. His eyes lit up. Indeed, it's fantastic. I can't believe the legendary monkey wine is this delicious. No wonder it's called ambrosia. Old Albert, Old Arau, bring all the monkey wine from this hollow back to the palace. At your command, they chorused. What a feast. Jared, accompanied by Hutch and Albert, left South Green Mountain elated. Before leaving, they confirmed the exact location of the wine to avoid mistakes later. Truly, this trip to South Green Mountain had proven fruitful despite its dangers. The danger kept others away, allowing Jared to discover the wine. Even on the carriage ride back, Jared couldn't stop savoring the taste of monkey wine. That afternoon, Albert and Hutch returned with guards and retrieved all the wine, transporting it to Nanu Palace in large jars. Jared specially invited Burl and other officials for a grand banquet to taste the wine. During the banquet, Jared also announced the mining plan for South Green Mountain. Initially, they might have opposed, but now that the court had approved it and everyone was informed of Wolf Mountain, they fully supported it. Led by Burl, the officials stood up and raised their glasses. We will cooperate with your highness. Notably, after Burl took office, officials like chanting, who had followed former Nanyu Governor Joab, were dismissed. Many had conspired with Joab, and Nanyu needed new talent to rebuild. Thus, with Jared's approval, Burl dismissed these officials. Most current officials were previously talented but unappreciated individuals. Upon arriving, Jared learned their backgrounds from Burl. Just as Jared prepared to discuss the mining details, a guard hurried in. Your Highness, envoys from Japan seek an audience. Chapter 178. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll flay you. Who? A Waiguo envoy? Upon hearing this, not just Jared but everyone present was taken aback. They all knew about Jared's upcoming plan to confront Waiguo. But who would have thought that at such a time, Waiguo would actually send someone? What's their game? Wong, this Waiguo envoy probably doesn't come with good intentions, someone remarked. Why don't we just drive them away? Burl walked. Someone, pour a cup of wine for the Waiguo envoy. This is rare monkey wine, something impossible to find in your place. Just as the guard started walking towards the envoy, he interrupted coldly, no need. As good as this monkey wine might be, it certainly can't match the fine wines of our Waiguo. In fact, I didn't come today to join this banquet, his face turning serious. My true purpose is to save you, Preston. What? Jared laughed disdainfully. You want to save this king? Ha ha ha. What makes you think I need saving by people like you? How ridiculous. Everyone else present burst into laughter too. Despite being laughed at by everyone, the Waiguo envoy remained arrogantly unperturbed. He calmly continued, Preston, you may not yet know Tobias Dajo's arrangements. The emperor of your country abandoned an alliance with us Waiguo and declared war on Waiguo and Dachang Kingdom. Once war breaks out, Nanyue cannot withstand our Waiguo troops. At that time, it will inevitably lead to great suffering. Our Waiguo Tobias, being compassionate, will spare Nanyue if you open the city gates to welcome our army. Then when our Waiguo defeats the Dajo dynasty, you will still own this region and remain the Preston. And if you do not, then when our Waiguo forces launch a major attack, you will die. Silence fell across the room upon hearing these words. He pulled out his saber. Outrageous. How dare a mere Waiguo envoy slander our Tobias of Dajo like this, seeking death? As Hutch unsheathed his sword, many guards around him revealed their weapons, eager to chop the envoy into mincemeat. Ha, it's fine if you kill me. Originally, I had no intention of returning alive. But you, Preston, should consider this. Once the Waiguo army attacks Nanyue, it is not something you can resist. At that time, the entire city will be left with no living thing unless you choose the wisest path, opening the city gates to surrender. Enough. Before the envoy finished, Jared interrupted him. Is the Waiguo army so mighty? A mere speck of a country like Waiguo dares to act so recklessly on Dajo territory. Do you really think this king fears your Waiguo? Go back and tell your Waiguo Tobias, if he dares attack Nanyue, he will have only one outcome, death. Leave now. After Jared spoke, the guards approached the Waiguo envoy with stern expressions. Honestly speaking, if Jared hadn't intended to let the envoy return with a message, he would have let Hutch kill him long ago. This tiny Waiguo envoy dared to act so arrogantly, which was truly hateful. Very well. Since your people are all so shameless, don't blame us for being merciless. Just wait. Soon, the Waiguo army will flatten Nanyue. Let him come in. I want to see what he's really after. After receiving Jared's consent, the guard hurried out. Before long, a Weston from Waiguo entered, short and fat, sporting a small mustache under his nose, and bearing an arrogant demeanor. Even though everyone present were high-ranking officials of Nanyue and King Jared himself, he remained unfazed. Oh, how fortunate, the envoy said with a twisted smile. Speaking poor Dajo language, I've arrived just in time for the grand banquet hosted by the Preston. Do I have a place? Unfortunately, this is a private banquet, inviting only officials of Nanyue. There's no place for a Waiguo envoy. If your only purpose is to join for a drink, I can satisfy that request. Bring this envoy a cup of wine. This is rare monkey wine, something that your place like Waiguo wouldn't have. As he spoke, a guard approached the envoy with a cold expression. But before he could pour the wine, the envoy interrupted, no need. No matter how good this monkey wine is, it can't compare to our Waiguo liquor. My real intention today is not to join this banquet. At this point, the envoy's face turned serious. My true purpose is to save the Preston. What? Jared laughed scornfully. You want to save this Wong? Ha 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 ha. Do you really think this Wong needs to be saved by people from Waiguo? That's quite amusing. Everyone else burst into laughter. In the face of this mockery, the envoy remained composed and arrogant. He calmly continued, Preston, you may not know about Tobias Dajo's arrangements. The Dajo Tobias abandoned the alliance with us Waiguo and declared war on both Waiguo and the Great Song State. Once the war starts, Nanyue will surely not withstand the attack of our Waiguo army. There will be great suffering. Our benevolent emperor of Waiguo offers you a chance. If you open the gates to welcome our army, once we defeat the Dajo dynasty, Nanyue will still belong to you. You'll remain the Preston. But if you resist, when our army attacks, you will surely die. The room fell silent. Then suddenly, everyone burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Jared looked at the envoy with disdain. Are you brain damaged? I am loyal to the Dajo dynasty. Opening the gate for you is treason. Why would I agree? Furthermore, I see nothing wrong with the Tobias's actions. What kind of alliance do we need with despicable and cunning people like you? War is better than anything. Arrogant. Preston, you're too arrogant. The envoy shouted angrily. Do you really think the Dajo Tobias cares about your Nanyue? Don't forget the troops of the Great Song State. Once the war starts, how can Dajo care about Nanyue? Submitting to Waiguo is the wisest choice. The current Dajo Tobias is weak and incapable. Only our emperor can unite the world. A wise bird chooses its branch. Pick the right ally to secure lifelong wealth. Besides, your most capable general, Yush, is dead. The Dajo dynasty can't withstand attacks from Waiguo and the Great Song State. The envoy's arrogance made many Nanyue officials extremely hateful. The easily irritable Hutch drew his saber. Outrageous. You tiny Wigwo envoy. How dare you slander our Tobias? Are you looking for death? Following Hutch, numerous guards also brandished their weapons, wishing to slice this fellow into minced meat. Killing me is irrelevant. I didn't plan to return alive. But think carefully, once Wigwo attacks Nanhua, you won't stand a chance. Only surrendering is wise. Shut up. Before the envoy finished, Jared interrupted him. Is Wigwo's army so formidable? Your tiny country dares to act so arrogantly on our land. Do you think I fear you? Go back and tell your emperor that any attack on Nanhua means certain death. Get out now. Immediately, guards stepped forward, faces stern. Honestly, if Jared didn't want this envoy to pass a message, he would have let Hutch kill him long ago. A small Wigwo envoy, acting so brazenly. It was truly detestable. Fine, very fine. Since your people are all so ungrateful, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wait and see, soon Wigwo's army will conquer Nanhua. Humph. With a cold snort, the envoy turned and left. Hutch, unable to tolerate the envoy's arrogance, kicked him hard in the rear, sending him flying, landing face first on the ground. Get out. If you step into Nanhua again, I'll flay your skin alive. The envoy seethed with anger but could not retaliate, leaving in disgrace, muttering curses in Wigwo language as he went. Chapter 178. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll skin you alive. Who? A Wigwo envoy? Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, not just Jared. They all knew Jared's next plan was to deal with Wigwo. Who would have thought that at this moment, Wigwo actually sent someone? What's their intention? Your Highness, this Wigwo envoy may not come with good intentions. Why don't we drive them away directly? Burl walked beside Jared and said with a serious expression. Indeed, Wigwo has repeatedly bullied our Nanhua. Last time they even occupied Yunchi village. To me, it might as well be better to kill this Wigwo envoy directly. Hutch beside him was particularly annoyed. Jared didn't immediately respond. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly. Eliotists should be welcomed, since Wigwo has sent an envoy. Not meeting him and driving him away directly would certainly be against the decorum of the great Zhou dynasty. Besides, during warfare between two countries, messengers should not be harmed. There's no need to get angry over a mere Wigwo envoy. Let him in. This king wants to see what his real purpose is. Upon receiving Jared's approval, the guard hurried out. Not long after, a short, plump, middle-aged Wigwo man with a small mustache beneath his nose entered with a rather arrogant demeanor. Even though everyone present were high-ranking officials of Nanhua, along with King Jared, he showed no sign of nervousness. Wow, what a coincidence to arrive here at such a grand banquet hosted by Barrett. Do I have a place set for me? The Wigwo envoy smiled crookedly and spoke in broken Great Zhou language. I'm sorry. This is my private banquet, inviting only Nanhua officials. There is indeed no place for a Wigwo envoy. But if you're here just for a cup of wine, then I can grant your wish. Servant, serve a cup of wine to the Wigwo envoy. This is rare monkey wine. In places like yours, you wouldn't possibly have it. As soon as the words were spoken, a guard walked toward the Wigwo envoy with a cold look on his face. But before he could pour the wine, the Wigwo envoy interrupted. No need. Even if this monkey wine is excellent, it surely cannot compare to the fine wine of Wigwo. In fact, my purpose today is not to attend this banquet. At this point, the Wigwo envoy's expression suddenly became serious. My true purpose is to save you, Barrett. What? Jared sneered. Save this king. Haha. Why would I, the Preston, need saving from you people of Wigwo? What a joke. Everyone else laughed heartily. Facing their laughter, the Wigwo envoy remained composed, not minding at all. He calmly said, Barrett, you may not know the arrangement made by the Tobias of the Great Zhou dynasty. Our Great Zhou Tobias abandoned any alliance with us Wigwo and declared war on both Wigwo and the Datsong kingdom. Once the war begins, Nanhua will not be able to withstand the Wigwo army. At that time, there will surely be devastation. The Emperor of Wigwo is benevolent. If you open the city gates and welcome the Wigwo army into the city, then once Wigwo defeats the Great Zhou dynasty, Nanhua will still belong to you, and you will remain Preston. If you don't do so, once the Wigwo army attacks en masse, you will die without doubt. This statement left everyone silent for a moment. Shortly after, people burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. Wigwo envoy, do you want to die? With Hutch drawing his saber, many guards around him revealed their weapons, wishing they could rush forward and chop this guy into mincemeat. Ha, killing me doesn't matter. Originally, I didn't plan on returning alive. But Barrett, you should consider this carefully. Once the Wigwo army attacks Nanhua, Nanhua won't be able to match it. When the Wigwo army enters the city, none will be spared. Surrendering early is the wisest choice. Enough. Before the Wigwo envoy finished speaking, Jared cut him off. Is the Wigwo army so powerful? Wigwo, a tiny island nation, dares to act so arrogantly on Great Zhou territory. Do you really think this king fears your Wigwo? Go back and tell your Emperor of Wigwo that if he dares attack Nanhua, there will be only one way out, death. Get out immediately. As soon as Jared finished speaking, the guard walked up to the Wigwo envoy with a stern look. Honestly, if Jared hadn't wanted this guy to deliver a message, he would have let Hutch chop him up long ago. An insignificant Wigwo envoy dared to act so arrogantly, which was truly infuriating. Very well. Since every person in Great Zhou behaves so arrogantly, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Just wait. Soon, the Wigwo army will flatten Nanhua. Humph. The Wigwo envoy scoffed and turned to walk out the door. Hutch could not tolerate this arrogant attitude, giving him a kick in the buttocks, sending the Wigwo envoy flying out, landing flat on his face. Leave quickly. Dare to step foot in Nanhua again, and I'll skin you alive. The Wigwo envoy gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't resist and left sullenly, cursing under his breath as he went. Chapter 179. Albin's perspective. Your Highness, although this shock is indeed detestable, he did reveal a bit of the truth to us. It won't be long before Japan launches a large-scale attack on Southview. Firearms are powerful, but what if we can't mass-produce them in time? Cord spoke with a grave expression. Everyone present shared his sentiment. Even the monkey wine in their hands seemed less appealing. Don't worry, we have enough time. Since Japan has chosen to ally with the Datsong Kingdom to jointly attack the Great Zhou dynasty, they naturally won't act rashly. The prerequisite for Japan's actions is that Datsong must launch the first attack. If Datsong holds back, these profit-driven people from Japan won't dare to send troops. Moreover, our Great Zhou dynasty is strong. Without a solid plan, how would they dare to attack recklessly? Everything is under my control. During this time, we must quickly recruit labor and accelerate the production of firearms. The wages should follow the Wolf Mountain standard, 30 coins per person per day. In addition, we need to recruit skilled artisans extensively, and wage isn't an issue. Magistrate Aaron, I will leave the recruitment to you. Upon hearing this, Burl stood up immediately. Your Highness, rest assured, I will handle it properly. If such a large-scale recruitment happened without reason, everyone might suspect it was forced labor by the court. But now, the situation is different. Many people in Southview know about the events in Qingfu County. 30 coins a day, who wouldn't want that? Burl could guarantee that once the recruitment notice was posted, the citizens would flock to apply. Then I'll leave this task to Magistrate Aaron. I will raise a toast to you, Jared said as he lifted his wine glass. Seeing this, Burl hurried back to his seat, respectfully raised his glass, and both drank to the bottom. Just then, Jared suddenly seemed to remember something and put down his glass, looking at Burl. Magistrate Aaron, what do you know about Albin? Albin? Hearing this, Burl frowned instantly. Albin? Could your Highness be referring to the Abdulg family in Qingping County? Speaking of the Abdulg family, it's truly regrettable. Once, their eldest son Daryl was quite talented, but unfortunately, he was persecuted by the Qin family and died young. As for Albin, I don't know much about him, but your Highness mentioned earlier that he pretends to be mad, secretly gathering evidence against the Chen family. He even discovered that the Chen family was privately forging weapons. This person is quite patient and capable. He should be someone who can achieve great things. To be honest, I share similar thoughts, Jared continued, turning to Ingrid beside him. Wan Yin, please fetch the book written by Albin and give it to Magistrate Aaron. Ingrid hurriedly went to Jared's room, fetched the book, and handed it to her father. This book recorded not only Albin's feigned madness and secret investigations over the years, but also his observations and development plans for Southview. Of course, he was not an official of Southview nor had he participated in any imperial examinations. He simply wrote it for himself. When Jared accidentally came across the content of this book, he was deeply impressed, which led him to take the book away. Burl took it seriously and started reading. Initially, he didn't find anything particularly significant as most of the content documented various crimes committed by the Chen family. With the Chen family already arrested and awaiting execution, these evidences were no longer relevant. However, as Burl read further into the book, his eyes widened in shock. Your Highness, did this Acton, Albin, really write this? Burl asked, visibly astonished. Yes. Jared nodded affirmatively. What do you think of his writing? Well, Burl looked doubtful, remeasuring the lands owned by landlords to curb their power. Burl wasn't necessarily against Albin's ideas. In fact, he strongly agreed. The commoners in Southview were very poor, while merchants and landlords were extremely wealthy. For instance, the Qin family alone had tens of thousands of taels of silver, an astronomical sum. Yet implementing such a plan would be extremely difficult. These influential individuals wouldn't be easily subdued, and doing so could cause considerable trouble. Albin knew this too, which is why he only dared to write it in the book, expressing his frustrations. What they didn't realize was that Albin's plan aligned perfectly with Jared's thoughts. Southview was a place where landlords and rich merchants lived extravagantly, regardless of the poverty around them. Jared was genuinely surprised by the contents of Albin's book. He hadn't expected Albin to have such profound insights. This man was definitely a talent. Magistrate Aaron, I understand your concerns, but we can't deny that Albin is right. His ideas align with mine. Even without him, I would implement these changes eventually. However, our primary focus right now is countering Japan, so it's not the right time to start this plan. Starting tomorrow, let Albin stay by your side as a minor official. Observe him for a while. See if he truly has the talent, or is merely a theoretician. Chapter 180, The Mysterious Scholar. Your subordinate will comply. Burl immediately nodded. Although he did not know this Albin well, the quality of his treatise was indeed remarkable. Even if Jared hadn't mentioned it, he would have closely observed Albin for a while. Thereafter, everyone continued to eat meat and drink wine heartily, with the feast lasting until curfew time before they finally dispersed. Over the next few days, Jared had an easier time managing things. Supervising the manufacture of firearms, recruitment of workers, and enlistment of soldiers didn't require his direct involvement anymore. This gave him some leisure time to seriously study how to extract high-purity alcohol within the Great Zhou dynasty. If successful, he could produce high-proof spirits and even antiseptic alcohol early on. Once Nanyue and Japan went to war, no matter how advanced Jared's weapons were, there would inevitably be heavy casualties among soldiers. War inevitably leads to deaths, which cannot be avoided. But if medical-grade alcohol were invented, it could significantly reduce mortality rates. It would also be useful when the Great Zhou dynasty engaged in war with the Datsong Empire. This would be an invaluable treasure benefiting both the country and its people, and it must be invented. Thus, over the next few days, Jared instructed Alicia, Hutch, and others to buy large quantities of alcohol and materials for making a simple distillation apparatus, such as gauze, long ceramics, bamboo tubes, etc. As for Brett, he was sent to Wolf Mountain to construct the firearms. Once everything was prepared, Jared secluded himself in his room, dedicating day and night to research. A few days later, In the capital city, in an unremarkable-looking courtyard, an indolently man with a hunched back and white hair led a woman with a facial birthmark and rather ugly appearance into the courtyard slowly. Upon entering the courtyard, the formerly hunched old man immediately straightened up and casually pulled off his human skin mask. The woman beside him, whose face became beautiful after removing her mask, was none other than Elsa, whom Jared had captured earlier. The old man beside her was her master, named Eli. At that moment, a acton dressed like a scholar walked out calmly from the side. "Greetings, young master." Eli and Elsa, upon seeing the scholar, immediately knelt down. Even though Eli was a grandmaster with high martial skills, he showed no attitude in front of this scholar. So, the mission failed? The scholar's casual words made Eli and Elsa tremble. They immediately knocked their heads thrice on the ground. Everything was because of Jared's interference, young master. The plan was progressing so that only by successfully winning Jared's favor can we achieve our goals. If Jared allies with us, great things can be accomplished, Elsa said excitedly. From my recent investigations in Southview, Jared isn't the typical corrupt nobleman people think he is. He is very capable. Eli, who was kneeling silently beside her, nodded in agreement. Jared. Hearing this, the scholar fell silent, not immediately responding. He slowly recalled everything about Jared in his mind. Arriving in the capital city for a long time, the scholar was quite familiar with various officials' disciples, including Jared. Initially, he viewed Jared merely as an idle and decadent noble. Even when Jared was dispatched to govern Southview, it barely affected his plans. He thought Jared might escape the harsh environment of Southview and return early. But as days passed, he discovered Jared wasn't as he imagined. He heard about Jared's actions in Southview and realized he had been underestimating him all along. Then how confident are you that Jared will join us? The scholar asked coldly. Remember, Jared is Yush's son. Yush was Paxton's close friend and brother, and it's no exaggeration to say half of the great Zhou dynasty was built by him. Paxton treats Jared like his own child, better than his real princes. Do you think Jared would possibly join us? Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be difficult, young master, Elsa responded promptly. But the Dutsong Kingdom and Japan are about to form an alliance. Soon, the Dutsong Kingdom and Japan will jointly attack the great Zhou dynasty. That's both an opportunity for us and Jared's biggest disaster. Southview is too poor, lacking money and troops. When the great Zhou dynasty battles the Dutsong Empire, it will surely overlook Southview's situation. This means Southview will inevitably fall to Japan. If we help Jared then, he will be infinitely grateful. This is the best opportunity to win Jared's favor. Elsa grew increasingly enthusiastic, convinced that the plan was feasible. Chapter 181. Baijio, White Ericur. Master, Ulrich's assessment is correct. Jared indeed can be swayed, said a voice immediately after. The old man has already left him a letter. If he isn't foolish, he will surely agree, Eli added right away. In fact, the scholar knew about the alliance between Japan and the Dutsong Empire and their plan to jointly attack the great Zhou dynasty. He even learned through some channels that on the night of the Zena's birthday banquet, Albert and many officials, including Jared, had discussed this matter. What puzzled the scholar was why Albert trusted Jared so much as to not send any troops to aid Nanhua, leaving it entirely up to Jared. There's no need. We aren't enemies with Jared, so why worry about his guards? Moreover, I'm bringing sincere intentions to cooperate with Jared. If he refuses, there's nothing more we can do. Anyway, Dutsong and Japan will launch their attack soon. When the chaos ensues, my time will come. Eli could only nod helplessly at this. Time passed quickly. In a blink, half a month had gone by. During this period, Jared mostly stayed in his room, only coming out daily for meals. He spent most of his time experimenting with alcohol, which might have led some to think he was getting drunk every day. However, those close to him, Brett, Alicia, and others, knew better. They understood that Jared was likely working on another invention and did not dare disturb him. On this particular day, Alicia went to Jared's room to deliver some pastries when she saw Jared running towards her excitedly, holding a bottle. Ricky, where's Lao Rao now? Jared asked eagerly. Lieutenant Rao has gone to South Green Mountain for inspection, Alicia answered promptly. South Green Mountain, much like Wolf Mountain, was rich in iron ore but harbored too many wild beasts. Despite Lieutenant Rao having eliminated many of them with his guards, thorough inspections were necessary daily to ensure worker safety. Interestingly, the very day the government posted recruitment notices, a large number of people signed up. It was irresistible, a wage of 30 coins per day. Citizens from Nanhua City and surrounding villages and towns flooded in upon hearing about the opportunity. Jared immediately turned to his guard. Quickly, fetch Hutch back from South Green Mountain. I have important matters. The guard did not hesitate, rushing out of the palace without delay. My lord, has something serious happened? Alicia asked curiously, glancing at the bottle in Jared's hand. Hee, not yet. Wait until Hutch returns and you'll see, Jared smiled, inviting Alicia to sit in the pavilion nearby. Moments later, Hutch hurried in. My lord, I've returned. He ran in calling out loudly, thinking something critical had occurred. Yet upon seeing Jared and Alicia relaxing in the pavilion, his brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, he caught a scent and widened his eyes. Alcohol? This smells like strong alcohol. No, this fragrance is even stronger than monkey wine, Hutch exclaimed, rushing over to Jared. Even before Jared explained, Hutch knew the bottle contained rare liquor. Jared laughed. Now you know why I called you back. Try my newly brewed white liquor. Handing over the bottle, Jared knew well that Hutch, a true alcoholic, would appreciate this drink more than anyone else in the palace. If someone like him praised the liquor, it would be a massive business opportunity. All right. Eagerly, Hutch took the bottle and started drinking greedily. Previously, all liquors in the Great Zhou dynasty were mostly rice wines with low alcohol content. The current white liquor Jared had brewed had a higher potency, around 30%. This liquor was fiercely potent. Even the avid drinker Hutch choked after a mouthful. Although he forced it down, his face flushed red almost immediately. This This liquor is incredibly strong. Despite his initial discomfort, the feeling afterward was exhilarating. Hutch confirmed he had never tasted anything as strong. Those with low tolerance might not enjoy it, but for someone like him, it was pure addiction. Chapter 182, Drunk. Hutch was now completely stunned by this liquor, and he couldn't resist taking another breath before drinking a bit more. This time he was more cautious, slowly savoring a small mouthful. Although it felt like swallowing a blade as it slid down his throat, it was undeniable that this liquor was perfectly suited to Hutch's taste. He loved strong drinks. He found it too exhilarating to stop, and before long, the bottle of liquor was nearly empty. Old Arau, while this liquor is indeed excellent, you shouldn't drink it like this. I warn you, this liquor has a strong kick. Jared immediately spoke up. From Hutch's reactions, he could tell that this liquor would... My lord, what's wrong with Captain Arau? Is there something wrong with this liquor? Alicia frowned, alarmed. Hutch was a 9th-rank warrior who usually remained unaffected no matter how much he drank. She was genuinely baffled by this turn of events. No problem, he's just drunk. Someone, please escort Captain Arau back to rest. Seeing Hutch like this, Jared couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was the first time he had seen Hutch drunk. All that talk about not getting drunk was just nonsense. No one could remain tough when faced with this liquor. The guards rushed over, trying hard not to laugh as they saw Hutch in this drunken state. Drunk? Funny, how could I be drunk? My lord, do you have more liquor? I can drink 3 jars in one go. Supported by the guards, Hutch shouted loudly as he made his way toward his room, insisting he wasn't drunk. Soon, however, he collapsed into a deep sleep. My lord, this liquor is really potent. Just a small bottle made Captain Arau pass out. Previously, he could drink straight from a wine vat. Alicia was visibly shocked. Though she hadn't tasted the liquor herself, just the smell was almost unbearable, giving an idea of how strong it was. That's because most of the liquor you usually see is low proof, rarely exceeding 10 degrees. The liquor I brewed, even this basic version, has at least 30 degrees. Given old Arau's tolerance, even if he finished this bottle, he wouldn't have gotten so easily drunk. Mainly, he drank too quickly, finishing this bottle in a few gulps. Combined with its strong aftertaste, it was inevitable. Jared smiled slightly and explained. I see. Alicia nodded in understanding. Ching, what do you think of my liquor? Jared asked. Alicia paused briefly before giving a thumbs up. Your liquor, my lord, is exceptional. This wasn't merely flattery. Despite not being a connoisseur, she noticed how Hutch had shown great fondness for the liquor. Knowing that Hutch was a hardcore drinker who had tried all kinds of alcohol, including the famed Nectar Monkey wine, yet still became so entranced by this liquor, spoke volumes of its quality. She believed that if Jared sold this liquor publicly, it would attract countless patrons. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, let's get started. These next few days, familiarize yourself with the process of brewing this liquor. Once you're proficient, open a tavern in Nanhua City. In addition to selling this liquor, also serve hot pot. I've already thought of a name. Nanhua Hot Pot City. If business goes well, I'll hold a 3rd investment meeting and expand Nanhua Hot Pot City across the Great Zhou Dynasty. As he spoke, Jared's expression grew excited. Mass-producing firearms, recruiting workers, and expanding the military. Hashtag Chapter 183. Ready to open a hot pot restaurant. But, even after hearing Jared's words, Alicia was still somewhat nervous. After all, this matter was too important, and she had never done anything like this before. She really worried that it might affect Jared's subsequent plans. There's nothing to be nervous about. You are the woman I love, and if I say you can do it, then you definitely can. Or do you not want to help me with this? As soon as Jared finished speaking, Alicia hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm very willing to help His Highness. At this point, Alicia fell silent for a moment. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she looked at Jared with determination. Since you believe in me, Your Highness, I will give it a try. Jared's words had indeed convinced Alicia, who said women were inferior to men. Even the Xena herself could once lead troops into battle. Opening a tavern was nothing compared to that. Good, let's go make some wine then. Saying this, Jared took Alicia's hand and left the stone pavilion. Over the next few days, Alicia diligently learned how to brew white liquor from Jared. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Japan, situated amidst the vast ocean, the Jacques who had been driven away by Jared now stood in the imperial court, looking particularly furious. Your Majesty, Jared is utterly I don't think Jared is foolish enough to provoke us like this. Could this be a ploy by the great Zhou Emperor to lure us into attacking Nanhua? Hillary, the Prime Minister of Japan, naturally thought deeply about the situation. So you mean this is deliberately orchestrated by the great Zhou Emperor to draw us into his trap? To entrap us? After saying this, Germain laughed loudly. Even if it is a trap, what does it matter? As long as Datsong attacks, Japan will also join forces. No matter how the great Zhou Emperor sets up his strategy, it won't change anything. He can't possibly defend Nanhua. In my view, this isn't a trap at all, but rather a sign that the great Zhou Emperor has given up on Nanhua. Hearing this, all the officials present nodded in agreement. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Though Hillary felt the same way internally, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. How could the great Zhou Emperor, who doted on Jared so much, allow Jared to die in Nanhua? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the true intention. Enough talk. Immediately send envoys to Datsong. This session ends here. Dismissed. With that, Germain hurriedly left. He was extremely confident in his plan and already considered Nanhua part of Japan's territory. Half a month passed. During this time, under Jared's guidance, Alicia became proficient in brewing white liquor. Using Jared's methods, she brewed jar after jar of white liquor. For a while, the entire royal today, you will accompany Ricky to find a suitable shop. Rent is no issue. If the conditions are right, you can buy it outright. Hutch nodded immediately. Understood. Then, Hutch and Alicia left the royal residence together. In short, Hutch's task today was to protect Alicia, ensuring her safety. To Jared, there was nothing wrong with the woman doing business. But not everyone shared this view. Some conservative people might react violently if they saw Alicia doing business, which could lead to serious problems. So, it was crucial to have Hutch, someone he trusted completely, accompany Alicia closely. Chapter 184, Not for Sale. Previously, when the Chen family was being investigated, all their properties, shops, and land were confiscated. However, considering Dalton's contributions, Jared did not utterly annihilate him. Only the Chen family's lands and assets were seized, while some of the shops were returned to Dalton. This approach ensured that Dalton had a means of livelihood and highlighted Jared's benevolence. Of course, if Alicia couldn't find suitable shops, the Wanyu building originally owned by the Chen family would be an excellent choice. Jared would never resort to forced buying or selling, but would provide Dalton with appropriate compensation based on the situation. The purchase of Wanyu building wasn't urgent. They needed to wait for Alicia's progress today. Meanwhile, Alicia and Hutch had already left the prince's residence and strolled through the streets of Nanhua City. Hutch remained vigilant, following closely behind Alicia to ensure her safety. Miss Aaron, do you have any targets for today? Hutch walked beside Alicia and asked in a low voice. I checked out a few shops over the past few days. There are a couple of good ones. Let's take a look first. Alicia spoke and quickly headed towards a certain direction in Nanhua City. Soon, they arrived at a tavern called Spring Breeze Pavilion. Though it wasn't as grand as Wanyu building, it was still one of the best in Nanhua City. Previously, the Chun family aggressively suppressed other taverns in Nanhua City to grab business. As a result, the owner of Spring Breeze Pavilion could no longer sustain operations and had no choice but to post a notice of shop transfer at the entrance. Is the boss here? Alicia entered Spring Breeze Pavilion with Hutch and shouted. A moment later, a thin Weston rushed out from the side. I'm sorry, but our tavern has ceased operations. If you wish to dine, please go to another tavern. The owner looked very helpless. If not for the unfair competition from the Chin family, how could his tavern have gone bankrupt? Now that the entire Chin family had been dealt with by the prince, the owner could dream about reviving his tavern. Unfortunately, he lacked funds to continue operations and had no choice but to sell it. But in this poor place, such a large tavern wasn't easily affordable. After 2 months, there were still no takers. He had to dismiss all his staff and wait. If people knew he sold his tavern to a woman, he would be ridiculed. You old fool, why won't you sell to us? Why do you think we can't pay? It's only 5,000 taels, we can afford more. Hutch shouted angrily at the boss. Sorry, I won't sell to a woman. Besides, a woman shouldn't be out doing business. It's improper. No matter how much you offer, the answer is no. If you don't leave, I'll report you immediately. The boss was resolute. Hutch wanted to protest but was pulled back by Alicia. Commander Arao, let's go. Let's check the next tavern. Humph. Hutch angrily followed Alicia out of Spring Breeze Pavilion. Over the next period, Alicia and Hutch visited several taverns for sale in Nanhua City. Each visit began with excitement, assuming Hutch was wealthy. But upon learning the actual buyer was the woman before them, they all refused to sell. For them, it was absurd for a woman to conduct business publicly. They simply couldn't accept it. Naturally, none of the taverns would sell to Alicia. Frustrating. Why do you think we're easy to bully? My lady even offered a 30% increase. Why still not sell? Hutch repeatedly rejected, grabbed the boss by the collar, demanding an answer. Even 50% wouldn't change my mind. This tavern is mine. I'll sell to whoever I choose. Who are you to question me? If you dare hit me, I'll report you. The birdie of Nanhua is nearby. If you lay a hand on me, his guards will arrest you instantly. The tavern boss wasn't intimidated and yelled. Hutch planned to strike, but was stopped by Alicia. Never mind, we can't do this. That would be coercion. Let's go back. Alicia sighed and walked out alone. Hutch glared at the boss and hurriedly followed her. ####Chapter 185. No one wants to enlist. In the twilight, Alicia walked into the birdie's mansion with her head hanging low. Hutch, who was following behind her, had his face flushed with anger. If there were a punching bag in front of him at that moment, he would have undoubtedly rushed over and pummeled it without hesitation. Jared, sitting in a pavilion in the garden of the birdie's residence, noticed Alicia and Hutch's unusual expressions and gave a faint smile. Clearly, the acquisition of the taverns had not gone smoothly. Your Highness, I'm really furious. Do those tavern owners think they're all fools? Clearly, we offered a very reasonable price, even increasing it by 30%, but they wouldn't sell. Their reason? They won't sell to a woman. Your Highness, I'm really too upset. Hutch quickly recounted everything that happened today, free to take it. After allying with Jared, Dalton had saved his life, and his wife and daughter were safe. For him, this was already very satisfying. Regarding the affairs of the Chen family shops, he wasn't greedy. These were bestowed by Jared. Not only a Wanyu Lu, but even if Jared took everything back, he would have no complaints. Jared accepted the deed and glanced at it briefly. Set a price. Since I am returning the Wanyu Lu to the Chen family, and you are now the head of the Chen family, it naturally belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Dalton was visibly perplexed. He thought Jared would readily accept it, never imagining he would want to buy it. Your Highness, you're serious? Dalton asked hesitantly. Naturally. As long as the price is fair, I can pay immediately. Upon hearing Jared's words, Dalton froze, then immediately knelt before him again. Your Highness, this was given by you. It's only right and proper that you reclaim it. Small folk like me would never dare set a price. Dalton barely escaped death and didn't dare harbor any illusions. Fine, since you dare not set a price, I will offer a reasonable one. Hutch, fetch 6,000 taels of silver from the treasury and deliver it to the Chun family. Without hesitation, Hutch left with the guards. A second-rate tavern like Chun Feng Lu sold for 5,000 taels. Jared's offer of 6,000 taels for the Wanyu Lu was entirely reasonable. Your Highness, this isn't appropriate, Dalton said, still not daring to stand, his voice trembling. The Wan Yulu was yours to begin with. What's inappropriate about this? Your Highness, I don't condone forced acquisition. You may leave now. Jared finished speaking and had the guards escort Dalton away. Then, he approached Alicia and handed her the deed for the Wan Yulu. All right, the tavern issue is settled. The Nanhua Hotpot City can open smoothly now. He thought Alicia would be delighted, but she still looked extremely despondent. Your Highness, the tavern problem is solved, but can I really do business? After all, I'm just a woman. Alicia's voice grew softer, like a deflated balloon, her head drooping. So what if you're a woman? Jared looked at her firmly. Ching, others may not trust you, but I do. In my eyes, you have real talent, merely buried for years. Don't worry, the Wan Yulu is yours now. Go ahead and give it your all. I'll smooth out any problems. Just think, if you make the business flourish as a woman, wouldn't those men who look down on you feel utterly ashamed? Hearing Jared's words, Alicia's eyes lit up, and she stood up excitedly. Yes, I can definitely do it. Your Highness, the Nanhua Hotpot City affair is mine to handle. Jared's words truly inspired Alicia. She then took the deed and ran back to her room. To ensure the smooth opening of the Nanhua Hotpot City, she needed to think thoroughly. Since Jared had entrusted her with running the Hotpot restaurant, she would focus on that. He wanted to see what kind of operation Alicia could turn the Nanhua Hotpot City into. Just as Alicia left, Jared was about to return to his room when Burl rushed in hastily. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Inspector Aaron? Jared furrowed his brows. Inspector Aaron, what's wrong? Did you find out the mysterious woman's identity? No. Burl shook his head rapidly, stepping closer to Jared. Your Highness, you previously instructed us to recruit soldiers. But from posting the recruitment notice until now, fewer than 20 people have shown interest in joining the military. Burl's expression was extremely anxious while explaining. Normally, after posting a recruitment notice, many would be willing to enlist. However, currently, civilians preferred going to Nanqing Shan mine, not thinking much about joining the military. If this continued, even with weapons manufactured, they would still be powerless against Woko, Japanese pirates. Chapter 186, Soldiers' New Benefits. Jared originally thought it was about the mysterious woman, but he never expected it to be just about not being able to recruit soldiers. This was something Jared had already anticipated. On one side was a high-paying job of 30 coins a day, which although tough, was worth it. On the other side was the possibility of risking one's life. Given this choice, young strong men naturally chose to go south to Green Mountain to mine. In this situation, nearly 20 people still volunteered, which was pretty good. Your Highness, what should we do now? Burl asked anxiously. We can't forcibly conscript civilians into the army. Hearing this, Jared smiled slightly. Governor Aaron, there's no need to panic. I have foreseen all of this. The civilians are not unwilling to join the military, but they don't want to give up the daily wage of 30 coins. We need to make them feel that joining the military is better than going to the mountains to mine. Then they will choose the former. As for forcibly conscripting civilians, it is absolutely unacceptable. I already have a plan. Tomorrow morning, you will post an announcement. Jared whispered in Burl's ear, detailing the content of the announcement. Initially, Burl frowned, but as he listened, his eyes lit up. Finally, he knelt down excitedly and exclaimed, Your Highness, how wise. Burl could guarantee that if the announcement were posted as Jared suggested, it would attract many young adults eager to enlist. That's enough flattery, Jared said, waving him off. Governor Aaron, how has Albin been recently? Thinking about this, Jared immediately asked. Burl paused briefly before responding, Your Highness, you know Dalton was previously the magistrate of Nanhua City, but after his dismissal, the position remained vacant. I boldly appointed Albin as the acting magistrate to handle matters. Frankly speaking, Albin does quite well. He manages all the miscellaneous affairs of the county court very efficiently. Just the other day, 2 individuals came to the county court with a complaint. One was a meat vendor, and the other was a meat buyer. They came because near the meat stall, 30 coins fell from somewhere. The meat vendor claimed it was his, while the meat buyer claimed it was his. Unable to resolve the dispute, they resorted to fighting and finally came to the county court. Do you know how Albin judged it? Burl grew more excited as he spoke. This kid completely broke protocol by actually making the copper coins speak at the county court. What? Curiosity piqued, Jared asked. Albin made the copper coins speak? What happened? Tell me more. Burl laughed. Actually, Albin placed the fallen 30 coins in a basin of clear water. Gradually, a layer of lard floated on the surface of the water. Clearly, only someone who regularly handles pork and whose hands are greasy could have made the coins equally greasy. The meat buyer, having clean hands, couldn't possibly have such oily coins. Seeing this, Albin immediately determined that the coins belonged to the meat vendor and ordered 20 strokes of the cane on the buyer. Your Highness, Albin is indeed clever. Ha 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 ha. Jared laughed heartily upon hearing the full story. So that's what making the coins speak means. Albin is indeed excellent, especially in handling cases fairly. In that case, let's stop appointing him as acting magistrate and officially make him the magistrate of Nanhua City. Burl was taken aback by Jared's words. Your Highness, isn't this a bit hasty? Albin is too young. Shouldn't I observe him for a while longer? No need. Jared shook his head with a smile. I always trust those I appoint. If Albin is capable, we should promote him. Of course, if he proves inadequate, he won't last long as the magistrate of Nanhua City. After all, Nanhua City was not a small county like Qingfu County. It was the main city of Nanhua, one of the most prosperous cities. Arake, the county magistrate of the capital, its status and power far exceeded that of neighboring counties, and thus required much more work. If Albin was incompetent and just pretending to please Jared, he would quickly expose himself. However, if he could manage all the affairs of Nanhua City's county court efficiently, it would prove that Jared did not misjudge him. I understand. Burl bowed respectfully and left hurriedly. He had to write Albin's official appointment letter and rewrite the recruitment notice. The next morning, Burl instructed his subordinates to post the newly written recruitment notice outside the county court, attracting many civilians. To ensure everyone understood it quickly, Burl personally read the contents aloud beside the notice. Broadly, it was similar to the previous notice, except the soldiers' benefits were different. Jared introduced a new policy providing free education opportunities for the children of military families. Under this policy, all descendants of military families could attend school for free, supporting their education and fostering talent. Additionally, Jared established special welfare policies. When family Dillons fell ill, local county courts would send doctors to provide home visits, with all medical expenses covered by the court. Jared also established a retirement allowance system to protect veterans' rights. Any soldier serving 2 years in the Nanhua camp could choose to stay or retire. If they chose to retire, they would receive a generous retirement bonus based on their service contributions and duration. Most importantly, Jared set up a disability benefit system. Injured soldiers would receive monthly welfare funds in addition to their retirement bonus. Families of soldiers who bravely died in battle would receive substantial compensation directly from the Nanhua camp, ensuring no embezzlement and even gifting a bronze medal honoring the martyr. They originally planned to continue mining at Mount Nanqing, but now it was clear that joining the military offered more prospects. For those already full of zeal, it was extremely appealing. Soon, this new recruitment notice and soldier benefits rapidly spread throughout Nanhua City. Then, word of mouth spread far and wide. Within days, everyone in Nanhua knew about it. A large number of eligible young men began enlisting at local county offices, eventually being sent to the Nanhua military camp. Within days, tens of thousands of young men joined the military. The Nanhua military camp, which initially had only 3,000 to 4,000 troops, suddenly expanded to 6,000 or 7,000. Cord immediately selected 20,000 elite soldiers from them to form a musket unit as required by Jared. Muskets delivered from Wolf Mountain, Mount Nanqing, and other places enabled Cord to start training the soldiers immediately. Of course, not all young men chose to enlist. Many still preferred to go mining. After all, 30 coins per day were still very attractive to those who needed to support their families. Besides, serving in the military meant risking one's life on the battlefield, which deterred cowards. Thus, there would be both miners to extract resources and enough soldiers to defend against the Japanese pirates. Everything proceeded according to Jared's plans. Meanwhile, Japan remained oblivious to this situation. Now, she understood why Jared could be so confident. If things continued like this, Japan would surely be defeated. Thus, Elsa decided to intervene secretly and sabotage. Firearms were Jared's biggest trump card, and she had a plan to ruin them. Jared, I will definitely make you willingly cooperate with us. With that, Elsa turned and disappeared into the crowd. The next half-month passed uneventfully in Nanhua City. Today, Wanyu Tower, closed for a long time, reopened under a new name, Nanhua Hot Pot City. Its reopening drew a large crowd instantly. Everyone knew that the former Wanyu Tower belonged to the Chen family. Now, with the Chen family gone, people were eager to see who took over this luxurious restaurant. Most were curious about the changes. Have you heard of hot pot before? No idea. I've never heard of it. Is it some new type of food? It might just be a fancy sign. Hot pot? Maybe it's a pot placed over fire? As the crowd grew, discussions became intense. Moments later, a woman walked out of Nanhua Hot Pot City. It was Alicia. Welcome everyone to our opening ceremony. I'm Alicia, the owner of Nanhua Hot Pot City. Our specialty is hot pot and white liquor. For today's opening, all purchases are at a 30% discount. While speaking to Jared, firstly, she significantly changed the payment structure for the restaurant workers. Instead of the standard salary calculation, each worker received not only their basic monthly wage but also 3 additional subsidies: seniority subsidy, position subsidy, and overtime subsidy. Seniority subsidy, as the name suggests, means higher subsidy for longer tenure. Although Nanhua Hot Pot City was just opening, and all employees were newly hired without any seniority, Alicia made a special note that as the first batch of employees, each person would be treated as having worked for a full year. Their monthly base salary would increase by an additional 10%, forming the seniority subsidy. The general monthly salary for Nanhua City restaurant workers was between 400 to 500 coins, which was already substantial. While it wasn't as lucrative as mining, at least it didn't involve extremely harsh conditions. Alicia set the salary for each employee at 500 coins per month plus a 10% seniority subsidy, totaling 550 coins a month. Afterward, for every additional year of service, there would be an extra 10% increase to the base salary, which was the seniority subsidy. As for the position subsidy, it was based on different job roles. Given that Alicia opened a hot pot restaurant, the tasks of the workers went beyond serving dishes. They needed to light fires, set up hot pots, add soup when necessary, and promptly clear tables when too many plates piled up. Since it specialized in hot pot, the kitchen did not need dedicated chefs. It only required workers skilled in slicing vegetables and handling fish and meat. For more strenuous or hazardous positions, salaries were increased by an additional 30 coins a month. Finally, the overtime subsidy was straightforward. Employees working beyond their scheduled hours would receive additional pay based on the amount of overtime worked. In short, the salaries of Nanhua Hot Pot City workers were undoubtedly higher than those of other restaurants in Nanhua. Additionally, Alicia introduced 3 awards: a half-year award, full attendance award, and model worker award. Employees who completed 6 months without absences or signs of slacking could receive the half-year award, equal to their monthly salary. The full attendance award required punctual arrival every day with no tardiness or early departures, earning them an extra 30 coins per month. The model worker award, decided monthly by anonymous votes from fellow employees, rewarded the hardest working individual with a prize of 300 coins. Moreover, other benefits included 1 paid day off per week and partial medical expense reimbursement if a family member fell ill. For model workers, this coverage was fully reimbursed. With so many benefits combined, how could the workers not be enticed? What does it matter if the boss is a woman? As long as she pays well, it's enough. Having resolved the issues of the staff, Alicia naturally had a plan for the customers. She had anticipated this confrontation. At that moment, Alicia calmly stepped forward. Who says women can't do business? Does any law in the Great Zhou state prohibit women from engaging in commerce? Alicia smiled gently. If not, why are you stopping me? This question left everyone silent. They expected her to be humiliated, but instead, she started questioning them. Indeed, as Alicia pointed out, the laws of the Great Zhou did not restrict women from doing business. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Just then, an enraged Weston stormed forward. It has always been inappropriate for women to appear in public. Ha! Alicia laughed unconcernedly. So tell me, where did I go wrong? I don't steal or rob. What's wrong with that? Can I understand it as you men being jealous of a woman owning such a large restaurant? Alicia's words cut deep like sharp daggers into the hearts of the onlookers. Indeed, Alicia had broken no laws, leaving the angry man speechless. The so-called inappropriateness was nothing more than jealousy. Seeing the expressions of the people before her, Alicia smiled softly. She could have easily said it was Jared's restaurant, which would resolve all misunderstandings and attract many customers. But Jared forbade her from doing so, primarily because he did not want to leverage the title of Birdie to run a restaurant, making people come for reasons other than the cuisine. Especially landlords and wealthy gentry might visit daily just to curry favor with Jared. That would make it impossible to gauge genuine public interest in hot pot and liquor. Thus, Alicia claimed the restaurant as her own and planned to reveal it was Jared's when the time was right. How? Who says women can't own a restaurant? The owner is right. You're just envious. Sisters, let's check out Nanhua Hot Pot City. I want to see what hot pot is. More and more onlookers gathered, and it was impossible for them all to be men. Some women with more liberal personalities joined in. Seeing Alicia do something most women wouldn't dare, they felt both excited and moved. Several well-off women entered Nanhua Hot Pot City together. Even though they were all women, it brought the first wave of customers to Nanhua Hot Pot City. A woman capable of running a restaurant? What about inventing some hot pot? Eric her? I want to see what this is all about. Brothers, let's take a look inside. Moments later, many hesitant men also chose to enter. ####Chapter 189. Hot pot. One by one, customers stepped into Nanhua Hot Pot City. As they entered the restaurant, they were immediately greeted by the unique layout of the space, leaving them in awe. Here, there were no traditional dining tables. Instead, each area was centered around uniquely designed stoves. In the middle of each stove sat a large iron pot, with designated areas for adding firewood. Customers needed to sit around these stoves in an orderly manner. For safety reasons, seating on the side where the firewood burned was strictly prohibited to prevent any accidents. This innovative table design was conceived by Alicia based on traditional cooking stoves and personally overseen by her craftsmen who dismantled the original tables and replaced them with these special ones. Despite their initial confusion, guests followed the enthusiastic guidance of the staff and seated themselves accordingly. The staff quickly handed out menus that were distinctly different from what they were used to. At the top of the menu, only 3 hot pot broths were listed: pig stomach chicken soup, beef bone broth, and vegetable mushroom broth. Below were various ingredients for hot pot such as pork, lamb, fish, chicken, and assorted vegetables. The guests, already unfamiliar with hot pot, found themselves even more bewildered by this menu. What is this? There aren't any dishes listed. How are we supposed to order? Are you making fun of us? An impulsive man with a scruffy beard looked angrily at the staff member nearby. The 2 men sharing his table also displayed signs of frustration. Not only was the table arrangement strange, but the menu with everyone's mouths water. So fragrant. What is that? Staff, is that the broth you told us to order? That's too fragrant. I want that broth too. Hurry up and give me a similar one. Most of the customers who walked in were here to eat. Though they were still uncertain about hot pot, the aroma of the pig stomach chicken soup was irresistible. With such a fragrant aroma, the taste couldn't be bad. The 3 men who ordered earlier were the first customers to try the dishes. Seeing the aromatic pig stomach chicken soup poured into the iron pot on the table, their eyes lit up. Brother, it smells so good. Is this the hot pot broth? So, how do we eat this next? The 3 men stared intently at the pig stomach chicken soup. Meanwhile, a staff member quickly ignited the firewood placed in the center of the stove. Another staff member then laid out the selected ingredients around the hot pot, along with various utensils required for hot pot dining. The food is all set now, said the staff member. You can start enjoying your hot pot. Let me show you how to do it. After the food was served, another dedicated staff member demonstrated the proper way to eat hot pot. All right, go ahead and show us. The 3 men eagerly agreed. They were thoroughly captivated by the hot pot already. First, let's start with a bowl of the rich pig stomach chicken soup, the staff member explained, ladling a bowl of soup for each of the 3 men. Unable to resist any longer, they each picked up their bowls and sipped carefully. The next moment, their eyes widened in delight, shouting, "Delicious! So good!" Without hesitation, they began gulping down the soup. This was undoubtedly the most flavorful soup they had ever tasted. Not only was the soup exquisite, but the pig's stomach and chicken in it were equally delicious. No words were needed. Their expression spoke volumes. Other guests, waiting for their orders, couldn't help but glance over, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. It was irresistibly appealing. Staff, why hasn't my broth arrived yet? It's taking too long, hurry up. Many couldn't wait after seeing the trio enjoying their meal so much. While the 3 men were savoring their soup, the staff member used serving chopsticks to dip slices of pork into the hot pot. After they finished their soup, the cooked pork was divided into their bowls. Having experienced the deliciousness of the pig stomach chicken soup, they didn't hesitate and stuffed the pork into their mouths. In that instant, it felt like they had unlocked a whole new world of flavors, their expressions revealing sheer astonishment. This is too delicious. For the first time in my life, I've tasted such delicious meat. So this attracting more and more guests. All 3 floors of Wanyue building were packed, with the staff working tirelessly. However, no one felt the effort was wasted. It was all worthwhile. In Nanyue Hotpot City, the principle was simple. The more you work, the more you earn. As long as you put in the effort, there would always be rewards. Benson, don't you have some white liquor in your store? Bring us 3 jars first. We want to taste it. The 3 big men eating pig stomach chicken hot pot found the meal increasingly satisfying and thought a bit of alcohol would enhance their experience. They recalled the white liquor Alicia had previously introduced. Sure, no problem. Staff, bring the wine. As soon as Alicia said this, a waiter approached their table carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 very small wine pots, significantly smaller than the 3 jars the men requested. What do you mean by this? Do you look down on anyone? Is this tiny amount of alcohol enough for anyone? If other tables see this, they might think I can't afford it. These pots are too small. I want 3 large jars, 1 per person. These 3 burly men were clearly connoisseurs of wine. Seeing such small wine pots immediately displeased them. Noticing the situation, Alicia quickly intervened. Sorry, the wine pots we provide are like this. Their Aunt Indians also began tasting the white liquor. Initially, they too choked on it like the bald man but didn't get upset. Instead, they grew even more excited. Naturally, the scene caught the attention of other guests, who started ordering the white liquor as well. As expected, all who drank it initially choked but none complained. Instead, their eyes sparkled as they took sip after sip. Gradually getting used to the white liquor, they realized how delicious it was. Without exaggeration, in the vast expanse of Nanyue, no other liquor could match this white liquor. The hot pot had already broadened their horizons, and now the addition of this white liquor completely captivated them. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, the pre-prepared soup bases were running low. Alicia rushed into the kitchen with Hutch to start making more broth. Finally, as she emerged from the kitchen, she saw the bald man shout again, Benson, bring us 3 more pots of white liquor. It was clear the bald man was already tipsy, as were his 2 companions. Customers, it's best not to drink too much white liquor on your first try. Its after effects are quite potent. If you wish to drink more, perhaps you could come another day. Alicia worried these 3 men might pass out in the restaurant and hurried to dissuade them. Potent after effects? No problem. We can hold our liquor well. The bald man slapped his chest, but immediately felt dizzy. What's happening? Could I really be drunk after just a little bit? His 2 companions felt similarly lightheaded. Ordinarily, they'd need several jars of liquor to feel this way. Who would have thought just 1 pot would cause such obvious intoxication? They realized Alicia hadn't lied. The white liquor indeed had intense after effects. Given the strength of the liquor, its potency was entirely understandable. With their hot pot nearly finished, the 3 men stood up. Benson, we must say, your white liquor is impressive. We can't continue drinking, or we won't be able to make it home. Is it possible to let us take a few pots away? Rest assured, we'll pay you fairly. The 3 burly men looked at Alicia expectantly. Coming here every day for hot pot wasn't practical. They needed to mine in South Green Mountain, but if they could take the liquor away, it would be perfect. Certainly. Alicia smiled. Upon hearing her words, the 3 men's eyes lit up. Great, wonderful. Benson, let's settle the bill. And so it went. After settling the bill at the counter, they each bought 3 pots of wine and left, their faces beaming with satisfaction. They had anticipated spending a lot on this hot pot meal, only to find it incredibly affordable and within their means. Most importantly, this delectable white liquor wasn't expensive either. Before leaving, they carefully noted the shop sign to avoid mistaking it next time. The fact that the owner was a woman had long ceased to matter. Hurrying to Jared's side. 5 days ago, the craftsmen responsible for weapon production started falling ill one after another. It's like they've contracted some strange illness. While not life-threatening, they are all vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. Not only can they not manufacture weapons, they lack the strength to even stand. Worse still, the same situation is happening at Blue Mountain. Craftsmen there are also starting to fall ill one after another. If these people who guide workers in weapon manufacturing are incapacitated, we cannot complete weapon production on time. Your Highness, I suspect someone is poisoning them. Brett spoke with great gravity. How could this happen? Jared's brows furrowed deeply as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Clearly, the craftsmen falling ill en masse was due to poisoning. For everyone to be poisoned silently while ordinary workers remained unharmed, it had to be the work of an extremely skilled poison expert. Thinking this, Jared recalled a shadow, a mysterious woman who had previously escaped. This mysterious woman excelled in using poisons, her master being a Grandmaster level expert. Perhaps I already know who it is. Jared's tone was chillingly cold. Your Highness, you speak of the same mysterious woman who secretly assisted the Chun family. Her teacher is undoubtedly one of the top poison masters in the world, which is why he is a Grandmaster. But I have little information on this person. Brett had also first thought of the previous mysterious woman. She acting at this critical juncture clearly showed she sensed the threat posed by mass-produced weapons and did not want to see them become widespread. Thus, South U's chances against the Woku would plummet. Attempting to force me into cooperation with you? Dream on. Jared's eyes flashed with intense hostility. Brecken, come with me back to the South U prison. I want to see how long the Chen family can keep their mouths shut. If they still refuse to speak today, then they'll all die. The members of the Chen family were still locked away in prison. Even relentless torture had failed to make them talk. Today, Jared planned to take action himself since they were all facing capital punishment. There was no need to show mercy. Every day these criminals lived was another day of wasted rations. Soon, Jared and Brett arrived at the South U prison, directly entering Elizong's cell. The present Elizong sat on the ground, disheveled and devoid of spirit. Even when Jared entered, he paid no mind, instead sneering mockingly, I didn't expect the mighty South U king to visit me again. So, you're here to ask about that mysterious woman again? Sorry, I don't know anything. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Elizong laughed maniacally. Knowing his fate, He wouldn't divulge the mysterious woman's identity. Would you remain silent even under brutal torture? Jared's gaze was full of murderous intent. He had already decided to use the droplet torture to make him beg for death if he refused to talk. Before resorting to this, though, he had other means to torment Elisong, so he wanted to try them first. I suggest you skip the torture and just kill me outright, because I won't say anything anyway. Elisong's disdain was palpable. Fearless of death, would he fear torture? Very well, quite stubborn. Then don't blame me. Bring Lucian here. Jared coldly instructed the guards beside him. Next moment, a deranged Acton laughing uncontrollably was led by the guards into Elisong's cell. The shock of the Chen family's destruction had driven Lucian insane shortly after imprisonment. Elisong was now the only remaining individual who knew the mysterious woman's identity. Seeing Lucian enter, Elisong remained expressionless and defiant. Jared didn't waste time on useless words, giving Brett a meaningful glance. Understanding immediately, Brett drew a dagger and fiercely stabbed Lucian's left shoulder, blood flowing down his arm. Lucian screamed wildly from the pain. You! Elisong clenched his fists in anger. With Lucian already insane, he was ignorant of the mysterious woman, making torture pointless. Therefore, rage. I'll stick to what I said before. Just obediently tell me everything you know, Jared replied coolly. Otherwise, I can assure you that your son will wish he could die but won't be able to. Don't worry, after each session of torture, I'll have a doctor treat him well so that next time, it'll be easier to continue the torment. When Jared spoke these words, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. There was no need to show mercy to these people. Despicable! Elisong roared in fury. During this process, on Jared's instruction, Brett stabbed Everett again. Blood covered his entire body, making the sight terrifying. The severe pain caused Everett to lose consciousness right there. Already unconscious? Jared kicked the unconscious Everett, raising an eyebrow. Bring this guy back to his senses. I won't leave until I've stabbed him a dozen or 20 times today. He finished speaking as a guard approached with a large bucket and splashed water over Everett. Everett abruptly woke up, screaming in continued agony. Just as Jared was preparing to instruct Brett to continue torturing Everett, Elisong suddenly shouted, "Stop! Will you give us a quick death if I reveal the identity of that mysterious woman?" Elisong knew very well that there was no chance for their family to survive after all they had done. Falling into Jared's hands meant certain death. Rather than watch, Elisong shouted angrily. At that moment, Jared looked extremely displeased, but at least now he understood the true identity of the woman. After a moment, Jared coldly stared at Elisong. Rest assured, since I promised you, I will follow through. With that, Jared turned around and left the cell with Brett. On the way out, his expression remained grave. My lord, this matter is serious. Should we inform the emperor? Brett whispered beside him. Certainly, but not now. There must be a larger organization behind her. The chaos she spoke of likely refers to the combined attack by the Hartley Kingdom and Japan against the Great Zhou dynasty. To think, these guys were hiding so deeply. I thought they were all long dead, yet here they are. Jared was even more convinced that the person secretly poisoning him was Elsa. Clearly, having learned about the power of the firearms, she feared Jared might defeat Japan, so she poisoned him secretly. This way, overwhelmed by Japan, he would have no choice but to cooperate with her group. After some contemplation, Jared's lips curled into a smirk. Since she wants cooperation, let's play along. Zhao. Find Elsa and tell her that I'm interested in cooperating. As you command. Brett respectfully responded. In his view, Jared wouldn't concede to these remnants. The so-called cooperation was a trap to lure Elsa. The next day, true to his word, Jared swiftly executed the entire Qin family publicly in the square. Among the crowd stood a seemingly ordinary woman with a faint floral fragrance. This was the disguised Elsa. She watched the execution of the Qin family with no change in her expression. But just as she turned to leave, Brett appeared behind her. Upon seeing Brett, the woman leapt away, using her lightness kung fu skills to flee. Unfortunately, she faced the master-level Brett. This time, Brett wasn't going to give Elsa any chance to escape, quickly catching up. You shouldn't think of running. The prince has invited you to his residence for a chat. Standing in front of Elsa, Brett spoke coldly. Though her appearance had changed completely, Brett recognized her. Apart from the familiar scent of flowers, she exuded the aura of a 9th-tier martial artist, easily recognizable if she didn't deliberately hide it. Ha ha ha. Elsa laughed aloud upon realizing Brett had identified her. From the moment she administered the poison, she anticipated Jared would come looking for her. After all, only she had the antidote. For Jared to continue saving the engineers and manufacturing firearms, he needed to find her. Since she wanted Jared to find her, revealing some clues intentionally was necessary. Very well, since the prince has invited me, I shall follow. Elsa tore off her mask, revealing her stunning face. Without resistance, she calmly followed Brett away. Chapter 193, Cooperation? A moment later. In the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. In the Nan Yuangfu should be corrected to. In the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. In the Nanyu Palace. Here's the revised segment within context. Moments later. In the Nanyu Palace. Elsa entered under Brett's guidance and came before Jared. Your Highness, this makes us meeting for the second time. So, are you planning to cooperate with us? Although Elsa was only a 9th-grade martial artist and would be no match for Brett in a fight, she did not panic at all. Instead, she was remarkably composed. She knew very well why Jared had summoned her. It was definitely for the antidote. As long as she didn't hand over the antidote, nothing bad would happen to her. Hand over the antidote, and I'll spare your life. Jared ignored Elsa's request for cooperation and coldly questioned her. Haha. Elsa smiled slightly. Your Highness, what do you mean? I don't understand. Don't pretend to be stupid. Do you really think this prince knows nothing? The one who's secretly poisoned is definitely you. Now tell me, how will you hand over the antidote? Hearing this, Elsa was not surprised. She calmly replied, since your highness already knows, I won't beat around the bush. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, I will willingly provide the antidote. If not, you'll never get the antidote. Jared's eyes revealed intense killing intent. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? A master-level martial artist can take your life in an instant. I am not afraid of death since I dared to come here, your highness. Elsa remained calm and collected. If your highness doesn't want the antidote, then kill me. She was confident that Jared wouldn't harm her. After a brief silence, Jared suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Miss Mu, I've known who you are for a long time. To have remnants from the previous dynasty appear so boldly before me, aren't you afraid I'd turn you over to the court? If you wanted to do that, why would you negotiate with me here? Elsa smiled. Your highness is wise. Cooperating with us brings only benefits. Why not work together? Besides, aren't you satisfied with being just the king of Nanyu? Do you not wish to expand your power? Elsa spoke with great confidence. As long as your highness agrees to cooperate with us, everything you desire will be realized in the future. As for the incident where your father was killed, it was an unfortunate accident. Our target has always been Demon alone. Of course, your highness can choose, otherwise, you will surely die today. Jared understood that Elsa was merely a pawn, while the true mastermind posed the real danger. Legend has it that when the Wei dynasty fell, a prince vanished from his cradle. His body was never found in the palace. Someone must have rescued him secretly. If Jared's guess was right, this missing prince was Elsa's real boss. Elsa fell silent. So, does your highness agree to cooperate with us? Elsa probed cautiously. You expect this prince to cooperate without showing sincerity? Would this prince only deserve to negotiate with minor players like you? Jared wanted to lure out the true mastermind. Fine, I will convey your message. Here's the antidote. 1 dose per person will cure them. With that, Elsa took out a small vial and handed it to Brett. Then, Elsa hurried away. Though Jared hadn't given a definite response, it proved he intended to cooperate. This matter now needed to be reported to the young master immediately. She wasn't worried about Jared deceiving her. If he did, the next poisoning wouldn't just cause vomiting and diarrhea. Your highness, are you really going to cooperate with them? Brett had been quiet, but was now puzzled. Cooperate? Jared chuckled coldly. They're just a band of rabble. Why would I cooperate with them? Just a long-term strategy to catch bigger fish. Brecken, take my letter to see the emperor immediately. If the mastermind comes, they will bring that master-level martial artist. Given our strength, dealing with them is impossible, so we need reinforcements. Agree to cooperate with us, the antidote will be yours on a silver platter. Otherwise, you'll never get the antidote. Jared's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you? A master-level warrior can take your life in an instant. I came here knowing full well that I have no fear of death. Elsa remained composed. If your highness doesn't want the antidote, then kill me. She was confident that Jared wouldn't lay a hand on her. After a brief silence, Jared suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Miss Mu, I have known who you truly are from the start. If remnants of the previous dynasty dared to show themselves so openly, aren't you afraid I would turn you over to the imperial court? If your highness intended to do that, why are we negotiating here? Elsa smiled. Your highness is an intelligent man. Cooperation with us brings only benefits, not drawbacks. Why wouldn't we cooperate? Besides, does your highness wish to remain merely the king of Nanyu forever? Wouldn't you want to expand your power? Elsa looked extremely confident as she continued. If your highness agrees to cooperate with us, all this will come true in the future. As for the murder of your father, I can only say it was an accident. Our target has always been Demon alone. Of course, your highness can choose not to cooperate with us. But since I've already understood that Elsa was just a pawn, the true orchestrator was the real threat. Legend had it that when the Wei dynasty fell, a baby prince vanished. Despite searching the entire palace, his body was never found. Clearly, someone had saved him secretly. If Jared's guess was right, the missing prince was indeed the mastermind behind Elsa and her people. Elsa fell silent. So, does your highness agree to cooperate with us? Elsa ventured a question. To get me to cooperate, you should show sincerity first. Do you think I'm fit to negotiate only with people like you? Jared's plan was to lure out the mastermind. Fine, I will convey your highness's message. Here is the antidote. Give each person a dose, and they will recover. Elsa then casually pulled out a small vial and tossed it to Brett before leaving hurriedly. Though Jared hadn't given a definitive answer, it was evident that he was interested in cooperating. Given this, she needed to report back to the young master immediately. As for whether Jared might deceive her, Elsa wasn't worried. If he did, the next poisoning wouldn't be as harmless. Your highness, are you really going to cooperate with them? Brett had remained silent until now but was now confused. Cooperate? Jared laughed coldly. They're just a bunch of rabble. Why would I cooperate with them? I'm simply fishing for bigger prey. Brecken, immediately take my letter to meet the emperor. If the person behind this comes, they will bring the master-level warrior with them. We can't handle them alone. We need reinforcements. Make sure Blake comes back with you. Oh, and distribute the antidote to the poisoned individuals immediately to resume fire weapon production. Brett understood instantly. Your highness, rest assured. I'll do it right away. With that, Brett rushed out. The Blake mentioned by Jared was actually the personal attendant to Corbin of Zhou, appearing as a kind and benevolent old eunuch, but, in truth, was a peak master-level warrior of the Zhou dynasty. ###Chapter 194. Secret Planning. The biggest challenge Jared currently faced was the Grandmaster skilled in poison, whom he could not defeat. However, once Blake intervened, this problem would be resolved effortlessly. The remnants of the previous dynasty hiding behind the scenes must be caught. In the following days, Nanyu City remained safe and sound. The craftsmen and workers who had been poisoned gradually recovered and resumed their work on firearm manufacturing. Batch after batch of firearms were sent to the Nanhua military camp. Additionally, Jared formulated a new soldier training plan, insisting that court enforce it strictly. In short, Jared adapted modern military training methods for this era. Although intensive training required more food supplies due to the soldiers' increased energy consumption, the city's granaries were well stocked. The most pressing task now was to defeat the Japanese pirates. All other matters could wait. Meanwhile, outside Nanhua City in an inconspicuous village, a frail scholar sat by a table outside an inn, reading a book. Beside him was an indolently man with white hair. This was none other than the disguised Grandmaster Brody. And the young scholar beside him was the one he respected as Young Master, whose real identity was Bertie Atlee of the former donghua dynasty. Years ago, during the turmoil that overthrew the throne, rebellious armies stormed the palace, slaughtering the entire donghua royal family. Atlee was saved just in time by Brody, or else he too would have perished. Once, this world belonged to their Wei clan, but now it had been seized by Demon. Atlee swore to restore the donghua dynasty and personally kill Demon. Initially, Atlee did not plan to come himself, but a letter from Elsa informed him of Jared's powerful invention, firearms. With these, dealing with the great Zhou dynasty would be effortless. During his stay in Nanhua, assisted by Brody, he had secretly observed Jared's inventions. They truly expanded his horizons. Unfortunately, without knowing how to manufacture gunpowder, even acquiring firearm production methods would be useless. Thus, Jared had to be acquired, or eliminated. If not, everything would be lost if the great Zhou dynasty obtained these weapons. At that moment, a hunched old woman, looking about the same age as Brody, approached slowly. Your Highness, Jared agrees to cooperate with us. But the condition is that you must meet him in person. Despite her old appearance, her voice was surprisingly youthful. This was Elsa in disguise, who had immediately traveled here after leaving the prince's residence. Does he have other conditions? Atlee put down his book and asked coolly. He also mentioned you should come with sincerity. Elsa didn't hide anything, repeating Jared's exact words. Haha. Atlee chuckled coldly. Indeed, Jared is smarter than I thought. Clearly, he has learned my true identity. Brody, sitting beside him, quickly interjected. Your Highness, this journey is too dangerous. You don't need to go yourself. Jared is cunning. We must be cautious. I am well aware. But this trip is necessary. Only by cooperating with Jared and obtaining those firearms can I hope to restore the donghua dynasty. If he wants to see me, then let him have his wish. Atlee smiled sinisterly, whispering something into Brody's ear. The latter, initially worried, soon smiled approvingly. Your Highness is indeed clever. Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Wangfu. Corrected for natural fluency and consistency in English. Elsa, go back now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Wangfu. Further refinement for accuracy and fluency. Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Wangfu. Final edited version. Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Wangfu. For better context and fluency in English, it should be, Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Wangfu. To maintain consistency and ensure natural reading in English, Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Palace. Note, the term Wangfu, is translated as palace to fit the context naturally in English. If you prefer to keep the original term for authenticity, it can remain as Nanhua Wangfu. Final edited translation. Elsa, return now and inform Jared. In 7 days, I will personally visit Nanhua Palace. After bowing respectfully, Elsa left hurriedly. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days flew by. During this period, Jared used distillation techniques to produce high-purity alcohol, not for making liquor but medical-grade alcohol. Knowing the Japanese pirates would soon attack Nanhua in large numbers, even with strong firearms and brave soldiers, casualties were inevitable. Medical alcohol would be crucial in preventing infections. Jared promptly delivered the medical alcohol to the Nanhua military camp for use in subsequent battles. He also took the opportunity to observe the soldiers' training. Currently, Nanhua's army numbered 10,000, from which 2,000 were selected to train day and night with matchlock muskets, forming a specialized musket squad. These soldiers would play a vital role in the upcoming battle against the Japanese pirates, requiring strict training. Meanwhile, other soldiers were learning to use firearms according to Jared's training plan. Over time, noticeable changes occurred among the soldiers. They grew visibly stronger. This was not solely due to training but also because Jared improved their diet, ensuring proper nutrition. As for the hot pot city business, Jared entrusted it entirely to Alicia, confident everything would proceed smoothly. One day, upon returning from inspecting the troops, Jared saw Brett hurrying back with a kind-faced Dylan. The very person Jared had been eagerly awaiting, Blake. Oh, finally Blake, welcome. Please sit down. Excited, Jared invited Blake to sit and poured him a glass of wine. Bertie, the Tobias has a message. Blake, not yet seated, spoke gravely. Bertie, under no circumstances are you to kill the person. Instead, deliver him to me for transport back to the capital. Jared, unsurprised, nodded calmly. Even without the Tobias's instruction, he wouldn't have killed the mastermind. The Tobias would surely want to interrogate and possibly recruit such a person. If not, he would eliminate the threat. After all, if it weren't for those rebels, Yush might still be alive. The Tobias will settle scores. These matters are clear to me, Jared acknowledged with a nod. Blake, please take your seat and try the liquor I brewed myself. Hashtag chapter 195, sincerity. Blake did not refuse and smiled as he sat down. He slowly picked up the glass of white wine Jared offered and took a small sip. The next moment, Blake's eyes lit up instantly. Good, excellent wine. His Highness is truly remarkable to be able to brew such fine wine. If Cliff could taste this wonderful wine, he would certainly praise it without end. Blake, Once this matter is resolved, take a few jars back for Cliff and the Xena Queen. Let them all try the white wine from Nanua, Jared said excitedly. With Blake's help now, even if that master of poisons appeared, Jared wasn't worried at all. For the rest of the time, Jared discussed the plan with Blake. Meanwhile, he briefly explained about the mysterious master who excelled in using poisons. Blake, do you know this master's true identity? Jared asked curiously. Blake didn't respond, amazed to restrain him. This old servant will do everything possible to hold back Eli. The rest can be left to Commander Zhao. Blake finished, and Brett nodded in agreement beside him. Without the threat of the Grandmaster, Brett could handle the remaining individuals easily. Now, if the mastermind dared step into the mansion, it would be like delivering himself into a trap. If so, then we just need to wait for the big fish to bite. Just in case, I've prepared another contingency plan. As Jared spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice and continued discussing with Blake and Brett. The next morning, early dawn, a Dylanly man with white hair led a frail-looking scholar to the gates of the Nanua mansion. Seeing the many guards outside, the scholar showed no change in expression and walked calmly into the mansion. You, who are you? The guards immediately stopped him. Heh. The scholar chuckled. I am naturally an honored guest of your birdie. Just announced my arrival. Upon hearing this, the guard furrowed his brow, sized him up, and then hurried into the mansion. Moments later, the guard returned with Jared's permission and personally led the two men into the mansion. At this time, in the main hall of the mansion, Jared sat composed in the main seat. When he saw the Dylanly man and the scholar-like figure enter, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was no doubt that the frail scholar walking ahead was the mastermind behind the scenes. The old man following behind was Grandmaster Eli. Birdie, I didn't expect they actually came. Standing beside Jared was not Brett or Blake, but Hutch. As for where the other two were, Jared had already arranged them properly. For now, the 9th-rank martial artist Hutch was enough within the mansion. Who are you? Though Jared already knew who it was, he pretended and called out. What? Don't tell me you're not planning to cooperate with me anymore? Weren't you the one who wanted to see me? Atlee confidently strode in, showing no fear of the surrounding guards, and casually sat down. Eli stood beside him, appearing like an ordinary old man. But everyone knew he was a grandmaster, and even if the guards attacked together, it wouldn't make any difference. Oh, so you are the remnants of the former dynasty, Jared said indifferently. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? As he spoke, the guards, including Hutch, all revealed murderous expressions, ready to act at any moment. Heh. Seeing this, Atlee remained confident and calm. Birdie, do you really think you can? I can also clearly tell you that if you don't intend to cooperate today, no one in this mansion will survive. You surely understand how powerful a grandmaster is, Eli said coldly from beside Atlee. To him, these guards were nothing. Even a 9th-rank martial artist like Hutch was insignificant. What puzzled him was why Brett, the master, wasn't here. Wouldn't he normally be standing close to protect Jared? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Atlee's words, Jared burst into laughter. He then looked at Atlee. Since we're cooperating, how can I not know who you are? My name is Atlee. Tobias Wei, he of the Wei dynasty, is my father. Atlee didn't hide his identity. He revealed it outright since he would eventually need to share it if they were going to cooperate. As for the secret leaking out, he wasn't worried at all. If Jared refused cooperation, everyone in the mansion would die, including him. In Atlee's view, if he couldn't get what he wanted, neither could anyone else. Jared's fire weapons were so dangerous. If he couldn't obtain them, they had to be destroyed completely. Hearing Atlee's words, Jared wasn't surprised. Even if he hadn't said it, Jared had already guessed. Now, tell me how you want to cooperate with me. If you don't show sincerity, don't count on me cooperating with you. Chapter 196, True or False. Since I dared to come here, I naturally brought ample sincerity. Atlee gave a faint smile and pulled out a letter from his bosom. Hutch, who was standing beside Jared, hurriedly stepped forward to receive it and passed it on to Jared. During this process, Hutch whispered a few words into Jared's ear. Upon hearing this, Jared's brows furrowed slightly, but quickly returned to normal as he glanced at the letter in front of him. His pupils constricted. It turned out to be a communication between Japan and the Great Song Kingdom. The letter explicitly stated that the Great Song Kingdom would launch a large-scale attack on the Great Zhou dynasty in half a year, with Japan also sending troops. This clearly informed Jared that the time left for him was just 6 months. Your Highness, how do you find my sincerity? Atlee saw Jared's shocked expression and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, this is absolutely true. If there's any falsehood, I'll accept whatever punishment you impose. It seems you truly wish to cooperate sincerely with me. Someone bring the wine. Jared shouted loudly. A few guards immediately came in and placed white liquor on the table beside Atlee. Your Highness, I can't hold my liquor well, so I'm really not fit to enjoy such fine wine. Now that your Highness has agreed to collaborate with us, let's make some concrete plans. I wonder if your Highness can entrust me with the firearms? If you're willing, feel free to name your terms. Atlee's purpose of this visit was for the firearms. Jared wasn't particularly important to her, but the firearms were another matter. Obtaining the firearms would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the Great Zhou dynasty. Haha. Hearing Atlee's words, Jared smiled slightly. Everything was within his expectations. Even Elsa knew about targeting the workers who manufactured firearms. As her master, Atlee must also be aware of the firearms. Jared fully understood how powerful firearms were. Atlee's humble request for cooperation clearly indicated her desire for the firearms. If she got them, the consequences would be unimaginable. How could Jared possibly hand them over? He appeared to agree to their collaboration today, but actually intended to catch them all in one swoop. No rush, no rush. This white liquor is truly excellent. Are you sure, young Master Wei, you won't try some? Jared did not directly answer Atlee's question and spoke calmly. I think it's unnecessary. If your Highness isn't willing to hand over the firearms, then there's no point in cooperating. This old man can assure you that your firearms manufacturers will completely vanish. Eli, standing beside Atlee, looked at Jared with cold eyes. Atlee remained silent, but was clearly displeased. So, you're threatening me? Jared laughed indifferently. In that case, there's no point in cooperating. Someone, escort our guests out. Your Highness, are you playing tricks on me? Atlee stood up angrily. Do you believe everyone in the royal residence will die today? I say this now. Eli continued to act arrogantly. Don't know what I'm talking about? Fine, Olderau, go ahead. Jared waved his right hand lightly, and Hutch rushed toward Atlee at high speed. Hutch, being a 9th grade warrior, was already a formidable presence in the eyes of ordinary people. His speed was far beyond what they could react to. In an instant, Hutch was right in front of Atlee and Eli. Logically, a Grandmaster-level Eli should be able to easily subdue Hutch with a casual move. However, this Eli next to Atlee exhibited a look of terror. Before he could react, Hutch grabbed his neck. Atlee attempted to flee but was blocked by the guards. Haha, with such poor skills, you dare to pretend to be a Grandmaster in front of me? Do you think I can't break your neck right now? As he spoke, Hutch tore off the guy's face mask. Indeed, he wasn't Eli but a nobody. Seeing the mask torn off, he panicked. Spare me, I don't know anything. I was forced into this. Hutch didn't bother with him anymore. Since he wasn't Eli, he was useless. Hutch twisted his neck with one forceful motion and casually tossed him aside like garbage. Your Highness, what shall we do with this one? He's likely fake too. Hutch walked to Atlee, who was almost fainting from fear, trembling all over. Before Hutch could act, this impostor tore off his own mask, pleading, it has nothing to do with me. I was forced into it. Your Highness, Spinity to be uncovered. It was evident that Hutch wasn't an ordinary 9th rank warrior. He was quite formidable. So, I must hand over the firearms today, right? If not, then death awaits? Jared spoke solemnly. Hutch, who was standing next to him, along with the surrounding guards, were ready to act at any moment, ensuring Jared's safety. Hee, exactly. Atlee smiled slightly. Since you're unwilling to cooperate properly, we have no choice but to take a stronger approach. Can't be helped. These firearms are truly powerful. I must obtain them. Naturally, Birdie can also consider cooperating with us. Rest assured, you won't be treated unfairly in the future. Atlee's expression exuded supreme confidence when he said this. Jared didn't respond immediately, maintaining a grave demeanor. To Atlee, it clearly looked like Jared was afraid. After all, a Grandmaster stood beside him. Given Jared's current strength, he couldn't stand against Eli. As long as Jared didn't want to die, he would surely agree now. With this thought, Atlee became more smug. Firearm acquisition seemed certain. However, just as Atlee felt triumphant, Jared suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do you really think this prince is that foolish? As soon as Jared finished speaking, Brett slowly emerged from the side. Hee, Birdie. Could your reliance possibly be on this man? Pardon me for saying so, but he's merely a master-level warrior. I don't consider him a threat at all. Eli sneered at Brett's appearance. Eli, you sure have guts. Aren't you ignoring me too? At this moment, a majestic voice echoed from afar. Everard appeared behind Brett. Initially unfazed, Eli's expression changed drastically upon seeing Everard. What? How are you here? Shouldn't you be protecting the great Joe Tobias? Eli was clearly wary of Everard and instantly shielded Atlee. Atlee, upon seeing Everard, was equally stunned. He never expected Everard to appear suddenly. Knowing that Everard and Eli were both Grandmasters, this meant Everard could hold Eli back. Without Eli's protection, Atlee was in grave danger. Surrounded by guards, Brett, and Hutch, there was no escape. Atlee's face turned grim. Jared was far smarter than he imagined. He had requested aid from the Emperor, who had actually agreed, sending his strongest bodyguard to protect Jared personally in Nanua. Indeed, Jared held immense importance in the Emperor's eyes. Why I'm here is none of your concern. All you need to know is that you won't leave here today. Everard unleashed his formidable grand cause of your father's death. Ha ha ha. What? Jared's expression changed. What do you mean, the true cause of my father's death? Tell me everything you know. Not just Jared, but Brett and Hutch beside him, were equally shocked. Sorry, I won't say anything. I can only tell you that your father died unjustly. We originally planned to deal with Demon, but who knew that Yush remained in the capital? Pity. Atlee showed no fear under Jared's threats and laughed maniacally. Hashtag chapter 198, the traitor. Do you believe me if I say I can snap your neck right now? Hutch, already of a short temper, could not tolerate it any longer and immediately rushed to Atlee, grabbing him by the collar. A 9th rank martial artist killing an ordinary person would be too easy. Come on, if you have the guts, just do it. I won't say anything anyway. Atlee did not show any fear towards Hutch, and instead sneered mockingly. Logically speaking, as a former prince, he was bound to die once he fell into Jared's hands. Jared could easily eliminate the root cause by killing him outright without needing to interrogate. However, Jared did not take this action, and his guards around him only made threats. This implied that Jared had received certain orders that prevented him from killing him. Knowing this, Atlee remained unafraid. Hutch gnashed his teeth in anger, but couldn't really bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Jared slapped Atlee hard across the face. Although he couldn't kill him at the moment, that didn't mean he couldn't beat him up. Putting away his fire lance, Jared struck several more blows, causing Atlee to fall to the ground with a swollen and red face. If you have the ability, then kill me. Atlee considered himself a pure royal bloodline and felt superior. Now, being beaten by Jared, he was filled with uncontrollable rage. But there was nothing he could do. He could only endure more beating from Jared. Beat this guy until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Just remember, leave enough breath for him to stay alive. At Jared's command, Hutch and Brett started beating Atlee mercilessly. Even though they were restraining their strength, the force was still unbearable for an ordinary person like Atlee. After a few blows, Atli was covered in bruises and spitting out large amounts of blood, unable to stand up. Atli, due to the Tobias's order, I cannot kill you right now. But if you don't tell me the truth about that year's battle, I guarantee you will wish you were dead but can't find peace. After saying this, Jared gave a look to Hutch, wiping out the way remnants. Later, Atli understood why the capital gates opened. Someone within the city wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Yush and also destroy the way remnants. But who that person was, Atli did not know. After learning this, Jared fell silent. Though still puzzled, he gradually understood. There must have been a traitor within the city, and this traitor wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate both the Jiang family and the Wei remnants. Brett and Hutch looked very grave upon hearing this. They never expected that the mighty, killing god, Yush would die at the hands of his own people. If no one had opened the gates, the subsequent events would not have occurred. So, who was that person? Jared asked coldly. Unfortunately, I don't know either. Accurately speaking, we were also victims in that battle. You must understand this point. Atli, enduring excruciating pain, replied. Your Highness, this man is definitely lying. Let me cripple his other arm. Hutch thought Atli was deliberately withholding information and was visibly angry. Hold it. After brief contemplation, Jared said slowly. Lock this man up and wait for Lord Arao to return before sending him back to the capital. After saying this, Jared turned and sat on a nearby chair, looking extremely grim. Despite their confusion, Hutch and Brett followed Jared's instructions and ordered the guards to take Atli away. Your Highness, why not continue pressing him? I feel this guy isn't telling the truth. What kind of nonsense is victims? If they hadn't invaded the actually a remnant of the Wei dynasty, but instead wanted to destroy the Jiang clan while also eradicating the remaining people of the Wei dynasty? Yes. Jared nodded affirmatively. So Atli did not lie to us. He indeed wasn't fully aware either. If he had known who that person was, he would have had Eli take care of him long ago. Only after hearing Jared's words did Brett and Hutch understand everything, nodding in comprehension. Though Jared did not know who that person truly was, he now knew the truth and was determined to find this person. Killing his father was an unforgivable sin, let alone annihilating his entire clan. He wouldn't rest until he personally eliminated this person. At that moment, Lord Arao returned, looking rather worn out. Lord Arao, are you all right? Jared asked anxiously as he approached. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I'm fine, Lord Arao replied. It's just that we couldn't capture Eli. He is too cunning. But rest assured, Your Highness. Though he escaped, he was severely injured and won't be showing up anytime soon. After resting on the chair for a while, Lord Arao spoke slowly. This trip has been tiring for Lord Arao. Jared bowed respectfully to him. Although they didn't manage to kill Eli, Jared was satisfied with the outcome. Both were great masters, so neither could guarantee a decisive victory over the other. Given the intense battle that left Eli seriously wounded yet allowed Lord Arao to return unharmed, it proved Lord Arao's formidable strength. What Jared could be sure of was that this person had a deep-seated grudge against his father, Yush, and probably despised the remnants of the Wei dynasty. So he had set a trap to make both sides destroy each other, reaping the benefits afterward. Perhaps this person was already a high-ranking official in the Zhou dynasty. But who exactly could it be? Jared was truly uncertain. Informing Paxton was also a way for the Tobias to provide some intelligence. Forget it. I'll stop thinking for now. The primary task is still resisting Japan. Jared instructed Brett to return to Wolf Mountain to oversee the manufacturing of firearms. Meanwhile, he went with Hutch to inspect the South U military camp. Days passed. Lord Arao quickly returned to the capital. First, he secretly imprisoned Atli, and then presented Jared's letter to Paxton. Your Majesty, we have captured Atli. This is the letter from the birdie. Paxton hastily took the letter and, upon reading its contents, his pupils dilated in shock and rage began to surface. His greatest regret was the death of Yush. He had always believed it was the revenge of the previous dynasty's remnants that led to Jared's father's death. But now, he understood the whole truth from Jared's letter instead of the late Yush. In that case, a word from Jared could sway opinions heavily. If he openly opposed Tanner becoming crown prince, who would dare support him? #### chapter 200, losing control. Jared must die. Tanner was visibly enraged, pounding the table beside him. Normally a man of gentle temperament, Tanner seemed to be losing his composure. Initially, he believed that with only the strength of Nanyue, Jared would have no chance against the Japanese forces and would inevitably perish along with them. However, no one could have anticipated that Jared would develop firearms. Every time he thought about how Jared might use these firearms to threaten his position in the future, his anger intensified. Or more accurately, it was fear. Your Highness, please calm down. There is still a solution to this matter, said Ilyatstav as he approached Tanner, speaking in a cold tone. Jared is the Preston in the Great Zhou dynasty and is loyal to it, without any doubt. Therefore, the firearms he has developed belong to the Great Zhou dynasty. If Cliff can issue an imperial edict demanding Jared to hand over the manufacturing methods of the firearms, he must comply. If he refuses, it would be considered defiance of the Emperor's command. For a king to produce weapons of mass destruction in his territory is tantamount to preparing for rebellion. Currently, Jared is not important. What matters are the firearms, continued Ilyatstav. As for whether Jared will oppose you in the future, there's really no need to worry too much. Your abilities are recognized by all ministers, even by Cliff. And Birdie you, who is only a child, regardless of being the queen's son, how can the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty be entrusted to a mere infant? The Great Zhou Empire cannot be left in the hands of an inexperienced child. In my view, Cliff has long regarded you as the crowned Birdie candidate, otherwise, why would he consult you on every matter? Ilyatstav finished, and Van nodded in agreement. At first, they also believed that Jared's presence threatened Tanner's status. But upon reflection, it was clear there was no real threat. Given Corbin of Zhou's character, he would never entrust his hard-earned empire to an untested youth. Among the many princes, excluding the deceased crown prince, Tanner was indeed the most suitable heir to the throne. Your Highness, rest assured. I have already discussed this with the key officials, and tomorrow I will advise Cliff to establish the heir to stabilize the nation's foundation, Van said calmly. If a crown prince were to be chosen now, Tanner was undoubtedly the top choice. Even if the queen were to intervene, she could not support a child under 10 years old to become the crown prince. Moreover, everyone had seen Coleman's unruly behavior. Though the senior officials led by Van and those who passed the imperial examinations often had disputes, they agreed on one thing: the selection of a crown prince. Hearing this, Tanner was initially taken aback but quickly recovered. You're right. The firearms are indeed the priority. Regardless of Jared's capabilities, he remains a vassal king of the Great Zhou dynasty. From his recent actions, it's clear he remains loyal to the dynasty. I have been too angry these past few days. Thank you, uncle and grandfather, for reminding me. A faint smile crept onto Tanner's face. As for the position of crown birdie, we don't need to worry about it now, as Coleman is still too young. So, let's focus on our plan. Over the next few days, Tanner continued discussing earnestly with Van and Eliot's staff. Meanwhile, in the Queen's chambers, Corbin of Zhou handed the letter written by Jared to Queen Diana. Upon reading its contents, the usually composed Diana showed rare signs of fury. The truth behind the annihilation of the Jiang clan was that they had been betrayed by their own people. She had always wondered how her brother Yush, despite his prowess and the formidable Jiang army, could have fallen so suddenly to the weakened remnants of the Wei dynasty. It turned out the city gates were never stormed. They had been opened by a traitor. Yurm vacant. With Corbin aging, the decision for the heir needed to be made soon. Among the princes, Tanner was the most fitting. Ah, Corbin sighed deeply. How wonderful it would be if Roscoe were your biological son. In Corbin's heart, Diana was his true wife, leading to his favoritism toward Coleman. Yet, Coleman was still a child with a rebellious nature, unfit to inherit the vast empire of Great Zhou, which would surely bring ruin to it. Your Majesty, to me, all your sons are like my own. Clever and wise like Cliff in his youth, Roscoe's only flaw is jealousy, which requires nurturing, Diana said softly, leaning into Corbin's embrace. Corbin, aware of Tanner's character, nodded slightly. In his heart, he had already made his decision. Chapter 201. Establishing the crown birdie. The next day, morning court. The many officials present had planned to advise Cliff to establish a crown prince. However, Paxton unexpectedly spoke first. Our Great Zhou dynasty has endured for a long time, and I can clearly feel that my body is not as it used to be. Currently, the Great Song Kingdom and the Japanese Empire are eyeing our empire with ill intent. For the long-term stability and prosperity of our nation, I have decided to establish a crown prince early on to strengthen the foundation of our country. Upon hearing this, Second Birdie Tanner, who stood nearby, instantly lit up with excitement. For appointing Tanner as the crown prince, there were no objections from either veteran ministers or officials who had passed the imperial examinations. Indeed, Tanner was the most suitable candidate. Their intention had also been to suggest the same to the emperor. Tanner's support among the ministers was undeniably strong. However, Left Chancellor Gabriel seemed to sense something and cast a questioning glance at Paxton, but did not voice his concerns openly. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have an urgent matter to report. At this moment, a slender Weston stood up. King Jared of Nanhua has developed formidable firearms to resist the Japanese Empire. In my opinion, Your Majesty should issue an immediate edict to compel King Jared to hand over the method of manufacturing these firearms to enhance the military strength of our Great Zhou dynasty. Firearms will play a pivotal role in our future offensive against the Great Song Kingdom. After this official spoke, several others stood up, echoing similar sentiments, mostly urging Jared to surrender the firearm manufacturing methods. Paxton did not respond immediately, but fell into deep thought. He had known about Jared's firearms in Nanhua for some time now, even earlier than the officials. Although he hadn't seen them firsthand, he was fully aware of their devastating power. If the Great Zhou dynasty possessed such firearms, it could deal a catastrophic blow to the Great Song Kingdom. Yet, he had not issued an immediate decree for Jared to hand over the manufacturing methods because he trusted Jared. He believed Jared would eventually share the methods when the time was right, perhaps delayed due to other concerns or fears of premature leakage. Any disclosure of the manufacturing process to enemy nations would have disastrous consequences. Birdie, what are your thoughts? Paxton turned his gaze toward Tanner. King Jared's loyalty to the Great Zhou dynasty is unquestionable, Tanner replied. In my view, he might be waiting for the right moment to submit the firearm manufacturing methods. Tanner's insight was sharp, and his response swift. He realized that Paxton had known about the firearms for some time, and had chosen not to act immediately due to immense trust in Jared. Forcing the issue now could infuriate Paxton. Given that he had just become the crown prince, proving Paxton's trust in him, it was unnecessary to rush for the manufacturing methods. If Jared didn't submit them, Paxton would issue the order regardless. Satisfied with Tanner's reply, Paxton nodded approvingly and then spoke slowly. I have known about the firearms for some time now, but as they are still in their early stages of development, further experimentation is needed. There's no point in demanding the manufacturing methods now. Let us allow King Jared to continue testing for some time. The officials nodded in agreement, offering no objections. During the rest of the court session, Paxton blood. Your Majesty. Everard rushed forward to support him. Chapter 202. Severe illness. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Paxtandi suddenly vomited blood and fainted, which sent Blake into a panic. He hurriedly called for help. After a tense wait, Paxtandi lay weakly on the bed, still unconscious. The imperial physician knelt beside the bed, fully concentrating on his diagnosis, his brow furrowed with concern. Meanwhile, Xena Diana and the newly designated Crown Birdie Tanner anxiously awaited the physician's findings. Their hearts were like ships tossed in rough seas, uncertain yet hoping that Paxtandi would safely recover from this crisis. No one had expected the always healthy Tobias to suddenly fall unconscious. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the physician began, addressing Xena Diana and Crown Birdie Tanner. The Emperor's pulse is fine but lacks strength, indicative of blood deficiency and anemia, coupled with his pale complexion, dizziness, and extreme blood weakness. Moreover, the Emperor already suffers from a lung ailment, which has worsened due to overwork and insufficient sleep recently, leading to recurring coughing. A clever young eunuch approached him. Your Highness, the Emperor specifically summoned Chancellor Elliot just now. Tanner frowned slightly. Did you hear what they discussed? The eunuch shook his head quickly. All others were dismissed, only Lord Arao remained. I heard nothing. Well, it must be about the Nanyu King. Tanner thought for a moment, then took out a golden bean and handed it to the eunuch. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. The eunuch excitedly knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. All right, keep monitoring the situation here. I won't neglect you. Tanner strode away, not overly concerned about the content of the conversation between Galindi and Chancellor Elliot. Such private exchanges were common and normal. What excited him most now was his new role as Crown Birdie, a dream come true, almost too sudden to believe. Elsewhere, in Nanyu City, Alicia's hot pot restaurant was thriving. With its affordable prices and innovative dining experience, it attracted a steady stream of customers every day. During meal hours, latecomers often had to queue outside, demonstrating the immense appeal of hot pot to the locals. Additionally, many patrons visited for the white liquor. Though initially harsh and not very palatable, it quickly became a top choice among connoisseurs, leading to a supply shortage. Thankfully, Jared anticipated this and promptly hired more workers to assist Alicia in brewing the liquor. Under Jared's leadership, numerous job opportunities emerged for the people of Nanyu. The young and strong chose mining, weapon production, or military service. The less robust opted for brewing, construction, or other trades like making oyster sauce and various condiments such as white sugar. Even those who preferred farming benefited from free seeds and welfare programs. In a sense, the people of Nanyu felt incredibly blessed. This transformation began when Jared arrived, becoming a savior in their eyes. One day, after returning from inspecting the Nanyu barracks, Jared noticed an Dylanly woman with white hair, talking animatedly with Alicia. The old lady appeared visibly upset, waving her hands and pointing accusingly at Alicia. Ching-chung, I'm doing this for your own good. You should close this tavern immediately. A woman exposing herself in public is improper. Don't forget, you belong to the prince. If he rejects you because of this, what will happen? What about our family? This was none other than Alicia's grandmother, Rue, who had been boasting about her connection to the prince. But discovering that Alicia ran a tavern infuriated her. She believed it would tarnish the prince's perception of her granddaughter. Just heed my advice and shut down. Focus on serving the prince properly. If you can't close the tavern, why not replenishing his blood, ensuring he gets ample rest? We must not allow Cliff to overwork himself any further. The imperial physician, kneeling on the ground, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Diana and Tanner both heaved a deep sigh of relief. I shall immediately prepare the medicine for Cliff. The imperial physician bowed respectfully and hurried away. Diana sat beside Paxtandi, her face etched with worry, gently holding his hand. She was well aware of his lung ailment, which dated back to the time of the uprising and had never fully healed. Since then, he would often cough whenever the weather turned cooler. After peace was restored, Paxtandi rested for a while, gradually easing his symptoms. However, his lung condition suddenly worsened again, even causing him to vomit blood. Diana knew this was due to the recent strain caused by the joint military actions of the Datesong Kingdom and Wokoku. Paxtandi had indeed been overworked during this period. Roscoe, Cliff needs proper rest during this time. All court matters will fall on your shoulders. Do not disappoint your father. After Diana spoke, Tanner bowed deeply. Mother, rest assured, I will certainly share my father's burdens. Although Tanner greatly desired to become the Emperor of Great Zhou, Paxtandi was his father, and they shared a deep bond. Seeing his father ill, Tanner felt deeply distressed. However, this turn of events could be beneficial for him. From now on, he would have more say in court affairs. After a brief conversation with Diana, Tanner left hastily. At that moment, a quick-witted eunuch approached him, saying, Crown Birdie, Cliff specifically summoned Prime Minister Elliot just now. Tanner frowned slightly. Did you overhear what they discussed? The young eunuch shook his head urgently. Cliff dismissed everyone except Blake, so I heard nothing. Very well, it's likely about the Southern Yu King's matter. After pondering for a moment, Tanner pulled out a golden bean from his sleeve and handed it to the eunuch. Thank you, Crown Birdie. Thank you, Crown Birdie. The eunuch excitedly knelt down and thanked him repeatedly. Enough. Keep monitoring the situation here for me. I will not forget your efforts. With that, Tanner strode away. He wasn't overly concerned about what Paxtandi and Prime Minister Elliot discussed. It was common for the Emperor to privately converse with officials. Now, what thrilled him most was being named Crown Birdie. Everything happened so suddenly that Tanner almost felt like he was dreaming. Elsewhere, in Southern Yu City, Alicia's hot pot restaurant was thriving. Its affordable prices and novel dining style attracted a large number of customers daily, often filling up to capacity. During mealtimes, customers arriving late often had to queue outside. That was associated with the prince. She couldn't stop boasting about her royal connection. But when she found out Alicia ran a restaurant, she was appalled. In her view, such public business would make the prince reject Alicia, so she insisted Alicia give up her venture. Follow my advice and close the restaurant. Just take care of the birdie properly. If you don't want to close it, how about giving it to your cousin? Your cousin is very pitiful, having lost both parents. Before Lydia finished, Alicia interrupted. Why should I give away the restaurant I've worked so hard for just because you say so? Is that fair? Chapter 203, Unreasonableness. Someone else? Upon hearing this, Lydia immediately became displeased. Ching-chung, What do you mean by that? Your cousin is not an outsider. We're all family, and it's inappropriate for a woman like you to run a tavern. It would be better to hand it over to your cousin. If you really feel bad about it, let your cousin give you a few hundred taels of silver as compensation. How ridiculous. Do you know how much this tavern is worth? A mere few hundred taels of silver, and you think you can buy my tavern? Grandma, I know you've always looked down on me, but don't treat me like I'm a fool. Despite being Lydia's Dylan relative, Alicia, out of respect for Dylan's, seldom argued with her. However, what Lydia said today was simply too unreasonable, and Alicia found it difficult to remain composed. She really wanted to blurt out that the tavern belonged to Jared. Lydia noticed Bertie Jared of Nanua approaching. Startled, she immediately knelt down, shouting, "Long live the prince." This scene naturally attracted a crowd. The prince, this was all a misunderstanding. Alicia was simply disobedient, and I got carried away. Lydia, kneeling before Jared, trembled as she spoke. She hadn't expected him to appear suddenly. Jared ignored Lydia, walking to Alicia first to ensure she was unharmed before turning to Lydia. He was extremely cold and murderous at this point. He detested this old woman immensely, yet he hadn't punished her out of respect for Alicia. But this woman had escalated her actions, daring to strike Alicia publicly. He couldn't stand it anymore. He slowly walked to Lydia. "I hear you want to seize this tavern?" "No, Prince, it's not like that," Lydia hastily explained. Ching Ching is a woman, unsuited for business. Moreover, appearing in public every day is improper. I wanted Ching Ching to take care of you more often and have her cousin manage the tavern. After all, it belongs to the Aaron family and should be managed by the eldest grandson. Jared sneered. "Who told you this tavern belongs to your family? I clearly state that this tavern belongs to this prince. When did my property become yours?" Had it not been for Alicia's sake and her advanced age, he might have offending the prince repeatedly left him speechless. Moreover, Jared had been lenient. Others might have faced severe consequences. Earl then took his mother back to arrange her departure and also to investigate Aaron Zetong. Translation provided by AI. Please review for accuracy. Chapter 204. Secret dispatch from the capital. At this moment, in the Aaron residence, Douglas was pacing back and forth in the main hall, his expression visibly anxious. The death of his parents had hit Douglas hard. He almost drowned himself in alcohol daily, allowing himself to fall into despair. He believed all of this was caused by Alicia, but because of the prince's presence, he could not take revenge. But he just couldn't swallow this humiliation. Upon learning that Alicia had opened a tavern in Nanua, and that it was doing extremely well, he had persuaded Ambria to take action against Alicia's tavern. Right at this time, Ambria walked in with a dazed expression. When Douglas saw her, his eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly approached Ambria. "Grandmother, did Alicia hand over the tavern? After all, I am the eldest grandson of the Aaron family. Only handing it over to me is the most appropriate course. Alicia is, after all, just a woman, and for her to conduct business openly is utterly scandalous." Listening to Douglas's words, Ambria's expression remained vacant, offering no response. Seeing that Ambria's, he would have done far more than merely exiling Douglas. No. Douglas's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. There was no longer any solution now. Even if he wanted to resist, it would be meaningless. Meanwhile, in Nanua Hot Pot City, Alicia was touring the shop with Jared. Customers, upon seeing Jared, all stood up in alarm, too frightened to continue eating. No need to be so restrained, carry on as usual. Jared waved to the surrounding guests and then entered a private room. These rooms needed to be reserved in advance. But usually, Alicia kept one available for special circumstances, like the prince's sudden visit. Jared hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time, and since he was already at Nanua Hot Pot City, he naturally indulged himself. After having his fill, Jared gave Alicia some instructions to focus on managing Nanua Hot Pot City before returning to the prince's palace. Originally intending to rest properly during the afternoon, he didn't expect Brett to rush in. During this period, Brett had been supervising weapon manufacturing on Wolf Mountain, which had been busy. His sudden return must mean something happened. "Brecken, has someone poisoned again?" Jared furrowed his brows and asked. Given the previous capture of Atli and Ouyang Chun, Elsa never appeared and subsequently disappeared completely. Jared worried that this person might come back for leaving it impossible for Jared to defend Nanua State alone against Japan. Moreover, Tanner's sister had been heavily punished by Paxton due to Jared. As a brother, it was inevitable for Tanner to bear a grudge against Jared. Most importantly, Tanner's mother, Xena Chun, was Van's daughter. Given the current situation where the emperor was ill and not handling court affairs, Brett truly feared that Tanner would seize this opportunity to act against Jared. After a brief silence, Jared shook his head slightly. "No, at least for now, he won't make a move against me. He might even support me strongly. Though his character has flaws, he remains the crown prince of Great Zhou. Admitting it or not, in certain situations, he is indeed very smart. In the present scenario, acting against me would mean aiding Japan. He cannot afford to do that. For Jared, who becomes the crown prince doesn't matter much, as he had no intention of participating in the imperial succession struggle. He just wanted to be a contented and carefree prince. Everything else mattered little to him. The current top priority was dealing with Japan. Upon hearing this, Brett nodded and then revealed a serious look. "Bertie, what about the weapons? Many in the court now know about the weapons. Some have even advised the emperor to demand you hand them over immediately." Chapter 205. The Great Battle Approaches. Jared smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed. "You need not worry too much about the firearms," he said. "If the Crown Bertie truly wanted to obtain firearms from me, he would have made a move by now. For now, we need not focus too much on court affairs. Our most urgent task is to complete the production of firearms as soon as possible." Brett bowed respectfully after hearing this and quickly left the room. Although Jared was indifferent about who would become the next crown prince, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forget it. No need to dwell on these trivial matters. Jared sighed softly, stretched lazily, and then returned to his room to rest. Time passed quickly. Several months had flown by in the blink of an eye, bringing them closer to the 6-month deadline. If Atli's intelligence was correct, the Datsong Kingdom and What Kingdom would launch an attack on the Great Zhou dynasty during this period. Fortunately, with the rush construction, the production of firearms was largely complete. Under Jared's supervision, the soldiers had all learned how to use the firearms, especially the newly formed musket squad, which had become proficient with various weapons. To prevent a sudden What Kingdom attack, coastal defenses were significantly strengthened, particularly in Yuedai County, where heavy troops were deployed. The emphasis on Yuedai County was due to its strategic location as the southernmost county bordering the sea. The Yunchi village previously occupied by the What Kingdom also fell within its jurisdiction. Should the What Kingdom attack Nanyue, Yuedai County would be their first target. Jared planned to use it as assembled 30,000 troops at the border. The What Kingdom has also been active in the seas and will launch a large-scale offensive in days. This battle is not just about victory, it's about crushing the What Kingdom. His eyes were resolute. If the What Kingdom problem wasn't resolved thoroughly, Nanyue would never know peace. Moreover, his next plan required using What Kingdom territory. After this battle, if the What Kingdom surrendered, Jared might spare them. Otherwise, the What Kingdom would cease to exist. Hearing Jared's words, everyone present felt a surge of determination. Meanwhile, not far from Nanyue, Tobias Francis stood before his vast army, dressed in ornate battle robes, exuding confidence. "Hear me, soldiers," he declared, his voice booming across the battlefield. "This campaign has long been anticipated. Today, we march forward to meet the unprecedented challenges and glory of the What Kingdom. This is our opportunity for expansion and national strength. We will advance towards vast lands, prosperous cities, and rich resources. Brave warriors, I stand here today to see you off. When our army returns victorious, I will reward you with honors and promotions. For the prosperity of the What Kingdom, let us fight together for victory." With that, Francis drank from his cup. The hundreds of thousands of What Kingdom soldiers shouted in unison. 3 days later, the What Kingdom forces landed on Nanyue soil. Finn had anticipated that Jared would deploy heavy troops along the coast to block their advance, especially since the joint operation with Datsong Kingdom was no longer a secret. However, things did not unfold as expected. There were no heavy troops on the coast, and even the surrounding villages seemed deserted. "General, is this a trap set by Barrett?" Several soldiers asked, approaching Finn with concern. "A trap?" Finn smiled confidently. "Unlikely. Clearly, Barrett abandoned these areas to avoid harming the villagers. They are likely gathered in Yuedai County. Pass my order. The army shall rest here for a day, then attack Yuedai County in full force tomorrow." Chapter 206, Scolding the Woku. Elsewhere, within Yuedai County, Jared had already arrived here yesterday and was now standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance. "Your Highness, the Woku army has entered Nanyue territory. My concern is that they might launch a night attack on Yuedai County," Brett said with a serious expression as he approached Jared. In fact, when the Woku army appeared at sea, Jared had already been aware. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every move of the Woku army was well within his expectations. "There's no need to worry," Jared confidently said. "The Woku army has been drifting at sea for several days straight. After entering Nanyue territory, they must rest properly for a night. Furthermore, the terrain of Nanyue is perilous with many wild beasts. Nighttime marching would undoubtedly be a death sentence. They will not launch a night attack tonight." Having said that, Jared turned his head to look at several generals like Cord beside him. "Issue the orders down. Let the soldiers rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll give our full effort to repel the Woku's attack." "Yes, sir." Generals like Cord nodded respectfully and turned around, hurrying off. Everything unfolded just as Jared predicted. That night, Yuedai County remained exceptionally calm. However, the next day, the Woku army swarmed before Yuedai County in dense formation. If it weren't for Jared's presence, Nanyue wouldn't have been able to withstand the Woku attack. "Ha!" Looking towards Yuedai County, Finn smirked disdainfully. Currently, the Great Zhou dynasty was besieged both front and back. The Daitsong Empire led an army of 300,000 troops against the Great Zhou dynasty. He was confident that the Great Zhou dynasty could not provide any support to Nanyue. Woku could seize Nanyue effortlessly. "Emmanuel, go persuade the defending soldiers of Yuedai County to surrender. If they are willing to surrender, the civilians within the city can be spared. If not, when the city falls, none shall remain alive," Finn coldly declared. "Yes, sir." Emmanuel responded respectfully, riding a large black horse to the gate of Yuedai County. Before he could shout, the city gates of Yuedai County opened. Jared, clad in armor, rode out on a white horse calmly, followed by Brett and Hutch, ensuring his safety. Who dares approach? Emmanuel hadn't seen Jared before and assumed this person to be the general guarding Yuedai County. "Ha! Do you, mere scavengers of Woku, even deserve to ask my name? Go where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Riding the white horse, Jared spoke with a contemptuous demeanor. "Arrogant brat. You, mere child, don't know your limits. The Woku army is unstoppable. By my command alone, I can flatten your Yuedai County. If you surrender your troops, the civilians in the city will be safe. If you insist on fighting, once the city breaks, not a single chicken or dog will survive." With a broken Great Zhou language, Emmanuel shouted, genuinely angry at Jared's insolence. He couldn't understand where this man got his confidence from, speaking to him like this. Even if Nanyue knew about the impending attack, how much force did they really have? In his view, a tiny Yuedai County couldn't possibly stop the Woku army. "Ha ha ha ha. From the likes of you, mere scum and fish guts, you..." Watching the dense mass of approaching Woku army, Jared's lips curled into a faint smile. Subsequently, he rapidly rode back into the city. Normally, a defensive general would close the city gates tightly and take advantage of the high walls to attack the Woku soldiers below. However, Jared didn't do this. Not only did he not close the city gates, but he also let the prepared musket team rush out of Uedai County. Furthermore, cannons were already positioned on the city wall, aiming directly at the incoming Wokou army. Soldiers! These Wokou barbarians wish to invade our land, slaughtering innocent civilians. This cannot be tolerated. This battle, we will defeat the Wokou army. Fire the cannons. Once the Wokou army came within range of the cannons, he immediately ordered. Soldiers ignited the cannon fuses upon Jared's command. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs soared and rained down on the Wokou army, instantly causing massive casualties. What weapon is this? How can it be so powerful? Finn had long noticed the cannons on the walls of Uedai County, but had no idea what they were, thinking they were merely decorative. As for why Jared opened the city gates, he paid no mind to it. With 200,000 Wokou soldiers, Uedai County would certainly be crushed. Who could have imagined that these rain-like projectiles caught the Wokou generals even more stunned? Damn, so damn infuriating. Spread out the troops on both sides to avoid the attacks from these special weapons on the city walls. The gates of Uedai County are wide open. Once we enter the city, no matter how much they resist, it will be meaningless. Adelard clenched his fists angrily and shouted. But there are tens of thousands of Nanhua soldiers outside the gates of Uedai County. General, the weapons in their hands are also quite unusual. Might this be a trap? Just as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. The generals beside Adelard were all extremely worried. So you're suggesting I retreat? To suffer heavy losses in the first battle and not capture Uedai County would mean our brave soldiers died in vain. Besides, even if it is a trap, so what? There are only about 2,000 or 3,000 troops. How can they possibly withstand our Wokou army? No more talk. Follow my orders and launch the attack. Adelard could not bear the thought of failure and vowed to capture Uedai County that day. Seeing this, the generals around him did not say anything further and started moving according to his command. Following Adelard's directions, the army spread out to both sides to avoid the cannon fire and then rapidly advanced towards the gates of Uedai County. While the cannons were powerful, they alone couldn't defeat the Wokuo's 20,000-strong force. Soon, they approached the city gates. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared off their horses. Next, the frightened horses stampeded madly, trampling countless Wokuo soldiers. Round after round of gunfire caught the Wokuo army off guard. Despite being just steps away from the city gates, they couldn't advance another inch. Even more terrifying, the Nanhua army inside the city, led by Brett and Hutch, had long been prepared and charged out. After being bombarded by cannons and matchlock guns, the Wokuo soldiers' morale was shattered. They were in disarray and could hardly defend against the Nanhua soldiers' onslaught. General, we should order a retreat. The weapons used by the Nanhua soldiers are too strange. Until we understand them, we cannot recklessly attack. Watching the Wokuo soldiers fall one after another, Adelard's expression grew grim. Yet, the generals around him spoke the truth. Continuing the attack under these conditions would deplete the Wokuo army even if they managed to capture Uedai County. Why? Why is this happening? Adelard gritted his teeth in frustration, but he had no choice. Suppressing his anger, he shouted at the nearby soldiers, "Retreat! Retreat!" With Adelard's order, the Wokuo army sounded the retreat horn. Already terrified, the Wokuo troops fled wildly. During this chaos, Brett, Hutch, and other Nanhua generals continued their pursuit until the Wokuo army had completely retreated far away before returning to the city. In this battle, the Nanhua soldiers suffered almost no casualties, while the Wokuo army faced massive losses. A rough count revealed that the Wokuo army had lost around 80 or 90,000 men. Although this battle didn't completely annihilate the Wokuo army, it inflicted a crippling blow. Just in the first battle, the heavy losses suffered by the Wokuo boosted the morale of Nanhua's citizens and soldiers, who cheered loudly. Standing on the city wall, Jared watched the retreating Wokuo army and smiled faintly. "Birdie, what do we do next?" Now that the Wokuo army has been severely weakened and their morale is scattered, it's a perfect time to counterattack. I think we should launch a night raid on the Wokuo camp tonight and capture the General Adelard. Cord and the other Nanhua generals, emboldened by victory, eagerly volunteered for combat. Note asterisk character names such as Walter and Adelard are transliterated to maintain the original style while ensuring readability in English. Chapter 208, Night Raid Plan. Jared briefly fell silent before shaking his head slightly. We can't do this. The Wokou army, though heavily damaged by our forces, still has over 100,000 soldiers. More Speaking, Jared walked to Cord's side, gently patting his shoulder. Do you remember the underground cellars I asked you to have dug months ago? Cord nodded hurriedly. Of course, Your Highness. Is your next plan related to these cellars? Months ago, Jared had instructed Cord to have numerous cellars dug in Yutan County. However, Jared never explained the purpose, so Cord didn't dare ask further. Yes. Jared smiled slightly. Instruct all civilians to enter the cellars gradually. Leave a small number of soldiers to pretend to guard the city. The remaining soldiers will leave Yutan County with me and hide in the surrounding mountains. Amador will definitely launch a night raid on Yutan County tonight. Everyone present was puzzled, completely unaware of what Jared intended to do. If Amador indeed led a large force to raid Yutan County tonight, shouldn't they hold out and defend the city? Why evacuate the majority of their troops? Wouldn't they be giving Yutan County to the enemy? And even if the civilians hid in the cellars, they would eventually be discovered, leading to mass slaughter by the Wokou army. Seeing their confusion, Jared raised an eyebrow confidently and said, I know what you're thinking, but please put yourselves in Amador's shoes. What would he think if he rushed into the city and found it empty? Hutch's eyes lit up as he immediately replied, Your Highness, Amador would certainly think he had ostensibly assigned to guard and patrol the city, would actually retreat into the cellars once the battle began. At this point, Amador entering the city would fall right into Jared's trap. Even if he promptly dispatched troops to reinforce the Woka camp, it would be futile. The terrain of Nanua was too complex. The more urgent they were, the more likely they would get lost or encounter various mishaps, falling off cliffs or being attacked by wild animals. By the time they returned to the Woku camp, Jared's plan would already have succeeded. However, to ensure the plan's success, Jared had sent Brett ahead to investigate the exact location of the Woku camp. As a master-level warrior, Brett's mission would go smoothly. Meanwhile, in the Woku camp, Amador understood the complexity of Nanua's terrain and set up camp on a vast plain, cutting down surrounding trees to avoid obstruction and prevent sudden attacks. Our losses were tremendous in this battle, one general lamented. Without officially starting the siege, we lost 80 or 90,000 due to their special weapons. Another 10,000 are severely injured and cannot continue fighting. Our current strength barely stands at 100,000. Who would have thought Nanua could possess such terrifying weapons? Why did we receive no intelligence about these weapons earlier? Could they have been conjured by Baker Jared? At this moment, several Woku generals gathered in Amador's headquarters, all looking gravely concerned. Amador, their commander, wore an even darker expression, only lead to more needless deaths. Several Japanese generals still opposed Malik's actions. Who said I intend to continue the siege? Malik sneered coldly. My next plan will definitely catch them off guard. Everyone present wore expressions of confusion as they listened intently. Firstly, those special weapons used by the South U army are indeed formidable. But every weapon has its limits, and I don't believe they can use these weapons continuously. Storming Yutan County now is unwise. What I intend to do is launch a night raid. Upon hearing this, the general who had been slapped earlier voiced his doubts. Commander, raiding Yutan County at night sounds good, but this is South U. This place has treacherous terrain and many mountains, and there are numerous wild beasts at night. If we move at night, it will greatly inconvenience our troops. The other Japanese generals nodded in agreement. Malik chuckled deeply. Indeed, South U is not suitable for nighttime actions, but why bring a large force for a night raid? Our first battle, though costly, might not be such a bad thing. In my view, the people of South U are now celebrating their victory, thinking we are terrified and won't attack again. If I personally lead an elite squad on a night raid against Yutan County now, they won't be able to react in time. Once we seize Yutan County, the first step of our plan will be successful. At that point, we can report to Cliff and request reinforcements. With Malik's words, everyone's eyes lit up. If this plan succeeded, they could indeed capture Yutan County in one fell swoop. Actually, they were all unwilling to retreat. They just feared the power of South U's special weapons and the heavy casualties. If the night raid succeeded, it would greatly demoralize the South U army. With reinforcements from Japan, they could still capture South U. Just then, the general who had been slapped earlier asked again, Commander, what if they raid us at night? Haha, are you joking? Malik laughed disdainfully. If you were a South U soldier, would you need to launch a night raid after severely wounding us in the first battle? Just staying firmly behind the walls would suffice. I believe they are now celebrating their victory and wouldn't even consider raiding our camp. Hearing this, the Japanese general pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. With everyone's consent, Malik immediately issued orders. He selected 3,000 elite soldiers and several 8th-rank martial artists from the remaining Japanese troops to join him on the night raid against Yutan County. The rest stayed behind to guard the most important supplies. Night fell. The citizens of Yutan County had already retreated into underground shelters. Except for the soldiers deliberately left to patrol, there was no civilian in sight on the streets. To better mislead the Japanese soldiers, a large number of should we act now? After receiving the reconnaissance report, Cord and the South U generals eagerly prepared. Haha. Jared smiled faintly, drawing his saber and pointing it at the Japanese camp. Our primary task tonight, besides killing enemies, is to burn down the Japanese supplies. Without food supplies, the Japanese will surely collapse. Charge. Following Jared's order, a large number of South U soldiers surged out from the surrounding forests. Hashtag Chapter 210. Great victory over the Japanese forces. The soldiers in the Japanese camp were utterly terrified by the sudden appearance of the Southern U soldiers, panicking and unable to respond effectively. What's happening? How did the Southern U army suddenly appear here? Could it be that they abandoned Uedai County? How is that possible? Did they abandon all the civilians in the city? At this moment, numerous soldiers and generals in the Japanese camp were bewildered. Clearly, their commander, Castor, had already gone to raid Uedai County at night. Why weren't they guarding the city instead of running out? Just as the Japanese soldiers were perplexed, Jared had already led the Southern U forces into the Japanese camp. First, the musketeers intimidated the Japanese forces, followed by a fierce charge led by Brett, Hutch, and other skilled warriors. Of course, the most crucial task was to burn the Japanese supplies and provisions. Meanwhile, within Uedai County, under Castor's command, his 30,000-strong force quickly breached Uedai County and occupied the city walls. Witnessing the cannons on the walls left him astonished. They didn't know how to use these weapons and couldn't carry them away due to their weight. However, he must figure out a way to transport these formidable weapons back to Japan. Commander, it's not good. The county is empty. At this moment, a soldier rushed to Castor. Hearing this, he widened his eyes. What? He looked around and found the streets indeed deserted. Even the guards who were previously manning the walls had vanished. What's going on? Where are the Southern U troops? Castor's expression was one of bewilderment. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, turning his shock into sheer terror. If this was an empty city, it meant he had walked into a trap. Commander! Bad news, our main camp is being attacked by the Southern U forces. Already terrified, hearing the scout's report sent cold sweat down his spine. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to rush back to the camp, yelling, "Reinforce the camp. We must immediately return to the camp." Despite his immense anger, Castor admitted that he had indeed fallen into Jared's trap. Perhaps there were never any civilians in Uedai County. This was a ruse to lure him out, so that the Southern U elite could launch a surprise attack on his base. Now, if they didn't return in time, the Japanese forces would be annihilated. By the time Castor returned to his camp, dawn had broken. All he saw was a vast sea of flames. Nearly all the supplies and provisions were destroyed. Due to the suddenness of the Southern U attack, the Japanese forces were completely caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. Previously, only 10,000 men remained in the camp. Including the 30,000 elite he brought, less than 10,000 men were left. Out of a 200,000-strong army, so many had been lost after barely engaging the Southern U forces. Feeling utterly despairing, Castor felt he had betrayed his emperor's trust and pulled out his sword, intending to commit suicide. Luckily, his subordinates intervened just in time. "Everyone, get out of my way. It's my incompetence that caused so many brave soldiers to die needlessly. I have no face to live anymore." Castor screamed in anguish. As Japan's finest general, he had never suffered such a crushing defeat. With fewer than 10,000 men and almost no supplies left, even if they managed to retreat to Japan, they would face the emperor's fury. There was no honor in returning. Suicide seemed like the only option. It gazed at Jared with admiration. Without Jared, Southern U would have stood no chance against Japan. Jared didn't immediately respond but stood on the wall, looking into the distance as if in deep thought. Then, Jared turned to Cord. "General He, immediately deliver my message to the Japanese camp. If they surrender and submit to our dynasty of Zhou, the remaining 10,000 Japanese soldiers may live. Otherwise, they'll never return to Japan." His eyes were filled with deadly intent. He had little regard for the Japanese. If they chose to resist under these circumstances, Jared wouldn't hesitate to annihilate them. Wanting to return to Japan? Impossible. Before returning to Uedai County, Jared had dispatched Brett with the Southern U elite and the musket corps to Yunchi Village. Yunchi Village, being closest to the sea, was the easiest entry point for the Japanese. There were Japanese ships and guards stationed there. If they retreated, they would surely head to Yunchi Village, where Brett would ambush and destroy them. However, if the Japanese realized they had no escape, they would fight to the death. To minimize Southern U losses, Jared insisted on laying an ambush. Chapter 211. Slain the Japanese commander. "Your Highness, you plan to destroy the Japanese fleet that will take them back? Wouldn't this make the Japanese fight to the death? If they choose to fight a last-ditch battle with us, it could lead to heavy casualties." Cord, thinking of this, asked with a serious expression. The other Nanue generals present also looked at Jared. "General, he is right. If the Japanese do not surrender, then I indeed plan to destroy their ships so they cannot leave. The Japanese will certainly fight to the death when they learn their ships have been destroyed. But since I dare to do this, I have made adequate preparations. I have already instructed Brett to set up ambushes in Yunchi Village, waiting for the Japanese army to fall into our trap." Jared said confidently. "Understood, Your Excellency." Upon hearing this, Cord respectfully replied, and then led several subordinates, riding out of Uedan County. To prevent the Japanese from making a desperate move, Jared specifically had Hutch accompany Cord. After all, the Japanese commander, Nicholas, was a 9th-rank warrior. With Hutch along, there would be no worries about unexpected incidents. Soon enough, Cord and Hutch arrived at the Japanese camp. Seeing the appearance of Nanue soldiers, the Japanese quickly drew their weapons, preparing for battle. "I am here not to start a battle. I wish to see Nicholas." Cord's voice boomed loudly, clearly heard by the Japanese soldiers. Moments later, Nicholas walked out of the camp with heavy steps. At the same time, a large number of Japanese soldiers rushed out, encircling Cord and Hutch. Though defeated, the Japanese still had around 50,000 men. "Just a handful of 6 or 7 people dare to intrude on my camp. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" Despite being heavily struck, Nicholas was still a 9th-rank warrior. However, his words were merely bluffs. Hutch, also a 9th-rank warrior, stood beside Cord, preventing any rash actions. Moreover, Nicholas had decided to retreat, so further conflict with Nanue was unnecessary. "Ha!" Cord smiled faintly. "General Shibata, surely you've witnessed the strength of our Nanue army. You cannot defend against us. The birdie orders that if you now submit to the great Zhou dynasty, the remaining Japanese soldiers may live. Otherwise, you won't leave alive." Cord's words carried a deadly intent. Hutch and other Nanue soldiers shared this sentiment. Even surrounded by numerous enemy soldiers, what did it matter? A defeated commander is nothing to worry about. Hearing Cord's words, Nicholas first fell silent, then laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I would lead my army to surrender? Absolutely impossible. Get lost." Nicholas's stance was extremely firm. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would never surrender to an enemy country. "Fine, since you've decided." Felt immense anger. Clearly, Nanue had used special weapons. But with explosives surrounding them, ordinary soldiers couldn't avoid them effectively. Many were killed outright or maimed. The scene was grim. When the time was right, Brett charged forward. "Capture the leader first." Master-level Brett leaped towards Nicholas. Even as a 9th-rank warrior, Nicholas couldn't react in time, especially with the bombs throwing him off balance. Within a few rounds, Brett captured Nicholas and decapitated him in front of the Japanese soldiers. Holding Nicholas's severed head aloft, Brett shouted, "Nicholas is dead. Surrender immediately or die." Terrified by the bombs, and with their commander dead, the Japanese dropped their weapons and knelt. Japanese officers who refused to surrender tried to flee but were mercilessly slain by Brett. About 30,000 Japanese prisoners were captured, escorted by Nanue forces back to Uedan County. Brett presented Nicholas's head upon returning. Jared glanced at it, nodding approvingly. "Well done. Where are the Japanese prisoners?" "They are held outside the city under General Cord's supervision. No need to guard them. Divide these Japanese prisoners into 2 groups, send them to Wolfsbane Mountain and South Green Mountain for mining. Don't pay them, don't be too courteous, make full use of this free labor. Besides, take Nicholas's head to Japan. If the Japanese Tobias submits to the great Zhou dynasty, I will spare Japan. Otherwise, one range." Although Detsong had been defeated by the Great Zhou dynasty years ago and hadn't dared to launch large-scale wars since, they still occasionally invaded Zhou territory, plundering and killing civilians. Therefore, the Dianzhou army had to be constantly vigilant against Detsong. The military governor defending Dianzhou was Mu Zheniliatang, Atlas's younger brother, who had once fought alongside Yush. His martial prowess was formidable, and under his command, the Dianzhou army was powerful enough to deal with Detsong's incursions. This time, however, Detsong launched a full-scale invasion with 300,000 troops, launching a fierce assault on Dianzhou. Fortunately, they had learned about Detsong's plans in advance, and Atlas arrived in time to prevent Dianzhou from falling. Together, the brothers resisted the Detsong army. Detsong posed a significant threat to the Great Zhou dynasty. Though once defeated, their years of lurking have allowed them to recover. Now, these 300,000 Detsong soldiers were fierce and well-trained. Even if the Great Zhou army could defeat them, it would come at a great cost. War always entails sacrifices, but failing to thoroughly crush Detsong now would lead to endless future troubles. Atlas's order was clear. Annihilate the Detsong forces entirely so that Detsong could no longer pose a threat to the Great Zhou dynasty. Meanwhile, in the palace in the capital city, Corbin sat solemnly on the dragon throne. It was evident that after his severe illness, he had become much more haggard, his hair streaked with more white strands. Detsong has come aggressively this time, fully prepared. We cannot spare any resources to support Nanyu in the short term. I am concerned that if Nanyu is captured by Japan, the Great Zhou dynasty will be in danger, said Crown Birdie Tanner. Recently, apart from monitoring Detsong, he had also gathered intelligence on Japan's combat strength. Japan had sent 200,000 troops to invade Nanyu. Already impoverished, Nanyu had only around 50,000 defenders, and even with additional recruitment, the total number would not exceed 100,000. Training new soldiers would take a long time. Defending against the 200,000-strong Japanese army would be challenging even with firearms, whose true destructive power was not fully understood by most in the court. Tanner, now the Crown Prince, no longer saw a need to eliminate Jared. After all, Jared was the last surviving bloodline of the Jiang clan, and many current generals had once served under Yush, making them somewhat disobedient towards Tanner, who was not born to the Empress. Gaining Jared's favor could remove these obstacles. Of course, once he ascended to the throne, dealing with disobedient generals would be a matter of time. But first, he needed to secure his position as Crown Prince. In his view, protecting Jared brought more benefits than harm. Paxton listened to the discussions but did not immediately respond. After some contemplation, he slowly said, "When King Jiang of Nanyue proposed defending against the Japanese with only the strength of Nanyue, I had my concerns. Therefore, I instructed Craig to ensure the Wu State Army was ready to support Nanyue at any time. If Nanyue is truly in danger, the Wu State Army will immediately move to assist. I have already prepared for this." Though he spoke confidently, Paxton was still worried about Jared's safety. However, the lack of news from Nanyue suggested that Jared might not be in immediate danger. If Nanyue had indeed been attacked, the Wu State Army would have reported it immediately. The absence of such reports reassured him that Nanyue was likely safe. Hearing this, the officials nodded in agreement. The ministers then turned their attention back to the ongoing conflict with the Great Song Kingdom. Opinions in the court were divided into two camps. The war faction, led by Chancellor Gabriel, advocated for an all-out attack on the Great Song Kingdom to eliminate future threats. The peace faction, consisting of Dylanly officials from previous dynasties, argued that continued warfare would devastate the land and disrupt the hard-won peace and prosperity that had prevailed for over 20 years. Amidst the heated debate, Paxton grew increasingly frustrated. "Enough!" he exclaimed, turning to Tanner. "Crown Birdie, what do you think?" Tanner paused briefly before responding. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, continuing the war with the Great Song Kingdom is not beneficial for our dynasty, especially given the uncertain situation in Nanyue. We should send envoys to Great Song to gauge their intentions, and also monitor the situation in Nanyue. If Nanyue cannot hold and the Japanese invade our territory, we must cease hostilities with Great Song immediately. Otherwise, we risk being caught between two fronts, a perilous situation for our dynasty." "Your Majesty, what the Crown Prince said is very true. Nanyue is indeed in grave danger," added Gabriel, the left Prime Minister. "I suggest we immediately dispatch the Wu Zhou army to reinforce Nanyue." Others agreed, saying, "We concur." After pondering for a moment, Corbin spoke slowly. "When King of Nanyue proposed defending against Japan with only Nanyue's resources, I was worried. Therefore, I ordered Craig to prepare the Wu Zhou army for reinforcement. If Nanyue is in real danger, the Wu Zhou army will respond immediately. I've already made preparations." While saying this, Corbin was still concerned about Jared. However, the lack of updates from Nanyue implied that Jared was safe. If Nanyue had been captured, the Wu Zhou army would have reported immediately. Everyone nodded after hearing the Emperor's words. The discussion then turned to the issue with Detsong. The officials were roughly divided into two factions. Led by Gabriel, the pro-war faction insisted on defeating Detsong completely to eliminate future threats. The Dylan ministers from previous dynasties, being the peace advocates, believed Detsong was now too strong. Peace had prevailed for over 2 decades, bringing prosperity to the people. Continuing the war would cause immense suffering. Thus, they suggested peace negotiations with Detsong. These differing opinions frustrated Corbin. "Enough!" he shouted, turning to Tanner. "What do you think, Crown Birdie?" Tanner hesitated before replying, "Gay. I believe continuing the war with Detsong is detrimental to our Great Zhou dynasty given the uncertain situation in Nanyue. Let's send envoys to Detsong to see their stance and gather information about Nanyue. If Nanyue falls and Japan invades our territory, we must cease hostilities with Detsong immediately. Otherwise, caught between Detsong and Japan, our position will be perilous." Chapter 213. By the order of the Preston, I come to persuade you to surrender. If we must make a choice, I suggest that your Majesty negotiate peace with the Great Song Kingdom. Tanner's remarks did not stem from his allegiance to the peace faction, many of whom were former subordinates of Van, but rather from his deeply considered opinion. Both the Great Song Kingdom and Japan possessed formidable power, and together they could mobilize a massive army of 50,000 to attack the Great Zhou dynasty. Even if they managed to win by a slim margin, the Great Zhou dynasty would be gravely weakened. Tanner firmly believed that avoiding war at all costs was the best strategy. Therefore, he steadfastly supported the peace faction. Your Majesty, the Crown Birdie speaks the truth. We should immediately dispatch envoys to the Great Song Kingdom. Upon hearing the Crown Birdie's words, officials aligned with the peace faction spoke up in agreement. This made the pro-war faction, led by Chancellor Gabriel, look extremely uncomfortable. Corbin of Zhou remained silent, frowning as he pondered carefully. Continuing the war would indeed lead to immense suffering among the people, and it was highly unlikely that they could defeat the Great Song Kingdom anytime soon. The situation in Nanyue was also uncertain, but choosing to negotiate peace with the Great Song Kingdom would mean bowing down to them. Moreover, Corbin knew that securing the withdrawal of the Great Song forces would require a heavy price, likely the loss of Dianzhou province. The land of the Great Zhou dynasty had been won with blood and sweat. How could it be handed over so easily? Just as Corbin was caught between hesitation and indecision, a eunuch rushed in, panting, Your Majesty, the Duke of Wuzhou seeks an audience. Numerous officials erupted into cheers. Great, truly great. The Preston is mighty indeed. Indeed, like father, like son, a true son of General Jiang. Now that the Japanese have been repelled, why negotiate peace with the Great Song Kingdom? We should rally all our forces and swiftly crush the Great Song Kingdom. Chancellor Gabriel and his supporters seized this opportunity to advise Corbin. Even the peace advocates had to admit that now was the perfect time to attack the Great Song Kingdom. Tanner, still reeling from Ellie's words, couldn't believe it. How could Jared achieve this so quickly? Clearly, it was due to the advanced firearms invented by Jared. Such weapons must be secured. Ha 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 ha. I did not misjudge Jared. Therefore, there is no need to waste words with the Great Song Kingdom. By my order, gather all troops from Wuzhou, Zhejiang, and the southern regions. Move north to fight the Great Song Kingdom. This battle must destroy their 30,000-strong army. Previously, to defend against Japan and ensure Jared's safety, Corbin had kept some forces on standby. With the threat of Japan now gone, he could focus entirely on the Great Song Kingdom. Even if they had recovered somewhat over 20 years, they could not match the might of the Great Zhou dynasty. Jared's victory almost signaled the end of the alliance between the Great Song Kingdom and Japan. Meanwhile, aboard a ship in the vast sea of Japan, Lord Higashido Shotai was confident in the strength of his 20,000-strong Japanese army. He believed that Nanyue could not resist the invasion and would fall quickly. His plan included seizing Wuzhou and Zhejiang provinces if the Great Zhou dynasty continued its conflict with the Great Song Kingdom. Sire, an envoy from Nanyue requests an audience. Interrupting his planning, a soldier rushed in. Why would a Nanyue envoy suddenly come here? Lord Higashido initially puzzled but then smirked smugly. I see. They must be seeking mercy after failing to resist our forces. Admit the envoy. I am curious what they will say. Moments later, Brett walked into the court confidently, disregarding the presence of Japanese officials and even the emperor. Naturally, he did not kneel. Ridiculous. Why don't you kneel before our emperor? Prime Minister Takenaga-kin angrily shouted. Ha! Brett sneered, ignoring Takenaga-kin and looking coldly at Lord Higashido. I come by the order of the Preston to persuade you to surrender. He tossed a wrapped bundle onto the ground. From it rolled a bloody head. Their commander, Aslan. Hashtag chapter 214. Total annihilation. This is General Charlie's head? How could this be possible? The numerous officials present, including Tobias Eliot-Stavis of Japan, all displayed expressions of utmost shock. But how could Charlie possibly be dead? Did the entire Japanese army of 200,000 suffer a complete annihilation? This was clearly an impossibility. Nanyue was merely a barren land with only tens of thousands of soldiers, a very weak force. How could they resist an army of 200,000 from Japan? Even if there had been some unexpected event, Charlie would have definitely sent back intelligence or withdrawn to Japan in advance. How could it end in total annihilation, with even the commander being beheaded? After realizing what was happening, Eliot-Stavis angrily rose to his feet. Bring this man under control. The Japanese army sweeps everything before it. How can Nanyue match it? He must have come here deliberately, attempting to deceive me. Eliot-Stavis believed that the only plausible explanation was that some sort of disguise technique was used. This was not really Charlie's head. He could not believe that the Japanese commander would die so easily, and an army of 200,000 could not possibly be completely wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of Imperial guards rushed into the hall, surrounding Brett. Among them were also powerful warriors, including a 9th-rank warrior who was the head of the guard. He immediately sensed the formidable aura emanating from Brett and displayed a very serious expression. Your Majesty, this man is a master-level warrior. No one expected that the envoy sent by Nanyue was actually a master-level warrior. While Japan did have master-level warriors, they were all hermits who would not follow orders from the court. Learning about Brett's strength, Eliot-Stavis frowned. A master-level warrior should have an extraordinary status, yet he willingly served as a messenger. This made him incredibly puzzled. Ha 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 ha. Facing the protection of numerous guards, Brett showed no fear but laughed loudly instead. So, Tobias of Japan, will you submit to the Great Zhou dynasty? I can clearly tell you that your Japanese army of 200,000 has already been utterly annihilated. If you do not want your country to be destroyed, then submit obediently to the Great Zhou dynasty. Brett didn't care whether they believed him or not. His mission was to deliver the message. If the Japanese emperor didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. When the Nanyue army came, they would have no chance. It's impossible. That is absolutely impossible. My 200,000 strong army cannot be completely wiped out. Kill him for me. Elliot Stavis, not believing Brett's words at all, shouted furiously. Hearing this, the guards drew their swords and charged towards Brett under the leadership of their commander. He thought that even if Brett was a master-level warrior, the correct course of action would have been to immediately seek aid from places like Wuzhou and Zhoushan. The Great Zhou dynasty would not just sit idly while Nanyue was in danger. In such a situation, why did King Jared choose not to seek help but send a master-level warrior to provoke us instead? Moreover, I have confirmed several times, it is indeed General Charlie's head. Gale endured his discomfort and walked up to the severed head, confirming it multiple times. The other officials also verified this, concluding that it was not a fake head created using disguises, but genuinely Charlie's head. This meant that the Japanese commander was indeed dead. Upon hearing this news, Elliot Stavis's expression darkened. He found it hard to believe that the renowned 9th-rank warrior, Charlie, was truly dead. What puzzled him more was how Charlie died. He still couldn't believe that the Japanese army of 200,000 was completely wiped out. Takakawa Minister, what do you think? Do you also believe that the Japanese army of 200,000 has been entirely wiped out? Looking at Gale beside him, Elliot Stavis asked solemnly. Your Majesty, naturally, I am unwilling to believe it either. But this matter is indeed peculiar. Regardless of the situation, someone should have reported back. But until now, we've received no news. I am seriously concerned that something finished. Everything is finished. Kurt sat on the dragon throne, his expression vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Though he didn't understand how Jared managed to accomplish this, the fact remained that the 200,000 Wugwa troops were indeed destroyed. Originally, he had confidently attacked Nanyue, dreaming of becoming Wugwa's eternal emperor, freeing Wugwa from its island destiny and transforming it into a superpower. But all those dreams were mere delusions. Kurt began to doubt himself, questioning whether aggressively attacking Nanyue had been the right choice. If he hadn't attacked, none of this would have happened. Your Majesty, with our 200,000 troops now obliterated, we can no longer continue our offensive against Nanyue. In my opinion, we should immediately sue for peace with the Great Zhou dynasty. Sometimes necessary concessions can preserve Wugwa. The many terrified officials echoed similar sentiments. To them, Nanyue's ability to easily destroy 200,000 Wugwa soldiers proved their strength. If Wugwa did not surrender, the Nanyue forces would likely invade, leading to unimaginable consequences. Perhaps Wugwa would be utterly destroyed. If this situation had occurred in the past, Kurt would have ordered these officials executed on the spot. He would never have surrendered. But now, under these circumstances, if they didn't surrender, Wugwa faced a real and grave. He preferred thinking the Great Zhou Tobias sent reinforcements. The other officials agreed but feared unforeseen events, advising Kurt to choose surrender to ensure long-term survival. After a brief moment of reflection, Kurt's eyes lit up. You're right. With Nanyue's power alone, it's impossible to defeat our invincible Wugwa troops. It must be the Great Zhou Tobias sending secret reinforcements. Knowing Jared's importance, he wouldn't sit idly by. To defeat our army, the Great Zhou Tobias must have deployed substantial forces. In that case, the Great Zhou cannot match Dakwang. He laughed heartily. Jared is cunning indeed, almost convincing me to bow to the Great Zhou dynasty. Impossible. Kurt regained his confidence and shouted loudly. At this point, Hobie interjected gravely, though I also believe Jared is blustering, we must guard against sudden attacks from Nanyue. Kurt smiled disdainfully. True, our army suffered defeat because of the Great Zhou Tobias's relentless aid. Our troops are still invincible. Moreover, we excel at naval battles. If Nanyue dares attack us, let them perish in the sea. They must pay for killing our soldiers. With confidence, he declared, issue my decree to strengthen coastal defenses. Not a single Nanyue soldier shall set foot in Wugwa. Though he spoke thus, Kurt privately believed Jared was only bluffing. From his perspective, Nanyue's victory over the 200,000 troops relied on reinforcements from the Great Zhou Tobias South U Palace. Here is the corrected version of your sentence, ensuring it reads naturally in English. Meanwhile, at the South U Palace, if you have more text that needs editing or translation, feel free to provide it. After initially defeating the 20,000 Wokou forces, the war with Wokou was basically over. At least for a long time, Wokou would not dare to attack South U again. However, the people of Wokou were extremely cunning and despicable. If this opportunity wasn't used to utterly eliminate them, they would surely become a perpetual threat. Jared did not believe that the Wokou would genuinely submit to the Great Zhou dynasty. Therefore, from the beginning, he had prepared to counterattack Wokou. When he had dispatched Brett to block the Wokou in Yunchi village, Jared did not order him to destroy all the warships but kept some intact. Wokou excelled in naval warfare, and their ships were particularly well-built, incredibly sturdy, clearly superior to those currently available in South U. Jared needed only to improve these Wokou warships significantly, transforming them into highly lethal vessels capable of devastating strikes against Wokou's fleet. For this reason, Jared specially summoned Burl, Cord, and other officials and generals of South U to discuss plans for attacking Wokou. Your warships, but South U's original ships could not support the weight of numerous cannons. Additionally, the recoil during firing was immense, beyond what their ships could handle continuously. Mounting large numbers of cannons on South U's ships was unrealistic. But for Wokou's ships, it was entirely possible. Your Highness, so you've been preparing to attack Wokou all along? Burl asked in shock. He knew that warships were crucial for attacking Wokou. By not destroying all of Wokou's ships, Jared clearly planned to use them to counterattack. Yes. Jared's eyes revealed deep animosity. The Wokou are too despicable and cunning. If not eliminated, South U will never know peace. This battle, we annihilated Wokou's army of 200,000, heavily damaging them. Now is the best time to attack. I've already sent Brett to negotiate with Wokou. If they submit, we may postpone the attack. If no news comes within a month, or they refuse to surrender, we launch an assault. During this period, transport the cannons we have made onto the warships gradually. Refer to this blueprint for placing the cannons. With that, Jared took out the blueprint from his robe and handed it to Burl. Burl, Cord, and other officials and generals gathered around to examine it carefully, while Jared explained beside them. Initially bewildered, everyone now displayed excitement. Following this bravely, Master Dokomoku Futai was Woku's most renowned expert. While not directly serving the emperor, his disciples held high offices in Woku. His disciple, Shibata Sora, founded the Sword Heart Sect, Woku's strongest martial arts school. At this point, we have no choice. I've already sent someone to summon Master Dokomoku. Not long after, a guard rushed in panicking. Sire, bad news. Dokomoku Master was seriously injured by an unknown powerhouse, losing his right arm, and countless of his disciples died. All 7 of his personal disciples were killed. Chapter 217. One man's power defeats the warriors of a country. What did you say? Master Dumu is severely injured and had his right arm cut off? Kurt was stunned when he heard this news. His eyes widened in shock. Brant was a master-level martial artist, the most powerful warrior in Wakountry, and hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Among his disciples, 7 were his direct students and possessed formidable strength. Each one was a level 9 martial artist. Previously, the Wakountry's great general, Amador, ranked only 4th among these 7. But now, not only is Brant severely injured, but all 7 of his direct disciples have been killed? Who could do such a thing? Sword Heart Sect could match Brett. What hope did the other sects in Wakountry have? During this period, apart from wiping out the Sword Heart Sect, Brett had visited almost every other sect in Wakountry. He spared those 2 weak, but all martial artists above the 8th rank were eliminated by him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Brett alone destroyed nearly all the martial lineages in Wakountry. Learning of all this, Kurt felt his anger reaching a boiling point. Your Majesty, the martial artist sent by Nanue is too powerful. We can't let him stay in Wakountry any longer. If this continues, all Wakountry's warriors will be exterminated. Perhaps it's best to let him leave. Many officials, led by Gaelshin, spoke up in agreement. Frustrating, utterly frustrating. Kurt roared in fury. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Not even Brant could match Brett. Which martial artist in Wakountry could defeat him? As for grandmasters, Wakountry simply didn't have any at the moment. Allowing Brett to continue killing would lead to endless troubles. No matter how unwilling Kurt was, he had to let Brett go. Just as he was about to give the order, another guard rushed in, clearly terrified. What's happened now? Kurt demanded, his face dark. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Nanue fleet has appeared near Wakountry's waters. Nanue is preparing to attack us. These words sent shockwaves through the court. How is this possible? Baker Jared only has tens of thousands of troops. Who gave him the nerve to attack Wakountry? Has the Daijo Tobias supported him again? This is impossible. Recently, Daijo and Dachong have been locked in intense conflict. How could the Daijo Tobias spare troops to support Nanue now? Kurt felt increasingly puzzled. Gaelshin echoed his thoughts. Indeed, according to my knowledge, Daijo has been mobilizing troops from various regions to combat Dachong. At this critical juncture, it's impossible for them to abandon their fight against Dachong and provide hundreds of thousands of troops to Jared to attack us. Your Majesty, this might be a feint. But regardless, since they've attacked us, we must retaliate. Kurt remained silent for a moment before smirking arrogantly. Whether or not Jared's intentions are genuine, the fact remains that they've entered our waters. That means they're destined for certain death. New and old grievances will be settled together. Spread my decree. Assemble the fleet and counterattack Nanue. Kurt was not blindly confident. Wakountry's naval capabilities were extremely strong, and their warships were invincible. Even if the Daijo Tobias did provide reinforcements to Jared, Kurt was not worried at all. He was confident that Nanue's forces would be decimated before they even set foot on Wa soil. This battle would avenge the 200,000 Wa soldiers who died. At the same time, one by one, Nanue warships appeared in Wakountry's waters. Upon receiving intelligence, the Wa army immediately mobilized to resist the Nanue forces. Both fleets met on the open sea. Frustrating, so frustrating. The warships used by the Nanue forces are made in Wakountry. They must have been left behind from our previous attack on Nanue. We never expected them to use them against us. On the flagship of the Wa military, stood a tall, muscular man. Seeing the continuous appearance of Nanue warships, he felt an immense rage. He knew well that if not for these captured warships, Nanue would never dare attack Wakountry. This man was Amias, the current commander of the Wa Navy and a level 9 martial artist. Amador was his close friend. Upon hearing of Amador's death, he longed to invade Nanue to seek vengeance. He thought it would be a long time before he could strike against Nanue, but now they had come to them. Though Nanue used their own warships, Amias was not concerned. Wakountry excelled in naval warfare, with powerful ships and valiant fighters. He didn't believe that Nanue's landlubbers could match the prowess of Wakountry's soldiers. Chapter 218, Confrontation at Sea. In order to annihilate the South U army in one decisive strike, Xander ordered the mobilization of Japan's entire military force of 300,000 troops. Few troops. If we can defeat Japan's 300,000 strong army, it will surely earn us a reputation across the world. As he spoke, Jared clearly felt excitement. The South U generals around him shared the same sentiment. Clearly, the disparity in numbers was enormous. Logically, the odds of winning were almost non-existent. Moreover, Japan was known for its superior naval combat capabilities. Yet, despite all this, every single one of them radiated confidence as they faced the Japanese army. This is Japanese territorial waters. You must leave immediately if you wish to live. Otherwise, you will all perish here today. The Japanese commander Vernon shouted in imperfect Zhou language. As a 9th-grade warrior, his voice resounded like a bell, reaching the ears of the South U soldiers. It was clear from Vernon's demeanor that he held immense contempt. He roughly estimated that the South U forces numbered less than 100,000, far too few compared to the Japanese troops. Such a meager force daring to attack Japan was laughable indeed. To Vernon, Jared appeared utterly foolish. Did he truly believe that defeating 20,000 Japanese soldiers meant Japan was finished? Reached the imperial palace. Upon hearing this, Xander burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought it might be a feint, but this proves how foolish Jared really is. He thinks Japan would be down after losing 20,000 troops? To dare attack Japan with just 70,000 men. What kind of fool does he think he is? If not for the Zhou Emperor protecting Jared, South Yu would already belong to Japan by now. In this battle, I will cut off Jared's head to honor our 20,000 fallen soldiers and General Shibata's spirit. Xander seemed to foresee victory already, exuding an air of supreme confidence. He didn't care about Jared's motives or strategies. With fewer than 10,000 troops, how could the South Yu army defeat Japan? Your Majesty, I find this suspicious. King Jared is not a fool. On the contrary, he is exceedingly intelligent. If he lacked complete confidence, he wouldn't lead the South Yu army in person. This seems highly unreasonable, and I worry it might be part of Jared's cunning plan, said Abner, looking puzzled. Many officials present shared his skepticism, finding the situation highly improbable. Though they were in Japan, they understood South Yu to some extent. They knew Jared was not the wastrel rumored to be the #1 scoundrel. Instead, he possessed exceptional intellect and must not be underestimated. Your Excellency, you overthink it, Xander laughed coldly. Even if Jared has tricks up his sleeve, so what? The South Yu army only numbers around 70 to 80,000. How can they match our 300,000 troops? Besides, our navy is unparalleled. Even the former Tobias of Zhou was forced to retreat by us. What can one Jared achieve? Clearly, Jared is overly arrogant, thinking Japan is crippled. This is why he leads the South Yu army confidently. We will definitely win this battle. Then, we can press on to conquer South Yu. Order Vernon to attack the South Yu army with all force, leaving no survivors. Chapter 219, Destroying the Japanese warships. At this moment, in the waters off Japan, after receiving the order from Gary, Troy did not choose to continue confronting the Southern Yu forces. Drawing his sword from his waist, he roared in fury. Attack with full force. The Tobias has commanded us to leave no man of the Southern Yu alive. Kill them all. Following Troy's order, the Japanese warships sped towards the Southern Yu warships. Each Japanese warship was filled with numerous soldiers and various types of weapons. Additionally, thick iron chains were rigged to link enemy ships together. The Japanese Navy's typical tack was merely utilizing their Japanese warships. But now, it seemed he had made some adjustments. General, our Japanese warships, without exaggeration, are the most powerful in the world. Absolutely perfect. This Jared thinks he can scare us by sticking a few black tubes on the ship? How foolish. General, allow me to kill Jared. A burly man with a beard standing beside Troy shouted excitedly. Be extremely careful, Troy nodded slightly. Subsequently, the burly man leaped onto an adjacent warship, charging towards Jared at maximum speed. Suddenly, Troy noticed the Southern Yu soldiers taking up torches. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Before he could understand what the Southern Yu soldiers were doing, deafening explosions erupted. Under Jared's command, the cannons began bombarding the Japanese warships. The explosions echoed over the sea, cannonballs streaking through the air, each one precisely hitting its target among the Japanese warships. Japanese warships, though strong, could not withstand the bombardment. The hulls were torn apart, heavily damaged, and blazing fiercely. Many Japanese soldiers were directly hit by cannonballs, dying instantly. In an without hesitation upon seeing the situation. Though the Southern Yu forces numbered only a few 10,000, the weapons they held were immensely powerful. Most critically, each warship carried black tubes that could destroy large portions of the Japanese warships with a single shot. They could not withstand continuous bombardment. Of the entire Japanese army of 300,000, a third had already been lost, with severe damage to their warships. In such a situation, Troy could only order a retreat. Without a way to counter the special weapons, the Japanese naval advantage was meaningless. Being routed by just a few 10,000 men, Troy felt immense shame but had no solution. Upon Troy's order, the Japanese soldiers immediately ceased attacking, turning their ships around and fleeing quickly. Thinking of escaping? Fear you're too late. Charge. All of you, charge. Seeing the Japanese retreat, Jared immediately yelled. The Japanese warships moved very fast, and ordinary warships couldn't catch up. However, the Southern Yu warships were precisely Japanese ones, so they shared the same advantages. The only drawback was the heavy load of cannons, cannonballs, gunpowder, and the additional Southern Yu soldiers, making the warships heavier. In terms of speed, they still couldn't surpass the Japanese warships. However, Jared wasn't aiming to outrun them, but to chase them down. Using the cannon's long-range firepower, they chased after the Japanese warships while launching relentless bombardments. The Japanese soldiers were caught off guard, unable to resist. The news of the battle soon reached the Japanese imperial palace. Learning of this development, Gary's legs gave way, and he collapsed into his throne. Chapter 220, Japan's defeat. How could this be? Our 30,000 soldiers were crushed by the South Yu's mere tens of thousands? Reduced to fleeing in disgrace? Kurt, upon learning of the situation, found it completely unacceptable. Whether in terms of troop numbers or naval combat capability, Japan should have been superior to South Yu. How could such a defeat occur? The numerous Japanese officials present, including Kale, all displayed looks of extreme terror. Note, Kale is the romanized version of Zhu Chunjian, which should be consistent throughout the text for proper name recognition. Your Majesty, it was mainly due to the powerful weapons aboard the South Yu warships. These weapons appear ordinary, nothing more than black tubes, but they possess incredible destructive power. The cannonballs they fire can effortlessly destroy our warships. In addition, the weapons used by the South U troops are also quite special, smaller versions of those black tubes, equally devastating. Even armor cannot withstand them. A Japanese soldier kneeling before Kurt spoke with visible fear, still haunted by what had transpired. Huh. They actually have such weapons? Upon hearing this, Kurt's eyes widened in shock. He had been supremely confident in Japan's warships, which were unmatched in naval combat. Yet who would have thought that these supposedly invincible ships would be destroyed by South U? In naval warfare, warships were paramount. With the fleet easily decimated, no matter how skilled the Japanese soldiers were, it meant nothing. At this moment, he truly understood why the Japanese army of 30,000 had suffered such a crushing defeat. Your Majesty, it seems the great Zhou Tobias never truly supported South U. King Jared of South U must have relied on these incredibly powerful weapons to annihilate the previous 20,000-strong invasion force. Thinking about this, Amerigo revealed a look of unprecedented despair. He knew very well that Japan was now finished. The current 30,000 troops opposing South U were all that Japan had left, yet they could not even halt the South U forces. If South U breached the capital, it would be the end. The officials present displayed deep despair, some breaking down and sobbing. It's over. Japan is doomed. Irrationing to their cries, Kurt's expression darkened immensely. He slumped in his throne, unable to speak. 30,000 troops had been defeated. How could they possibly resist the might of South U? Furthermore, the weapons of the South U troops were too powerful. Even the bravest coastal county closest to the capital, Lani, as the commander, vowed to defend the homeland, though fewer than 10,000 remained. Despite this, he intended to fight to the death. However, unknown to him, Tobias Kurt had already decided to surrender. The messenger bearing this imperial edict rushed back to Fujikai County and handed it to Lani. Surrender. Surrender. Reading the decree, Lani's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. To him, surrender was unthinkable. Death in battle was preferable. But defying the emperor and the catastrophic losses incurred made further resistance futile. He understood the emperor's decision aimed at preserving the nation's bloodline. Commander, we cannot surrender. While we have suffered greatly, we've retreated here. If we hold our ground, South U will not last long with limited supplies. Japanese generals urged him to return to the capital and persuade the emperor otherwise. However, Lani replied, there is no point. Their weapons are too powerful. We cannot defend Fujikai County indefinitely. The emperor's order to surrender aims to save our lives. We have utterly lost. The despair in his tone reflected the hopelessness felt by all present. Many broke down in tears, knowing they stood no chance against South U's superior firepower. Despite their reluctance, they had to accept the reality. Chapter 221. Surrender and open the city gates. At this same moment, outside the city of Fujikai County, the mighty Southern U army led by Jared had arrived at the city walls. The cannons mounted on Southern U warships were already positioned in front of the city gates, aimed directly at Fujikai County's entrance. The defending soldiers on Fujikai city walls all displayed looks of terror upon seeing these weapons. Their previous naval battle had clearly demonstrated how powerful these weapons were. Even now, within Fujikai County, they felt a deep sense of fear. With just one order from Jared, his troops could begin a frenzied bombardment. They knew they could not withstand it. However, Jared did not seem hurried. Instead, he gazed meaningfully toward the city gate. Your Highness, shouldn't we take advantage of this momentum to storm Fujikai County? As long as we capture Fujikai County, the capital of Japan will be within our grasp. The Southern U generals beside Jared could hardly wait to see the fall of Japan. This moment had been too long awaited. There's no need to rush, Jared replied calmly. In my view, this city gate will open of its own accord soon. As long as the Japanese Tobias isn't foolish, he will surely do this. Jared's expression was filled with confidence as he spoke. News of the previous naval battle against the Japanese forces would undoubtedly have reached Japan's capital. Tobias Torv Shoda of Japan would definitely know about this development. Given the circumstances, if he wanted to preserve Japan, he would choose to surrender. Not long after Jared finished speaking, their thoughts mirrored Aziel's. They preferred to die rather than live as prisoners of a fallen nation. Bury these men honorably. Jared spoke solemnly, then strode into Fujikai County. To him, the Japanese were indeed detestable, but these officers commanded his respect. Nevertheless, this did not change Jared's hatred for Japan. They had initiated the war of aggression. Countless civilians of Southern U might have perished at their hands had Jared not intervened. Jared would not alter his views on Japan because of the suicides of these officers. He had given Japan a chance from the start, but they insisted on war. Now, Jared would not give them any more chances. As the Southern U army entered the city, the remaining Japanese soldiers in Fujikai County all laid down their arms and surrendered, becoming captives. Jared did not hurry to the Japanese capital. After entering the city, he ordered the troops to rest for 3 days. Then, with a grand march, he led the Southern U army towards the Japanese capital, encountering no resistance along the way. The Japanese people, upon seeing the arrival of the Southern U army, all knelt down. It was evident that these Japanese citizens looked extremely hopeless. Jared ignored them and, meeting Brett successfully, entered the imperial palace. Everyone in the palace, including Tobias Torv Shoda of Japan, knelt down at the sight of Jared. Holding the imperial seal of Japan, the emperor looked at Jared without hope. As the Tobias of Japan, kneeling before King Jared of Southern U was undoubtedly humiliating. But to preserve the royal lineage and protect the safety of Japanese civilians, he had no choice. For him, this was merely temporary endurance. Beside him, the Japanese officials, all in despair, knelt alongside him. Very well, Jared smirked coldly, accepting the imperial seal from Torv Shoda. Your Highness of Southern U, I agree to lead Japan in submission to the great Zhou dynasty. But you must ensure the lives of the Japanese people are spared, and there must be no massacre. Torv Shoda stared intently at Jared. He yearned deeply to kill Jared, but he could not act on this impulse. The Japanese Chancellor, Kelvin, quickly added, Your Highness of Southern Yu, Japan has submitted to your great Zhou dynasty. Please do not slaughter the members of the Japanese imperial family. Jared listened without immediate response, inspecting the imperial seal before handing it to Brett. He then smiled enigmatically, looking at Toru Shoda. First, I am not a man fond of killing. Now that Japan has submitted to the great Zhou dynasty, I naturally won't slaughter the Japanese people. I won't exterminate your kind either. Government officials and their relatives must move to Nanhua. I assure you, you will be treated well, with no worries about food or clothing. As he said this, the Nanhua generals around him exchanged meaningful glances. Clearly, Jared intended to imprison these people for life. No, I will not leave Japan. I am the Emperor of Japan. How can I leave my country? Realizing Jared's intentions, Tobias Jace stood up angrily. He knew that if he left Japan, he would never return. Moreover, living under Jared's watch for the rest of his life was unacceptable. The officials, led by Gregershin, also showed anger. Birdie of Nanhua, don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? We have already surrendered, and Japan will now serve the great Zhou dynasty. Why must you be so aggressive? Gregershin glared at Jared through gritted teeth. Ha! Jared's expression turned cold. What kind of emperor are you? Is Japan not now part of the great Zhou dynasty? From the moment you surrendered, Japan ceased to exist. By not exterminating you, I have shown great mercy. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? As Jared spoke, numerous Nanhua soldiers unsheathed their swords. If Jared gave the order, the Japanese present would be decapitated instantly. Jared, if you kill me, won't you fear condemnation from the world? And spew blood. This single blow left Jace unable to stand. Your Majesty. The Japanese officials rushed to his aid, horrified. Oh, attempting to assassinate me? You certainly have guts in some situations. Do you think this will take me down with you? You underestimate me too much. Surrounded by Nanhua soldiers, Jace faced certain execution for attempted regicide. If you're really capable, then why don't you kill me now? Desiring death more than imprisonment, Jace shouted at Jared. Why kill you? Jared smiled faintly. No. I am very merciful and will not end your life. Take all these Japanese away. Jared's command saw Nanhua soldiers forcibly removing Jace and other members of the Japanese royal family and officials from the palace. No amount of resistance made any difference. Knowing he planned to control Japan, Jared decided from the start to imprison those who might resist. Especially the royal family, leaving them in Japan would always be a threat. They could rally under the imperial name to rebel. Therefore, imprisoning the entire royal family and taking the officials to Nanhua ensured they could never rise again. In truth, Jared could have wiped them out entirely, but doing so would incite rebellion among the Japanese people, whom he needed to willingly submit to the great Zhou dynasty. By sparing Jace after the assassination attempt, Jared showed the Japanese his mercy. Having cleared the royal family and officials, Jared strode into the imperial palace and sat in the dragon throne of the Japanese emperor. From this moment on, Japan ceased to exist. Chapter 223, Unparalleled Achievements. After resolving the affairs in Japan, Jared instructed Brett to lead an elite force of 30,000 from Nanhua to garrison the land. Should any Japanese civilians dare to rebel during this period, they were to be executed without mercy. With Brett, a master-level martial artist, overseeing Japan, Jared felt confident enough to return to Nanhua. At the same time, Jared dispatched a reliable squad of guards to bring the imperial seal of Japan and news of its conquest back to the capital. Upon learning this, everyone in the court was utterly astonished. Paxton, seated on the dragon throne, stood up in excitement, holding the Japanese imperial seal and staring at it with wide eyes. This is truly the imperial seal of Japan. When establishing the Great Zhou dynasty, Paxton had considered including Japan within its territory. However, Japan's formidable naval prowess made even the renowned Yush hesitant. Later, after a defeat in a naval battle against Japan, the Zhou army abandoned plans to invade Japan. Who could have thought that over 2 decades later, Jared would conquer Japan so easily? If not for the imperial seal presented before him, Paxton would find it hard to believe. Tanner, standing beside Paxton, was so shocked he almost lost his footing. Recently, the Zhou dynasty had been preoccupied with the war against the Dachang kingdom and had little time to pay attention to Nanhua. After all, with the entire 20,000-strong Japanese army defeated, Nanhua should be fine. Now that they finally had the chance to focus on battling Dachang, they found out Jared had quietly conquered Japan. Throughout, Jared had relied solely on Nanhua's own forces, without any support from the imperial army. A feat that under normal circumstances would be impossible. Clearly, the firearms invented by Jared were incredibly powerful. Tanner believed that such weapons, if not under his control, would cause endless trouble in the future. Though Jared was loyal to the Zhou dynasty now, there was no guarantee nothing unexpected might happen. His swift conquest of Japan proved how strong Nanhua had become, posing a serious threat to the Zhou dynasty. Tanner silently vowed that once he came to power, he would find a way to strip Jared of his status as a feudal lord. Your Majesty, Barrett has expanded our borders and established unparalleled achievements for the great Zhou dynasty, Left Chancellor Gabriel exclaimed, kneeling down. Many officials, including former generals who served under Yush, also knelt to praise Jared. Initially, nearly all officials regarded Jared as an uneducated playboy, much like the incapable Rao Shan. But reality proved them wrong. Perhaps Jared had been pretending all along. His capabilities rivaled those of his father, Yush. A tiger does not sire a dog indeed. However, not everyone was pleased. Officials led by Van wore troubled expressions. Jared's monumental achievements meant he would become the second Yush, whose position could not be challenged. While Galen lived, Jared's influence wouldn't pose a problem, but if Galen passed away and Tanner took the throne, he would struggle to manage Jared. Worse, if Jared ever had rebellious intentions, no one could stop him. This was their greatest concern. Nevertheless, given Jared's great achievements, they couldn't speak ill of him and had to kneel to praise him reluctantly. Jared's success excited Paxton, who burst into laughter. He already had ideas for rewarding Jared. By my command, starting today, Japan will be renamed Y Island and fall under the jurisdiction of Nanua, to be governed by Barrett Jared. Just as he finished speaking, a dark-skinned Weston rushed forward, shouting, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done." His name was Slade, a high-ranking official and former student of Van. "Your Majesty, Barrett has indeed accomplished remarkable feats and deserves a great reward, but Japan cannot be entrusted to him. Handing Japan over to Barrett would only increase his power. If Barrett harbors disloyal thoughts in the future, the Zhou Barrett, he would never rebel or harm the Zhou dynasty." "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Feudal lords have historically been unstable entities. I'm merely concerned that the Zhou dynasty might suffer from a similar rebellion as in the previous dynasty. Please dispatch officials from the court to govern Japan." Chapter 224. For the stability of the great Zhou dynasty, please rescind the imperial edict. Most of the officials present agreed with Slade's words, kneeling on the ground to urge Corbin of Zhou to rescind his edict. During the early years of the Great Wei dynasty, the emperor vigorously promoted enfeoffment, bestowing each of his princes with fiefs, which came with significant territories and real power. By the late Wei dynasty, these feudal princes had become powerful, ignoring the central government's orders and acting as they pleased in their fiefs, severely oppressing the people. At that time, even though the emperor wanted to strip them of their power, he was powerless to do so. Instead, it drove these princes to rebel, ultimately leading to chaos across the land. Afterwards, Corbin of Zhou established the Great Zhou dynasty on the ruins of the Great Wei dynasty. Since then, princes no longer held actual power and could only be nominal royal relatives. Jared was the first feudal prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, holding actual power. Although he was Corbin's adoptive son with an extremely close relationship, he was not a true prince by blood. Naturally, there were concerns that Jared might one day pose a threat to the Great Zhou dynasty. Even if Jared remained loyal for life, what about his descendants? Additionally, Majesty, King of Southern Yu has expanded our territory greatly and should be rewarded handsomely. However, I believe we shouldn't hand Japan over to him. It would be best for the court to send suitable officials to take control of Japan. In Nixon's view, Jared already enjoyed high prestige and commanded the powerful Southern Yu army. If Jared were allowed to manage Japan under such circumstances, any disloyalty could lead to disastrous consequences. He didn't want to face threats from Jared after ascending the throne. "So, you don't trust Jared either?" Corbin frowned, questioning him. "Your Majesty, it's not that I don't trust King of Southern Yu, but I am being cautious. The Great Zhou dynasty must not experience a rebellion like the Great Wei dynasty did. I know King of Southern Yu's character well. Being the son of Jareth, he is undoubtedly loyal to the Great Zhou dynasty. However, we cannot guarantee the loyalty of his future generations. The initial feudal princes of the Great Wei dynasty were also loyal initially, but ultimately caused a rebellion. Please reconsider your decision and send officials from the court to Japan." Nixon's statement was for the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty as much as for himself. To him, Jared was an unstable factor. He also felt that his father favored Jared more than him, his own son. Nixon admitted he was jealous. Despite not being a true prince, Jared received great affection from the emperor and empress, something he couldn't match as a legitimate son. Without exaggeration, none of the many princes in the palace could rival Jared. Even as the crown prince, he still envied Jared. Furthermore, I suggest your Majesty order Jared to relinquish his firearms. If the Great Zhou army can acquire firearms, conquering the Great Song Kingdom will be feasible. Nixon seized the opportunity to voice another thought. Firearms were crucial. Anyone could see that Jared used them to conquer Japan easily. Hearing the crown prince's words, the officials like Slade felt more justified. Corbin remained silent, his expression worsening as he glanced at Gabriel. Seeing this, Gabriel immediately understood, slowly kneeling down. "Your Majesty, my thoughts align mostly with the crown birdies. Given King of Southern Yu's remarkable contributions, perhaps we should send a suitable official to serve as the governor of Japan while allowing Jared to remain as its governor general. This way, we honor King of Southern Yu without losing control of Japan. Also, we need the firearms manufacturing method, which would be vital for defeating the Great Song Kingdom." Gabriel believed this was the best solution. Feudal princes were inherently unstable, but Jared contributed immensely to the Great Zhou dynasty. Conquering Japan without using a single soldier from the court, directly ordering Jared to withdraw the Southern Yu army and hand over control to the court seemed to Gabriel to oppose this suggestion, but unexpectedly, Gabriel was also unwilling to let Jared exclusively control Nanua. Given Gabriel's close friendship with Yush, Slade thought he would advocate for Jared. But now, Gabriel seemed to stand on their side. Upon closer reflection, Slade understood. As the chancellor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Gabriel naturally prioritized the dynasty's interests. Dispatching a prefectural governor by the imperial court, while having Jared as the concurrent commander, was indeed an excellent choice. Both positions were of equal rank, creating a system of mutual checks and balances. Any disloyalty from Jared could be reported immediately to the court. Preferably, a person who had disagreements with Jared should be appointed to facilitate Tanner's future actions against him. The views of the other officials mirrored Slade's largely. "And what about you, Crown Birdie?" Paxton turned to look at Tanner. "Your Majesty, Minister Elliott's suggestion is indeed excellent. If I were to choose the candidate, I recommend Deputy Minister Elliottstaff from the Ministry of Revenue," Tanner quickly added. Deputy Minister Era has previously been dispatched to Wugwa and spent considerable time there. He is extremely familiar with Wugwa and knows their language, making him the perfect candidate for the position. As he spoke, Tanner glanced at Elliottstaff kneeling among the officials. Top-level state, placing the prefecture governor at the 3rd grade level. This promotion elevated Elliottstaff from his current 4th grade position in the Ministry of Revenue. Though leaving the capital, Elliottstaff saw it as a brighter future in Wugwa, crucially allowing continuous surveillance over Jared. Gabriel, initially intending to leave, was stopped by a young eunuch, Minister Elliott. Cliff requests your presence in the imperial study. Having anticipated a private audience, Gabriel followed the eunuch to the study. Once inside the imperial study, Paxton cut straight to the point. Minister Elliot, now it's just the two of us. Feel free to express your thoughts. What do you think of Elliot's staff? Your Majesty, I indeed had a suitable candidate in mind earlier, and it was Elliot's staff. But given his unique background, Your Majesty should consider carefully. Gabriel disclosed his true thoughts. For now, Eliotstav was the best choice. Paxton fell silent upon hearing this. During the battle in the capital years ago, Yush might have survived if not for a spy. That betrayal led to Yush's death and the fall of the Jiang family, leaving only Jared alive. Determined to find the traitor, Paxton secretly ordered Gabriel to investigate. Gabriel found suspicious activities involving the Era family in the capital, especially noting the intense rivalry between Van and Yush. Therefore, Paxton suspected whether the Era family opened the gates to collude with the rebels. Since Eliotstav was Van's grandson, he too became a suspect. However, this was mere suspicion without concrete evidence. Moreover, Van was a key minister during the previous Wei dynasty. Had he conspired with the rebels, he would not have let them directly confront Yush's powerful forces. Bringing the rebels into the city would mean relying on the Jiang family army to eliminate them together, which Van lacked motivation for. Thus, the identity of the traitor remained unclear. After much deliberation, Paxton made a decision. Very well, let Eliotstav go to Wugwa then. He instructed Gabriel briefly before letting him leave. Although Eliotstav was a potential risk, he currently suited managing Wugwa best. Concerning any threat to Jared, Paxton was unworried. Knowing Jared's intelligence, having even invented firearms, he doubted Eliotstav could outsmart him. Besides, Jared surrounded himself with capable people, making it impossible for Eliotstav. If the Era family was indeed the traitor from the past, Jared's sharp mind would uncover it. Writing the imperial edict, Paxton penned a secret letter and entrusted both to Blake. After proclaiming the edict in Nanua, Arao was to secretly deliver the letter to Jared. Once read, Jared would understand everything. Chapter 226, The Duke of Double Pearls. A month had swiftly passed. Kurt and other members of the Japanese royal family, along with high-ranking officials, were escorted back to Nanua by Jared. They were currently settled in Asue, is ordered to hand over the designs of the firearms to the court. By order of the Tobias. As Blake finished speaking, everyone present, including Jared, furrowed their brows deeply. The princes of the Zhou dynasty were divided into three categories: birdies of blood, Qin Wang; successor birdies, Si Wang; and regional birdies, Abdul Wang. Jared was initially a regional birdie, the lowest rank but with actual power, which sometimes made him more influential than a birdie of blood. Among the highest-ranked birdies of blood, there were further divisions from low to high: double pearl, 5 pearl, and 7 pearl. The 7 pearl birdie held a status just below the crown birdie and the Tobias. Yet even a 7 pearl birdie had no real power. However, Jared was now conferred the title of birdie of blood, albeit the lowest rank of double pearl, becoming the only non-royal birdie of blood in the Zhou dynasty while still holding real power. This undoubtedly elevated his status immensely. Nonetheless, this decree ostensibly rewarded Jared, but in reality, it stripped him of control over Japan. Taking up the concurrent role of governor of Wodo Island meant that the prefect would be appointed by the court, signaling that Wodo Island did not belong to Nanua and Jared would have no authority as a regional birdie over it. Moreover, the decree explicitly demanded the handover of fire without the help of a single soldier from the court. It was all due to our own efforts in Nanua. While we achieved a great victory, many comrades also sacrificed their lives. But Cliff not only deprived your highness of control over Japan, but also took the blueprints for the firearms. Isn't this clearly showing distrust? It must be someone in the court intentionally instigating this. Cord's words echoed the sentiments of the other officials and generals present. They knew how much the Tobias favored Jared, yet this decree showed various signs of mistrust. Silence. Do not speak ill of Cliff, Jared rebuked Cord sternly. Turning to the others, he continued slowly. I had already anticipated all of this. Clearly, some people in the court see Nanua as too powerful and fear me. The act of stripping control over Japan and demanding the firearm blueprints shows this clearly. I suspect those officials must be Van's faction, and the appointed prefect of Wodo Island, Eliotstav, is indeed Van's grandson. Upon hearing this, Cord's eyes widened in fury. Who? Eliotstav? That old scoundrel. How shameless of him to manage the country that your highness conquered. These guys are so despicable. If I were Cliff, I would have cut off these remnants of the previous dynasty long ago. Not just Cord. Even the usually calm Burl felt intensely angry. They all knew that Tobias wouldn't do such a thing. It must be the result of these people's intentional scheming. You're thinking too simply. If not for the efforts of these former officials, it would have been impossible to establish the Zhou dynasty so easily. Cliff is a wise ruler. He hasn't acted against these people because they still have their uses. As for why Cliff dispatched Eliotstav, there must be another purpose. Blake had given Jared a letter earlier, and Jared knew it must contain explanations. Your highness, what should we do about the firearms? After handing them over to the court, if they fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic, Burl asked urgently. Chapter 227. Treason? Rest assured, I'm only handing over the blueprints for the firearms, said Jared. And as for the critical gunpowder, it isn't specified in the imperial decree, so naturally, we won't have to hand that over. Jared had anticipated that the court's old foxes would certainly covet the power of firearms and try every trick in the book to get them. As long as the method to produce gunpowder was not revealed, even if they managed to manufacture the firearms, they wouldn't be able to use them. My lord, your intention is not to hand over the gunpowder, asked Burl cautiously. This might not be a good move. Now that our Zhou dynasty is locked in fierce combat with the Datong Empire, if we had assistance from folly catch the Dachuang army off guard. Note. I have made adjustments to ensure clarity and consistency with the original context, such as correcting Dathong to Dachuang. for readability and ensuring the reference to Nanyue is clear. However, if datong was meant to be a specific name or term in your story, you may need to provide the correct spelling or clarification. The commander leading the Zhou forces was Julius, who was once one of his father's most trusted lieutenants. Handing over firearms and gunpowder to him reassured Jared. By then, even if people like Van tried to gossip, they wouldn't have anything substantial to say. Once the issue with the Daitong Empire was resolved, Jared planned to return to the capital personally and hand over the method of making gunpowder to someone he trusted. He already had a suitable person in mind for this task. Upon hearing this, Burl, Cord, and the others immediately understood. They had been puzzled about why Jared quickly dispatched Hutch with the elite troops of Nanyue right after conquering Japan. It turned out that from the start, Jared had planned to support the Great Zhou army in Yunnan. Assisting General Julius in defeating the Daitong army would undoubtedly be another significant accomplishment. Note, Daitong should likely be Daitong to maintain consistency in referring to the nation's name. Upon hearing this, Burl, Cord, and the others immediately understood authority. Iliadstav might become careless, giving Jared the opportunity to uncover any wrongdoing. Now I understand, nodded Jared. Knowing that Tobias's true intentions put him at ease. Going forward, he would closely monitor Iliadstav. Should Iliadstav reveal his treacherous intentions, Jared would take no mercy. A few days later, Blake brought the firearm blueprints back to the palace and presented them directly to Corbin. The next morning, during the early court session, the Tobias revealed the blueprints publicly. Remarkable. Antoine is truly brilliant, having invented such weapons. He deserves his title, son of Marshal Jiang. Our dynasty can surely conquer the Daitong Empire with these firearms. Correction. Our dynasty will certainly be able to conquer the Daitong Empire with these firearms. This correction ensures the sentence reads more naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning. The officials were full of praise upon seeing the blueprints. Most did not understand the drawings, but had heard that the firearms were incredibly powerful. After all, Antoine had relied on these weapons to defeat Japan. Thus, if the Zhou dynasty obtained these weapons, it could potentially achieve similar results against the Daitong Empire. This realization was what truly excited them. Meanwhile, there was a young official in attendance who immediately became engrossed upon seeing the firearm blueprints. This man, named Gerald and currently serving as Deputy Minister of Works, was neither from a noble family nor allied with Van, but was instead an official who rose through the ranks via the imperial examination system, promoted under Galandius instructions to Gabriel. With extensive knowledge and a keen interest in weaponry, he had even attempted to invent some unique weapons in his spare time. At first glance, he recognized the genius behind the firearms designed by Jared. Such brilliance was far beyond ordinary minds. However, Gerald soon realized a critical issue. He promptly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, there seems to be a problem with Antoine's firearms." Everyone turned to look at Gerald, puzzled expressions on their faces. "Sir Zhang, are you suggesting that these blueprints are fake?" Bertie Nixonzi hastily asked. If the blueprints were indeed fraudulent, then Antoine would be guilty of deceiving the court, a grave offense. No. The blueprints for the firearms provided by Antoine are impeccable, Gerald clarified. Following these blueprints, we can certainly manufacture the firearms. However, the issue lies in our inability to use them once they're made. Without the key component that drives the firearms, it's like having a torch without fire. It cannot function. Gerald's words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Officials led by Van reacted with immediate outrage. "Your Majesty, this is a clear case of deceit against the Emperor." However, not everyone was clueless. Among them was a young official named Gerald, the Vice Minister of Engineering. Not from an aristocratic family or aligned with Van, Gerald had risen through the ranks by examination. Well-educated and knowledgeable about weapons, he saw how innovative and powerful Jared's designs were. Jared was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Yet, Gerald noticed a significant issue. Stepping forward respectfully, he said, "Your Majesty, there appears to be a problem with Antoine's firearms." Everyone turned towards Gerald with confusion. "Zhang, do you mean these blueprints are fake?" asked Crown Bertie Tanner hurriedly. "If so, this would constitute treason." No, the blueprints are perfect and functional," replied Gerald. "But without a key component to activate these firearms, they are useless, much like a torch without fire cannot light." Panic spread among the officials, especially those led by Van. "Your Majesty, this is clear treason," cried Van. Chapter 228. Great Victory at the Front of Rain. "Your Majesty, Lorenzo submitted the blueprints for firearm manufacturing, but did not inform us how to operate these weapons. This clearly lacks some extremely important element. Lorenzo's intentions are suspect. I ask that Your Majesty immediately issue an edict to punish him." The old foxes of the former dynasty had always been wary of Jared. Now, having finally found a hold on him, they were unwilling to let go. The power of firearms was too formidable. If Jared chose not to surrender the knowledge, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Upon learning this situation, Tanner's expression turned dark. He had initially felt incredibly excited when he heard about Jared turning over the blueprints. He thought that the Great Zhou dynasty would finally be able to master firearms. However, no one expected that Jared deliberately withheld crucial information. If Gerald hadn't spotted this, they might have been misled. At this moment, Tanner felt furious. Turning to Corbin of Zhou, he said, "Gay, please forgive my straightforwardness, but Lorenzo's actions are indeed inappropriate. The destructive power of firearms is overwhelming. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to capture Japan. At present, we are embroiled in a bitter war with the Great Song Kingdom. Without the support of firearms, even if we manage to defeat their army, the cost will be heavy. And yet, Lorenzo hoards the knowledge of firearms and refuses to hand it over. What are his intentions?" Hearing the words of the officials and Tanner, Corbin's expression turned grim. He also didn't expect Jared to withhold information, while officials in the court cheered in jubilation. "Excellent. Craig truly is brave," said Tanner, deeply moved. With Japan destroyed and the Great Song Kingdom severely weakened, no one could threaten the Great Zhou dynasty anymore. Corbin, who had previously been troubled by Jared's actions, now looked much calmer upon hearing this news. However, everything happened too suddenly. The Great Song Kingdom was the most formidable rival of the Great Zhou dynasty. Though once defeated, it had long since recovered and prepared thoroughly for this battle, sending a total of 50,000 troops to attack the Great Zhou dynasty. During this period, the forces led by General Julius and the Great Song army had been evenly matched, making it difficult to achieve a decisive victory. Yet, suddenly the Great Song army was crushed, and even its commander was killed. A shockingly sudden development. What happened? Calming down, Corbin asked urgently. He knew something unexpected must have occurred in the Great Song army, giving Julius the perfect opportunity to attack. Inform your majesty, it was the timely support of the Nanyu army. Bertie Nanyu dispatched General Hutch, leading 3,000 elite Nanyu soldiers equipped with powerful firearms, to ambush the Great Song army from behind. The sudden appearance of firearms caught the Great Song army off guard. General Julius seized the chance to lead a charge, cooperating with General Hutch to kill the Great Song commander Gus. With the addition of firearms, the Great Zhou army overwhelmed the... After reading the letter, Corbin understood everything. It explicitly stated that to operate the firearms properly, gunpowder was needed. Elian powder was very powerful and easy to manufacture. If its method became known, anyone could mass produce it. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could cause catastrophic damage to the Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, Jared didn't turn over the gunpowder formula, but planned to return personally to entrust it to reliable individuals. However, without imperial summons, feudal lords couldn't enter the capital, and he still lacked Corbin's decree. Having learned everything, Corbin felt relieved. He then addressed the court with authority. I understand the entire principle of the firearms, and why Lorenzo did not surrender the crucial element. It's because he feared that leaking the information about firearms could harm the Great Zhou dynasty. In this battle, Lorenzo Jared has rendered great service. By my command, summon Lorenzo Jared to return to the capital. Chapter 229. Unresolvable dispute. Elsewhere, in the main tent of the Dezhou army within the borders of the Daitsong kingdom, Commander Julius sat in his seat, looking at a slightly chubby Weston before him with an extremely disdainful expression. This Weston was named Brett, who had been specially dispatched by the Daitsong kingdom to negotiate with Dezhou. Present in this command tent besides Julius were his younger brother Eliot Stavo. 30 cities are too many. We can offer at most 15 cities. Brett said through gritted teeth. What? 15 cities? Julius sneered disdainfully. It seems that Song doesn't show any sincerity at all. Without sincerity, there's no point in negotiating. As he spoke, the surrounding Dezhou generals showed murderous intent. In truth, their supplies were dwindling, preventing them from remaining in Daitsong for long. However, demanding 30 cities came from Corbin of Zhou's decree. Peace terms would definitely require a heavy price from Daitsong. Seeing this, Brett clenched his fists in frustration, powerless to do anything. Dezhou's strength was overwhelming, and Daitsong had taken severe losses. There was no other option but to negotiate for peace. I need more time to discuss this with Cliff. After some hesitation, Brett looked at Julius. Fine, take a few more days. If you still refuse, we will not be merciful. Escort him out. With Julius's words, Brett left unwillingly. A few days later, in the imperial palace of Daitsong, Tobias Ignatius sat on the dragon throne, his expression exceedingly displeased. The officials present also wore similar expressions. 30 cities? Tobias Zhou's demands are too outrageous. Your Majesty, we cannot possibly agree. Agreeing means losing the future undarkened. Originally, allying with Hua to encircle Dezhou seemed perfect, yet the sudden emergence of firearms disrupted everything. He wished he could kill Jared but felt helpless. If he couldn't stop the Dezhou aggression, Daitsong would truly be doomed, worse than their defeat 20 years ago. Despair filled him. Gay. I have a solution. Just as Ignatius hesitated, a spirited woman strode into the hall. Though dressed like a man, her beauty was striking. Bertie Ashana. Ro, what do you mean? You have a solution? Ignatius's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Impressed by her talents, he felt satisfied but regretted she was a woman. Gay. Continuing the war now is unwise. From my perspective, we should initially accept Julius's terms and have me personally negotiate with Dezhou. I am confident in reducing the 30 cities to 15. Chapter 230. Returning to the capital for an audience with the Tobias. Though Shauna was a woman, she held herself in no less regard than any man. She often dressed in men's attire to attend court, and officials of the Great Song Empire had long since become accustomed to it. More importantly, Shauna was genuinely talented. She had been the first to propose the joint attack on Great Zhou alongside the Hua Kingdom. However, she did not expect Jared to emerge halfway through, or the power of demonstrate our sincerity. After much deliberation, Ignatius finally agreed. First, he needed to temporarily agree to cede 30 cities to secure Great Zhou's retreat. The best person to negotiate this, he felt, was Shauna. The imperial decree having been issued, those officials advocating war couldn't argue much further. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Corrected for natural fluency and consistency in English. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu should be translated as. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. To ensure accuracy and fluency, it should read. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Actually, to make it more fluent and correct in English, it should be. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Finally, for a natural and accurate translation. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Let's provide the correct translation directly. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Actually, for proper context and fluency, it should read. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. Ultimately, the correct and fluent translation is. Meanwhile, at the Nan Yuangfu. For an accurate and natural translation, it should be. Meanwhile, at the Nanyu Palace. So, the final and correct translation is. Meanwhile, at the Nanyu Palace. Blake read out the imperial decree and then handed it to Jared with a smile. Your Highness, Cliff misses you greatly and wishes for your immediate return. Fairy Rao, why don't you stay here tonight and rest well? We'll depart early tomorrow morning, Jared replied calmly, having anticipated this summons. After dinner, Alicia carefully packed Jared's luggage, her voice laced with concern. Your Highness, should I not accompany you back? No need. You should stay here and manage the tavern properly. Once I return from the capital, the third commercial recruitment conference will begin, and you'll be very busy then. Alicia nodded reluctantly, despite her reluctance. At that moment, Brett walked in. Your Highness, the gunpowder is all ready. Recently, after Ilyatstav took up his post on the Wa Island, Jared had instructed Brett to return. With the island now under Imperial control, there was no longer any cause for worry. However, while Brett returned, the 3,000 troops remained stationed on Wa Island under the supervision of a capable military officer. This officer would act as a deputy commander and also oversee Ilyatstav. The next day, Brett led 100 elite guards to escort Jared to the capital. Blake accompanied them. A grandmaster martial artist and a great grandmaster ensured Jared's safety, especially with valuable gunpowder in tow. Half a month later, Jared arrived at the capital, promptly returning to the Jiang residence. The following morning, he would attend the early court session as a feudal prince, fully aware of the imminent challenges regarding gunpowder. Additionally, Jared learned that the Great Song Empire had sent an envoy to negotiate with Great Zhou. Though they officially agreed to cede 30 cities, they clearly had ulterior motives. The next morning, at the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace, Jared entered the hall in princely attire, exuding authority. He respectfully bowed before Corbin of Zhou. Long live the Tobias. Heartily welcome. Rise, and bring a seat for the birdie of Nanyu. Corbin greeted Jared joyfully. Even the crown birdie stood aside, while Jared sat comfortably. This only deepened Tanner's envy. Yet, despite his irritation, he had to feign happiness. Now that the birdie of Nanyu is back, perhaps he can explain why he hasn't handed over the gunpowder. Firearms are crucial to the development of Great Zhou. What is his intention in withholding them? Questioned one official. Is the birdie of Nanyu planning to keep the firearms to himself? Another chimed in. Led by officials like Slade, former opponent of Jared's appointment in Wa Kingdom, they seized this chance to criticize him. To them, regardless of his contributions, withholding gunpowder was problematic. Chapter 231. Birdius Shana of the Datsang Kingdom. Huh. Jared scoffed at the words of the officials present. Then, he looked at them with a piercing gaze. What is the meaning of your questions? Fine. I'll tell you. Jared stood up and walked in front of Slade and the other officials. My intention is to prevent gunpowder from falling into the hands of certain and scrupulous individuals. If the method of manufacturing gunpowder leaks out, it will undoubtedly cause catastrophic damage to the Great Zhou dynasty. What's wrong with me being slightly cautious? While saying this, Jared's eyes clearly landed on Slade. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Could you possibly think I am that kind of villain? Slade immediately became anxious. He indeed wanted to obtain firearms, but only for Crown Birdie Tanner. He never thought of leaking the manufacturing methods of gunpowder or firearms. If this information leaked, it would certainly spell doom for the Great Zhou dynasty. Why are you so agitated, Minister Chu? I didn't mean you, Jared coldly smiled, then turned to Paxton. Your Majesty, my purpose for coming to the capital and meeting you is to plan on handing over the method of making gunpowder. However, the method must not be made public. I suggest setting up a secret firearm bureau where specially designated people will be responsible for the production of firearms and gunpowder. And the secret firearm bureau should always be heavily guarded. Any artisans involved in the manufacture of gunpowder and firearms must reside within the bureau and not leave. Artisans involved in manufacturing gunpowder and firearms must also be rigorously screened. No one can enter the secret firearm bureau without your Majesty's edict. Jared spoke directly, expressing his thoughts. Back in Nanua, Jared had already planned this. Elian powder and firearms must be strictly controlled and cannot be easily obtained by anyone. Setting up the secret firearm bureau was Jared's next plan. In the following time, Jared discussed matters related to the secret firearm bureau. Firstly, the most important aspect of the secret firearm bureau was its secrecy. In other words, only the emperor should know the details of the bureau. No one else should. Even the location of the bureau must remain absolutely secret. This way, infiltration by spies from other countries or leaks by officials within the court could be greatly prevented. The officials present did not expect Jared to propose establishing such a special organization, and they were all stunned. They knew very well that this clearly indicated Jared's lack of trust in any of them. Even Tanner was obviously taken aback, but he did not mind much since he was already the crown prince. As long as Jared was willing to hand over the method of making gunpowder, it was enough. Afterward, when he ascended the throne, he would naturally control the firearms. Very well. Paxton approved of Jared's idea and nodded satisfactorily. Even if Jared hadn't suggested it, Paxton had also considered setting up a specialized department to manage firearms. Jared's proposal aligned perfectly with his thoughts. In that case, matters concerning the secret firearm bureau will be handed over to you. Any needs can be brought to my attention, Paxton said gravely, looking at Jared. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jared respectfully bowed. He needed to ensure the secret firearm bureau was established properly before he could return to Nanua with peace of mind. Just then, a guard rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Datsang Kingdom requests an audience. So soon. Paxton smiled. Let them come in. Shortly after, an imposing woman entered gracefully, followed by two burly, dark-faced warriors, both 9th-rank martial artists. However, all eyes were fixed on the woman leading them. None expected the envoy from the Datsang Kingdom to be a woman. Shana saw the astonished looks of everyone present, but paid no heed. She introduced herself openly. I am the second princess of the Datsang Kingdom, Shana. I've come here on behalf of our emperor to form an alliance with the Great Zhou Kingdom. Form an alliance? Paxton faintly smiled. When have I agreed to an alliance with your Datsang kingdom? I ask you only one question. When will the Datsang kingdom cede 30 cities? Previously, the Datsang kingdom had promised to cede 30 cities, after which Paxton had ordered Julius to temporarily withdraw troops and station them near Dianzhou. During this period, they were to rest and resupply. If the Datsang kingdom went back on its word, Julius would lead the army to attack again with the aid of firearms, ensuring there would be no victory for the Datsang kingdom. Shauna had anticipated this response from Paxton and was unperturbed. She smiled slightly. Rest assured, the Datsang kingdom stands by its word and will cede the 30 cities. But don't you think it's unfair? If it weren't for the sudden appearance of firearms, how could you have one so easily? Despite being a woman, Shauna showed no fear. Ridiculous. Our great Zhou kingdom is prosperous and far superior to your Datsang. Even without firearms, you cannot shake our great Zhou dynasty, Tanner confidently proclaimed. Many of the great Zhou officials present watched Shauna disdainfully. Jared remained silent, watching Shauna from his seat. Ha ha ha. Since your people are so confident, dare we make a wager? If Great Zhou wins, the Datsang kingdom will cede 5 more cities. If you lose, the 30 cities will be reduced to 15. Of course, you can choose not to bet. We will still honor the agreement to cede the 30 cities. But afterward, the border of the Great Zhou will not know peace. Shauna said the last part with a clear threat in her voice. Their Datsang kingdom might not be able to confront the Great Zhou army equipped with firearms head-on. But Datsang wasn't comparable to the Japanese kingdom. It had deep reserves. A desperate war would surely cost the Great Zhou heavy losses. To completely annihilate the Datsang kingdom would be impossible even for the current Great Zhou. As long as the Datsang kingdom lingered, it would continuously harass the citizens along the Great Zhou's borders. Insolence. Tanner angrily glared at Shauna. Are you threatening us? Our Great Zhou army is invincible. Destroying your Datsang kingdom would be child's play. Ha, who would have thought the crown birdie of the Great Zhou was so foolish? To spout such illogical statements. How amusing. Shauna was unfazed by Tanner's threats. In her heart, the person most threatening to the Datsang kingdom was Jared sitting beside him. Chapter 232. The Wager. What did you say? You dare to defame me, the crown birdie, like this? Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Tanner had a proud personality and considered himself exceedingly intelligent. He would never tolerate anyone calling him stupid. At this moment, Shauna's words genuinely infuriated him. It was also the first time he displayed such anger in front of Paxton. Haha. Even during warfare, fortunately, they were stopped by Corbinzong of Zhou and Yush. Otherwise, there would be no Great Zhou dynasty now. The most critical issue was that the people of the Great Song Kingdom were martial enthusiasts with excellent equestrian archery skills. Continuous border raids by them would indeed pose a significant problem for the empire. The Great Zhou Kingdom had just ended a major war and needed to rest and recover. Paxton did not want annual warfare to burden his people further. Tanner shut his mouth, looking exceptionally displeased, casting an unconscious glare at Jared. Despite being the biological son of Paxton and the crown prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Paxton seemed to dislike him. In his view, Paxton clearly cared more about Jared and listened to his advice, making Tanner increasingly envious of Jared. Seeing Paxton agree to the wager, Shauna smiled smugly. It's very simple. Please have the Great Zhou Tobias prepare a basin filled with water. Paxton frowned slightly and turned to a nearby eunuch. Prepare a basin of water for Bertius Yelu. Soon, a basin filled with water was brought to Shauna's side. The officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom, including Jared and Paxton, watched her curiously, eager to see what her intentions were. Under everyone's gaze, Shauna casually took out a copper bead and dropped it into the basin. The copper bead quickly sank to the bottom. Seeing this, Shauna, who shortly returned with a smaller basin. He retrieved the copper bead from the original basin and placed it in the smaller one. The water level in this smaller basin was less than half the size of the copper bead. Consequently, when placed, half of the copper bead submerged while the other half floated on the surface. Seeing this, Tanner proudly declared, Shauna, look, isn't the copper bead now floating on the surface? Brilliant, worthy of a crown birdie, truly wise. Shauna, don't cheat. You should add 5 more cities to the 30 promised. If you refuse, killing you would be justified. Even the great Song Tobias would have nothing to say. The officials praised the crown birdie before turning to Shauna. However, she merely laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha, crown birdie of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Did you not hear my rules? I said not to touch the copper bead. Picking it up and placing it in another basin violates this rule. Moreover, the bottom part still touches the basin, which doesn't count as floating. If no one in the Great Zhou Kingdom can achieve this, perhaps you should concede. This statement silenced the room. They had no rebuttal. Shauna was right. Under these rules, Tanner had indeed violated them. But admitting defeat would reduce the 30 cities to 15, unacceptable for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Humph. You're just twisting things. Regardless of the outcome, the Great Song Kingdom must hand over 30 cities. Tanner, humiliated again by Shauna, was seething with rage. However, Jared had already seen through the situation, a confident smile spreading across his face. Chapter 233. Simple. Heh, I never thought the people of your Great Zhou would be so dishonest. You promised, yet you can still deny it as if nothing happened. If this gets out, won't you be ashamed? As Shauna spoke, her gaze clearly shifted toward Tanner. In her eyes, this crown prince of Great Zhou posed no threat. If he were to take over Great Zhou in the future, it would be excellent news for the Great Song Empire. What puzzled her was why King Jared of Southern you had been wearing a mysterious smile. Tanner noticed Shauna's expression and understood that she was deliberately humiliating him, making his face turn red with anger. Many officials of Great Zhou also glared at Shauna in anger. Outrageous. Who gave you the nerve to insult our Great Zhou like this? Tanner said, visibly angry. Heh, so what if it's an insult? People of Great Zhou, you don't even dare to bet with us, truly a bunch of cowards. Shauna sneered contemptuously. Upon hearing these words, not only Tanner but even Paxton sitting on the dragon throne showed evident anger. Just as Tanner was about to say more, Jared, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. Wait? Who said we are dishonest? Who said we're afraid to bet with you? This wager hasn't ended yet. Jared slowly rose and walked towards the water basin, all while strictly adhering to the rules and not touching the copper bead, merely examining it from a distance. King of Southern U, it's clear this Birdius of Great Song is being unreasonable. It's impossible to make the copper bead float without touching it. You needn't intervene in this matter. Our great Zhou will not be threatened by them. Tanner, believing himself to be incredibly intelligent, thought if he couldn't do it, Jared certainly couldn't either. Paxton, similarly doubtful, sat stiffly on his throne, thinking Jared wouldn't succeed just by taking a look. Regardless of the outcome, Tanner was determined to claim 30 cities from Great Song, even if it meant war. While Paxton cared about the commoners, Tanner believed the aristocratic children were paramount. He considered the officials chosen through imperial exams by Paxton incapable of significant responsibilities. Only those from prestigious families like the Era and Chu clans could be pillars of the state. Don't worry, Crown Birdie. Their little tricks have already been seen through by this king. Since the Princess of Great Song wants to bet, let's give her what she desires. Jared then looked at Shauna. You're sure that if we make the copper bead float automatically, you'll give us 5 more cities? Shauna smiled confidently. Of course, how could this princess go back on her word like you? Good, very good. Jared turned to the eunuch beside him. Bring me a jar of salt. Huh. The eunuch was taken aback. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear King Jared order you to get salt? With Paxton's stern tone, the eunuch rushed out without hesitation. Paxton knew Jared well enough to realize he must have a plan. Shauna remained unconvinced, standing confidently where she was. After a moment, the eunuch hurriedly returned with a jar of salt, handing it to Jared. Then, holding the jar, Jared asked Shauna, Birdius of Great Song, dare you bet big with this king? Shauna frowned, then chuckled softly. Does King Jared feel so confident he can make the copper bead float? Certainly, Jared smiled. If I dare to say so, it's because I'm fully confident. Do you dare accept the challenge? Why not? Without hesitation, Shauna countered. If you can make the copper bead float, we'll add 10 more cities to the original 30. Agreed. Jared smirked. But if I fail, you needn't give us the 30 cities. Everyone in the room gasped. Gay, this is unwise. It's obviously a trap set by Great Song. If we fail, we lose 30 cities. Gay, please reconsider. Tanner, shocked by Jared's statement, immediately turned to Paxton. The many officials also watched Paxton anxiously. To everyone, making the copper bead float seemed impossible. However, Paxton felt otherwise. He didn't attend to Tanner but instead asked Jared, Are you sure? Your Majesty, if I fail, I accept any punishment. Satisfied, Paxton nodded tacitly. This made Tanner angrier, seeing favoritism towards Jared. To risk 30 cities was outrageous to the officials, but they were perplexed. Jared ignored their gazes, asking Shauna, Can you speak for the Tobias of Great Song? Absurd. As the princess and negotiator, my words represent our emperor. Though wary of Jared, inventor of powerful weapons, Shauna doubted he could achieve such a feat. Heh, Jared grinned coldly, then watched carefully. Slowly, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jared poured salt into the water basin. Initially, Shauna didn't think much of it. Tanner and the officials shared similar thoughts. But then, something astonishing happened. The copper bead began rising from the bottom. Throughout, Jared didn't touch the bead or even the basin, just adding salt. Seeing this, Shauna couldn't believe her eyes. Chapter 234, Victory. How is this possible? Why did the copper bead float to the surface on its own? No matter how much Tori thought, she couldn't figure out how Jared managed to achieve this. In fact, consistency in terminology and style, ensuring it reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. If you dare to go back on your word, I can assure you that the Zhou army will immediately launch an attack on your nation. I mean what I say. When saying the last sentence, Corbin of Zhou clearly threatened Tori. Although he did not want to continue the war, it didn't mean he feared the Dachhuang nation. Correction. Although he did not wish to prolong the war, it didn't mean he was afraid of the Dachhuang nation. Note, Dachhuang is corrected to Datsong for consistency in terminology. The name Datsong appears consistently in the rest of the provided text, so it's important to maintain consistency. Also, prolong the war sounds more natural than continue the war in this context. If Tori dared to renege, Corbin would definitely order the troops stationed in Dianzhou to attack Datsong immediately. Even if this battle couldn't annihilate the Datsong nation, it would certainly strip them of their ability to resist the Zhou dynasty. Note, Daitong seems to be a placeholder or a specific name in the original text that might need clarification or proper translation. If Daitong is meant to be a proper noun like a country's name, it should be transliterated or given an appropriate English name based on context. For a smoother and more natural read in English, we can consider translating Daitong based on its actual meaning or commonly accepted translation if available. If Daitong refers to a fictional nation's name, it's best left untranslated but formatted for English text, like Dacheng, or another phonetic rendering. Here's an adjusted version assuming it's a proper noun. Even if this battle couldn't annihilate the Dachhuang nation, it would certainly strip them of their ability to resist the Zhou dynasty. The other officials of the Zhou dynasty also showed strong determination. Only Nixonshong felt an overwhelming anger. It was obvious from his gaze that Nixonshong was filled with murderous intent towards Jared. If Jared hadn't succeeded, Nixonshong might not have been so angry. After all, these 30 cities had to be handed over to Dazhou regardless. Note, Daitong is corrected to Dazhou, which is consistent with the context referring to the kingdom's name in English as established earlier in the text. However, the fact that Jared actually made the copper bead float on its own using just a jar of salt, Nixonshong had always believed he was the smartest and most capable person. Now, Jared had done what he couldn't, and Corbin's favoritism toward Jared only increased his jealousy. He suddenly felt as though his throne might be taken by Jared. Such a dangerous person, Nixon's Hong vowed to eliminate. Faced with Corbin's threat, Tori felt helpless, but she didn't know how to explain. Jared indeed made the copper bead float to the surface without touching it. This meant Tori had to fulfill her promise and cede the 40 cities to the Zhou dynasty. This would undoubtedly cause significant losses to the Datong nation. // This would undoubtedly inflict a huge loss on the Datong nation. Note, Daitong seems to be a placeholder or incorrectly transliterated name. Normally, it should be translated based on the correct name of the nation, which might be Dahan, or another proper translation depending on context not provided here. If Daitong nation refers to a specific fictional or historical entity, please provide the correct name for more accurate translation. For this edit, I'll use Dahan. This would undoubtedly inflict a huge loss on the Dahan nation. Bertius, what should we do now? Jared is too dangerous. Why don't I kill him right now? The two large men standing beside Tori whispered. No. Tori quickly interjected. This is the imperial palace of the Zhou dynasty. Even if you attempt to act here, it won't just be about killing Jared. As soon as you show any intention of acting, you'll likely be executed on the spot. Don't panic. Leave everything to me. After a moment's contemplation, Tori looked at Corbin. I admit my defeat. Our Daitong nation will indeed cede the 40 cities. Note, Daitong is translated as Daitong to maintain consistency and proper romanization. We will hand over 30 cities first, and send someone later to handle the remaining 10. But before that, I would like to know why the copper bead floats up when salt is added. As she said this, Tori clearly looked at Jared. Not just Tori, but everyone present also wanted to know how Jared did it, all looking at him. It's actually quite simple. Jared smiled enigmatically and walked to Tori. Although I don't know what trick you played with this copper bead, I do know one thing. When you dropped it into the basin, it made a very clear sound, meaning it wasn't solid but hollow. By changing the density of the water, the hollow copper bead naturally floats. As for the density of water, you can think of it as the ratio of mass to volume. Too complicated for you to understand. Anyway, I've already accomplished it. Jared spoke rather proudly. For a time traveler, making a copper bead float on the surface was very simple. From the start, when Tori threw the copper bead into the basin, Jared knew how to do it. But then Nixon's Hong stepped forward, and Jared did not act immediately. At this moment, Jared reached into the basin, retrieved the copper bead, glanced at Tori's ring, and understood everything. I must admit, your scheme is quite clever. A copper bead containing a magnetite is ingenious. Unfortunately, you underestimated us of the Zhou dynasty. After speaking, Jared directly threw the copper bead to Tori. Right now, Tori's expression was extremely grim, hating Jared even more deeply. Though she didn't understand what Jared had said, he had indeed succeeded and revealed the secret of the copper bead publicly. Jared turned out to be far smarter than she imagined. With such talent in the Zhou dynasty, the Daitong nation would never rise again. Note, Daitong is used to maintain consistency in proper noun translation. At this point, having lost the bet, Tori reluctantly signed the treaty for the cession of the cities. She left with her subordinates, full of resentment. Jared, you did an excellent job this time. Just tell me what reward you want. I will satisfy your every request. Corbin found Jared more and more satisfactory, smiling broadly. Nixon's Hong, however, had remained silent since the beginning. Your Majesty, I need no reward. I only ask for your Majesty to grant me one request. Jared respectfully spoke to Corbin. Then, Jared took out a prepared memorial from his pocket and handed it to Corbin. Apart from the firearms issue, there was something even more important for Jared upon returning to the capital. Chapter 235, Reform. Present it. After Sydney spoke, the eunuch Aral by his side quickly took the petition from Jared's hands and handed it to Sydney. Upon seeing the content of the petition, Sydney's previously delighted expression instantly turned solemn. Whether it was Crown Bertie Tanner or the officials present, all were curious about the contents of the petition Jared had submitted. Your Majesty, I suggest. Before Jared could finish his sentence, Sydney immediately interrupted him. Jared, your suggestion will be carefully considered by this emperor. For now, let's not discuss it. The primary task now is to establish the Secret Explosives Academy. You should handle it promptly. Today's court session ends here. Dismissed. With that, Sydney hurriedly left, taking the petition with him. This only made the crowd more curious about its contents. Seeing Sydney's reaction, Jared wasn't overly surprised. It was all within his expectations. He then left the palace in large strides. At the same time, Sydney returned to his study, still reading Jared's petition, his expression growing increasingly serious. At this moment, Xena Diana entered with a cup of tea. Your Majesty, I heard that today, say 110 cities from Dachong for our great Zhou. In the harem, everyone knew about the bet with Dachong, and she had grown even fonder of Jared. Seeing Diana, Sydney's expression softened into a smile. Yes, Say really did an outstanding job. I don't know how to reward Say anymore. After much thought, I can only elevate him to the status of a 7th Pearl Birdie. Recalling Jared's performance in court earlier, Sydney felt immensely proud. If Jared were his biological son, he would unhesitatingly pass the throne to him and retire immediately. Sadly, Jared was not his own, and none of his numerous princes could compare to him. This inevitably made Sydney jealous of the late Yush. Xena Diana nodded in agreement. Jared had accomplished too many feats lately. There was indeed nothing else to offer as a reward. Just then, Sydney handed her the petition. Xena, read this. It's Say's proposal. Xena Diana hastily took the petition and her pupils constricted upon seeing its contents, mirroring the shock on Sydney's face. This is rather daring. She restrained her shock. Though this proposal is excellent, it would affect too many people's interests. The petition contained the merchant tax reform proposed by Albin and Nanua, which Jared had modified and supplemented, aiming to change the taxation system in Great Zhou, distinguishing between ordinary citizens, merchants, and aristocratic nobles. However, doing so would challenge the interests of these groups, potentially leading to dire consequences if mishandled. Sydney had thought of this plan but decided against it when Great Zhou was newly established and unstable. Instead of executing former officials, he chose to employ them for stability. Earlier, he would have outright rejected such a proposal as unfeasible. But things were different now. Sydney promoted scholars through the imperial examinations, placing numerous officials from humble backgrounds in key positions. His original plan was to gradually phase out officials from the previous dynasty, like the Aaron and Chu families, who engaged in underhanded dealings, known well to Sydney. Moreover, Great Zhou annexed Japan and won a significant victory over Dachang. In his view, the timing was ripe to consider this proposal. Indeed, it affects many people's interests, but if we continue to ignore these problems, Great Zhou will end up like Wei. These noble families and wealthy merchants have become too rampant. It's time to take action. As Sydney spoke, his tone grew icy. He didn't voice his intentions openly in court, but planned to discuss it with trusted advisors. If we must act, I suggest starting in Nanhua, Xena Diana advised. Sei has great prestige there. If successful, it will provide confidence. Xena Diana noticed his resolve and whispered beside him, honestly, my thoughts are exactly like yours. We should start from Nanhua. Sydney then threw the petition into a nearby furnace and burned it, wary of leaks. Such reforms, once prematurely exposed, could provoke strong resistance from powerful families and wealthy merchants, especially major clans like Aaron and Chu. Thus, Sydney must prepare to address these officials. After discussing briefly with Diana, he dismissed her and urgently summoned officials, led by Left Chancellor Gabriel. They were all scholars from the imperial exams, perfect for countering noble families. Meanwhile, Crown Birdie Tanner returned to the Eastern Palace, visibly displeased. He angrily swept all the petitions off the table. Why? Why does Jared always go against me? Why does Gay show such favoritism towards Jared? Am I, as the Crown Birdie, less important than him? Tanner kicked over a table in anger. Recalling the court session worsened his rage. It felt as if his position as Crown Birdie meant nothing compared to Jared. Seeing Jared achieve what he couldn't and continuously receive accolades infuriated him, making him lose composure. Just then, a eunuch's voice called from outside, Crown Birdie, Minister of Rights Slade and other officials seek an audience. Hearing this, Tanner gradually calmed down and said coolly, let them in. Chapter 236, Conflict. Tanner, after instructing the palace maids and eunuchs to tidy up the room, sat on the chair with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Slade and other officials slowly walked in, immediately bowing to Tanner. Everyone, rise. All I want to know now is what Jared wrote in the memorial he gave to my father. Do any of you know? Upon hearing this, everyone present helplessly shook their heads. Your Highness, Cliff did not mention the content of the memorial to anyone. However, we learned just now that Cliff urgently summoned Left Chancellor Gabriel and other officials. Just as Slade finished speaking, Tanner angrily slapped the table. Having already calmed down before, he was once again extraordinarily agitated. Why? Why didn't Gay invite me along? Tanner felt increasingly furious. He was clearly the future emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, yet most of the time he could only handle trivial matters. Once it came to important affairs, Paxton would never let him manage them. He believed this was because Paxton didn't trust him. If the emperor trusted him, why wouldn't he even allow him to know the content of the memorial? Unbeknownst to Tanner, everything Paxton was doing now was paving the way for him. The reason he didn't let Tanner interfere in this matter was that he knew very well that Tanner leaned heavily towards the aristocratic families and would absolutely not tolerate Jared's proposal for reform. This would likely lead to a significant conflict between Tanner and Jared. Jared was too important to the Great Zhou dynasty, and Paxton didn't want this to happen. He also understood that reforms were necessary. Therefore, he did not wish for Tanner to be involved and planned to resolve everything within his lifetime. Unfortunately, Tanner was blinded by jealousy, always thinking that Paxton favored Jared and disliked him. Over this period, he had felt an increasing sense of crisis, often dreaming that Jared had usurped his throne, causing his mind to twist. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never allow such a situation to happen. Jared will stay in the capital for some time. I order you all to observe his every move without cease. I need to know everything about the Powder Secret Bureau. Though the affairs of the Powder Secret Bureau would become clear to Tanner after he ascended the throne, he couldn't wait that long. Only by controlling gunpowder could he gain the initiative. For this, he must resort to extreme measures to learn about the Powder Secret Bureau early. Slade and other officials bowed respectfully and then hurriedly left. Tanner then departed from the Eastern Palace, heading towards the Imperial Study. By the time he arrived, Gabriel and the other officials had just come out. They intended to bow to Tanner, but he ignored them and rushed into the Imperial Study. Gay, what suggestion did Birdie Nanyu make? If it made you so cautious, it mustn't be a good one. Our Great Zhou has just experienced a great war. Though victorious, we still need time to recover, not to initiate more conflicts. Unclear about the memorial's content, Tanner could only guess based on instinct. Earlier, Paxton had explicitly stated that Jared's memorial contained a suggestion. No matter what the suggestion was, he didn't hope it succeeded. Currently, he truly despised Jared. Roscoe, you don't need to worry about this. Your father knows how to handle it, Paxton said indifferently, not wanting to inform Tanner of the memorial's contents yet. Gay, do you not trust me either? I am your son. Why must you listen to Jared in everything? He may have great merit, but he is still just a citizen of our Great Zhou. Tanner, who was initially calm, suddenly shouted. Recent events and jealousy towards Jared caused a significant change in his temperament. Seeing his father not only heed Jared's advice, but also not informing him, the Crown Prince could no longer bear it. Hold your tongue. Upon hearing this, Paxton was taken aback and fiercely slapped the table. Already unwell, he began coughing severely. Looking at Tanner angrily, he said, Arasin well, everything I do now is for you. Do you think I don't know you've been envious of Jared all along? Seeing things had come to this, Tanner stopped pretending, shouting, "Yes, I am jealous of Jared. Why can he invent gunpowder? Why can he annihilate the Japanese? Why can he do everything I can't? I wish Jared were dead." Before Tanner could finish, Paxton angrily rose and struck him across the face. Ridiculous. Kneel. Never had. Chapter 237, Cooperation. Elsewhere, Tanner was forcibly taken back to the Eastern Palace by the guards. Only after being locked in his room did he finally calm down completely. Recalling what had just transpired, Tanner felt a chill run down his spine. How could he have dared to speak so disrespectfully to the Tobias? Tanner couldn't understand why he had become so irritable and violent over this period. It was as if he couldn't control his temper. His usual demeanor was known for its composure, remaining calm even when Jared repeatedly provoked him. This immediate realization troubled him greatly. Why has it come to this? Seated motionlessly on his chair, Tanner reflected on everything that had happened recently. He was now the Crown Birdie, just one step away from becoming Tobias. Why had he changed like this after becoming the Crown Birdie? The more he thought, the more afraid he became. Now that he had angered Corbin of Zhou, if Jared were to say anything unfavorable at this moment, his position as Crown Birdie would be in jeopardy. His face, which had calmed down, twisted once again as he fiercely slapped the table. He could not control his anger. At that very moment, the locked door suddenly opened, and a young eunuch carrying tea and pastries walked in. "Get out. Who allowed you in here? Leave immediately." In a fit of rage, Tanner grabbed a vase from the table and threw it at the young eunuch. Ordinarily, such an eunuch would be unable to dodge it. However, this eunuch moved swiftly, easily sidestepping the vase. "Crown Birdie, there's no need to be so irritable," the eunuch said calmly, placing the tea and pastries aside and closing the door behind him. He then turned to face Tanner with an odd smile. Although Tanner couldn't control his temper, he wasn't foolish. He immediately sensed something was off about this eunuch. "Who are you? Do you think I can't order countless guards to appear and kill you on the spot?" Tanner wasn't bluffing. This was the truth. Although he was confined temporarily, he was still the Crown Birdie of the Great Zhou dynasty, with numerous guards outside. The eunuch showed no sign of fear upon hearing this. Maintaining his peculiar smile, he poured a cup of tea and walked towards Tanner. "Crown Birdie, why don't you drink some tea to calm down?" As he spoke, he placed the teacup before Tanner. "Rest assured, I won't poison you." Initially stunned, Tanner drank the tea in one gulp. Clearly, after finishing the tea, his furious emotions quickly subsided. There's something wrong with this tea. Immediately standing up, Tanner realized, "No, my uncontrollable emotions are because of you. You made me like this." He had been feeling increasingly strange. After drinking the tea, he understood everything instantly. "Indeed, Crown Birdie is quite sharp," the eunuch remarked, chuckling slightly. He then tore off his human skin mask, revealing a Dylanly face. This person was none other than Grand Master Eli, who had previously escaped. Ever since Atli of the Wei dynasty was captured, Eli had vanished without a trace. No one expected him to have hidden within the palace all along. But Tanner didn't recognize Eli, only becoming more puzzled at the sight of an old man. "Who are you?" Tanner didn't immediately call for the guards. An old man could perfectly disguise himself as a eunuch and evade so many guards in the palace, indicating incredible power. Power that ordinary guards couldn't detect. Calling for the guards now would likely enrage this old man, possibly leading to his death. "My name is Eli, a grandmaster martial artist. Formerly, the national teacher of the Wei dynasty." Eli revealed openly, showing no signs of hiding his identity. He wasn't worried about Tanner calling for guards, confident in his escape plan. Moreover, he believed Tanner wouldn't risk doing so. Sure enough, Tanner did not call for the guards immediately. "What?" Hearing Eli's words, Tanner's eyes widened. "You're here to rescue Atli. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Even a grandmaster cannot breach where Atli is imprisoned or rescue him. Atli was confined in a highly secretive location within the palace, inaccessible to regular people. The guards watching over him were top-notch experts." "Haha." Eli smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. I didn't come here to save Atli today. I came to propose a collaboration." His smile grew eerily strange, sending chills down one's spine. "What do you mean? Why would this Crown Birdie collaborate with a leftover from the Wei dynasty? Don't think that being a grandmaster gives you free reign in our palace. The Great Zhou Palace has numerous experts. Even as a grandmaster, you'd meet your doom here." Tanner's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared at Eli. The Great Zhou Palace truly housed too many powerful figures. Everard alone was more than capable of handling Eli. "I naturally understand the multitude of experts in the Great Zhou Palace. But given your current situation, Crown Birdie, what other choice do you have besides cooperating with me? The Tobias has already lost trust in you. In no time, you might lose your position as Crown Birdie." Eli chuckled smugly. "I can tell you explicitly that the Tobias plans a significant reform. The first step will involve purging numerous old officials and suppressing the aristocratic families. Without their support and considering your recent behavior, do you think the Tobias will let you continue as Crown Birdie? One more point, this reform proposal came from Jared. If the Tobias truly trusted you, wouldn't he have consulted you first? Crown Birdie, your only chance now is to cooperate with us. I can assure you, you will become the true Tobias of Great Zhou." Chapter 238, Probing? Upon hearing Eli's words, Tanner was first startled, then he sneered disdainfully. "You, a former Grand Advisor of the Great Wei dynasty, want to help me? Do you think this prince is very foolish?" Tanner didn't believe a word of what this guy was saying now. Hee. Hearing Tanner's words, Eli wasn't surprised at all. Everything was within his expectations. With a calm expression, he said, "The Great Zhou is now too powerful. Not only did it annex Wokoku, Japan, but also defeated the Great Song. It's impossible to shake the foundations of the Great Zhou. The Great Wei has utterly perished. With no hope of reviving the Great Way, it's natural to choose a sufficiently strong protector. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will definitely make you the Tobias of the Great Zhou. My methods must be well known to you. Killing the Tobias of the Great Zhou without a trace would be extremely easy. Suppose the Great Zhou Tobias died now. Who would become the emperor? Naturally, it would be you, Crown Birdie. Hearing this, Tanner's pupils constricted immediately, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Firstly, his inability to control his emotions for some time indicated that he was clearly poisoned by some special toxin. It was most likely done by this Eli before him. Since he could poison him silently within the imperial palace, he could easily do the same to the Tobias. Although under house arrest, Tanner still held the position of Crown Birdie of the Great Zhou. If the Great Zhou Tobias suddenly passed away, he could rightfully ascend the throne. Thinking about this, Tanner's eyes became especially excited. Seeing Tanner's expression, Eli smiled faintly. So Crown Birdie, are you planning to cooperate with us? Tanner didn't respond immediately, but fell into deep thought. If he hadn't angered Corbin of Zhou and been confined to his quarters, Tanner wouldn't have even acknowledged Eli. However, since he had already been poisoned, leading to frequent emotional outbursts and thus tarnishing his reputation in Corbin's eyes, he was in a difficult situation. Furthermore, Jared posed an even greater threat to him. Rather than waiting to be stripped of his title, Tanner decided to launch a counterattack now. Throughout history, success meant becoming king, failure meant becoming a bandit. As long as he could smoothly ascend the throne, how he achieved it would not matter. How are you going to help me? Tanner asked coldly. Ha ha ha. Eli chuckled softly. Since the Crown Birdie has chosen to cooperate with us, rest assured, I will definitely make you the Tobias of the Great Zhou. However, the Crown Birdie needs to assist me with one thing. Eli walked beside Tanner and whispered something. Tanner frowned initially but soon resumed his normal expression. No problem. As long as it helps me smoothly ascend the throne, I'll agree to anything. Seeing this, Eli completely relaxed and earnestly discussed plans with Tanner. A short while later, Eli put on the eunuch mask again and walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. The guards outside detected no abnormalities. Nighttime. In the imperial study hall of the palace. Led by Blake, Jared came here. Seeing the pale-faced Corbin, he hurried forward. Your Majesty, are you alright? In Jared's eyes, Corbin was almost like a father figure. Seeing Corbin so ill, his heart sank. No worries. The past few days, I've just been feeling a bit weak. After this busy period, I'll get some rest, and I'll recover. I specifically summoned you to discuss something important. After drinking a mouthful of hot tea, Corbin's complexion eased up slightly. He continued slowly. I have reviewed your memorial in detail. The current Great Zhou dynasty indeed needs a major reform to improve people's lives. Now that we've annexed Wokaku and defeated the Great Song, there's no need to worry about wars for a long time. People can now focus on recuperation and development. This is the right time for reforms. Hearing this from Corbin, Jared wasn't too surprised. Since he dared submit this memorial, he expected Corbin would agree. Besides, now is indeed the best time. Your Majesty, this reform will inevitably affect many interests. I suggest starting from Donghua. If Donghua can succeed in reform, so will the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Jared stated gravely. Your thoughts align with mine. But that's not enough. Corbin sipped his hot tea, continuing, the biggest obstacle to this reform is those overbearing aristocratic families. These families often hold important positions in the court, deeply rooted. Reforming means dealing with these people first. After you return to Donghua to start reforms, I will also take action against these families. Our country is prosperous, and those corrupt officials from the previous dynasty no longer serve a purpose. While these officials made great contributions during the founding of the Great Zhou, Corbin had already rewarded them generously. Had they reformed themselves, he might have let them be. However, their clandestine misconduct was already known to him, just awaiting the right moment to act. Now that our empire needs reform, it's time to reveal the cards necessary to deal with these officials. Your Majesty is wise. Jared admired Corbin the most, knowing he wouldn't do this unless fully prepared. Reforms are crucial, but while you're in the capital, you must handle the Firearms Secret Academy well. Corbin reminded him. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I know what to do regarding the Firearms Secret Academy. For him to achieve greatness. When Jared said that Tanner could become an enlightened ruler, it was purely out of politeness. In Jared's mind, Tanner was far from being an enlightened ruler. However, openly criticizing the Crown Prince in front of the Emperor was something Jared would not do. In response to Paxton's inquiry, Jared remained silent. This question was one he truly could not answer. Ah, sighed Paxton upon seeing this. Even without Jared's words, he already felt deeply disappointed with Tanner. Recently, he had known about Tanner's frequent outings to the Grand Tutor's residence. He was also aware that Tanner had sent assassins after Jared, and had orchestrated the fiasco during the Xena Dowager's birthday banquet, all aimed at marrying Bertius Arungan to Jared, so as to manipulate him later on. Despite this, Tanner was still his smartest son, and Paxton believed that if he could correct these mistakes, he would be willing to overlook the past. Yet, Tanner not only showed no signs of repentance, but became even more audacious, showing disrespect even to his father, the Emperor. Deep down, Paxton had already considered deposing Tanner, but he wanted to give him one last chance. This time, house arrest was supposed to be that final opportunity. Following this, Jared spent the next period discussing the Firearms Secret Academy with Paxton. Initially, Paxton was surprised by Jared's plan, but he quickly smiled knowingly. Set up the Firearms Secret Academy according to your ideas. I fully support you. With Paxton's approval, Jared was now free to proceed without any reservations. He then hurriedly left the palace. The next morning, in a secret chamber within the inner court of the palace, a nondescript little eunuch carried a meal and slowly walked towards the chamber. On either side of the chamber stood powerful guards. Seeing the little eunuch, they showed no surprise and promptly opened the chamber door by pressing a mechanism. The little eunuch entered with the food. Inside the chamber was a Acton in shackles, with disheveled hair. None other than Atli, the captured birdie of Wei. Paxton chose not to kill Atli after capturing him, but kept him imprisoned secretly. His intention was to make Atli abandon his ambitions of restoring the Wei dynasty. If this birdie of Wei submitted to the Great Zhou, the remaining followers of Wei would no longer pose a threat. Unfortunately, Atli refused to surrender, and Paxton had no choice but to imprison him. Eleotards watched over him day and night to prevent his rescue, and a dedicated eunuch brought him meals daily. The little eunuch calmly approached Atli and placed the food before him. Then, his previously emotionless face curved into a faint smile. "Young master, the crown birdie has agreed." He spoke softly enough for only Atli to hear, and Atli leaned against the wall, eating his meal leisurely. Initially expecting death upon capture, Atli saw Paxton's restraint as a grand opportunity. He had never abandoned his ambition to restore the Wei dynasty. This was just temporary endurance. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate in the capital city, early in the morning, Jared left the residence with Brett heading for the outskirts. "My lord, what if that person is not there?" Brett asked seriously. "Don't worry, he'll be there." "I know him well," Jared replied confidently, quickening his pace with Brett closely following, providing protection. About an hour later, they entered a bamboo grove and emerged to see a simple wooden cottage. Outside stood a ragged Weston playing with an intricately carved wooden bird that, when thrown, flew briefly in the air. "Ha ha ha ha." Jared laughed loudly. "This guy is still here." The sound caught the man's attention. Recognizing Jared, his eyes lit up. "Oh, isn't this the famous Preston? I didn't expect the Preston to remember an old friend like me." Chapter 240, Civilian Expert. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought Brother Yi was still so humorous?" Jared looked at the scruffy bearded man in front of him and smiled. This man, named Adam, was a good friend Jared had made during his days of debauchery in the capital. Adam was not from any noble family. His home was completely penniless and could be described as utterly destitute. Back when Jared was still a playboy, he met Adam because of a skill that deeply impressed him. Jared remembered they first met in a brothel while drinking. At that time, Adam nearly got beaten to death by the thugs because he couldn't pay the bill. At the critical moment, Adam took out a wooden bird that could fly on its own to settle the bill. Unfortunately, the brothel owner had no interest in it and smashed it right in front of Adam. It was at this crucial moment that Jared stood up for Adam and resolved everything. The reason Jared wanted to help him was due to the admiration he felt for the wooden birds Adam had created. They became acquainted over time and grew closer. Through conversations, Jared learned that Adam's father was once the most famous carpenter of the former Wei dynasty, possessing the lost craft of Barkley. The Yi family held considerable status back then. However, after the world fell into chaos, bandits and marauders raided the Yi family to steal the secrets of Barkley's craft, leading to their massacre. Adam's father was killed, but young Adam hid in a rice barrel and survived. Although Adam inherited his father's secret Barkley techniques, due to his childhood experiences, he came to loathe these skills, believing they brought misfortune, which led to the demise of his family. From then on, Adam indulged in alcohol and debauchery, lacking ambition and living aimlessly. If it weren't for meeting Jared, he might have already been beaten to death long ago. The real purpose of Jared's visit was to entrust the methods of manufacturing firearms and gunpowder to Adam, making him the head of the Firearms Secret Academy. Jared knew very well about Adam's character. He appeared aimless and carefree, but in reality, he was incredibly capable. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to master Barkley's techniques using only his father's incomplete carpentry books without any guidance. Moreover, Jared intended to develop flintlock rifles, which required a highly skilled craftsman. Clearly, Adam was the best choice. "So, Birdie Nanyu, you've come especially to find me today? Could it be you just want to drink with me? But I should say up front, I have no money." Although Adam said this, he did not approach Jared hastily. After all, the current Jared was no longer the playboy he used to know but the renowned Birdie Nanyu, creating firearms, annihilating the Japanese, defeating the Song Kingdom. These feats alone were enough to prove how formidable Jared had become. "Ha ha ha. Since I'm here to see Brother Yi, naturally it's to invite you for a drink." With that, Brett, who was by Jared's side, brought out a fine white spirit specifically from Nanyu. Under Jared's nod, Brett opened the bottle, and an irresistible aroma filled the air, captivating all drinkers. Adam, who was an avid drinker, immediately perked up upon smelling the fragrance. Without hesitation, he ran towards Jared. What kind of wine is this?" Adam was certain he had never tasted such exquisite wine before. "Let's go inside first." Jared took the bottle from Brett and pulled Adam towards the wooden cabin. Brett remained outside, guarding against potential assassins. These days, countless eyes were on Jared. Soon, the two men entered the cabin. Inside, various carpentry tools and exquisite wooden carvings lined the room. Among them were numerous wooden birds capable of flying autonomously. Adam, focused entirely on drinking, sat down hastily and eagerly grabbed 2 cups, looking at Jared anxiously. "Give me a drink quickly. I'm dying of thirst." Adam kept swallowing, his eyes glued to the bottle in Jared's hand. Jared smiled and poured a cup for Adam. Eagerly, Adam gulped it down. Due to the strong potency of the white spirit, which he had never experienced before, combined with drinking too fast, he choked and coughed violently. However, after catching his breath, Adam didn't show any discomfort. Instead, he displayed even greater excitement. Good wine. I've never tasted anything so potent and thrilling." As Adam reached for another pour, Jared stopped him. "Brother Yi, to be honest, this white spirit was brewed by me personally. If you like it, you can have it every day. But there's a favor I need you to do." Upon hearing this, Adam frowned. "If there's no trouble, one doesn't visit the temple 3 times. I always felt that Birdie and you wouldn't come just for a drink. Tell me, what do you need? Yi has a life debt to you and would face any peril for you." Adam was actually a principled person. Ever since Jared saved him, he believed he owed Jared his life and must repay it. "There's no need for perilous deeds. I just ask you to come out of retirement and take charge of the Firearms Secret Academy." Holding the bottle, Jared personally poured another cup for Adam. Treating old friends, Jared never put on airs. What? Adam hesitated, puzzled. Firearms Secret Academy? Jared disclosed his plans and explained the Firearms Secret Academy in detail. Shocked, Adam hurriedly sipped some white spirit to calm himself down, having learned from his previous mistake. Then, Adam turned solemn. Your Highness, at best, I can be considered an ordinary friend. Do you trust me so much? To give me the secrets of firearm and gunpowder manufacture? Aren't you afraid I might sell these secrets for wealth and glory? Ha 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 ha. Jared laughed heartily. I know who you are, Adam. If I wasn't sure, would I come to you? Brother Yi, don't hesitate, come and help me. To examine it, he asked. This is your invention? How can there be such a marvelously intricate design in this world? Jared, could it be that you also specialize in the Barclay techniques? Adam asked incredulously. No, Jared firmly shook his head. If I knew Barclay techniques, why would I need to seek you out? This firearm is called a flintlock, only a preliminary design at this stage. It's impossible to manufacture as yet. Ordinary firearms can only hold one bullet, and even my improved matchlock cannot truly achieve continuous firing. Only a flintlock can do that. And today, only you, Adam, can perfect the blueprint for the flintlock and actually make it happen. Come on, help me create the flintlock. Jared looked at Adam with fiery enthusiasm. Admittedly, Jared's words and the flintlock blueprint before him had truly moved Adam. After a brief moment of contemplation, Adam smiled. All right, I'll help you. After all, I owe you my life. I will definitely mass-produce the flintlock for you. But one thing, I want to clarify up front. I won't serve as the head of the Firearms Secret Academy for my entire life. Jared patted Adam on the shoulder. Don't worry. I understand your character. Once everything settles down, you can leave. At that time, whether it's fine wine or women, I can satisfy you. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Adam burst into laughter. Good, let's seal it with a word. With that, Adam took a large gulp of white spirit. He had gradually adapted to its taste and was increasingly fond of it. In the days that followed, Jared stayed in the wooden house, discussing the flintlock with Adam. He also shared the upcoming plans for the Firearms Secret Academy candidly with Adam. A shocking plan was brewing. 5 days passed quickly. At this moment, inside the Eastern Palace, Tanner remained under house arrest here, unable to leave without the Emperor's decree. However, Tanner showed no signs of tension. Since drinking the tea given by Eli, he had returned to his usual state, no longer suffering from emotional instability. These few days, he quietly stayed in the Eastern Palace, sipping tea and reading books without anger over his confinement. Just then, the door slowly opened, and a young eunuch entered, carrying exquisite pastries to Tanner. So, did you find out? What exactly did Jared write in the memorial he gave to the Emperor? Why does father not allow me to get involved? Why take action against the old ministers? Tanner recognized the prince beside him as Eli in disguise and asked quietly. What puzzled him most during this period was this issue. Corbin of Zhou had always planned to deal with the old ministers, something Tanner had known long ago. Otherwise, Corbin wouldn't have vigorously promoted scholars from humble backgrounds through the imperial examination system. But this time, things seemed rushed, completely different from his previous policies. In his view, it must have been Jared who convinced Corbin to change his mind. Yes, Bertie, I did find out, said the disguised eunuch, placing the pastries on the table in front of Tanner. He advised the emperor to reform the taxation system of the Great Zhou dynasty, to separate the taxes of ordinary people from those of aristocratic families and merchants. In other words, the wealthier you are, the more taxes you pay. Once this policy is implemented, it will be beneficial for ordinary people, but severely harm the interests of aristocratic families. There are still many officials from the Wei dynasty in the court. Although they have pledged allegiance to the Zhou emperor, he does not trust them fully. These officials all come from prestigious families, especially the Era family, the maternal relatives of Bertie. Since the emperor decided to reform the tax system, he will definitely act against these officials first. Eli's exceptional makeup skills made it easy for him to infiltrate places undetected. Recently, he had disguised himself and entered the residence of Chancellor Gabriel, discovering all this. He revealed this secret to Tanner because he knew that Tanner's views differed greatly from Corbin's. Corbin cared about the welfare of commoners, believing that their prosperity would stabilize the empire. But Tanner saw commoners as insignificant and considered aristocratic families paramount. To consolidate his rule after ascending the throne, he would rely heavily on families like the Era and Chu clans. Thus, upon learning this news, Tanner would certainly feel more resentment toward Corbin. The more chaotic the Great Zhou dynasty became, the better for Eli. He wished for internal strife within the Zhou dynasty to have a better chance of restoring the Wei dynasty. As expected, upon learning about the tax reform, Tanner's face turned furious, clenching his teeth in anger. Jared, why do you keep targeting me? I will kill you. In his mind, Corbin's actions were undoubtedly stirred by Jared. Chapter 242, Proposal. Go and kill Jared immediately. Tanner looked at Eli beside him with a hateful stare. Most of the poison that Eli had administered earlier had already been neutralized. His current anger stemmed entirely from jealousy and dissatisfaction toward Jared. Humph. Eli sneered coldly, Your Highness, do you really think it's possible to assassinate Jared now? Moreover, if Jared dies now, you would be the prime suspect. At that time, not only will you lose your position as Crown Bertie, but you'll also have to pay for Jared's life with your own. Don't underestimate Paxton. When Eli said this, his eyes clearly showed disdain for Tanner, hurriedly with an empty tray. Using his remarkable disguise skills, none of the guards noticed him. Hearing Eli's last remark, Tanner's eyes lit up. It was obvious that Eli was reminding him that the emperor was close to death. Currently, Tanner was blinded by hatred and jealousy, disregarding the father-son relationship with Paxton. All he could think about was becoming the emperor of Great Zhou as soon as possible. As soon as the emperor died, as the crown prince, he could rightfully ascend the throne. Concerning the tax reform proposed by Jared, Tanner absolutely wouldn't let him succeed. Abolishing this policy would be his first act as emperor. To him, only the aristocratic families could help him. The lives of common people didn't matter at all. After all, what this world had plenty of was people. Elsewhere, in the distant imperial palace of the Daecong kingdom, Torai stood in the court with a grim expression. All the officials, including Tobias Corey, wore heavy expressions. Your Majesty, I warned earlier that Bertius' plan was inappropriate. Now we have lost 30 cities and have to hand over another 10 to Great Zhou. This is absurd. The land of Daecong was left by our ancestors, yet we are so easily defeated by Great Zhou. All of this is due to Bertius' actions. Please impose severe punishment. If we knew this would happen, we should have fought to the death rather than surrender so easily. Although Great Zhou has powerful firearms, it's impossible for them to conquer our Daecong dynasty just by relying on weapons. Once winter comes, Great Zhou will certainly retreat. All the officials criticized Tori, blaming her for the loss of many cities. On the Dragon Throne, Corey wanted to defend his daughter but didn't know how. Indeed, Tori's actions were outrageous. If she were a regular envoy, he would have ordered her execution long ago. But she was his beloved daughter. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Facing everyone's accusations, Tori showed no anger. After a moment, she looked at Corey. Gay, my plan was initially flawless. It was just that Jared was too formidable, an outcome I did not foresee. However, though we've lost many cities, it's only temporary. As for the additional 10 cities, they're just verbal agreements, which we don't have to acknowledge. Foolish. And Dylan Lee man with white hair glared at Tori angrily. Bertius, aren't you being too naive? The Great Zhou dynasty is incredibly powerful now. If we fail to hand over those 10 cities, a powerful Great Zhou army will confront us. Different from before, this time Great Zhou will be better prepared, and we have no power to resist their forces. The Dylan Lee man speaking was Dane, the left chancellor of Danong. Many officials agreed with him and joined in criticizing Tori. Ro, step down for now. Henceforth, do not enter the court without my order. Reluctantly, Corey issued an edict forbidding Tori from participating in state affairs to pacify the ministers. But at this moment, Tori spoke up. What if we Daecong can acquire firearms too? Please, Gay, send envoys to propose marriage between me and Nan Yuang Jared of Great Zhou. Her words plunged the room into silence. Everyone stared at Tori in shock. They all knew that although Tori was a woman, she always believed she was as capable as men and wished to serve in the court. Now she proposed marriage, especially to Jared, which was astounding. Gay, the reason why the Great Zhou army became so strong is because of the invention of gunpowder by Jared. I investigated this thoroughly during my visit to Great Zhou. Nan Yuang Jared remains unmarried. As the eldest Bertius of Daecong, similar in age to Jared, the Emperor of Great Zhou would have no reason to refuse this marriage proposal. If I marry Jared, I will be the Nan Yuang's consort and can learn about the firearms. To ensure the prosperity of Daecong, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Hashtag chapter 243, take her as a concubine. Ruru, are you serious? Ignatius was incredulous upon hearing his daughter say such words. He knew Shauna well. If she wasn't truly beloved daughter Shauna. But now, for the sake of the Great Song's future, Shauna must marry Jared. After some contemplation, Ignatius made his decision. Pass my decree. Send envoys immediately to negotiate the marriage with the Great Zhou. Half a month passed swiftly. In the imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty, the envoy from the Great Song arrived with the documents of 10 cities, bowing deeply before Paxton. Long live the Tobias of the Great Zhou. The envoy, named Brantley, son of the left Prime Minister Dane, was also a high-ranking official. The Shaos were one of the top noble families in the Great Song, demonstrating their sincerity. Rise, Paxton replied approvingly. Left Prime Minister Gabriel took the documents from Brantley. The Tobias of the Great Zhou, besides presenting the documents, I also hope to arrange a marriage alliance. These are the documents from our emperor. Brantley handed the document to a eunuch. Upon seeing its content, Galen's eyes widened in surprise. Your Great Song Emperor wants your princess to marry Bertie Jared? Everyone present was stunned. They all knew this princess was Shauna, who previously visited the Great Zhou. Who would have thought that she would fall for Jared? Normally, they wouldn't care, but she was the eldest princess of the Great Song. Refusing this match would be impolite. Moreover, Galen's governance focused on rest and recuperation. For her to get married and won't marry your princess. If she refuses to be a concubine, then this marriage is off. Please convey to your emperor that he should find another husband for his daughter. Furious, Brantley turned to Galen. Tobias, are you truly rejecting this marriage? If you do, it means you disrespect our Great Song. Not only will we refuse to hand over those cities, but we will wage continuous wars against you. Wonderful. Jared applauded sarcastically. Tell your emperor this. If you dare not surrender the cities, I will personally lead the army to annihilate the Great Song. Chapter 244, The Clam and the Sandpiper Struggle. Jared's words quickly resonated with the civil and military officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who all looked angrily at Brantley. The current Great Zhou dynasty would not be intimidated by a mere Great Song nation. Note, Tong, should be consistently translated as Tong to maintain consistency in terminology. Who couldn't see that the Great Song Tobias wanted to marry Bertius Chong to Jared for the sole purpose of acquiring firearms. Even if Jared hadn't said anything, Corbin of Zhou would never have agreed to this marriage. It would merely result in another war. Though Corbin wished for his people to rest and recover, it did not mean that the Great Zhou would allow the Great Song to bully them endlessly. / editing for natural fluency and accuracy. Although Corbin hoped his people could rest and recuperate, it didn't mean that the Great Zhou would let the Great furiously at Jared. He knew very well that all of this was caused by Jared. This man must die. The Great Song envoy should leave the Great Zhou territory as soon as possible. For better fluency and accuracy in English, it would read more naturally as, the Great Song envoy should depart from the Great Zhou territory immediately. Here, song is used instead of tong to maintain consistency and readability in English. Tell your Great Song Tobias that our Great Zhou will never agree to a marriage alliance with you. Naturally, if you truly wish to let the birdie Chang be a concubine to the birdie of Nanyue, then I might reluctantly accept. Upon hearing these words, the entire court erupted in laughter. Feeling both humiliated and enraged, Brantley had no choice but to leave hastily. He needed to report this incident to the Great Song Tobias immediately. // He needed to report this incident to the Tobias of Great Song immediately. / Further refinement for fluency and accuracy. He needed to report this incident to the Tobias of Great Song immediately. After Brantley left, Corbin gathered his civil and military officials, as well as Jared for careful deliberation. As for Tanner, he remained confined in the Eastern Palace, not attending court during this period. After the court session ended, Corbin returned to his study and prepared to handle some matters when he saw Xena Chun with a distraught face rushing in. Your Majesty, please forgive Roscoe. These past few days, Roscoe has been eating and drinking less, growing thinner each day. He knows he has erred. Please, for the sake of fatherly affection, let Roscoe out to assist you with court affairs. Xena Chun knelt before Corbin with a loud thud, banging her head on the ground and sobbing. As Tanner's birth mother, if he were to ascend the throne, her status would rise accordingly. But she never expected him to openly defy the emperor at such a critical moment, committing such folly. If he lost his position as crown birdie, Tanner's life would be ruined. Therefore, Xena Chun had to plead for him. My dear, please get up. I have never blamed Roscoe. He is too impatient. These days, I merely want him to calm down. In a few days, I will visit him. Seeing Xena Chun's state, Corbin instructed the eunuch to help her up. Since Tanner was his son, Corbin could not really abandon him. This period of confinement was also to make Tanner regain his senses. If his actions could satisfy Corbin from now on, he would naturally hand over the Great Zhou dynasty to him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xena Chun bowed gratefully and slowly got up, attentively serving Corbin, massaging his legs and shoulders. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, though Tanner couldn't go out during this time, he insulted the Great Song princess and wanted to take her as a concubine. Eli nodded slightly. Note, Great Song seems like a placeholder or typo. It should be properly translated as Hartley, or whatever the correct name is in your context. If Great Song refers to a specific term or name, please provide more information so I can give a more accurate translation. For better fluency and accuracy, he also openly insulted the Hartley princess and wanted to take her as a concubine. Eli nodded slightly. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. This way, the people of Great Song will surely hate Jared even more, which presents us with a great opportunity. Secretly send a message to the Great Song people. If they can kill Jared, we will provide them with the method to manufacture firearms after I ascend the throne. Note, Great Song has been corrected to Great Song for proper English readability and consistency. Borrowing the hands of the Great Song to eliminate Jared is the wisest choice. For better readability and consistency in terminology, it should be, borrowing the hands of the Great Song to eliminate Jared is the wisest choice. Here, Great Song is used consistently as the name of the country, and eliminate is a more fitting word in this context than remove. Tanner sneered coldly. If the Great Song truly managed to kill Jared, it would undoubtedly be tremendous news for Tanner. Note, Great Song seems to be a placeholder or unrecognized name. Typically, it should be Great Song. I will assume if the Great Song people secretly killed Jared, that would undoubtedly be a massive boon for Tanner. Without Jared, he would face no further obstacles. Given Corbin of Zhou's deteriorating health, his demise was imminent, which would clear the path for Tanner to ascend the throne smoothly. However, providing the Great Song with the method to manufacture fire weapons was out of the question. Don't worry, I know what to do, Hatcher replied with a nod. This is indeed a great opportunity. Hatcher wasn't genuinely intent on aiding Tanner. He merely sought to use him to destabilize the Great Zhou. To him, whether it was the Great Song or the Great Zhou held little importance. The key was the potential revival of the Great Wei dynasty. At this stage, if the Great Song managed to secretly kill Jared, it would likely provoke an all-out war between Great Zhou and Great Ta. Even if Great Zhou emerged victorious, it would come at a devastating cost. This scenario would create the ideal conditions for initiating the plan to revive the Great Wei dynasty. Tanner then inquired about the progress regarding the secret firearm institute, emphasizing his need to know who Jared had chosen to manage it. Controlling this individual would be equivalent to possessing the firearms. Evidently, Jared had selected a man named Adam, a former drinking buddy and reputed descendant of Barkley, though also known for his lust and heavy drinking, making him easy to manipulate. Hearing this, Tanner almost couldn't contain his laughter. What? Jared actually chose such a person to oversee the secret firearm institute? It seems I overestimated him. Sometimes, he truly is incredibly foolish. He then asked if there was a way to bring Adam into the palace for a meeting. Then, the Great Zhou and the Great Song would engage in a bitter conflict. Note, Great Song seems to be a placeholder or mistranslation. Assuming it refers to Great Song, it should be then, the Great Zhou and the Great Song would engage in a bitter conflict. If Great Song is meant to be Great Cambria, or another specific entity, please provide clarification. For improved fluency and accuracy, I recommend. Then, the Great Zhou and the Great Song would engage in a bitter conflict. Even if the Great Zhou managed to destroy the Great Song, it would come at a heavy cost. Edit. For better readability and consistency, Great Song should be corrected to Great Song being fully translated as Great Songa. Even if the Great Zhou managed to destroy the Great Song, it would come at a heavy cost. At that point, the plan to revive the Great Wei dynasty could proceed. So what about the Firearms Secret Academy? It's been over half a month. Have you found anything? I must know whom Jared appointed to manage the Firearms Secret Academy. Controlling this person is equivalent to obtaining firearms. Compared to killing Jared, Tanner was even more concerned about firearms. They were just too powerful. Possessing firearms now equaled absolute power. Of course I have found out. Eli replied softly. The person Jared chose is named Adam. According to my investigation, he used to be a drinking buddy of Jared. He was chosen because Adam is a descendant of Barclay's techniques. But this person is lecherous and a drunkard, making him very easy to control. Hearing this, Tanner almost burst out laughing. What? Jared actually chose such a person to manage the Firearms Secret Academy? It seems I overestimated Jared. He can be quite stupid at times. Saying this, Tanner raised an eyebrow slightly. Is there a way to bring Adam into the palace to meet me? Chapter 244. The Fisher wins when the clam and the bird fight. Jared's words quickly gained the approval of the officials of Great Zhou, who all glared angrily at Brantley. The current Great Zhou dynasty was not about to be threatened by the likes of Great Song, who couldn't see that at this moment, the Great Song Emperor was offering his princess to Jared solely for the firearms. Even if Jared hadn't spoken, Corbin of Zhou would never have agreed to such a marriage. It would merely lead to another war. Though Corbin hoped for the people to rest and recuperate, it didn't mean that Great Zhou would allow itself to be bullied by Great Song. If war were to break out, they must ensure the total defeat of Great Song, putting an end to any future threats. Furthermore, Corbin had noticed his health declining day by day. He must resolve everything threatening the Great Zhou dynasty during his lifetime. Brantley, the envoy of Great Song, clenched his fists in anger, unsure how to respond. He had never expected Great Zhou to be so firm. This truly disrupted Great Song's plans. Thinking of this, Brantley glared fiercely at Jared. He knew that Jared was responsible for everything. This man must die. The envoy of Great Song should leave our country as soon as possible. Tell your emperor that the Great Zhou kingdom will never ally through marriage with you. But of course, if you're willing to make your princess a concubine to the Preston, I might consider it. These words caused a roar of laughter among the officials. Enraged and humiliated, Brantley turned and hurriedly left. He must report this immediately to the emperor of Great Song. After Brantley's departure, Corbin discussed the matter carefully with his officials and Jared. Bertie Tanner, still under house arrest, did not attend court. After the court session ended, Corbin returned to the study and saw concubine Chun rush in, her face tear-streaked. Sire, please spare Roscoe. These days, he has lost interest in food and tea, growing thinner each day. He knows he was wrong. On the basis of father-son affection, please let Roscoe help with court affairs again. Concubine Chun kneeled before Corbin, banging her head and sobbing. She was Tanner's birth mother. If he ascended the throne, her status would rise dramatically. But she hadn't anticipated that he would publicly contradict the emperor now. Being stripped of his title would ruin Tanner's future. So concubine Chun came to plead on his behalf. My dear, get up. I've never punished Roscoe. He was too rash. These past few days, I just wanted him to calm down. In a few days, I'll visit him myself. Seeing her state, Corbin ordered a eunuch to help her up. Tanner was his son. He could not really abandon him. His recent confinement was intended to help Roscoe regain clarity. If Roscoe's actions satisfied him, Corbin would entrust the dynasty to him. Thank you, sire. Excited, concubine Chan bowed repeatedly, then slowly stood up and served Corbin diligently. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, although Tanner hadn't left, he was aware of all events in court. A servant disguised as a eunuch told him about the marriage proposal from Great Song. Interesting, the Great Song Emperor is willing to go to any lengths to get the firearms. To even give his princess to someone in Nanhua? Quite a sacrifice. Tanner sipped his tea leisurely. So Jared rejected it publicly and declared war? Yes, and he openly insulted the princess, proposing to take her as a concubine. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. This will only increase their hatred for Jared, which gives us a good opportunity. Send a secret message to Great Song. If they can kill Jared, we can give them the firearm secrets after I ascend the throne. Borrowing Great Song's hand to eliminate Jared is the wisest move. Tanner sneered. If Jared died, it would be excellent news for Tanner. Without Jared, there would be no obstacles. Corbin's health was deteriorating rapidly. Once he passed, Tanner would ascend smoothly. Giving Great Song the firearm secrets was impossible but necessary for strategy. Rest assured, I understand what to do. Indeed, a golden opportunity, agreed Eli, smiling. He wasn't truly helping Tanner, but using him to destabilize Great Zhou. For him, restoring the Wei dynasty was most important. If Great Song kills Jared secretly, Great Zhou will surely fight until both sides are exhausted. Even if Great Zhou triumphs, it will pay a heavy price. Then, the plan to restore the Wei dynasty could commence. So, what about the Firearm Bureau? A fortnight has passed. Did you find anything? I need to know who Jared chose to manage the bureau. Control that person, and you control the firearms. Compared to killing Jared, Tanner valued the firearms more. They were incredibly powerful. Having them meant absolute power now. Of course I found out. Jared chose Adam. My investigation shows he was once a drinking buddy of Jared. Adam is a successor of Barclay's craft, but he is licentious and alcoholic, making him easy to manipulate. Hearing this, Tanner chuckled. What? Did Jared really choose such a person to manage the Firearm Bureau? It seems I overestimated him. Sometimes, he is truly foolish. Can you bring Adam into the palace to meet me? Chapter 245. A beauty delivered to the door. Attempting to forcibly bring him into the palace is not very practical. Eli, although able to enter and exit the palace freely through disguise, had to be extremely cautious. After all, the palace was filled with experts, and if any abnormalities were detected, it would cause significant trouble. Therefore, getting Adam into the palace unscathed was almost impossible. Not to mention, Adam was now under Jared's control. How could he willingly follow Eli into the palace? Tanner remained silent for a moment before turning to Eli. Since we can't bring him in, you go see him on my behalf. Though I don't want to admit it, since Jared chose him to manage the Firearms Secret Academy, it shows that this person has extraordinary qualities. If he submits to me, I will ensure he enjoys wealth and honor all his life. If not, then kill him. As Tanner said this, his eyes became filled with murderous intent. He believed that a lecherous drunk like Adam would be easy to control. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave the palace. Otherwise, he would have personally recruited Adam. No problem. Eli nodded slightly and walked out. While appearing to be obedient to Tanner, Eli had his own plans. He wouldn't genuinely serve Tanner but intended to force Adam to reveal the methods for manufacturing firearms and gunpowder. Once Adam was of no further use, he'd be killed. Then, Eli would simply tell Tanner that Adam refused to cooperate and was killed. The thought made the corners of Eli's mouth twitch upward. What he really wanted to see was turmoil within the Great Zhou. That night, in a small wooden house outside the capital city, Adam lay drunk on the bed, sipping the liquor given to him by Jared. At that moment, the tightly shut door of the wooden hut suddenly opened, and a woman with a curvaceous figure dressed in revealing clothes swayed her way inside. Huh. Adam's brows furrowed when he saw her. As he got a good look at her, his eyes lit up. Oh, so there's actually a beauty delivered right here. The girl claims she got lost in the bamboo grove. Might sir let me stay here for the night? Without hesitation, the woman entered the room. She spoke seductively while observing her surroundings. The wooden hut looked ordinary, with nothing unusual except for many wooden birds inside. She ignored the birds and sat down on a chair nearby. So, you got lost, huh? Adam set his wine glass aside and quickly moved to her side, pulling her into his embrace. Of course, you can stay for the night, but you can't expect it for free, can you? You should pay some price. As Adam reached out to undress her, the woman moved swiftly, escaping from his grip. Sir, please don't be so hasty. Sorry, I'm just impatient. Why else would you come to my house in the middle of the night? Despite noticing her agile movements, Adam didn't mind, still looking drunk. Deep down, he knew something was off about her. Most likely, she was there to assassinate him. Ever since he agreed to manage the Firearms Secret Academy for Jared, he anticipated such an event. However, Adam remained calm, continuing to tease her as he pulled her close and stroked her face. He could see her obvious disgust. Soon, she stopped pretending, pushing him away and drawing a slender, flexible sword from her waist, pressing it against his throat. Her eyes were filled with lethal intent. One more move and I'll kill you. Ooh, so the beauty is a martial artist, Adam teased, moving closer again. No worries, I love fiery beauties like you. Come on, kill me. It would be worth dying by your hands. Adam wasn't worried. He approached her with a carefree air, even burying his head in her chest. Get lost. The woman, thoroughly disgusted, kicked him away. As Adam expected, despite aiming to kill him, she hadn't used lethal force. The kick was light. She was actually a 9th-rank martial artist named Elsa, Eli's disciple. They had been in secret contact for some time. Given her strength, infiltrating the palace was too risky, so Eli kept her stationed in the capital. Elsa was surprised by Adam's lechery. Instead of being scared, he took liberties. This enraged her. However, she had no choice. Adam managed the Firearms Secret Academy for Jared and knew how to make firearms and gunpowder. Before obtaining this knowledge, she couldn't kill him. My, what strong little legs you have, Adam said, brushing dust off his clothes. He wasn't a martial artist, but Adam noticed she had deliberately held back. Based on her actions, she was clearly skilled. Her restraint clearly indicated her interest in the secrets of firearms and gunpowder. Before Adam could continue, Elsa darted forward and grabbed his neck. If you touch me again, I'll chop off your limbs and turn you into a human pig. You have two choices, die or give me the method for making firearms and gunpowder. Elsa wasn't bluffing. Her orders were not to kill him, but not to harm him either. Without the information, birds. Under Elsa's watchful gaze, Adam slowly sat down by the desk, picked up a pen, and dipped it in ink. But just as he was about to write, his eyebrows twitched slightly, and he glanced at Elsa beside him. Beautiful lady, the manufacturing methods of firearms and gunpowder are too complex. They aren't something that can be written down easily. Moreover, with you standing right next to me watching, it's putting quite a bit of pressure on me. How about this? Go fetch my wine. Once I've had a drink, I'll be able to write faster. And then you won't keep staring at me. I won't run away anyway. Adam flashed Elsa a harmless smile. What trick do you think you're trying to play? Elsa wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. She grabbed Adam's collar. Do you think I can't cut out your tongue right now? No, no. Adam hurriedly caught Elsa's hand. Beautiful lady, if you cut out my tongue now, the intense pain might make me pass out, and how would I write anything then? I am hopelessly addicted to wine. Without it, I simply can't write. Do you, a skilled warrior, really fear an ordinary man like me? Or is it because my appearance is too handsome, deeply captivating your attention? As Adam spoke, he couldn't resist touching Elsa's hand, leering at her. Get off me. Elsa recoiled in disgust, pulling her hand away and then went to fetch the wine, placing it before Adam. I warn you, around in midair, and all the wooden birds seemed to be controlled, looking directly at Elsa. These birds varied greatly in shape and size. Practically every kind of bird could be found among them. Elsa's pupils constricted as she stood up immediately. What's going on with these wooden birds? I advise you not to think of resisting. I'm a 9th-rank warrior. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. Right. With your strength, killing me would indeed be easy. But to kill me, you first need to deal with all these wooden birds. Adam smiled faintly, picked up the wine, and walked towards the door of the wooden cabin without concern. Everything he did now was to lower Elsa's guard. The trap had already been activated, and even a 9th-rank warrior wouldn't be able to leave the cabin anytime soon. Who gave you permission to leave? You're underestimating me far too much. Elsa couldn't believe that an ordinary man dared to act so arrogantly before her. Even if surrounded by the wooden birds, what difference did it make? She was a 9th-rank warrior, and these wooden birds meant nothing to her. However, as she was about to chase after Adam, all the wooden birds opened their mouths. From their beaks, sharp arrows continuously shot out. Some special wooden birds even spat flames, mist, poison needles, and more. No one expected these seemingly ordinary wooden birds to each conceal lethal weapons. With so many wooden birds, even a 9th rank warrior like Elsa found it difficult to break free from their attacks. Continually assaulted by the wooden birds, she couldn't chase Adam or even leave the cabin. The most terrifying part was that many inconspicuous items within the cabin also contained hidden traps. A prestigious 9th rank warrior had fallen into Adam's trap so effortlessly. Outside the cabin, Adam laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. So what if you're a 9th rank warrior? Did you really think you could control me, Adam? Just enjoy it. Saying this, Adam drank more wine and staggered into the bamboo forest, quickly disappearing. By the time Elsa finally broke free and stormed out of the cabin, Adam was long gone. And now, Elsa looked extremely disheveled. Her hair was messy, her clothes torn, and her body covered with wounds from the arrows. All this was Adam's doing. Recalling everything that happened infuriated Elsa. She had been manipulated and embarrassed while completing her task and allowed Adam to escape. This was something she refused to let go of. Adam, you wait. I will personally kill you with my own hands. Chapter 247. The next plan. Elsewhere. Adam had already left the bamboo forest and stealthily entered the capital city. Now, with a slightly intoxicated look, he was knocking on the gate of the Jiang residence, shouting. Only within the secret arsenal bureau, which still paled in comparison to the ministers of the 6 boards. Most importantly, as the holder of the secrets of firearms and gunpowder production, Adam would naturally attract countless envious eyes. Being the birdie of Nanyue, surrounded by skilled experts, Jared didn't have to worry about assassins. But Adam, perceived as an ordinary civilian by others, was indeed more vulnerable to such attacks. Of course, this was just the common perception. Jared and Brett knew well that, although Adam couldn't practice martial arts, his methods were extraordinarily powerful. Even the most formidable warriors would find it nearly impossible to capture him easily. That was why Jared felt confident enough to leave Adam alone in the wooden house in the bamboo forest, aiming to lure out potential threats. Hearing Jared's words, Brett rushed forward to examine Adam's condition. Only after confirming that Adam hadn't been harmed did Brett relax. To be honest, I was indeed attacked. The attacker was an exceptionally beautiful woman. This woman is a highly skilled warrior, claiming to be a 9th rank martial artist. Adam picked up a cup of tea nearby and took a large sip, the drunkenness fading from his face. A 9th rank martial artist and also exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, both Jared and Brett immediately thought of Elsa, who had disappeared for quite some time after Atli's arrest. Jared never believed Elsa had died. She had likely used disguise techniques to go into hiding. Including her master Eli, it was evident that these remnants of the previous dynasty were hiding within the capital and had learned about Adam's identity, thus attempting to kill him and seize the secrets of firearms and gunpowder. Your Highness, being the director of the Secret Arsenal Bureau is not easy. I almost died tonight. That woman was ruthless, but fortunately, I ran fast enough. With a frown, Adam looked at Jared and then extended his right hand. I don't care, but we need more money. Ha ha ha. No problem, rest assured, you will be satisfied once this task is completed. Jared burst into laughter upon hearing Adam's response. Clearly, Adam was very confident. Elsa was not an ordinary 9th rank martial artist. Her strength approached that of a grandmaster. Moreover, like Eli, she excelled in the use of poisons and insects. For an unarmed civilian like Adam to escape so easily from Elsa demonstrated just how extraordinary his methods were. So, let's make it clear. And you must keep your word. Adam laughed again before his expression turned serious, all traces of intoxication vanishing. Your Highness, since the assassin has shown up, can we start the second phase of our plan? Upon hearing this, Jared's face also grew serious. In fact, ever since the announcement to establish the Secret Arsenal Bureau, Jared had already begun executing his plan. One key part of this plan was to recruit Adam as the director, deliberately letting this information leak to draw out those hidden rats in the capital. This time, returning to the capital, Jared aimed to clear away these people. As expected, someone attacked Adam after he became the director, and that someone was none other than the 9th rank martial artist Elsa. This allowed Jared to gain a clearer understanding of who these people were. But merely luring out Elsa wasn't enough. Jared needed to devise a way to bring out Eli and other core members, leading to their total annihilation. During his return to the capital, through interactions with Paxton, Jared realized that the Emperor's health was deteriorating daily. Jared didn't have much hope for Tanner, and the Emperor's questioning about Tanner indicated dissatisfaction. In Jared's view, the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty might soon change. He already had his suspicions about who it might be. If it turned out to be that person, Jared would have to help him clear all obstacles, ensuring the country's stability without any unrest or war. Since they have already made a move, we can indeed proceed with the second phase of our plan. Tomorrow, I will go to the palace to present my request to the Emperor, issuing an imperial decree to recruit artisans. Anyone who meets the criteria, anything, recounting everything that happened without omission. Upon learning the details, Eli's expression turned grim. He had never imagined that Adam, who seemed weak and defenseless, possessed such extraordinary skills. This led him to realize the reputation of Barclay's descendant lived up to its name. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to control those wooden birds to trap Elsa and leave her in such a mess. I will definitely kill Adam. Please give me one more chance. As a 9th rank warrior, Elsa felt humiliated by an ordinary person and vowed to kill Adam. No need, Adam is no longer important. Besides, Adam is a descendant of Barclay's craft. With the abilities he has demonstrated, you absolutely cannot handle him. Don't worry, I will give you another chance to kill Adam. Although Elsa felt angry upon hearing these words, she could only nod helplessly. Master, what are your plans next? Elsa asked with confusion. We naturally must deal with the entire Firearms Secret Academy. Eli's eyes flashed with coldness. Since the Firearms Secret Academy has been established, it will inevitably recruit many craftsmen. I've already found the most suitable person who can pass through the Academy's tests smoothly and secretly provide us with intelligence. He can also steal the manufacturing methods for firearms and gunpowder. Once we get our hands on the manufacturing blueprint during the court session, the Great Zhou Dynasty's 6 departments usually have 2 vice ministers, left and right. Although they share the same rank, the left vice minister holds more power than the right. Heron, a minister from the previous Great Wei Dynasty and also a member of an influential family, thought he could become the left vice minister but was unexpectedly usurped by Gerald. This made Heron especially resentful towards Gerald. In his view, how could years of hard work in the ministry be surpassed by a successful examination graduate from a poor background? He couldn't understand the emperor's decision and harbored resentment. Rise. Tanner waved his hand gently. Vice Minister Chow, sit wherever you please. It's just the 2 of us here today, so there's no need to be overly formal. Thank you, Your Highness. Heron bowed respectfully and then sat down on a nearby chair. Vice Minister Chow, have you considered my proposal? Sitting at the head table, Crown Birdie Tanner slowly picked up a cup of tea. The little eunuch who brought Heron stood beside Tanner. He was actually the disguised Eli, who had been helping the Crown Birdie during his house arrest. Heron's presence was due to Eli's secret invitation. Your Highness, since I chose to meet you, I have made my decision. I am willing. Heron looked at Tanner resolutely. Haha, excellent. Truly worthy of being chosen by this Crown Birdie. Tanner nodded in satisfaction and continued. Rest assured, Vice Minister Chow, once this succeeds, the position of Minister of Works will be yours. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Heron, moved by this promise, immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Now, go and prepare yourself. Once you enter, someone will contact you secretly. Heron hastily left after hearing this. The spacious room now held only Tanner and Eli disguised as an eunuch. The Firearms Secret Academy is currently recruiting extensively, and as a ministry official, Heron is familiar with the field. With his vice minister status, entering the academy shouldn't be a problem. Once inside, you'll be responsible for contacting him secretly. As the Crown Birdie, I need not only the manufacturing methods for firearms and gunpowder, but also the specific location of the Firearms Secret Academy. Eli nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will take care of it. As he spoke, Eli smirked inwardly. Using the Crown Birdie's identity, he planned to obtain all the information he needed. Once Heron provided him with the real manufacturing methods, his plan would succeed. At that time, what good would Crown Birdie Tanner be? Heron was merely another pawn in his scheme. Chapter 248. The Descendant of Barclay's Art. Master. Elsa, seeing Hatcher appear, knelt down hastily without taking the time to compose her disheveled appearance. Why are you in this state? Did you make a mistake? Seeing this, Hatcher frowned immediately. That's impossible. That Acton is just an ordinary person. How could he escape from you and leave you in such a mess? Hatcher found it hard to believe at this moment. Elsa was his most accomplished disciple, almost reaching the level of a grandmaster. For such a formidable martial artist to be unable to deal with an ordinary person, Elsa took a deep breath. Master, please punish me. I indeed made a mistake. Without holding back, she recounted everything that happened. Learning the details, Hatcher's expression became extremely grim. He never expected that Adam, who appeared to be weak, could have such skills. This made him immediately realize the prowess of the descendant of Barclay's art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for wooden birds to surround Elsa and leave her in such a mess. I will definitely kill Adam. Please give me one more chance. As a 9th rank warrior, Elsa felt humiliated by an ordinary person and even suffered at his hands. She vowed to kill Adam. No need. Adam is no longer important. And since Adam is a descendant of Barclay's art, given the abilities shown, you cannot handle him. Don't worry. I'll give you a chance to kill Adam. Despite feeling furious, Elsa had no choice but to nod helplessly after hearing this. Master, what's your next plan? Elsa asked curiously. Of course, it's to deal with the entire Arsenal Secret Academy. Saying this, Hatcher's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since the Arsenal Secret Academy has been established, it will undoubtedly recruit a large number of craftsmen. I found the most suitable person who can not only pass the Arsenal Secret Academy's evaluation smoothly, but also secretly provide us with information. This person can even steal the methods for manufacturing firearms and gunpowder. As long as we obtain these, the Arsenal Secret Academy will lose its significance, and then we can eliminate it all at once. Ha ha ha. Hatcher burst into wild laughter. In the following time, Hatcher detailed the plan to Elsa. After about half an hour, he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Jared went to the palace early to report to Paxton regarding the recruitment plans for the Arsenal Secret Academy. The Emperor quickly approved, entrusting the recruitment process to Jared and the director of the Arsenal Secret Academy, Adam. After the court session ended, in the East Palace of the Crown Birdie, although Tanner was still under house arrest, he was only confined to the East Palace. Paxton did not strictly supervise Tanner as initially. He allowed some officials to visit him. This made Tanner realize that perhaps his father had not completely abandoned him, and his position as Crown Prince remained secure. Otherwise, Paxton would have already decreed the removal of his title, instead of gradually easing supervision. Crown Prince during his confinement. Heron came here because Hatcher contacted him secretly. Your Highness, since I chose to see you, it means I've already considered. I agree. Looking firmly at Tanner, Heron responded resolutely. Haha. Excellent. Indeed worthy of being my chosen one. Tanner nodded approvingly and continued. Minister Chow, rest assured, after the success of this matter, the position of Minister of Works will be yours. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Hearing this, Heron fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Tanner. Now go back and prepare. Once you're inside, someone will contact you secretly. After saying this, Heron hurriedly left. In the spacious room, only Tanner and Hatcher remained, disguised as a eunuch. The Arsenal Secret Academy is now actively recruiting people. As a Ministry of Works official, Heron is quite familiar with related matters. With his position, entering the Arsenal Secret Academy shouldn't be difficult. Once he's inside, you'll be responsible for secretly contacting him. I need not only the manufacturing methods for firearms and gunpowder, but also the exact location of the Arsenal Secret Academy. Hatcher nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will handle it. While saying this, Hatcher chuckled inwardly. His next plan involved using the Crown Prince's identity to obtain all necessary information. Once Heron delivered the true manufacturing methods for firearms and gunpowder, his plan would succeed. Then what would the Crown Prince mean? Heron was merely another pawn in Hatcher's scheme. Chapter 249, Tanner's Plan. Besides this, there's another matter I need you to handle for me. Tanner got up and walked to a nearby cabinet, retrieving a letter which he handed over to Eli. A while ago, Jared publicly rejected the marriage proposal with Bertius Shana of Dachang. Such an act is utterly foolish. Even though the Dachang kingdom has been defeated by us, they still possess deep resources. It would be very difficult for the Great Zhou to easily subjugate them. Originally, marrying Shana would have been a tremendous opportunity for him. How could Jared not cherish it? It seems that Jared is deeply infatuated with that woman from Nanyue. Since he refuses this marriage alliance, I will accept it on his behalf. You must immediately send someone to Dachang to deliver this letter secretly to the Emperor of Dachang. Tanner said smugly. Though Paxton had relaxed his surveillance over Tanner, he still felt that his position as Crown Birdie was not secure. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to ally with the Bertius of Dachang, leveraging the power of Dachang, his status as Crown Birdie would be unassailable. Furthermore, using Shana's identity, I'll send people to Dachang right away. With that, Eli hurriedly departed. Over the following days, Tobias Zhou issued an imperial edict to recruit skilled craftsmen from all regions, attracting many people. Meanwhile, in the bustling recruitment activities of the Great Zhou, far away in the palace of Dachang, Dachang's emperor, hearing that Jared not only rejected the marriage proposal, but even boasted about personally leading troops to destroy the entire Dachang, was enraged. Damn, how dare he? How can Jared treat our country like this? Many of Dachang's officials also seethed with anger. Shana was a distinguished princess of Dachang, both beautiful and influential. Why should Jared reject her? To make matters worse, Jared even intended for Shana to become a concubine. If not for the recent defeat and the existence of firearms in Great Zhou, they would have launched an attack long ago. This was clearly deliberate humiliation by the Great Zhou. Sire, this is unacceptable. The Great Zhou humiliates us thus. We must retaliate. Although engaging Great Zhou now might not be wise, we can harass their borders. Our warriors are excellent archers. Night raids will surely tire the Zhou army. Yes, sire, please issue your command. The pro-war faction shouted angrily. Most of these were military officers who yearned for revenge. Immature, don't you think this action is too immature? Sire, the Great Zhou has changed. They possess firearms. Provoking the border civilians of Zhou will undoubtedly invite their retaliation. Dachang cannot withstand another defeat, especially against firearms. The consequences would be catastrophic. Sire, please stay calm and consider carefully. The pro-peace faction immediately rebutted. Despite being enraged by the rejection, they remained rational. Both factions debated intensely, and Tobias Ignatius naturally heard everything. Already frustrated, he shouted, "Silence! All you do is bicker incessantly. Is there no end to it?" Ignatius glanced at the silent left Chancellor Deng. "Chancellor Shao, why are you silent?" "Your Majesty, I was pondering something." Deng knelt before the Emperor. Under normal circumstances, Great Zhou would never reject this marriage. With Tobias Zhou's character, they prefer peace and recovery over continued conflict. But they now reject us clearly due to Jared. He knows we offered the princess for gunpowder. So if we choose someone else besides Jared, Tobias Zhou would have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Ignatius flared up again. "Dane, do you know what you're saying? My daughter has already been insulted once. Should she face it again?" The officials knelt in shock. Marriage to Jared was already an unwilling choice for Ignatius. He definitely wouldn't, deeming the proposal impractical. Despite finding Dane's idea commendable, Lucas had no choice but to face reality. Just as he prepared to speak, Fiki hurriedly pulled out a letter from his robe. "Your Majesty, my idea might have been impossible before, but the situation is different now. Please read this letter. You will understand." Fiki handed the letter to a nearby eunuch, who swiftly delivered it to Lucas. Upon seeing its contents, Lucas first looked shocked, then excited. Is this true?" Lucas asked Fiki. "Your Majesty, how dare I deceive you? This is Xerxes' own handwriting. He promised us that if we can arrange this marriage, he would ally with the great Khitan once he ascends the throne, ensuring peace between our two countries. And he would share the methods for making firearms and gunpowder." Fiki's expression turned visibly excited as he spoke the last sentence. Last night, an unexpected visitor appeared at his residence. Initially suspecting an assassin, Fiki immediately rallied his guards. However, the intruder was revealed to be someone sent by Xerxes. Understanding the mission, Fiki promptly brought the letter to the palace to meet the emperor. "Your Majesty, this seems rather suspicious," said a burly Weston with a beard, looking strong and formidable. He was the chief military officer of the Great Khitan Empire, named Conley, a martial arts master. Why would the crown birdie of Great Zhou suddenly want to marry Selena? Moreover, I heard Xerxes was severely reprimanded by the Great Zhou Emperor and remains under house arrest. Frankly, he might not even retain his position. It does seem odd for him to propose marrying Bertius Selena at such a time, agreed Conley. "Your Majesty, something must be wrong," said others supporting him. Great Zhou refused the alliance to keep their secrets. Now Xerxes offering them to us sounds like a deceitful ploy. We should not fall into their trap. "The ministers make valid points," acknowledged Lucas after a brief silence. Indeed, Xerxes' sudden friendly gesture seemed problematic. Also, Lucas was reluctant to see Selena marry into the Great Zhou dynasty. "Your Majesty, this marriage proposal seems dubious on the surface," Fiki continued. It's highly likely Xerxes won't hand over the manufacturing methods once he becomes emperor. Yet, as long as Bertia Selina marries him, she will undoubtedly be his main consort. Proposing marriage now, Xerxes is surely seeking our support to solidify his position as crown prince. Helping him would secure immense benefits for our empire later. During this period, Bertia Selina can gather intelligence or obtain the methods while being that she become a concubine. Thinking about this filled Shauna with increasing fury. Jared, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Initially, when she first saw Jared, Shauna fell in love with him at first sight. After all, Jared was incredibly talented and exceptionally handsome. But now, she felt nothing but resentment towards Jared, wishing she could kill him immediately. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The Dutsong kingdom was already severely weakened. How could it possibly rival the power of the Great Zhou? The Nanhua army led by Jared was even more formidable. Even if Shauna was deeply displeased, she had no choice but to endure it silently. Just then, Dutsong Tobias Ignatius came out from the side. Seeing him, Shauna hurriedly stood up and bowed. Gay. There's no need for such formalities, sit down. Ignatius took Shauna's hand and sat with her on the stone bench in the pavilion. Gay, let me go to the Great Zhou once again. I must kill Jared with my own hands. Though Shauna knew it was nearly impossible, she simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. Tosha, Jared is the Preston in the Great Zhou. Assassinating him is extremely difficult, almost impossible, said Ignatius. We must face reality. Although Ignatius also wanted revenge for his daughter, it was indeed not possible at this stage. He stroked his daughter's face gently, his tone softening. Tosha, what do you think of Tanner, the crown birdie of Great Zhou? Hearing this, Shauna immediately recalled her encounter with Tanner during her visit to the Great Zhou Palace. After pondering for a moment, she replied, seems wise, but in truth, he's incredibly foolish. But as the crown birdie of Great Zhou, he stands second only to the emperor. And with the emperor's health deteriorating, he should soon ascend the throne. As she spoke, something occurred to Shauna, causing her eyebrows to furrow. Gay, why are you suddenly asking for my opinion on Tanner? Could it be? Before she could finish, Ignatius interrupted her. Tosha, if you were a man, Gay would definitely make you the crown prince. But you are a woman, destined to marry. The crown birdie of Great Zhou has offered to marry you, extending goodwill to us. I'm here today to ask for your thoughts. Don't worry, Gay will never force you. You can decide for yourself. Ignatius was not deceiving her. He genuinely thought this way. Upon hearing this, Shauna fell silent, her expression grim. Her first instinct was to refuse. As the proud eldest birdiess of Dutsong, how could she be married off casually? But Tanner was the crown birdie Tanner. Saying these final words, Shauna's tone was firm. She had made her decision. Once married to Tanner, she must become Xena of the Great Zhou. Only then could she protect her homeland. Otherwise, as the Great Zhou grew stronger, Dutsong would be doomed. Tosha, Gay truly cannot bear to see you go, but there is no other way. Can you forgive your father? Looking at his daughter, Ignatius's eyes welled up again. Gay, I've never been angry with you. I understand everything you've done is for Dutsong. The Great Zhou possesses firearms. Their military strength is overwhelming. If we don't seize this opportunity, once Great Zhou wages war on Dutsong, our kingdom will be in dire straits. You may agree to Tanner's proposal, but ensure that after he ascends the throne, he must surrender the methods for manufacturing firearms and gunpowder. Shauna spoke with determined conviction. Rest assured, Gay knows what to do. Today, join me for a good meal. Ignatius knew that once his daughter truly married into the Great Zhou, seeing her again would be nearly impossible. He grabbed Shauna's hand and headed forward. A few days later, in the eastern palace of the Great Zhou crown birdie, Eli, disguised as a minor eunuch, handed the letter from the Dutsong Tobias to him. Upon reading its contents, Tanner's brows furrowed, and his expression turned unpleasant. Does Dutsong really think they can covet our Great Zhou's firearms? Do they think I'm stupid? If it weren't for Dutsong still having some utility, why would I bother marrying Shauna? In the letter Tanner sent to Dutsong, he did not mention surrendering the manufacturing methods of firearms and gunpowder after ascending the throne. He only expressed his intention to marry Shauna and hoped for peace between the two nations. The part about surrendering the manufacturing methods was added by Eli. However, Tanner didn't notice anything wrong, assuming the Dutsong Tobias was just being too greedy. Note, due to a lack of historical context, I've adapted names like Dutsong and translated them appropriately where necessary. Chapter 252. The Secret Firearm Academy. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this? Do we need to refuse them? Eli stood beside him, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Refuse? Tanner sneered coldly. Why should we refuse? After all, my goal is solely to marry Tori. Everything else is irrelevant. As soon as I ascend the throne, I'll be the Tobias of Great Zhou. Why should I care about their dehewn empire? Upon hearing Tanner's words, Eli's lips curled up slightly but quickly returned to normal. Everything was just as he had anticipated. Not only would Tanner not sense any problems, but he would also agree to Dehewn's request. He clearly understood Tanner's intentions. He pretended to agree with the Dehewn Emperor's request. Once his goal of marrying Tori and becoming the Emperor of Great Zhou was achieved, he would immediately break the agreement. He might even directly kill Tori and would never allow the Princess of Dehewn to become Empress. Eli planned to exploit this very point, intending to stir conflict between Great Zhou and Dehewn. After Tanner ascended the throne and failed to fulfill his promises, a war between the two countries would be inevitable. Before that, it was crucial to ensure Jared's death and the destruction of the Southern Yu army, which would significantly weaken Great Zhou's power. Even if Great Zhou eventually won against Dehewn, they would have suffered immense losses. At that moment, Eli and his allies would act, killing Tanner and establishing Atli as the new emperor, thus restoring the Wei dynasty. Meanwhile, in a building on the outskirts of the capital city, gathered were numerous skilled craftsmen from all over Great Zhou. This place used to be the Yi family's ancestral home but was destroyed during the war. The Yi family once owned this vast area. Unfortunately, it had long been abandoned. Adam, now destitute, could not afford to restore the ancestral home and lived in a dilapidated wooden house. However, after becoming the head of the secret firearm academy and receiving support from the court, he transformed this vast land despite being a commoner prince, the highest-ranking prince after the crown prince. More importantly, Jared wielded actual power. Moreover, he invented firearms, giving him nearly supreme authority in the empire. Thank you, Your Highness. People rose, some looking at Jared with deep admiration. For them, Jared wasn't just the king of Southern Yu, but their most revered person. Being part of the firearm manufacturing process honored them greatly. Jared noticed a Weston standing at the front, seemingly familiar. He frowned and approached him. Isn't this Heron, the Minister of Works? Why did you give up such a prestigious position to join the secret firearm academy? I've always loved researching these things, Heron responded hastily. Only here can I truly shine. Heron looked incredibly sincere. If that's true, then it must have been quite challenging for you to remain in the Ministry of Works, Jared remarked with a slight smile, turning to Adam. Oldie, take good care of this distinguished Minister of Works, Heron. Jared naturally didn't believe Heron's story. Who would abandon such a high-ranking position to vie with commoners for a place in the secret firearm academy? Jared suspected he was a spy. Yet, Jared chose not to expose him. Don't worry, Your Highness. I understand, Adam replied, grinning at Heron. Believing his disguise to be flawless and backed by Crown Birdie Tanner, Heron felt unperturbed. He bowed and said, Oh, please don't call me minister anymore. I'm just a member of the secret firearm academy now. Very well, Jared nodded and turned to address everyone. From today, you know the rules of this place, so I won't elaborate. My main purpose today is to assign tasks. As he spoke, Adam retrieved the flintlock rifle design and laid it out for everyone to see. Chapter 253, The Plan to Fool the Eyes. The blueprint you see before you is for a flintlock musket, Jared said, pausing to turn toward Adam. Now, what exactly is a flintlock musket? Jared looked at Adam and gestured for him to continue. Adam did not hesitate. He picked up a completed matchlock musket from nearby. This should be a familiar sight for everyone here. This is the first firearm developed by His Highness, the matchlock musket. It's powerful but incredibly inconvenient to use and only fires once before reloading. A flintlock musket, however, builds on this design, giving it the ability to fire continuously. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. Matchlock muskets had already astonished them. They were a crucial factor in the Great Zhou dynasty's success in defeating the Japanese pirates and heavily damaging the Dachang kingdom. A flintlock musket that could fire repeatedly would deal devastating blows to any enemy if distributed among the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. But Heron, standing among the crowd, was not particularly interested in the flintlock musket. He knew all firearms, no matter how powerful, any mishap could have disastrous consequences. What's inside is a fake formula, almost indistinguishable from the real one except for different proportions of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. Using this method, one cannot make gunpowder. How to make him believe this is the genuine formula rests on your acting skills. Adam took the letter, opened it, and examined its contents, his lips curving into a smile. Indeed, it does look very similar. No problem, leave it to me. I guarantee Heron will believe it. Confident in his plan, Adam stood ready. Yes, the rest is up to Director Yi. Jared bowed and left, leaving Adam to oversee the ongoing development of the new flintlock musket. Half a month passed quickly. In the eastern palace of the Crown Birdie, Tanner knelt before Corbin of Zhou, his expression earnest. Since his house arrest, he hadn't seen the Tobias until now. Tanner knew this visit meant the Tobias was about to lift his confinement. Stand up. It's just between us now. No formalities are necessary, the Tobias said, showing signs of age and weariness. Lately, Corbin had been targeting officials from aristocratic families for tax reforms, removing them under various charges. Though he had yet to act against major clans like the Heiress and Chus, most others were replaced. With substantial evidence collected long ago, the Tobias had acted decisively. Though confined, Tanner was aware of these changes. Many officials had pleaded for his intervention, but to no avail. Knowing his father's resolve, Tanner understood the importance of supporting the Tobias. To preserve his position, he needed to gain the Tobias's favor despite their differing political views. As long as clans like the Heiress and Chus remained untouched, he could manage. Once he ascended the throne, the power would be his. Gay, these past days must have been hard on you. From now on, let me share your burdens. You're right. For the Great Zhou dynasty to grow stronger, reforms are indeed necessary. Supporting the Tobias, Tanner helped him sit down and ordered a servant to bring tea. Corbin nodded approvingly. Roscoe, today I came to discuss something important with you. The Tobias of Dachang wants to marry his princess, Tori, to you. That sly old fox initially wanted to marry her to Jared, but after being rejected, thought of you instead. So what do you think? Besides lifting the house arrest, the Tobias also wanted Tanner's input on this marriage proposal. Given Birdie as Tori's status, rejecting her again would risk another war with Dachang. Peace through marriage could stabilize the empire for a considerable time. With divided opinions within the court, the Tobias sought Tanner's thoughts. It seemed that during his confinement, Xerxes had truly matured. As a father, Rusty harbored some personal bias. Seeing Xerxes grow into a capable heir pleased him greatly. You may not know Selena personally, but she is still the eldest princess of Dachang. Once she arrives, you must treat her kindly. You are no longer young. It is time you took a wife. Rusty, adopting the tone of a caring father, advised Xerxes. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint Selena. She will be my wife once she marries me. Xerxes responded earnestly. Rusty nodded slightly and continued discussing matters with Xerxes. He also reinstated his authority as Crown Birdie, entrusting him once again with imperial affairs. After Rusty left, Xerxes burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. With the marriage arrangement almost finalized, his position as Crown Birdie was now secure. All he needed to do was continue to endure and flatter Rusty. Once Rusty passed, he would smoothly ascend the throne. "Congratulations, Your Highness," said a eunuch who had been standing by. This was actually Arwen in disguise. To avoid exposure, he usually kept a distance from Tobias, Rusty's personal eunuch, Everard. Today, however, Rusty had come alone, allowing him to stand nearby without suspicion. He had heard the entire conversation between Rusty and Xerxes. Based on what he heard, the Crown Birdie's position would not change. This meant their plan could proceed as scheduled. "Haha, it seems I am still the most suitable heir in my father's eyes. So, when do you plan to act? I can't wait any longer to ascend the throne." Blinded by ambition, Xerxes now yearned most for Rusty's death. "Haha," Arwen chuckled softly, stepping closer to Xerxes. "In truth, I have already begun acting. Otherwise, how else would the Emperor's health deteriorate day by day? He is the Emperor of Great Zhou. If he were to suddenly die, it would cause nationwide turmoil. To avoid suspicion, we must let him die gradually." At this point, Arwen asked, "Your Highness, he is your father. Do you truly want him to die?" Taken aback, Xerxes' expression hardened. "Yes, he is my father, and I respect him. But why did he look down on me? I am his best son, yet he constantly thinks of Dario. If Dario and I were both his sons, he would have no hesitation in discarding me. All I want to know now is when he will die." Xerxes clenched his fists tightly, his tone icy. "Very soon. Once you marry Selena, I promise you will succeed to the throne as planned. When that happens, don't forget our agreement." Xerxes laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I won't fail you." The thought of becoming emperor soon filled him with immense excitement. "Oh right, has Cao Yuan contacted you recently? When can we obtain the formula for gunpowder?" Until he became emperor, he couldn't rest easily. Dario's presence made him particularly wary. Marriage to Selena was not enough. He must gain control of firearms technology to cultivate loyal soldiers in secret, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Dario and Yehuan are too cunning. The Firearms Secretariat focuses on developing new weapons, but they haven't manufactured gunpowder. Yehuan hasn't revealed the formula, so Cao Yuan remains unaware. However, Cao Yuan is highly skilled and, having previously served as an official in the Ministry of Works, has gained Yehuan's trust. Recently, he can enter Yehuan's residence freely. We should obtain the formula soon. Arwen told the truth. Everything was part of his plan. This is taking too long. I have little patience left. We must expedite Cao Yuan's efforts. Xerxes' displeasure was evident. "Don't worry, I'll urge him," Arwen responded and then left. That night, at the Firearms Secretariat, Yehuan warmly invited Cao Yuan to his residence for drinks. They drank merrily until both were flushed. Though now the head of the Firearms Secretariat, Yehuan laughed to himself and moved toward the study. For this moment, he had fawned over Adam, serving him loyally without complaint, ultimately becoming his confidant. Finally, this moment had arrived. With the gunpowder formula, he could achieve an overnight success. With an excited expression, Heron approached the study door. Just as he prepared to push it open, Adam suddenly shouted, "Heron!" The words sent shivers down Heron's spine, freezing him in place. He knew that if Adam gave the command, the heavily armed Imperial guards would immediately rush in, leaving him no escape. Dinyi, don't misunderstand. I just saw the door wasn't properly closed and was about to shut it for you." Heron never expected Adam to suddenly wake up. Cold sweat drenched his back, dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Cao Yuan, don't leave tonight. Let's drink till dawn." "Haha, keep drinking, keep drinking." After muttering these drunken words, Adam fell back asleep. Realizing what had happened, Heron's legs gave way, and he collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. "Damn, you scared me half to death. I thought you were awake. Just talking in your sleep, you damn fool." Cursing Adam internally, Heron pushed open the door and entered the study. At that moment, the previously sleeping Adam abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, inside Adam's study, immediately upon entering, Heron began searching. Perhaps due to nervousness or the formula's well-hidden nature, Heron found nothing after searching for a long while. But he didn't give up. The formula must be here, he believed, just undiscovered yet. Suddenly, he kicked a cabinet, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that ejected a small box. Inside, he discovered a letter bearing the Southern Yu King's seal. Without hesitation, Heron carefully opened the envelope and read its contents. His eyes lit up instantly. This is the gunpowder formula. He suppressed his excitement, not allowing himself to shout. Although he had no prior knowledge of gunpowder, the instructions were incredibly detailed. It clearly specified the proportions of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, along with the production process. During his time as Adam's confidant, he often saw these materials in Adam's residence. This must be the gunpowder formula, he concluded, absolutely authentic. Plus, it bore the Southern Yu King seal, confirming Jared personally handed it over. Crucially, its hidden location was impeccable. Only accidental discovery through the mechanism could find it. Heron quickly checked on Adam, confirming he was still sound asleep, then used pen and paper from the study to quickly transcribe the formula. Afterward, he restored the letter to its original position, ensuring Adam wouldn't. Heron fell for the ruse. Now, only waiting for the drama to unfold. Adam chuckled triumphantly, turning to return to his room. That night, at the Jiang residence, Jared sat solemnly in the main hall, staring intently at Brett and Hutch, who had just returned from Southern Yu. Hutch had led troops to support the front lines, aiding General Julius in attacking Dachang during the Dezhou victory. Upon returning to Southern Yu City, he guarded it for Jared, wary of Ilyatstav, who was newly appointed to Y Island. The next plan was critical to the future of the Dezhou dynasty. Ensuring its success, Jared had recalled Hutch despite having trusted subordinates like Burl and Cord managing Southern Yu. Any significant movements in Southern Yu would be reported immediately. If everything goes according to plan, Heron should have the gunpowder formula by now. This means the big fish is about to bite. Chapter 256, Waiting. Your Highness, when do we begin the operation? Brett and Hutch were always ready. There's no rush. Since Heron has already obtained the gunpowder manufacturing method, all we need to do now is wait. After all, everything that has happened so far is just an illusion. Jared smiled with a hint of profundity as he spoke. He and Adam had already planned everything meticulously. 3 days later, in the eastern palace of the Crown Birdie, Eli, disguised as a eunuch, handed a letter to Tanner. The moment he saw the content of the letter, Tanner exclaimed in excitement, "Great! This is wonderful! I was right about Heron. The long-desired method to manufacture gunpowder is finally in my hands." Tanner was extremely agitated at this moment. Eli, standing beside him, merely smiled without saying anything. Having been responsible for secretly contacting Heron during this period, he was naturally the first to receive Heron's letter. However, Eli had slightly altered the content of the letter. He modified the ratios of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal required for manufacturing gunpowder, giving Tanner a false recipe. In his view, the method to manufacture gunpowder was very important and must be firmly controlled by himself. Besides, Tanner did not need to immediately produce gunpowder, so he would not realize it was fake. As expected, Tanner did not notice the alteration and appeared very satisfied. In some time, this crown prince will marry Bertie Story of donghua. After the wedding, I can make my move. Tanner carefully stored the gunpowder formula and turned to look at Eli. Initially, Tanner didn't trust Eli. He was simply using him. But over time, Eli's performance impressed him, gradually reducing his vigilance towards him. Now, he regarded Eli as one of his trusted confidants. After all, Eli was a great master-level warrior. To stabilize his future emperor status, Tanner needed such experts for protection. Regarding his original master, Atli, Tanner planned to keep him alive instead of killing him. As long as Atli remained alive, Tanner believed Eli would remain loyal to him. "Yes, Your Highness." Eli responded with a smile. Tanner then continued discussing with him. At the same time, in the imperial study of the palace, Jared received an audience with Corbin of Zhou and came here. "Sire, what do you think about the decision to agree to the marriage alliance with donghua? Was it right or wrong?" In Corbin's heart, Jared was like his own son. Jared's recent display of ability left him highly satisfied, and he wanted to hear Jared's opinion on this matter. "Your Majesty's decision is undoubtedly correct. Bertie Story of donghua, whether in terms of status or appearance, matches up with Crown Birdie Tanner. At present, our Great Zhou needs rest and reforms, not more warfare. With this marriage agreement with donghua, Great Zhou will enjoy peace for a long time." Jared understood that the marriage between Tori and Tanner was agreed upon by Corbin. He did not find it surprising, as agreeing to this marriage was indeed the wisest choice. Otherwise, donghua would surely launch an all-out attack on Great Zhou, which, despite ultimately resulting in Great Zhou's victory, would have significant repercussions. Moreover, taking action against the aristocratic families recently made it even less advantageous to wage war with donghua again. Hearing Jared's words, Corbin nodded approvingly. How he wished Jared were his real son. "Sire, is the big fish about to take the bait?" Corbin's expression grew solemn as he asked this question. In fact, Corbin was aware of Jared and Adam's plan and fully supported it. He knew there were people in the capital who coveted firearms and gunpowder. The ultimate goal of this plan was to lure these people out and apprehend them all. He also knew that these people were likely remnants from the previous Dewey dynasty. For the future of the Great Zhou Empire, they must all be eliminated. "Your Majesty, the rats hiding in the firearms secretariat have already stolen the items. The big fish has indeed taken the bait. In my view, they will choose to strike the firearms secretariat on the day of the Crown Birdie's wedding." Jared was not making random guesses. He was unaware of Tanner's collusion with Eli. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that on the wedding day, all officials, including himself, the Preston, would attend the imperial banquet. The entire capital would be bustling and prone to complacency. If they made their move then, it would catch everyone off guard. "You have thought exactly as I have." Corbin nodded gravely. "I have already issued secret orders to the guards at the firearms secretariat. They will obey your commands unconditionally. Once the big fish takes the bait, we must capture them all." "Understood," Jared replied respectfully. After further discussions with Corbin, he left the palace. Meanwhile, Corbin took Blake to the place where Atli was held. If the remnants from Dewey intended to seize firearms and gunpowder, Atli would be crucial. As the prince of the former Dewey dynasty, those people would certainly consider Atli important. Corbin kept him alive to use him as leverage against them. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing Corbin, the guards overseeing Atli knelt down in unison. Inside the secure room, Atli, sitting meditatively, opened his eyes slowly as he heard the commotion. He watched Corbin walk in. "Why have you suddenly come to see me today, Tobias of Great Zhou?" Atli did not show any panic. Calmly, he said, "Do you intend to kill me? If I were in your position, I would have already acted, thus eliminating the root cause." Corbin did not respond immediately, but inspected the surroundings. This secret chamber was solidly constructed with numerous guards outside. It was impossible for Atli to be rescued. With a cold expression, he walked up to Atli. "The reason I have not killed you is because I'm offering you a chance. One last question. Will you and your subordinates submit to the Great Zhou dynasty?" Chapter 257, Threat. "Your Majesty, I wish to submit to you, but those people do not agree, and I have no way around it. I am merely a small figure. What kind of Great Way prince am I? With the fall of the Great Way, this identity has lost all meaning." Atli faced Corbin of Zhou's threats without showing any trace of fear. He knew very well that Corbin would not kill him, because once he was dead, the emperor would lose leverage to threaten the remnants of the previous Wei dynasty. "Atli, do you really think I won't kill you?" Corbin said with eyes filled with intense killing intent. The eunuch Everard standing beside him suddenly exuded a terrifying aura befitting a Grandmaster-level expert. Atli was just an ordinary person. He could be killed instantly with a flick of a finger. Haha. In fact, I've been prepared for death. Go ahead, make your move. A raving in this dark, sunless chamber day after day is more than enough. Give me a quick death. Atli remained unafraid, slowly closing his eyes. Corbin had indeed thought about killing him, but upon reflection, if Atli died now, the remnants of the previous regime would have nothing to worry about. For now, to cooperate with Jared's plan, Atli must remain alive. Once they have caught everyone, then Atli would no longer be needed. Haha, the more you wish to die, the less likely I will let you die. I've given you an opportunity, but since you don't cherish it, there's no need to continue talking. With that, Corbin turned and left the chamber. Watching the Emperor's departing figure, Atli's expression turned serious. Corbin had never visited him before today, giving him a bad feeling. Before long, a little eunuch responsible for delivering meals entered. It was none other than Eli in disguise. He only dared approach after confirming that Everard had walked far enough away. A rattle master, are you alright? Eli took the chance during meal delivery to converse with Atli. Fine, Atli responded gravely, then looked at Eli. Corbin wouldn't come here for no reason. I have a feeling our plan might be in trouble. When did you agree with Tanner on taking action? That's too slow and not the best timing, replied Eli hastily. The guards will be most lax on his wedding day. We should act then. I can't wait any longer. We must leave here as soon as possible. Initially, Atli planned to incite chaos within the Zhou dynasty after Tanner ascended the throne. But remembering Corbin's words made him uneasy. They had to act quickly. One more thing. Secretly tell Jared the truth about that incident back then. Then Jared will definitely seek revenge. Understood. Eli didn't hesitate, bowing respectfully before leaving the chamber swiftly. Now, Atli hoped for as much chaos as this last statement was whispered solely for Van's ears. Good. Good. At least I can die without regrets. Van felt immense excitement. Crown Birdie, since no one else is here, may I ask a bold question? Why is the Emperor targeting the noble families? Many officials from prominent families had been imprisoned, their assets confiscated. Most of these officials were from the former Wei dynasty. Unaware of the tax reform, Van thought the Emperor aimed to strike at the former officials. The Zhou dynasty had grown powerful, conquering Wokaku and severely weakening Dachuang. No neighboring countries threatened Zhou anymore. Thus, these loyalists from the past dynasty were now obsolete. How could Van not be worried? He feared the Era family might perish before Tanner became Emperor. The Emperor has been targeting many noble families because Jared proposed a plan, explained Tanner. The main obstacle to this plan is the noble families. I'll protect them once I ascend the throne. For now, I must endure. Everything changes once I rule. Rest assured, great-grandfather. Van nodded in relief. They conversed further before Tanner left. Chapter 258, The Culprit. The next day, nightfall, Jared sat leisurely in the courtyard of the Jiang residence, admiring the night scenery. With the weather turning cooler, Jared couldn't help but miss Alicia, who was far away about the Jiang family massacre. This meant Atli had lied. With Atli imprisoned by Paxton, there was no way he could have sent this message. Therefore, the expert who delivered it tonight was most likely Eli himself. No one else could have escaped so swiftly. Your Highness, this must be a trap. We cannot go, Brett cautiously advised. Jared didn't respond immediately but paced back and forth, deep in thought. He then shook his head solemnly. Regardless of whether it's a trap, I must go. If they wanted to kill me, they could have done so just now. Why make it so complicated? Don't forget, Eli is a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. If he were serious, we might not be able to handle him. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The assassin appeared and disappeared in an instant, a clear sign of exceptional martial skill, undoubtedly Eli. His methods were terrifying, especially in the use of poison. If he wanted to kill Jared, there was no need for such complexity. Deciding, Jared took Brett and Hutch, and hastily left the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest outside the capital, Master, will Barrett Jared really come? Elsa asked seriously. He is usually cautious and may not come here. Huh. Eli chuckled coldly. Rest assured, based on my understanding of him, he will definitely come tonight. And if he doesn't, I have ways to draw him out. Eli spoke with utmost confidence. Soon enough, Eli sensed something and looked ahead. Gradually, three figures emerged into his view. Jared, Brett, and Hutch. Ha ha ha. Barrett, you did come. Eli laughed loudly upon seeing Jared. With his strength, he could kill Jared instantly even if Brett and Hutch attacked together, let alone with Elsa, a 9th-rank martial artist, beside him. However, killing Jared now would disrupt future plans. To revive the Great Wei dynasty, Eli wouldn't act prematurely. Neither would Elsa. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense, Jared said firmly. If you won't talk, I'll leave now. Since Jared dared to come, he wasn't afraid of Eli. Moreover, given Eli's advantage and reluctance to attack, it was clear he wouldn't strike. Fine, Eli said with a mocking laugh. Since Barrett is here, I'll tell you everything I know. The culprit who destroyed your entire Jiang clan is no longer in the capital. I can clearly tell you who that person is. At this point, Eli smiled sardonically. Barrett, since I'm telling you this crucial information, shouldn't you offer something in return? Why don't we make a deal? Hand over the manufacturing methods of firearms and gunpowder. You dream. Jared retorted without hesitation. I do want to know the truth, but I will never hand over the methods for firearms and gunpowder. Jared knew Eli was intentionally playing with him. Heron had already stolen fake gunpowder methods, which were probably already in Eli's hands. Eli hadn't realized the methods were flawed. As for firearm manufacturing, it was already public knowledge. Seeing Eli silent, Jared turned to leave. Eli stopped him immediately. Hold it. Barrett, if you won't hand over the methods, forget it. Eli, always keep my word. Since you're here, I'll tell you the whole truth. The traitor who betrayed the Zhou dynasty and caused the downfall of the Jiang family is none other than Eliotstav, the current governor of Wa Island. Upon hearing this, Jared's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? The spy was Eliotstav? Paxton had mentioned before that the traitor might be someone from the Era family, but lacked evidence. Now, Eli explicitly stated it was Eliotstav. How could Jared not be stunned? Brett and Hutch clenched their fists angrily upon learning the truth. Hashtag chapter 259. Temporary patience. Do you think I would believe you just by casually mentioning a name? Although the Era family indeed seemed suspicious, and Sydney had previously mentioned this to Jared, he did not fully trust what Eli was saying. Moreover, Jared understood very well why Eli would tell him such an important piece of information. Clearly, Eli wanted to incite him into reckless vengeance, thereby causing great chaos. Jared was not so foolish. Haha. Eli gave a slight smile. Antoine, do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Let me be honest with you. Initially, we were unsure who the main culprit was. But now our investigation is clear. It's definitely Eliotstav. At the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, the entire Era family surrendered to the Zhou dynasty. Your father, Yush, most despised these people who betrayed their masters for self-preservation, especially the Era family. And the Era family also had a long-standing feud with your Zhang family. You probably don't know yet that Eliotstav's father, Van Sun, was once a general of the Wei Kingdom, killed personally by Yush. Eliotstav sought both to ensure the survival of the Era family and to avenge his father, hence he secretly orchestrated all of this. Eli smiled coldly. Antoine, please give it some thought. If I wanted to deceive you, why would I go through so much trouble? I have said all I need to say. If you don't believe me, investigate for yourself. With that, Eli turned and left with Elsa. Watching them leave, Jared fell silent, his expression grim. Your Highness, could it really be the Era family? If that's true, they must pay in blood. Although Brett and Hutch were not members of the Zhang clan, Yush was someone they admired deeply. Now serving under Jared, they felt intense. Additionally, a wedding procession from Great Zhou was responsible for escorting Shauna safely to the Zhou dynasty. Given that Shauna was marrying Tanner, she would become the future queen. Therefore, Great Zhou valued her highly, sending skilled warriors to protect her. She was scheduled to depart for Great Zhou soon. Shauna sat in a pavilion within the imperial garden, looking despondently around. She knew that after going to Great Zhou, she might never return. Yet, despite her heartache, she had to proceed. All for the sake of the Dahan kingdom. 3 days later, under the protection of Zhou guards, Shauna boarded a carriage and left her homeland. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Zhou, preparations for the royal wedding were in full swing. People chatted excitedly about the grand event. Red lanterns hung everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. The palace was being decorated for the crown prince's wedding, and Tanner, residing in the eastern palace, watched everyone busily preparing, feeling increasingly joyful. Not only had he secured the gunpowder formula, but he was about to marry Shauna, solidifying his position as crown prince. Tanner had met Shauna. While not stunningly beautiful, she was undoubtedly gorgeous and acclaimed as Dahan's greatest beauty. If not for her qualities, Tanner wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. Eli, disguised as a eunuch, saw Tanner's elation and sneered in natural flow. It can also be rephrased as, this old geezer sure has a long lifespan. Choose the one that best fits the tone of your narrative. No worries, let them live a bit longer. As long as he lives, I have the chance to torment him slowly. Jared's eyes turned sharp as he spoke these words. When the rats hiding in the capital are finally all caught, it will also be the day of the Era family's downfall. Notify Adam that preparations can be made. The moment the crown birdie's wedding arrives, we shall strike. Brett bowed respectfully and hurriedly left upon hearing this. 2 days passed in a blink. Twilight, led by the bridal procession, Tori smoothly entered the imperial palace. Tonight, she would stay here temporarily. Tomorrow was her wedding day with Tanner. Tori sat on the chair uneasily, looking at the night sky through the window. Once, she had dreamed of becoming a high-ranking official of the Great Song dynasty, sharing her father emperor's worries. But now, for the sake of the Great Song dynasty, she had to abandon her ideal and marry into the Great Zhou dynasty. Such is the fate of women in this era. Fortunately, the man she was marrying was the crown birdie of the Great Zhou, which made Tori feel slightly better inside. Accompanying her to this place was also one of her personal maids, who grew up with her from a young age. Currently, within the Great Zhou palace, Tori only had this one person she could trust. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and crown birdie Tanner walked in casually with 2 maids. Upon seeing Tanner, Tori was instantly startled and immediately stood up. Your Highness, we are not yet married. Is it proper for you to just barge in like this? Tori had never liked Tanner much, and now felt even more repulsion. If it were not for him being the crown birdie of Great Zhou, how could she possibly agree to this marriage? Relax. I came mainly to see if you are adapting well. The 2 maids I brought are carefully chosen. They will serve you from now on. After saying this, the 2 maids quickly knelt before Tori. Throughout the process, Tanner's eyes appraised Tori constantly. The first time he met Tori, he didn't look closely. Now, after observing her carefully, he found her truly exquisite and beautiful. A beauty of such caliber, and the Dylan princess of the Great Song Kingdom, Jared had actually abandoned her, making Tanner find Jared increasingly foolish the more he thought about it. Thank you. If there's nothing else, please leave now, Your Highness. Tori responded coldly. At present, she disliked Tanner immensely, but chose to comply to protect the Great Song Kingdom. Alright, get some rest. Make sure you attend to the birdie as well. With that, Tanner turned and left the room. He couldn't wait to get married to Tori. Meanwhile, in a straw hut outside the capital city, Eli, Elsa, and several men dressed in black gathered here. These people were all remnants of the former Great Wei dynasty. The next day, the day of Tanner and Tori's grand wedding, would be the day they act. So, everyone is prepared? We only have this one chance. It must succeed. Eli said sternly to the men in black. Rest assured, Sir Yang. Our plan is foolproof. Our people are already hidden around the Firearms Academy. Once given the order, we can immediately attack the Firearms Academy. Though the academy has many guards, None of them will be our match. The leader of the black-clad men replied respectfully. Very good. Eli nodded satisfactorily. To Eli, the methods for making firearms and gunpowder had already been obtained. Thus, attacking the Firearms Academy was unnecessary. But Eli's true plan wasn't to besiege the Firearms Academy, but to create chaos. The Firearms Academy is currently the most crucial place in the Great Zhou dynasty. During tomorrow's wedding, when the Academy is suddenly attacked by numerous assassins, Paxton will undoubtedly be enraged and send troops to support it. Everyone's attention would be focused on the Academy. At that time, the defenses in the palace would weaken, allowing Eli, hidden within the palace, to declare, "Brothers, we've finally waited for this opportunity. Our goal tonight is to kill everyone here. After Sir Ouyang rescues the young master, we can restore the Great Wei dynasty. Kill." With a roar, all the black-clad figures surged towards the Firearms Academy. Any guards in their way were swiftly eliminated. The assassins effortlessly broke into the Firearms Academy. However, to their surprise, the vast academy was eerily empty. Chapter 260. The Day of the Grand Wedding. This old man is really hard to die. No problem, let them live a little longer. As long as he's alive, I have the chance to torture him slowly. When Jared said this, his eyes became particularly sharp. Once all the rats hiding in the capital are rounded up, it will also be the day of the Era family's downfall. Inform Adam that preparations can begin. Wait for the day of the Crown Birdie's wedding. That will be the time to close the net. Upon hearing Brett, he respectfully bowed and hastily left. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Evening. Under the escort of the wedding procession, Tori successfully entered the palace. She would stay here for the night, and tomorrow was her grand wedding day with Tanner. Tori sat uneasily on the chair, looking out the window at the night sky. Once upon a time, she dreamed of becoming an official in the Dacha dynasty to ease her father's burdens. But now, for the sake of the Dacha dynasty, she had to give up this dream and marry into the Great Zhou. In this era, such was the fate of women. Fortunately, the person she was marrying was the crown birdie of Great Zhou, which made Tori feel a bit better. Accompanying Tori to the palace was a personal maid who had grown up with her from childhood. Currently, Tori only had this one trusted confidant in the Great Zhou harem. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Crown Birdie Tanner entered leisurely with 2 maids. Seeing Tanner, Tori was startled and immediately stood up. "Crown Birdie, we aren't married yet. You casually barging in here isn't quite proper, is it?" Tori had never had a good impression of Tanner, and now felt some disgust. If not for Tanner being the Crown Birdie of Great Zhou, how could she possibly agree to this marriage? "Relax. I came mainly to ask if you're adapting well. The 2 maids I brought have been carefully selected. From now on, they are yours." After Tanner spoke, the 2 maids immediately knelt before Tori. Throughout this process, Tanner kept glancing at Tori. He hadn't paid much attention to Tori the first time they met. Now, after carefully observing her beauty, he found her truly heavenly. A beauty like this, and the eldest princess of the Dacha kingdom. Jared actually gave her up. The more Tanner thought about it, the more he felt Jared was foolish. Thanks. The Arsenal Secret Academy was now the most crucial place in the Great Zhou dynasty. Tomorrow night, during the Crown Birdie's wedding, if the Arsenal Secret Academy is suddenly surrounded by assassins, Corbin of Zhou would surely be enraged and send troops to support it. Everyone's attention would focus on the Arsenal Secret Academy. At that time, the palace guards would be relatively weaker, allowing Eli, who was hiding inside the palace, to act. All he did now was for rescuing Atli. Besides, Eli had an even more terrifying plan. Time quickly reached the next day. Today was the grand wedding day of Tanner and Tori, and the palace was bustling with activity. Palace maids hung lanterns and red silk decorations, symbolizing good fortune and prosperity. Palace lamps flickered in the evening, casting a gentle light over the entire palace. Invited officials smiled radiantly, participating in the wedding festivities. Naturally, Jared also arrived early in the palace, sitting in the banquet hall and drinking wine. While others might not know, Jared was very clear. The filthy rats hiding in the capital would certainly come out tonight. He had long prepared everything and had no worries at all. Worth mentioning, the liquor for this wedding banquet was brewed by Jared. This white spirit, once launched, became a sensation throughout Nanyue and had now reached the capital. Anyone who tasted the white spirit praised it without end. Dressed splendidly, Crown Birdie Tanner and Tori, wearing exquisite wedding attire and a dazzling phoenix crown, began their ceremony, but it was already too late. At this moment, the gates of the secret arsenal shut instantly, and the ground trembled violently. Rows of iron bars rose from beneath the earth, trapping all the black-clad men inside. But these men were all highly skilled in martial arts. These iron bars couldn't actually contain them. Several with exceptional lightness skills leaped up, attempting to scale the walls and escape from the secret arsenal. Alas, they were far too naive. As an heir to the Barclay techniques and originally the ancestral home of the Yi family, this place was riddled with traps. The black-clad men thought that once they cleared the iron bars, they could escape the secret arsenal, unaware that this was merely the first level of defense. The moment they jumped over the iron bars, numerous wooden birds suddenly appeared from the sky. Before they could react, the wooden birds attacked simultaneously. Some shot arrows, others poisonous needles, and some even sprayed toxic mist. Each wooden bird contained extremely intricate mechanisms. Caught off guard, the black-clad men scrambled to respond. Even Elsa had nearly fallen victim to these mechanical birds before, let alone these intruders. Despite many of these black-clad men being highly skilled, the sudden attacks left them unprepared. In a matter of moments, the black-clad men suffered heavy casualties. Next, hidden doors opened one by one, revealing guards who rushed out to engage in battle with the black-clad men. The guards wielded various powerful firearms. It wasn't long before these intruders were either killed or chose to surrender. Among them, a leader with the strength of a 9th-rank warrior had intended to escape without regard for his subordinates' lives. However, he was intercepted by Hutch, who was already fatigued from fighting against the wooden birds and firearms. Hutch's sudden appearance caught him off guard, and he was severely injured on the spot. collapsing in a pool of blood, his right arm severed. He lost all ability to resist. Hutch swiftly stepped forward, stomping hard on his chest. If it weren't for the king's order to keep him alive, this man would be dead already. Speak, who are you exactly? If you tell the truth, you might live. Otherwise, I assure you, your death will be miserable, Hutch said with a murderous expression to the man under his foot. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was His Highness the Crown Birdie who ordered me. I serve the Crown Birdie. The other black-clad men nodded in agreement. He coerced us to do this. Please spare our lives. What? You're working for the Crown Birdie? Hearing this, Hutch frowned. The guards present shared similar looks of bewilderment. Jared's original plan was to lure out hidden remnants of the Wei dynasty like Eli in the capital. Once dealt with, the Wei forces would be eradicated. But who would have thought that these men were working for the Crown Birdie? Even the typically careless Hutch sensed something amiss and immediately questioned. What audacity! Who gave you the gall to falsely accuse the Crown Birdie? Do you think I can't kill you right now? Hutch glared fiercely. Do you think I don't know that you're all remnants of the Wei dynasty? He believed these men were deliberately framing the Crown Birdie. As Jared had mentioned, these Wei remnants thrived on chaos within the Zhou dynasty. He wouldn't believe what this man said. We are indeed from the former Wei dynasty, but now we obey Crown Birdie Tanner. If you doubt me, the letter in my possession is proof. This is a handwritten letter from Tanner. The leader, under Hutch's foot, endured the pain as he spoke. Their mission tonight was to attack the secret arsenal and cause chaos. However, Atli was very cautious and knew Jared posed a significant variable. So, Atli had left a backup plan. Eli, who had gained Tanner's trust, had forged a letter from Tanner and handed it to them. Eli, having earned Tanner's complete trust, only needed to use a little trick to put him into a brief slumber, allowing the creation of a perfect forgery. If they failed, this letter could immediately shift all blame onto Tanner. Corbin Shu of Zhou would surely be enraged, and Tanner would not sit idle, causing further chaos. Hutch hastily retrieved the letter from the leader's robe, shocked upon reading its contents. At that moment, Adam walked over, equally astounded by the letter. He never imagined that the true mastermind behind these men was Crown Birdie Tanner. Commander Arao, this is serious. You must take this letter to the prince at the palace immediately. Imprison these men temporarily. Adam spoke with utmost gravity, fully aware that after tonight, the Zhou dynasty would undergo a significant change. Without hesitation, Hutch tucked away the letter and rushed towards the palace. Meanwhile, the black-clad men were captured by the guards and temporarily held in the secret arsenal. In fact, this was not the real secret arsenal. It was a fabricated illusion by Adam and Jared. The actual secret arsenal was located in a very concealed place. Those deemed trustworthy had been secretly relocated to the genuine arsenal. Men like Heron, harboring ill intent, had been eliminated by Adam. Meanwhile, in the bustling palace, Tanner and Tori's wedding ceremony had come to an end. The guests were red-faced from drinking, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. Due to discomfort, Corbin Shu and the Xena had left the banquet early, signaling its conclusion. Eliatists began leaving one by one. Jared also stood up leisurely. Following his plan, all the hidden rats in the capital should now be caught. Reckon, let's go and check on the secret arsenal. Just then, Hutch rushed over and handed the letter to Jared. Upon seeing the contents, the intoxication vanished from Jared's face, replaced by shock. Indeed, all the attackers had been apprehended. What Jared hadn't anticipated was that Eli and his group had already submitted to Crown Birdie Tanner. Chapter 262. The winner is king, the loser is outcast. Upon learning this, Jared could scarcely believe it. If this were true, it would mean that everything from the start was orchestrated by Tanner. He never imagined that Tanner, as the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, would stoop to such lengths. These people were remnants of the former Wei dynasty. Doing this was akin to making a pact with the devil. Jared initially thought that Tanner was just an incompetent ruler, but as long as Corbin of Zhou resolved all crises, his ascension would not undermine the great Zhou dynasty's stability. But now, Tanner's actions went beyond mere incompetence. He was utterly delusional. If such a tyrant became the emperor of Great Zhou, everything would be ruined. How could Jared continue as the carefree king of Nanyue? The immediate priority was to inform Corbin of Zhou and have him decree the removal of Tanner's position as crown prince. Even selecting any remaining prince would be better than Tanner. Based on Jared's understanding of Corbin of Zhou, he would be enraged upon learning of Tanner's outrageous actions and immediately depose him. Without hesitation, Jared hurried towards the imperial study. Meanwhile, Tanner had just finished his wedding, and with his face flushed from drink, he eagerly anticipated consummating his marriage with Tori. But at that moment, a young eunuch appeared before him. It was none other than Brody in disguise. It was clear that Brody looked extremely agitated. According to the plan, the Arsenal Secret Academy should have been stormed, prompting Corbin to send reinforcements and causing chaos within the palace. However, the palace remained eerily calm, and no reinforcements were dispatched. This meant the attack on the Arsenal Secret Academy had failed. They were likely captured and interrogated for the mastermind behind the plot. Brody was here to initiate the second phase of the plan. If this succeeded, it would create chaos within the palace, allowing him to rescue Atli smoothly. And if successful, it would signify tremendous upheaval in the Great Zhou. What is it? If there's nothing important, please leave me alone tonight. I don't want anyone disturbing my wedding night. Tanner, under the influence of alcohol, could only think of the beautiful Tori. Your Highness, while you can celebrate your honeymoon anytime, there's an urgent matter. Our plans may have been exposed. If I'm correct, the Tobias will soon learn of your actions. At this, the drunken Tanner. I've worked so hard to become crown prince, just one step away. I cannot give up now. Brody, we're in this together. If something happens to me, you won't escape unscathed. I swear, Atli will suffer a gruesome death. Desperate and panicking at the prospect of being deposed, Tanner reluctantly turned to Brody for assistance. Don't worry. Since I've come, I have a solution. Jared should be heading to the Imperial study with evidence. You need to reach the Tobias before him. Do whatever it takes to ensure the Tobias drinks this potion, said Brody, pulling out a small bottle. This? You want me to poison my own father? Tanner stared, horrified. While he desired the throne desperately, Corbin was still his father. Patricide was beyond what he could do. Do you have any choice, Your Highness? This is your only option. Actually, I've already poisoned the Tobias. His death is inevitable. What you're doing is merely hastening it. Throughout history, the winner becomes king, and the loser an outcast. Once you're Tobias, who would dare oppose you? Moreover, as the crown prince, your succession after a sudden death wouldn't be suspicious. Don't hesitate, Your Highness. Act now. The throne of Great Joe beckons. As Brody handed the vial over, Tanner trembled with fear and uncertainty. But soon, his terror transformed into icy resolve. Brody was right. Only by becoming Tobias could he secure his power. History was written by the victors. He could no longer afford scruples. Chapter 263. No way back. Gay. It's all because of your actions that I was forced to do this. If you hadn't doubted me and favored Jared so much, would I have resorted to such heinous measures against you? Rest assured, I will safeguard the realm of the Great Joe dynasty on your behalf. I will certainly make the Great Joe dynasty even more prosperous. Tanner tightly clutched the vial of poison in his hand, his eyes growing increasingly malicious. There was no turning back for him now. In his view, Gay had already been poisoned by Eli's slow-acting toxin. Death was only a matter of time. He was merely hastening the process. Having made up his mind, Tanner looked at Eli with an extremely cold expression. What kind of reaction will there be after drinking this poison? What if the Imperial physicians discover something? Tanner was well aware that while his father's health had deteriorated recently, he wasn't near sudden death yet. If Tobias suddenly passed away, it would inevitably attract a lot of Imperial physicians. If they discovered the cause of death, Tanner would be doomed. Don't worry. The poison I administer won't be detected, Eli said confidently. I've previously explained that Corbin D is already under the influence of my slow-acting poison. The potion you have merely accelerates the effect. A normal person wouldn't have any issues even if they drank it. Even if the Imperial physician conducts an examination, they won't find anything unusual. Hearing this, Tanner let out a sigh of relief. Since things have reached this point, there's nothing else to do. I don't care what methods you use, but you must stop Jared from seeing the Tobias tonight at all costs. Eli responded calmly, Your Highness, I have already prepared everything. Tanner nodded slightly without saying much more and turned to leave. Watching Tanner's retreating figure, Eli's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Everything was going according to his plan, and Jared would definitely be blocked. Once Tanner administered the potion to Corbin D, the latter's death would be certain. In the ensuing chaos within the palace, Eli could seize the opportunity to rescue Atlee. Everything went as Eli had predicted. Jared intended to see the Tobias immediately, but was stopped by a large number of guards. Birdie of Nanua, Cliff fell ill tonight and has already retired to rest. Please come again tomorrow. The captain of the guard spoke solemnly. During the Crown Birdie's wedding banquet earlier, Corbin D indeed coughed violently and even spat blood, leading to the hasty end of the feast. Seeing numerous guards blocking him, Jared wasn't surprised. Birdie of Nanua, Cliff is genuinely unwell tonight. Cliff has been overworking lately and needs adequate rest. Blake also emerged from the room at this moment. Through the door crack, Jared saw Diana meticulously tending to Corbin D. Given Corbin D's current condition, it was best not to agitate him further. Knowing what Tanner was up to would certainly be too much for him. After pondering for a moment, Jared sighed softly, Fine. I'll come back tomorrow. With Xena Dowager Rao and the Xena here to care for the Tobias, there shouldn't be any problems. Subsequently, Jared left the palace with Brett and Hutch. About an hour later, Corbin D slowly opened his eyes. His originally pale complexion had regained some rosiness. It was Tanner's wedding day, and Corbin D felt elated, so he had drunk a few extra cups of wine. The potent white spirit brewed by Jared excited him so much that he drank hurriedly, which led to the onset of coughing. Your Majesty, you mustn't drink like that again. Especially not Jared's white spirit. Sitting beside Corbin D, Diana expressed her concern. It's hard to resist. The white spirit is simply too delicious. Today, I was overly happy and couldn't control myself. Don't worry, Xena. I will never do this again. Rising to sit up, Corbin D held Diana's hand, his eyes filled with affection. If Tanner were reliable, Corbin D wished to abdicate and spend his remaining days with Diana. Alas, Tanner was currently too unpredictable, making it impossible for Corbin D to fully trust him. Xena, it seemed Jared had urgent matters with you just. Mother, please try some too. Tanner ladled a small bowl for Xena Diana and presented it to her. Although not his birth mother, Diana raised Tanner, and she took the bowl with a smile, sipping lightly. To dispel any doubts, Tanner also poured a bowl for himself, sitting beside them and drinking it. All right, tonight is your wedding night. You shouldn't neglect your wife. Go back quickly. Your father's health is fine. Your mother will stay with me tonight. There's no need to worry. Corbin D smiled at Tanner. With that, I'll take my leave first. Please take care of your health, Gay. Tanner respectfully bowed to Corbin D and Diana before leaving the room. As he exited, his gentle expression immediately turned ruthless. The chicken soup he had served was laced with poison. Watching Corbin D drink without any suspicion, Tanner felt a twinge of regret. But given the situation, there was no turning back. Chapter 264. The Tobias's Demise. Deep into the night, Jared returned to the Jiang residence. For some reason, he had an unsettling feeling that wouldn't go away. That night, no matter what, he couldn't sleep. Jared simply got up and sat in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, pondering his next move. Knowing Tanner's character, he would never sit idly by waiting for disaster. Jared was determined not to let such a corrupt emperor. Everything happened too suddenly. Thus, Jared arrived at the palace and hurried straight to Paxton's quarters. As he entered, he saw numerous concubines, princes, and princesses kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly. Xena Diana was crying uncontrollably, almost fainting. She rested on one side, supported by maids. Paxton's lifeless body lay before Jared. How can this be? Jared couldn't comprehend it. His legs gave way, and he slumped to the ground. To him, Paxton was like his own father. Seeing the sudden demise of Paxton, Jared could hardly bear it. Moreover, Jared felt bewildered. Why did Paxton die at this particular time? It seemed too coincidental. Aunt, what exactly happened? Jared quickly went to Diana's side and asked. Say. Upon seeing Jared, Diana broke down into sobs, recounting everything that had transpired and the diagnosis of the imperial physicians. Paxton was already ill from overwork, his condition worsening daily. Today, due to excessive joy, he drank more than usual and suddenly passed away. Earlier, when Paxton regained consciousness, he even drank chicken soup, which turned out to be a fleeting recovery. This was not just one physician's diagnosis, but the consensus among all the imperial doctors. In short, he died from excessive joy. Blake also knelt beside, weeping. This is too coincidental. Jared was deeply shocked upon hearing the details. But even if he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that everything had occurred. After all, even Blake, who was a Grandmaster-level official, remained by the Emperor's side throughout. This ruled out assassination, leaving poisoning as the only suspicion. Paxton drank chicken soup sent by Tanner before dying. However, the same soup was consumed by Xena and Tanner, yet they were unharmed. No traces of poisoning were found even by the combined efforts of the physicians. Thus, Paxton most likely died naturally. The Emperor's sudden death meant Crown Birdie Tanner would succeed smoothly. If none of this involved Tanner, Jared refused to believe it. Your Majesty. Gradually, civil and military officials arrived at the palace, kneeling outside, weeping bitterly. Paxton was undoubtedly a wise ruler. His sudden death hit everyone hard. At that moment, the citizens of the capital also spontaneously knelt towards the palace, wailing loudly. Everyone was engulfed in grief. The country cannot be without a sovereign. Please, Your Highness Crown Birdie, pull yourself together. For the stability of the great Zhou dynasty, please ascend the throne. Paxton's sudden death was indeed difficult for civil and military officials to accept, but it also meant Crown Birdie Tanner could inherit the throne. We hold evidence of his crime, allowing us to threaten him at any time. He will become our puppet. Chapter 265. Evacuation from the capital. Very well. Atlee, hearing this, nodded with a smug expression. Ever since Tanner had poisoned Corbin of Zhou, it was destined that Tanner would become his puppet. There was no need to worry about Tanner disobeying him. Controlling the marionette emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, Atlee found it much easier to restore the Great Wei dynasty. Master, although the entire palace is engulfed in sorrow over the emperor's passing and no one will notice us, but accidents can happen. You should leave here quickly. Eli glanced outside, concern evident in his voice. After all, within the palace resided a powerful Grandmaster Everard, whose strength was on par with Eli. If he were to notice them, it would be extremely difficult for Atlee to leave unscathed. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Remember to give Tanner the gift I sent him. I want him to remain my puppet forever. Ha ha ha. Under Atlee's manic laughter, he walked out of the secret room calmly and soon disappeared. The following days were filled with national mourning. Everyone grieved over the death of I must return to Nanuet immediately. If I don't leave now, I may never get the chance again. Jared's expression grew solemn as he spoke. While Corbin of Zhou was alive, Jared's status and power didn't matter much. But things were different now that the new ruler was Tanner. To Tanner, Jared's presence was a major threat. To secure his throne, Tanner would surely take action against him. Only by eliminating the powerful Preston could Tanner feel secure. Therefore, Jared had to leave. Once he returned to Nanuet territory, he could face Tanner without fear. Diana paused for a moment before nodding slowly. Indeed, you must leave the capital immediately. Although she hated to see Jared leave now, Diana was no fool. Given the current situation, staying in the capital would be disastrous for Jared. Tanner, who dared to harm his own father, would certainly not spare Jared. Unfortunately, there was no concrete evidence, and Corbin of Zhou had died too suddenly. As the rightful heir, Tanner couldn't be opposed at this stage. Auntie, I will return to Nanuet early tomorrow morning. Before then, I hope you can bear with it. Do not oppose Tanner. He is now the legitimate emperor. For your safety, please follow my advice. Lowering his voice, Jared whispered a few words into Diana's ear. Hearing this, Diana's expression grew heavy, and she sighed deeply. I know what to do. Say her, you must live on. Absolutely nothing must happen to you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Bowing to Diana, Jared hastily left the palace. Tanner, in showing filial piety, did not ascend the throne immediately, but mourned the late emperor for a month. During this time, he wouldn't take action against Jared. Taking advantage of this period, Jared planned to return to Nanuet. Before leaving, however, he had an important task. Leaving the palace, Jared rushed to the Secret Weapons Institute. The masked men who had intruded were still detained here. Adam had also learned of the emperor's death, feeling utterly incredulous. He never thought that Tanner, who should have been dethroned, would successfully ascend the throne. It meant their earlier plans had failed. Not only had they failed to capture the remnants of the previous dynasty, but the secrets of the Weapons Institute had also been exposed. Adam was anxious. Just then, Jared arrived. Adam hurriedly approached him. Your Highness, what should we do now? With Tanner as emperor, he will know everything about the Secret Weapons Institute. We can't hide it from him. With just one order, everyone here could die. Stay calm. If Tanner wants to secure his throne, he won't act against you. After all, you are the head of the Secret Weapons Institute, appointed by the late emperor, equivalent to a minister of one of the 6 departments. Without you, who would guard the weapons and gunpowder for him? His target has always been me alone. That's why I've come to you. So you can submit to Tanner and cut all ties with me. Hearing this, Adam's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 266, Puppet Tobias. Bertie, are you serious? Adam said in shock. He had assumed that Jared would take him away, but he never imagined that Jared would actually ask him to submit to Tanner. This left Adam completely bewildered. But soon, Adam regained his composure, furrowing his brows. Bertie, surely you're not suggesting I pretend to submit to Tanner? To gain his trust? Jared nodded slightly upon hearing this. Exactly. You're the head of the Firearm Academy now. If you submit to Tanner, he would be overjoyed and wouldn't dream of killing you. You can even reveal everything about the Firearm Academy to him to win his trust. This way, the Firearm Academy will definitely be safe. What about you? Adam quickly asked. Throughout history, ministers who overshadow their lords are doomed to die. Tanner won't let you off easily. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Tomorrow, I will set out for Nanyue. Once there, Tanner can't touch me. For now, we must ensure our safety above all else. Jared patted Adam's shoulder with a heavy expression. As for those black-clothed men, Slade respectfully addressed Tanner. Tanner didn't respond immediately, but calmly inspected the paper on the table. On it were written 4 era names: Shuntian, Zhaoxi, Tianyuan, and Hongji. These were proposed by the ministers present. Since Tanner was about to ascend to the throne, he naturally needed an era name for his reign. Paxton used the era name Renwu, which exuded power and strength, symbolizing the prosperity of the Zhou dynasty. Believing himself to be no less capable than his father, Tanner felt the era name should reflect his abilities. After much deliberation, Tanner's eyes settled on Tianyuan. It shall be Tianyuan. The era name Tianyuan represents heaven and the heavenly way, carrying connotations of unifying the realm and fulfilling the mandate of heaven. Gain never managed to destroy the Dahang kingdom and truly unify the world. Let me finish what he started, Tanner boasted proudly. Long live the Tobias. Long live the Tobias. May your majesty live 10,000 years. The assembled officials promptly knelt and chanted their praises. That's enough. Rise, all of you. My coronation hasn't officially taken place yet. Please go back for now. With bows, the officials hurriedly departed. Seated on the dragon throne, Tanner watched them leave, growing more and more pleased. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and frowned. Only Eli was present. Eli disregarded Tanner, sitting casually in a chair beside him. Tanner heard these words and became livid, clenching his fists tightly. Yet, he had no options. If word got out now about his patricide before his coronation, not only would his ascension be halted, but he might be deposed immediately. For the sake of his throne, Tanner could only endure for now. He would act against Eli and others when his rule was firmly established. More critically, there was currently no one in the palace who could match Eli. So, what do you want? Tanner calmed down and slowly sat back. Hee. Looking at Tanner's capitulation, Eli laughed smugly. Relax, I just need you to help me with something. Saying this, Eli leaned closer to Tanner and whispered a few words. Chapter 267, Forced Compromise. What? You want me to give Dianzhou to Atli and make him a vassal king like Jared in the Great Zhou dynasty? This is absolutely impossible. Tanner, upon hearing Eli's words, spoke with extreme anger. He was already overwhelmed by the South Yu king Jared, who had become one of his first concerns immediately after ascending the throne. Now, adding another figure like Atli was simply unacceptable. Moreover, Dianzhou was geographically close to the Detong, Hartley kingdom. The cities captured from Hartley had all been incorporated into Dianzhou, making it a vast territory. Most critically, Atli was a prince from the previous dynasty, and Tanner knew all too well what these remnants of the old regime were capable of. If Atli became the king of Dianzhou, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no way he could agree to this. Furthermore, Dianzhou was strategically close to the Dagong kingdom. All the cities previously seized from Dagong had been incorporated into Dianzhou, expanding its territory significantly. Most crucially, Atli was a prince from the former dynasty, and Tanner was acutely aware of the potential threats these remnants of the old regime posed. If Atli became the king of Dianzhou, the consequences would be catastrophic. There was no way he could agree to this. Haha. Eli gave a cold laugh. Tanner, I advise you to think about it more carefully. Dianzhou is far from the capital. If you agree, we will all move there, leaving no one to influence you anymore. You won't have to worry about anyone knowing your deeds, and you can finally rest easy. And since we are now cooperating, we can secure Dianzhou for you, eliminating any concerns about Hartley. If you agree, everyone will be happy. But if you refuse, perhaps someone else should be the emperor of Great Zhou. Ha 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 ha. Eli laughed maniacally. The only threat to him inside the palace, Everard, had already been transferred away by Tanner. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Eli could now come and go as he pleased within the palace. He could easily kill Tanner and everyone else in the palace and install Atli as emperor. But doing so would be foolish. With the immense power of the Great Zhou Empire, such an action would provoke millions of Zhou troops against him. Even with his strength, it would mean certain death. And there was still the South Yu king to consider. Therefore, their next plan was to consolidate power in Dianzhou. They would seize resources from Great Zhou and forge ties with Hartley. Once the timing was right, they could overthrow the Zhou dynasty and restore the Great Wei dynasty. After all, the current emperor of Great Zhou was nothing more than a puppet. Tanner hated being threatened, but felt powerless. With his secrets held by Eli, he would lose his throne if anyone found out. To protect his position, he couldn't afford to refuse. Even if I agree, how can the officials agree? How can I grant the title of King of Dianzhou to someone without any achievements? Tanner's face darkened. Hearing this, Eli's expression grew more smug. It was clear that Tanner was beginning to yield. He indeed has no achievements, but what if we all pledge allegiance to the Great Zhou dynasty? Eli smiled wickedly. Both he and Atli were from the former Great Wei dynasty. Their presence was always a thorny issue for the Zhou dynasty, unresolved until now. If Atli led everyone to pledge loyalty to Tanner and swear eternal allegiance to the Zhou dynasty, this problem would be solved once and for all. As their leader, Atli would naturally earn great merit. Why not make him king of Dianzhou? Furthermore, despite its size, Dianzhou was remote and harsh, similar to Southyu. Many would consider being exiled to Dianzhou unacceptable. After a long silence, Tanner, with a grim face, said, "Give me 3 days to consider." "Fine, no problem. I'll come back in 3 days." Eli left the study triumphantly, while Tanner sat on the dragon throne, feeling increasingly furious. For now, he could only endure and wait for the right moment to strike back. More concerning to him than Atli was Jared. To counter Jared and the Southyu army, Tanner needed complete control over the fire weapons and gunpowder. Previously, he could only access the formula for gunpowder, uncertain of its authenticity. As the new Tobias of Great Zhou, he must take control of the Fire Weapon Secret Academy first. At that moment, a eunuch entered, saying, "Your Majesty, Yi Zhangyuan requests an audience." This eunuch was not Eli in disguise, but Tanner's confidant, Simeon, who had taken over as chief eunuch after Everard's dismissal. Adam actually came? Tanner frowned. His next step was controlling the Fire Weapon Secret Academy, and he needed someone knowledgeable about fire weapons and gunpowder. Adam was a prime choice but was loyal to Jared, whom Tanner didn't trust at all. He had planned to kill Adam and find a suitable replacement. However, Adam unexpectedly showed up. After a brief pause, Tanner replied coldly, "Let him in." He wanted to see what Adam was up to. Eleated by Simeon, Adam walked in and immediately knelt before Tanner, shouting, "Long live the Tobias." "Adam, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Just tell me your purpose, or I'll have you killed." Tanner knew Adam served Jared and intended to show no mercy. "Please spare me, Your Majesty. I've always been loyal to the Great Zhou dynasty. I was deceived by Jared and am here to plead my guilt." As Adam spoke, he bowed deeply to Tanner. "Haha, you think I'm stupid enough to let you off? Then call the guards, drag this man out and execute him." Eleatards rushed in to forcibly remove Adam, but at that moment, Adam pulled out a letter from his robe. "Your Majesty, you can kill me, but please read this letter first." Chapter 268, Submission. "Hold it." Tanner gently waved his right hand, and the guards immediately withdrew from the room. Then, Elwood handed over the letter from Adam to Tanner. The moment he saw the contents of the letter, Tanner's pupils constricted in shock. The content of the letter turned out to be another method for manufacturing gunpowder, but it was noticeably different from the one given by Eli previously. Seeing Tanner's astonished expression, Adam immediately spoke up, "Your Majesty, all the methods you knew for manufacturing gunpowder before were false. But this is the genuine method for making gunpowder. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can have someone follow this method and manufacture gunpowder yourself. Please, spare my life." Adam knelt on the ground, his face filled with panic. "Haha, do you really think I would believe you?" Though Tanner said this aloud, he was already starting to believe Adam's words deep down. After all, he was now the Tobias. As a ruler, if Adam wanted to survive, he had no choice but to submit to him. Moreover, if the gunpowder formula provided by Adam was fake, wouldn't he be courting death by coming here? Obviously, the formula in his hands must be genuine. "Your Majesty, how could I dare deceive you? If you don't believe me, I can take you to see the real secret arsenal." Upon hearing Adam's words, Tanner's brows furrowed. He naturally understood that the secret arsenal Heron entered earlier was a mere facade. Apart from Jared and Adam, only the late Paxton knew the true location of the secret arsenal. Tanner had originally planned to torture Adam to force him to reveal the exact location of the secret arsenal, but unexpectedly, Adam directly disclosed it. Seeing the change in Tanner's demeanor, Adam realized that his opportunity had come. Thus, he clearly explained everything about the real secret arsenal to Tanner. In fact, the secret arsenal had always been within the capital city, in a very prominent place. It was none other than the Baihua Tower in the capital. Although Baihua Tower wasn't the largest brothel in the capital, its business was thriving. More crucially, its predecessor was the music bureau that Jared had once burned down. It was then purchased by a wealthy family and rebuilt into a brothel. Jared chose this place because the former music bureau had a large underground chamber where many nobles and officials indulged in their secretive hobbies. Even though it had become Baihua Tower, this basement remained, repurposed as a warehouse. Jared, with an imperial edict and a substantial sum of money, secretly acquired the entire brothel. On the surface, it was still a lively entertainment establishment, but beneath the brothel lay the real secret arsenal. Besides Jared, Adam, and the craftsmen who passed certain tests, only Paxton knew this secret. Now, upon learning this, Tanner felt genuinely astonished. Who would have thought that a bustling brothel was actually the secret arsenal? "Your Majesty, I've told you everything. Please, spare my life." Adam continued to beg while prostrating on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Tanner waved his hand at Adam. "Stand up. You don't need to kneel all the time. I am truly pleased that Academician Yi has seen things clearly." Initially, Tanner did not believe Adam, but based on what Adam had revealed, most of it seemed to be true. However, whether Adam was sincerely submitting or merely feigning loyalty, Tanner was unsure and needed further testing. Seeing Adam stand up, Tanner said coldly, "Speak. What rewards do you desire?" Adam replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of our great Zhou dynasty. How could I hide anything from you? Of course, if Your Majesty deems me loyal, perhaps you could bestow wine and beauties upon me." Hearing this, Tanner laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, fine, no problem. As long as you oversee the secret arsenal for me, anything you want, I can fulfill." If Adam showed no desires, Tanner would never trust him and would likely choose to kill him. The more greedy Adam appeared, the more Tanner liked him. In Tanner's view, Adam must have come to him due to disagreements with Jared. Perhaps Jared failed to satisfy Adam's demands, leading him to defect angrily. If Adam were just an ordinary person, Tanner wouldn't care about him at all. But Adam was indeed very capable, which couldn't be denied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the head of the secret arsenal. Now that Adam had submitted sincerely, Tanner was saved the trouble of finding a suitable replacement, thus gaining control of the secret arsenal. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Tobias. Adam eagerly bowed again to Tanner. Then, Tanner instructed Adam to return to the secret arsenal immediately and lead his subordinates in mass-producing firearms and gunpowder. Until Tanner eliminated Jared, he could not rest easy. To deal with Jared, firearms and gunpowder were essential. Ming. Adam nodded respectfully and then hurried away. Exiting the Imperial study at that moment, a smile crept across Adam's face. Just as Jared had guessed, Tobias Tanner indeed chose to entrust him with important responsibilities. To avoid arousing Tanner's suspicions, Adam would immediately start mass-producing firearms and gunpowder. However, the critical flintlock musket would never be manufactured. He was fully aware that Tanner needed these firearms and gunpowder to deal with Jared in the future. If Tanner were to have the flintlock musket, Jared would stand no chance of winning. Therefore, the development of the flintlock musket must remain a secret, and Adam intended to perfect it on his own before secretly passing the complete design to Jared. A monster like Tanner, who had committed patricide and regicide, did not deserve to be the Emperor of Dazhou. After Adam left, Tanner excitedly made his way toward Tori's chambers. Now that he was the Emperor, Tori naturally became the Empress. Initially, Tanner had no intention of keeping her, but her recent performance had been quite impressive. Moreover, as the Birdius of Dahang, Tori could still be useful to him in his early days as Emperor, so there was no need to depose her just yet. The moment he stepped out of the study, a smile crept onto Adam's face. Just as Jared had guessed, Tanner indeed chose to heavily rely on him. To avoid arousing suspicion, Adam would start mass-producing firearms and gunpowder as instructed. However, he would never manufacture the flintlock rifle, the most critical weapon. He knew Tanner needed these firearms and gunpowder to deal with Jared in the future. With the flintlock rifle, Jared's chances of victory would drop to zero. Thus, the research and development of the flintlock rifle had to be kept a secret. Adam planned to perfect it alone and then secretly hand over the complete design to Jared. Tanner, this filicidal and regicidal beast, did not deserve to be the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. After Adam left, Tanner excitedly headed toward Tori's palace. Now that he had become emperor, Tori naturally became the empress. Originally, Tanner had no intention of keeping her, but Tori's behavior over the past few nights had been excellent. Besides, being newly enthroned, he still needed the help of Tori, the Birdius of Dachagwo, so he didn't need to depose her immediately. Note, due to the paragraph structure difference, some sentences were slightly restructured for better readability in English. Chapter 269, Voluntary Departure. Your Majesty. Tori immediately bowed respectfully when she saw Tanner. Initially, Tori had no admiration for Tanner, but due to his status, she was forced to marry him. She thought it would take some time before Tanner could ascend the throne. However, unexpectedly, just after her marriage to Tanner, Corbin of Zhou suddenly passed away. This allowed Crown Birdie Tanner to rightfully claim the throne, making her the Xena. Xena, please rise. Tanner hurriedly helped Tori up and guided her to sit on a nearby chair. Despite having no romantic feelings for Tori, he indeed needed her support now. As the eldest princess of Dachong, her backing, leveraging the power of Dachong, would facilitate his moves against Atli. A two-pronged attack would render any of Atli's tricks useless. Xena, now that we are husband and wife, I must not hide anything from you. To secure this imperial seat, I had to cooperate with people who I shouldn't have. The circumstances were as follows. Tanner did not withhold any information, telling Tori everything about his collaboration with Eli. To him, Tori was his wife and Xena of Great Zhou. If something happened to him, Tori would also be in danger. Knowing the truth would help her prepare and face Atli together. Upon learning the entire story, Tori didn't appear too shocked. She had already guessed something was amiss. When she first met Corbin, though he looked frail, he wasn't on the brink of death. Clearly, there was foul play in his sudden passing. What she didn't expect was that Tanner had taken matters into his own hands. This realization made her aware of how ruthless he truly was. Now that things had escalated this far, and Tori was both his wife and Xena, if something happened to him, everything she had gained would vanish. After a moment of silence, she took Tanner's hand. Remember, Your Majesty, your predecessor's death has nothing to do with you. You never had any cooperation with them. As the Emperor's favored son and heir to the throne, your ascension is rightful and legitimate. What they say is none of your concern. Tori spoke calmly. Tanner, initially stunned, then nodded coldly. Xena, our thoughts align. I don't even know them, haha. Tanner was not stupid. He understood the true meaning behind Tori's words, agree to Atli's demands, and then sever ties with them. By Eli. He could also remove Diana's son Coleman simultaneously. But now, Diana wanted to leave the palace voluntarily and retire to White Dragon Temple? This news delighted Tanner immensely. Honestly, harming his father had already saddled him with patricide. Unless necessary, he didn't wish to harm Diana either. Mother, this is unacceptable. You need rest in the palace. White Dragon Temple may be a royal temple, but it cannot compare to the palace. I don't want you to suffer. Besides, sixth brother is still young. How will he fare if you leave? Though saying this, Tanner inwardly rejoiced. Her departure would rid him of concerns. Roscoe, don't dissuade me. I've decided. I will go to White Dragon Temple regardless. Your father has passed. My heart is dead too. Fulfill this wish of mine. As for Ewer, I intend to take him with me to White Dragon Temple. I'll personally guide him for the rest of my life. If needed, he can return to assist you. Diana held Tanner's hand, her tone pleading. This sixth brother is so young. I really don't want to part with him, said Tanner, smiling inwardly. He hadn't expected her to take Coleman along, turning what could have been a single victory into a double one. Of course, he knew Diana sought to protect Coleman from court intrigues. History taught that royal families could be merciless. As the true heir, Coleman would die without her protection, even if Tanner himself did nothing, someone else would act for him. Note: names like Tanner and Tori are transliterated directly from Chinese to English as pinyin names, preserving their correct pronunciations. Hashtag chapter 270, planning. Roscoe, I'm begging you as your mother. Just agree to it. As Diana spoke, her eyes turned red immediately. After pretending to hesitate for a long while, Tanner sighed deeply. Fine, since it's what mother wishes, I shall comply. Anyway, the White Dragon Temple was not too far from the capital city. In the future, he could just dispatch guards to watch over it. Nothing would go wrong. This also effectively put Diana and Coleman under house arrest. And anything could happen at the White Dragon Temple. Once Jared was dealt with, he could have Diana and Coleman secretly eliminated. With Tanner's agreement, Diana finally felt reassured. Her leaving the palace with Coleman was part of the plan she and Jared had come up with. The palace was now too dangerous. Tanner had even dared to poison his own father, so why would he spare them? To ensure their safety, Diana had no choice but to leave the palace temporarily to let Tanner completely trust her. After conversing for a bit, Tanner turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Next, he just needed to send Atli, Eli, and others to Dianzhou. After that, no one would be able to threaten his throne again. Finally, he could rest easy. As for Jared, since he was still the Preston and had immense contributions to the Great Zhou dynasty, Tanner knew he had to proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family residence within the capital city, an extremely special guest arrived. It was none other than Gabriel, the current left prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty. Gabriel had been following Corbin D of Zhou and Yush since the uprising. He was essentially of the same generation as Jared's uncles. Seeing Gabriel arrive, Jared quickly welcomed him into the main hall and sat him down. After some casual greetings, Gabriel got straight to the point, asking, Your Highness, what are your plans moving forward? While the late emperor lived, no one could shake your status. But new emperors bring new officials. You're a huge threat in the eyes of the new emperor. Gabriel had specifically come to see how Jared intended to act. When the previous emperor appointed Tanner as crown prince, he had secretly handed over an imperial edict. Only Gabriel knew the contents of this edict, which were closely related to Jared. Under the currency, handling state affairs as usual. Suddenly, Consort Chen rushed in, her demeanor anxious. Now that Tanner was the emperor, Consort Chen's position had soared. However, instead of joy, her face was filled with displeasure. Mother, why are you here? Tanner asked, standing up quickly. Roscoe, you truly intend to let Diana and Coleman leave the palace for the White Dragon Temple? Now is the perfect time to get rid of them once and for all. Consort Chen spoke viciously. What she wanted most was to see Diana dead. When the late emperor was alive, they all received little favor. Now that he was gone and Tanner ascended the throne, her position skyrocketed. She wanted to take revenge on Diana. Additionally, eliminating Diana ensured Tanner's throne was secure. Tanner sighed deeply. Mother, please calm down. With Gay having just passed away, if they both died around the same time, it would look too suspicious. In my opinion, imprisoning them for life at the White Dragon Temple is the wisest choice. But, just as Consort Chen was about to continue, Chief Elwood interrupted, announcing, Your Majesty, King Jared of Nanyue requests an audience. Jared? Tanner frowned. He hadn't even sought out Jared, but the latter had come to him voluntarily? Even though Tanner desperately wanted to eliminate Jared, it wasn't feasible right now. Jared, Your Majesty is now the son of heaven, the Tobias of our great Zhou dynasty. I truly cannot bear this address as cousin-in-law. Tanner had only asked Jared to rise as a mere courtesy. He hadn't expected Jared to stand up so quickly, which made him slightly annoyed. But since Jared was still the Preston, he had to maintain appearances. Tanner smiled faintly. Nonsense. Now that there are no outsiders here, we don't need such formalities. What brings you here today, cousin? Tanner was well aware that Jared and his late father had intended to carry out tax reforms, which had already caused some aristocratic families to suffer. Corbindi of Zhou always believed that these aristocratic families were paramount. Taxes must be reformed without offending them. Now that he was the emperor of the Great Zhou, he naturally wouldn't agree with Jared's tax reform plan. Since the late emperor never officially issued an edict, he didn't feel obliged to follow it. In Tanner's view, Jared's visit today was likely about the tax reform issue. Your Majesty, I have been in the capital for quite some time, said Jared. Now that the Secret Arsenal Institute has been established and everything is on track, I intend to leave the capital. These are the specific location of the Secret Arsenal Institute, as well as the methods for manufacturing firearms and gunpowder. After saying this, Jared took out a letter from his robe and handed it to Tanner. He knew very well that Adam had already informed Tanner of everything. Now, all Jared had to do was pretend to be unaware, acting as if he had fallen out with Adam. Seeing the contents of the letter Jared handed over, Tanner immediately frowned. The true location of the Secret Arsenal Institute and the methods for manufacturing firearms and gunpowder matched exactly what Adam had submitted. This further confirmed that Adam was genuinely submitting to him without deception. Now, Jared had also surrendered this information, leading Tanner to believe that Jared and Adam must have parted ways. Jared was giving this up in exchange for the opportunity to leave the capital. Thinking about this, Tanner's expression grew more serious. Jared was the Preston. Once he left the capital and returned to Nanyue, he would be like birds soaring in the sky and fish diving into the sea, beyond reach. To deal with Jared later would be extremely difficult. Frankly, Tanner had planned to imprison Jared, making it impossible for him to leave the capital. However, Jared had done nothing wrong, and his purpose in coming to the capital was indeed for the establishment of the Secret Arsenal Institute. With everything resolved, imprisoning the Preston would certainly stir up controversy. Moreover, Jared had already handed over the manufacturing methods for firearms and gunpowder, giving him no reason to imprison him. Doing so would surely cause the Nanyue army to rebel. As a newly enthroned emperor, Tanner could not afford such unrest. The Nanyue army, capable of defeating even Woku, Japanese pirates, was formidable. After much deliberation, Tanner placed the letter aside and sighed deeply. Cousin, Gay just passed away. and Mother will soon be heading to White Dragon Temple. Truly, I do not wish for you to leave the capital. But you are the Preston, and your people need you. Well, since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. With that, Tanner put on an expression of great reluctance. Though letting Jared return to Nanua would make dealing with him more difficult in the future, Tanner was not too worried. The power of the Preston came from firearms. Now that he had the manufacturing methods and talent like Adam to produce them, the Great Zhou army would surely become powerful enough to subdue Nanua. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jared bowed, and then turned to leave. No sooner had Jared departed than Xena Dowager Chen rushed in, exclaiming, "Son, how could you be so reckless? Jared is no ordinary man. Letting Diana leave the palace was one thing, but you must not let Jared return to Nanua." Xena Dowager Chen had actually been listening outside the door. Learning that Tanner allowed Jared to return to Nanua left her utterly baffled. "Mother, what do you think I should do about Jared?" Tanner asked calmly. "Jared poses a significant threat to you. He must be killed immediately to eliminate any potential problems. Roscoe, if you warrior." After continuing their conversation for a while, Xena Dowager Chen left reassured. Meanwhile, in the Daotsong Empire's imperial palace, Tobias Ignatius laughed heartily upon receiving a message from his daughter, Shauna. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought? The Great Zhou Tobias demon died so easily. The current Great Zhou Tobias is Tanner, which means Artosha has become the Xena of the Great Zhou. Many officials present also showed expressions of excitement. Chapter 272, Ascending to the Throne. Your Majesty, with Tanner now ascending to the throne and the princess becoming empress, our Dahang will be safe. At least for a very long time, we don't have to worry about another war. We should focus on rebuilding and recovering now. Listening to the words of the court officials, Ignatius smiled and nodded. Indeed, the current Dahang needed to rest and recover its strength. Only by accumulating enough power could they reclaim what had been lost. Just then, a man in black robes slowly walked into the hall of Dahang's court. Who dares enter here? To actually dare intrude upon our imperial palace? Everyone present, including Ignatius, letter from his robe, and handed it to the guard commander. Dahang Tobias, the contents of this letter will explain some of the questions you wish to know. I'll return in due time. With that, the black-robed man disappeared. Ignatius took the letter, and upon reading its contents, his eyes widened in shock. What? Your Majesty, who is that black-robed man? Asked Chancellor Dane and the other officials, all looking at Ignatius in confusion. Clearly, this man was no ordinary person, given Ignatius's reaction. Ignatius didn't hide anything, and recounted the contents of the letter. In short, the black-robed man was sent by Atli, proposing an alliance with Dahang to overthrow Dezhou. The officials of Dahang were greatly shocked upon hearing this news. There was an intense discussion among the civil and military officials. Elsewhere, in the Dezhou Empire, after returning from the palace, Jared hastily gathered his guards and left the capital. It was the best time for him to return to Nanua, and he couldn't afford any delay. Time passed quickly, and within a month, year 27 of Runwu, the wise Emperor Demon of Zhou passed away at the age of 52. The same year, Crown Birdie Tanner ascended to the throne, adopting the era named Tianyuan. At this moment, Tanner sat on the dragon throne, accepting the kneeling homage of the civil and military officials. From this moment on, he officially became previous Dewei dynasty. Eli was also the grand tutor of Dewei. These remnants of Dewei were Dezhou's most troubling threat. Their sudden appearance caused great astonishment, especially for officials like Gabriel and Julius. Their eyes widened in shock. These people kneeling meant they had submitted to the Dezhou dynasty. Rise, said Tanner, noticing the officials' reactions but saying nothing more. Atli and the others stood up. Atli respectfully looked at Tanner. Your Majesty, we willingly submit to the Dezhou dynasty from now on. Upon hearing this, the officials finally understood everything, and their initial shock turned into excitement. Atli's submission meant the complete end of Dewei. Officials led by Van cheered loudly, Long live the Tobias! Long live the Tobias! None of them expected that Tanner would be able to make these remnants of Dewei submit right after ascending the throne. Very good. With our Dezhou dynasty at its peak, your submission is the wisest choice. Atli, in recognition of your leadership in submitting to the Dezhou dynasty, I hereby confer upon you the title of Duke of Dianzhou. Depart for Dianzhou immediately. Translation ends here. Chapter 273, A Foolish Tobias. At this moment, everyone in the court stared wide-eyed. Each person displayed an expression of disbelief. After all, Birdie Atli was a prince from the previous dynasty. Even officials, Tanner showed no change in his expression as he sat on the dragon throne. Allowing Atli to become the king of Dianzhou was indeed a foolish decision. But there was nothing Tanner could do under such threats. For now, he could only endure, and by no means let the secret of his regicide be exposed. You need not say more, the decision is final. Tanner spoke with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, how can you be so foolish? Isn't this act tantamount to splitting the Great Zhou dynasty? Dianzhou is crucial to the Great Zhou dynasty. How can such a person be appointed as its king? Please reconsider your decision. Gabriel, serving as the chancellor of the Great Zhou dynasty and deeply favored by the royal grace, had to step forward to counsel Tanner. Minister Elliot, what do you mean by that? How am I splitting the Great Zhou dynasty? Tanner, already harboring no good feelings toward Gabriel, immediately frowned upon hearing his words. Jared is the Preston of the Great Zhou dynasty, contributing greatly to it. Why can't I appoint another king to defend our borders? The moment Tanner finished speaking, Atli, kneeling in the hall, hastily said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I have many capable subordinates who will guard Dianzhou for you, allowing you to sleep soundly. While saying this, Atli flashed a sly smile. Outrageous. Do you think I don't know what you former loyalists are plotting? Julius, unable to tolerate any further, exclaimed, Your Majesty, Dianzhou is a strategic border region of the Great Zhou dynasty, very close to the Dachuang Empire. We cannot entrust such a critical area to these remnants of the previous dynasty. This act is no different from releasing tigers back into the mountains, inviting endless troubles. His anger stemmed from the fact that Dianzhou had been guarded by the Mu family for years, a responsibility bestowed by the late emperor. The current governor of Dianzhou was Julius's younger brother, Iliad Stavo. Even Julius's own son served in Dianzhou. Over the years, the Mu family had labored tirelessly to protect Dianzhou. During the war with Dachuang, the Mu family had taken the lead. Now, instead of receiving rewards from the new emperor, they found their powers being entirely stripped away, handed over to a prince from the previous dynasty. This meant that the Mu family would have to answer to the king of Dianzhou, Atli. How could Julius accept this? Remnants of the previous dynasty? Upon hearing this, Tanner immediately flew into a rage. Craig, they were indeed people from the previous Wei dynasty, but the Wei dynasty no longer exists. Now it's the era of our Great Zhou dynasty. Are they not citizens of the Great Zhou dynasty? The Mu family has worked hard guarding Dianzhou for many years. Now, since that is the case, you don't need to go through such hardship anymore. From now on, Atli will take over all matters of Dianzhou, and the Mu family can return to the capital peacefully. I will certainly not neglect the Mu family. My decision is final. You may discuss no further. Dismissed. Tanner then stood up and walked out of the hall. He understood why Julius was angry. Dianzhou had indeed been guarded by the Mu family for years, and Tanner knew of their meritorious service. Suddenly appointing a prince from the previous dynasty as the king of Dianzhou and stripping them of all power would infuriate anyone. But Nixon Zito had no choice. If he didn't agree to Atli's demands, his secret of regicide would be exposed. For now, he could only temporarily transfer the Mu family members from Dianzhou, sending Atli and his people there. Once his position as emperor was secure, Nixon Zito planned to ally with the Daqin kingdom through Bertius Tori, eliminating these people. At that time, returning a dozen or so cities to Daqin would cause no harm to the Great Zhou dynasty. Seeing Nixon Zito leave decisively, all officials present were stunned, completely baffled by his actions. Atli, Eli, and others, however, were excited expressions, shouting, "Long live Cliff! Long live the Tobias! Our mission will not fail. We will safeguard Dianzhou." This scene infuriated Julius, Gabriel, and others, who left the palace angrily. Moments later, in the residence of Gabriel in the capital city, called all members of the Mu clan to the capital with just one order. What does he want? Is he planning to imprison our Mu clan? Julius angrily shattered the table in front of him with a single palm strike. Calm down, Craig. Stay calm. Gabriel clearly understood why Julius was so enraged. Even he felt extremely angry at this moment. Tanner's actions were undoubtedly destroying what the late emperor had built for the Great Zhou dynasty. How can you expect me to stay calm? Do you expect me to just watch as the Mu clan is imprisoned? Julius said with a very unpleasant expression. Just listen to me. Gabriel patted Julius on the shoulder, signaling him to sit down, then spoke gravely. Don't you think this matter is too strange? I don't believe Tanner could be so foolish. After all, he is the son of the late emperor, known as the wisest among his sons. How could he become an incompetent ruler immediately upon becoming emperor? And haven't you noticed that Atli and his people seem overly confident? They act as if they knew this news beforehand and are exceptionally calm this time. Even their sudden appearance seems highly suspicious. It's evident that there must be some unknown connection between them and the current emperor. At this point, Gabriel deliberately lowered his voice and whispered into Julius's ear, "Don't you suspect the cause of the late emperor's death?" Hearing this, Julius's eyes widened. Indeed, after Gabriel's words, everything seemed too bizarre. During the reign of the late emperor, Atli and others refused to surrender even under dire circumstances. How did they suddenly come to surrender after Tanner ascended the throne? Moreover, they directly announced Atli as the king of Dianzhou. Even the most foolish person could sense something was wrong here. Prime Minister Elliot, do you mean the late emperor's death is related to these people? Tanner is colluding with them. Before Julius could finish, Gabriel immediately covered his mouth. Old Mu, this is just my speculation. There's no evidence yet. Now that the current emperor has ascended the throne, we cannot discuss this matter further. Otherwise, both of us will face disaster. All we can do now is endure and wait for the right moment. I believe the truth will eventually come to light. While saying this, Gabriel thought of King Jared of Nanua. 3 days later, in King Jared's palace in Nanua City, officials like Burl, Cord, and others felt very uneasy when they learned of the emperor's death and Tanner's accession. If Tanner could have worked diligently for the betterment of the empire, it would not have mattered much. After all, as the crown prince, his inheritance of the throne was legitimate. But who would have thought that Tanner's first act after ascending the throne was to appoint the former Prince Atli as the king of Dianzhou? He also directly issued an edict recalling all members of the Mu clan stationed in Dianzhou. This move stunned everyone, including Jared. My lord, isn't the emperor crazy? They couldn't possibly match the million-strong Great Zhou army. What should we do now, my lord? All the officials from Nanua looked towards Jared. To them, Tanner was an incompetent ruler who would definitely target Nanua. Endure, and wait for the right moment. After a brief silence, Jared slowly opened his mouth. Even if Tanner is incapable, he remains the rightful heir to the throne. But rest assured, as the Preston in Great Zhou, I will not stand by while Great Zhou falls. Currently, Jared had no other choice but to temporarily endure. He knew that if Tanner wanted to attack him, he needed a reasonable pretext. As long as he didn't act rashly now, Tanner wouldn't have any opportunities. During this period, he would wait for Adam to finalize the flintlock design. Once he had the flintlock guns, any firearms in Tanner's possession would be rendered useless. Then, Jared would have the ability to revitalize Great Zhou. What he needed to do during this time was to secretly investigate the late emperor's death and gather evidence against Tanner, while continuously expanding Nanua's power. Tanner was not Corbin of Zhou. Jared harbored only hatred toward him and no emotions. Only by becoming strong enough could he avoid being destroyed by Tanner. Magistrate Aaron, are you ready with the preparations I asked you to make? Jared looked at Burl, speaking gravely. Your Highness, everything is ready. We can start anytime. Burl responded quickly. Very good. Jared nodded approvingly. Then let's implement it. Let's begin the reforms for my Nanua. What Jared asked Burl to prepare was naturally the tax reform plan. Even though the late emperor was no longer around, Jared still needed to complete this task. Not only would this make Nanua more prosperous, but it would also improve the lives of its people. As your subordinate orders. Burl replied, and left with the other officials quickly. Afterward, Jared looked at Brett and Hutch beside him. Since capturing Wa Island, I haven't visited it. As its governor, it's time I go there. Brett, you stay in Nanua City. Hutch, you come with me. Chapter 275. Are you planning a rebellion? Your Highness, with the Japanese island now under Iliadstav's control, I am concerned for your safety. Let me accompany you. Although Hutch was also skilled, Brett was a grandmaster-level martial artist. Ever since they suspected Iliadstav of being responsible for the Jiang family's downfall, Brett had developed an intense hatred towards him. Hutch felt the same way. Just mentioning that man made him grind his teeth in anger. Don't worry. Even if this man had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to kill me. This trip to the Japanese island will give us a chance to intimidate him. Brett, you are cautious by nature, making you better suited to remain here in Nanua. I won't be gone long. I'll be back in a few days. Jared spoke with confidence. Hearing this, Brett nodded reluctantly. Soon after, Jared set off for the Japanese island with Hutch and 100 guards. Originally, while Jared was away from Nanua, Cord had been stationed on the Japanese island to monitor Iliadstav. Recently, Iliadstav had been unusually obedient, even after learning about the late emperor's passing. Such abnormal behavior was certainly suspicious. More importantly, Iliadstav had committed a grave act of treachery on the island, which Jared needed to address. Meanwhile, in Kyoto on the Japanese island, now almost entirely under Iliadstav's control, most officials either belonged to Iliadstav or submitted to him. Iliadstav didn't even bother dismantling the Japanese palace. He simply took over as governor and enjoyed all it had to offer. However, Jared held the title of military commander, which reduced Iliadstav's power significantly. Otherwise, Iliadstav would have been the real ruler of the Japanese island. What excited him even more was the news of the Tobias's death. Tanner had already ascended the throne, securing the Era family's unshakable position. Thinking about this, Iliadstav Jared's arrival because he had spies in Nanua City, monitoring every move and gathering evidence against Jared. Thank you. Jared gave a cold smile and waved them up. Get up. He knew full well about Iliadstav's spies in Nanua City, but it didn't concern him. Everything was under his control. You're welcome, Your Highness. Iliadstav and the others slowly stood up and escorted Jared towards the governor's residence, which was actually the old Japanese imperial palace. Why the sudden visit to the Japanese island, Your Highness? Iliadstav asked softly beside Jared. Do you think I can't visit without a reason? Don't forget, this place was conquered by me. If not for me, could you have become the governor here? Jared replied coldly. Hearing this, Iliadstav's face darkened momentarily before he forced a smile and bowed, saying, Yes, Your Highness is wise and valiant, expanding the territory of the great Zhou dynasty. Without you, how could there be such a Japanese island? Although Iliadstav pretended to agree, he secretly cursed Jared. You bloody bastard. Just wait until I find evidence against you, and you're done for. Thus, Iliadstav led Jared into the governor's residence, while inwardly cursing him. The so-called governor's residence was none other than the former Japanese imperial palace. Iliadstav kept almost everything intact, living in luxury. Under his lead, Jared entered a magnificent hall. Your Highness, it would be a waste to destroy this splendid Japanese palace. You can rest here tonight, Iliadstav said humbly. Jared didn't respond much, fully aware of what was happening. He knew Iliadstav worked from the place where the former Japanese emperor once conducted court sessions, a blatant act of disrespect. Was he really trying to make himself an emperor? The late emperor had ordered the palace's demolition, yet Iliadstav delayed the project indefinitely. Now with Tanner on the throne and being Iliadstav's nephew, Iliadstav became even more unruly. This was outright contempt for the court. Even a dim-witted emperor wouldn't tolerate such audacity. Perhaps Iliadstav intentionally hid this fact from the court. Iliadstav, do you enjoy being this petty tyrant? Unexpectedly, Jared suddenly remarked. Ah. Stunned and terrified, Iliadstav immediately paled. Your Highness, please don't say that. I'm merely a humble governor of the Japanese island, not a tyrant. Don't scare me deliberately. Hee. Jared laughed coldly. Am I defaming you then? Let me ask you something. In the Great Zhou dynasty, how many governors live in palaces? Isn't this clearly a sign of treachery? Are you planning a rebellion? Chapter 276, Treason. Iliadstav was already terrified, and upon hearing Jared's words, he fell to his knees in fear. Your Highness, you have wronged this official. I merely couldn't bear to see such a fine place torn down. I would never dare to rebel. As Iliadstav spoke, cold sweat poured down his face. If the previous emperor were still alive, what he had done would certainly be asking for death. His audacity now was solely due to his relationship with the new emperor, Tanner. As for rebelling, Iliadstav had never even considered it. He only wanted to become the Preston and later establish the Nanua Palace within this royal complex. Huh. Jared looked at Iliadstav's terrified expression and laughed coldly before approaching him. If you weren't brave enough, why did you dare to live in the Japanese imperial palace? Don't tell me you couldn't demolish it. The late emperor clearly ordered you to dismantle it while he was on the throne. Why did you delay carrying out his order? Now, just over a month since the late emperor's passing, you openly defy his orders? How daring of you! Iliatards, seize him. At Jared's command, several burly guards rushed in immediately. Your Highness, please spare my life. Iliadstav cried out in sheer terror. This was actually by the Tobias's decree. The Tobias's decree? Jared, Tobias, are you showing disrespect? Suddenly, many guards flooded in, surrounding Jared and Hutch's group. The Tobias should be respected in heart, not seen with disdain, Jared retorted. Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on you until the imperial decree arrives. But as Preston, I will not tolerate such treasonous actions. Jared turned to all the guards present. Any of you who obstruct me will share Eliotstav's fate. His statement caused Hutch and the many palace guards to draw their weapons. These guards posed no threat to Hutch. Due to Jared's position as Preston and Hutch's formidable strength, none dared to move. The officials also hesitated, knowing that standing up for Eliotstav could lead to severe consequences, especially given his royal status as the Tobias's uncle. Seeing no other choice, they all backed off. Without an imperial decree, Jared wouldn't act against Eliotstav rashly. With that, the officials and guards scattered. Why aren't you acting? Eliotstav roared, eyes bloodshot with anger, but powerless. He was led away and imprisoned. Jared knew the palace intimately, having conquered it. He wouldn't kill Eliotstav, given his relation to Tanner, but would scare and imprison him temporarily. Your Highness, we were forced by Eliotstav. Please show mercy. The remaining officials pleaded as Eliotstav was taken away. Stand up, Jared replied calmly, and walked out of the hall. The demolition of the Japanese imperial palace was decreed by the late emperor. Since there's no order to retain it, dismantle it immediately. A clever official asked, what about Eliotstav's belongings? Find a suitable residence outside the palace and gather his items there. The mansions of former Japanese officials are well constructed. Pick one. How about placing everything in the former Prime Minister French's residence? Let it serve as the governor's office from today. Satisfied, Jared left for French's mansion, accompanied by Hutch and the guards. As they moved, an assassin in black, masked, suddenly appeared, brandishing a knife toward Jared. Dog, die. Chapter 277. Deserves death 1,000 times. Watch out, Your Highness. Hutch reacted swiftly, shielding Jared the moment the assassin appeared. He then kicked the assassin away with great force. With Hutch's prowess as a 9th-rank warrior, a full-force kick could have killed the assassin on the spot. However, it was wiser to leave him alive for interrogation. Even though Hutch deliberately pulled back, the kick was still powerful enough to send the assassin crashing into the wall, leaving him spitting blood and lying motionless on the ground. Immediately, the guards rushed forward and brought the assassin to Jared. Jared promptly tore off the black cloth covering the assassin's face, revealing a very actin, probably just over 20 years old. His martial arts skills were not high, comparable only to those of the surrounding guards. Now speak. Why did you try to assassinate me? Jared asked coldly. Spit. The actin spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Jared and growled, if not for you, how would Japan have been destroyed? If not for you, how would the people of Japan have suffered such a calamity? All this is because of you. I only regret my poor martial skills. Otherwise, I would have beheaded you to console the souls of the innocent. Jared's brows furrowed as he heard this. What do you mean by that? I did conquer Japan, but when did I harm the innocent Japanese civilians? The Japan of today no longer exists, so naturally, you all belong to the great Zhou dynasty now. Bullshit. The actin spat venomously. To you, are the Japanese even considered human? Just see for yourself, how many innocent Japanese die each day since your people came here. What crime did they commit? Believing he would die anyway, the actin was unafraid, screaming loudly in rage. Though unclear about the exact events, Jared knew Eliotstav must have committed numerous atrocities on the Japanese island during his time there. After a brief contemplation, Jared turned to Hutch. Investigate the situation later. Your Highness, what should we do with this guy? Hutch asked. Take him back and keep him alive. Don't let him die. Jared turned and walked forward. You think you're tough? Kill me if you can. Arresting me changes nothing. The actin expected Jared to execute him on the spot, yet Jared didn't. To him, it felt like Jared planned to torture him slowly, making him even angrier, shouting incessantly. In the end, Hutch, finding him too noisy, knocked him unconscious and had the guards drag him away. Japan, even before its downfall, was quite prosperous. Despite its destruction, the people of the Japanese islands remained. Streets should have been bustling with activity, yet almost no one was seen. Whenever Japanese residents saw Jared and his men, they would immediately hide. Jared had noticed this as soon as he arrived. Combined with the words of the assassin, he realized something terrible might have happened on the Japanese island. The mansion of Takanaka-kin was now empty but clean. After arriving, Jared had it cleaned and temporarily stayed there. He sent word to the local officials that from now on, this place would serve as the governor's residence. Jared would temporarily take charge of the entire Japanese island, a natural move given he was the commander here and Eliotstav was now imprisoned. Meanwhile, Hutch rushed off to investigate the situation. By evening, various officials from the Japanese island gathered there, bringing protection fees monthly to ensure their safety. Those unable to pay were deemed lower class, treated like animals, forcibly detained in mines to work until death. Sometimes, if Eliotstav was displeased, he'd randomly select some lower-class residents for public executions. Japan's fall and becoming part of the Great Zhou had already deeply angered the Japanese, especially considering Corbin's order to treat them kindly and grant them rights for peace. But Eliotstav ignored these directives, instead committing mass killings and heavy labor conscriptions. Jared initially thought Eliotstav was merely obsessed with power and dreams of a petty emperor. Now, it was clear he deserved to die. Moreover, Eliotstav was likely the culprit behind the destruction of the Jiang clan. Jared must kill him. Chapter 278. Killing with a borrowed knife. Your Highness, we tried to stop Minister Era's actions before, but it was no use. He is the Emperor's maternal uncle and wields great power. We truly have no way to stop him. We ask you to understand and spare us, Your Highness. Present officials like Augustus had previously taken orders from Eliotstav, and were all promoted by him. Yet in this life-or-death situation, they very quickly distanced themselves from Eliotstav. Eliotstav is imperial kin, and Cliff might still protect him. But what did they count as? Not submitting to Jared now would certainly result in death. After a moment of silence, Jared sighed slowly, leading to daily fatalities. To deal with the dead bodies conveniently, Eliotstav ordered a deep pit to be dug beside the mines, into which all dead bodies were thrown and burned periodically. This led to profound resentment towards the Zhou kingdom. This bastard. Because of his relationship with Tanner, it would be difficult to kill him normally. But now, he's giving me an excellent opportunity. I can't let it go to waste. Jared's eyes revealed intense animosity. Although he didn't like these Japanese much, he didn't condone unjust killings either. Eliotstav's blatant disregard for the laws of the Great Zhou and defiance against imperial edicts provided ample reason to execute him. Your Highness, though this guy deserves severe punishment, he is still the Emperor's maternal uncle. Executing him rashly may cause trouble, said Hutch. I fear it might give your enemies leverage. Hutch, aware of Eliotstav's atrocities, wished to kill him himself. Eliotstav was also a prime suspect in the destruction of the Jiang family, and thus extremely hateful. But Hutch knew Tobias Tanner wouldn't tolerate Jared's existence, and eagerly awaited a chance to strike. If Jared killed Eliotstav, it would provide Tanner an excuse to mobilize troops. Chuckling softly, Jared replied, Who said I would do it personally? There are many who wish him dead. Saying this, Jared smiled and never harm you, even granting various benefits to make you loyal subjects. But Eliotstav disobeyed, ignored Great Zhou laws, and slaughtered innocents, creating deep resentment on this island. All of this is due to Eliotstav. So, I offer you the chance to take revenge, kill Eliotstav yourself. As Jared spoke, he sipped tea casually. Cal fell silent upon hearing this. He and other Japanese hadn't known about the Emperor's decree, assuming Eliotstav acted under Nanyu's orders. Understanding the truth, Cal saw through everything. After some contemplation, Cal asked, Birdie of Nanyu, you don't wish to kill Eliotstav yourself because you're afraid of consequences, correct? Ha 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 ha. Jared laughed loudly. You're smart. Do you wish to cooperate with me? If you help us take revenge, I promise to protect all Japanese residents here. Agreed. Killing that beast Eliotstav is exactly what I want. But I hope the Birdie of Nanyu keeps his word. Cal looked at Jared seriously. The prince seemed less fearsome than rumored. As for the consequences after killing Eliotstav, he didn't care. He just wanted vengeance. Chapter 279, Learning the Truth. Very well. Jared smiled slightly as he saw Alpha agree. Rest assured, I will keep my word. For this period of time, you'll stay here and disguise yourself as my guard. Once the time is right, I'll definitely let you kill Eliotstav with your own hands. Having said that, Jared turned and walked out of the room. Alpha didn't say much more and obediently changed into the uniform of a guard. That night, Jared brought Hutch and several guards to the prison cell where Eliotstav was held. The current Eliotstav, with disheveled hair, no longer had his former self-assurance. Upon seeing Jared enter, fear immediately showed on his face. Jared, I am the Emperor's maternal uncle and governor of Wa Island. If you dare to kill me, Cliff will never forgive you. You will be guilty of death for acting against me without an imperial order. Eliotstav understood Jared's character very well. Now he was truly afraid that Jared would directly kill him. Why are you afraid now? When you disregarded the late Emperor's orders, did you ever think there would be a day like this? Who gave you the permission to treat the people of Wa Island this way? Jared coldly questioned. Confronted by Jared's accusations, Eliotstav couldn't answer for a moment, and then revealed an angry look. I acted like this because these Wa Islanders deserved it. As governor here, they showed no respect for me and even insulted me behind my back. Do I not have the right to vent my anger? So? Jared said with a cold expression. So, you divided the Wa Islanders into 3 classes and randomly slaughtered the innocent? The nation of Wa no longer exists. Today's Wa Island is part of the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, and its citizens naturally belong to the Great Zhou dynasty. I'll tell you. Eliotstav believed that, as the Emperor's maternal uncle, he wouldn't die if he could return to the capital. At worst, he'd lose his post. All right, as long as you speak the truth, I will guarantee your safe return to the capital. Jared smiled briefly before becoming serious. During the battle in the capital years ago, you were informing the Wei army, weren't you? What? Eliotstav never expected Jared would ask this question, instantly showing a look of shock. This was something from over 2 decades ago, undiscovered for many years. Eliotstav thought his actions back then were flawless, leaving no trace. How did Jared find out? Answer immediately, or you'll surely die. Seeing Eliotstav's shocked expression, Jared already knew the answer in his heart, but he wanted to hear it from Eliotstav's own mouth. It wasn't me. I know nothing about it. Eliotstav tried to remain calm. Humph. Hearing this, Jared's eyes filled with murderous intent. I asked you to answer my question, not play games. In that case, you better prepare to die. Upon finishing, Hutch immediately drew his sword from his waist. If allowed, he could decapitate Eliotstav instantly. No. Seeing Hutch approaching, Eliotstav screamed in fear. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was indeed me who informed the Wei army back then, but I had no choice. Eliotstav never imagined divulging this secret, but it was clear Jared knew something. If he didn't confess, he would surely die by Hutch's hand. Upon hearing this, Jared raised his right hand, signaling Hutch to sheath his sword. Then Eliotstav continued, You probably know my father was killed by Yush. Thus, my family and your Jiang family have deep-seated enmity. After my family surrendered to the Great Zhou dynasty, Yush repeatedly targeted us, even declaring he would kill all former Wei officials who betrayed their lord. My purpose in passing information was purely self-preservation. Initially, I only intended to kill Yush. I never thought your Jiang clan would stand so resolutely, preferring to die fighting than retreat. That was the truth back then. After Eliotstav finished, Hutch couldn't contain his anger and punched Eliotstav. You bastard! How dare you harm our great commander Yush? Hutch clenched his fists tightly as his anger grew. If not for Jared's command, he would have strangled Iliotstav. Jared, you promised to release me after telling you everything. Struggling to his feet, Iliotstav was terrified by Hutch's menacing presence. All the guards around were glaring at him with fury, ready to tear him apart. Learning the entire story, Jared felt immense grief in his heart. Indeed, Iliotstav was the real culprit, just as Eli and others had told him. Frankly, Jared wanted nothing more than to shoot this beast on the spot, but personally killing him would bring immense trouble. After a long silence, Jared restrained his anger and stopped Hutch and the guards. He then looked at Iliotstav. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I'll keep my word. With that, Jared turned and left with Hutch and the others. Translation completed while maintaining original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 280. Assassination of Iliotstav. Watching Jared and company depart, Iliotstav instantly heaved a huge sigh of relief. Once he calmed down, he again wore a smug smile. He had anticipated that Jared would be enraged and kill him outright. Never did he expect that Jared would actually hold back. In Iliotstav's view, it was undoubtedly because Jared feared the current emperor of Great Zhou, Tanner. If he were killed by Jared, it would give Tanner a direct opportunity to deal with him. This was why Jared didn't dare touch him. Just wait, Jared. Once I return to the capital, you'll never be able to do anything to me. After silently cursing Jared for a bit, another guard suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Iliotstav was startled. What are you going to do? Iliotstav thought Jared had changed his mind and planned to kill him, which frightened him so much that his whole body trembled. The guard coldly said, by order of the birdie, I am here to release you. Follow me, he continued, unlocking Iliotstav's shackles and leading him out of the cell. Iliotstav, who had been extremely scared, immediately straightened up, revealing a proud expression on his face. I knew it. Jared wouldn't dare kill me, he proudly told himself. Under the guard's escort, Iliotstav strolled down the street. Initially, Iliotstav thought Jared had arranged a carriage to take him directly to the seashore to leave. But as they walked further, something felt wrong. There was no carriage in sight, and the guard was leading him into increasingly remote areas. With no one around, Iliotstav grew increasingly tense. Where are you taking me? Iliotstav suddenly stopped and questioned the guard. Do you think where I should take you? The guard also stopped, turning coldly to look at Iliotstav. Jared has promised to release me. Could he be deceiving me? Iliotstav thought, his face showing utmost terror. To him, it must have been Jared breaking his word and sending the guard to kill him. Sorry, but I'm not one of Birdie Nan Yu's men, Spencer decided to reveal himself. My name is Spencer, and today I've come specifically to take revenge for the countless Japanese brutally murdered by you. Hearing Spencer's awkward Great Zhou language, Iliotstav immediately understood everything. This person was indeed from Japan. However, how could someone from Japan easily infiltrate Birdie Nan Yu Jared's side with so many experts surrounding him? Clearly, Jared had intentionally set this up. He was using someone else to do his dirty work. Jared, you lied to me. Iliotstav angrily shouted. But now, his shouts meant nothing as there was no one around. Being just an ordinary person, how could he handle the warrior in front of him? Without hesitation, Iliotstav turned and ran forward. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Spencer leaped and appeared in front of him, kicking Iliotstav away. Iliotstav was kicked to the ground, unable to get up before Spencer's right foot stomped on his chest, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Spencer, being a 7th-rank warrior, had enough strength to handle an ordinary person like Iliotstav. As long as you let me go, whatever you want, I can give you, Iliotstav weakly said while enduring the pain. Whatever Jared gave you, I will triple or even quintuple it. He believed this Japanese person was specifically hired by Jared to kill him, thus allowing Jared to shirk all responsibility perfectly. Haha, hearing Iliotstav's words, Spencer coldly laughed, ignoring him and then drew his sword, cutting off Iliotstav's right hand. Spencer's attacks were far from over. In the following time, he mercilessly tortured Iliotstav until he was mutilated beyond recognition before decapitating him. Carrying Iliotstav's severed head, he left. Jared and Hutch, hiding in the shadows, watched the scene unfold clearly. Iliotstav's fate was entirely of his own doing. Seeing him suffer was truly gratifying. Birdie, what should we do next? Hutch asked Jared. In the morning, have Augustus announce Iliotstav's death by an assassin and initiate a city-wide manhunt, Jared replied. At the same time, inform the capital about Iliotstav's death and the events concerning Japan. I want to see what Tanner will do for Iliotstav. Actually, Jared could have announced that he killed Iliotstav to the Japanese civilians, but that would definitely raise suspicions. Since he chose to use others as a tool, he needed to pretend to know nothing. This way, even if Tanner sent investigators, they wouldn't find any leverage against Jared. The next day, after receiving Jared's orders, Augustus promptly announced Iliotstav's death and dispatched officers to search the entire city. Officials, upon learning of this situation, were shocked by Iliotstav's sudden death. How could Iliotstav possibly escape the heavy guards? And how could he just happen to be killed by an assassin? They all suspected this was Jared's intentional act, designed to kill Iliotstav legitimately. However, even though officials like Augustus noticed the inconsistencies, none dared speak out, fearing Jared might deal with them as he did with Iliotstav. At present, the wisest choice was to submit to Birdie Nan Yu Jared. Yesterday, Jared had announced the release of all Japanese citizens. Today, these citizens gathered outside the provincial governor's office, celebrating Iliotstav's death. Great, this dog official is finally dead. Whoever did this really did everyone a favor. They didn't know Jared's involvement, believing some righteous warrior had killed Iliotstav. Thus, the Japanese still harbored resentment towards the Great Zhou officials, including Jared, thinking he was responsible for their nation's destruction. Now that Iliotstav was dead, they most hoped for Jared's demise. Right at that moment, Jared came before them. Upon seeing him, all Japanese clenched their fists, glaring angrily. Held back by Jared's guards, they didn't act rashly. Jared wasn't surprised by their hostility. He stood before them not to reveal Eliotstav's death truth, but to announce something significant. Chapter 281, Two Choices. Gentlemen, this king knows you all have grievances against me, and even the entire Great Zhou dynasty. But this is a world of survival of the fittest. Your Japanese nation has repeatedly provoked the Great Zhou dynasty. It's not surprising that you have been defeated by us. The Emperor of Great Zhou is benevolent and did not order the massacre of your people. Instead, he ordered that you be treated well, given various benefits and privileges. Unfortunately, that corrupt official Eliotstav disregarded the imperial edict and indiscriminately slaughtered innocent civilians, leading to countless deaths. This king declares here today that such atrocities will never happen again. All of you are now subjects of the Great Zhou dynasty's Wei Island and will receive protection from the empire, Jared said solemnly to all the Wei Island residents present. But his words did not garner much positive response. The people still harbored intense hatred towards Jared. All this was within Jared's expectations. After all, in their eyes, Jared was the one who destroyed their country. Hating him was only natural. Such feelings couldn't be resolved in a short time. Only when they realized that submitting to the Great Zhou dynasty brought more benefits than harm would they gradually let go of their hatred. Jared then turned and walked into the prefectural government house, where he privately met with Augustus, the chief secretary of Wei Island. Jared had Hutch investigate this man thoroughly. Though once an underling of Eliotstav, Augustus was personally quite capable. Augustus, as Prefect Eliotstav is dead, it will take some time for the court to send new officials here. From now on, you will temporarily serve as acting prefect of Wei Island. Can you do it in 7 days? If not, I'll have Brett step in. Hutch balked at this. Your Highness, what are you saying? Why do you think I can't manage it? Just wait. Within 7 days, I'll uncover every detail about these old foxes. With a confident statement, Hutch strode out, ready to work. In reality, given Hutch's skills, he could certainly accomplish this if he put his mind to it. Jared just wanted to motivate him. Shortly after Hutch left, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, Yanis has arrived and is in the back courtyard. This kid came pretty quickly. Jared smiled slightly and headed toward the back courtyard. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me the chance to avenge my enemies. Yanis stood up promptly upon seeing Jared. But there's something I don't understand. Why didn't you reveal the truth to everyone? Yanis knew that Jared had used him to kill Prefect Eliotstav yesterday. What puzzled him was that since the Wei Island people hated Jared so much, if Jared admitted to killing Eliotstav, it might ease their hatred. Why bother explaining? Jared smiled faintly. To you, this king remains the main culprit. Even if I killed Eliotstav, it wouldn't dissolve the hatred. And why aren't you planning to flee? The court will send investigators once they learn of Eliotstav's death, hunting you down. If caught, you'll face certain execution. Ha 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 ha. Yanis laughed loudly. Since I dared to kill Eliotstav, I'm not afraid of death. I'm prepared for anything coming to see you today. You could execute me and report it to the court. Yanis didn't know Jared's plan but realized that using someone else to carry out the killing was a way to perfectly shift blame. If Jared captured him now, executed him publicly, and reported it to the court, the matter would be resolved. You're indeed smart. You killed a court official and deserve death, but I offer you 2 choices. First, confess and accept your punishment. I'll send your head back to the capital. Second, I give you a new identity. From today, Yanis no longer exists. What? Yanis furrowed his brows. What do you mean? You won't kill me? This king needs to thoroughly reform Wei country and requires someone who knows it inside out. And you? Pausing briefly, Jared's lips curled upward. If I'm not mistaken, you must be part of the Shibachi family, perhaps a bastard child of Granville. Wei country had a famous clan akin to the Era family in Great Zhou. During the fall of Wei country, the Shibachi family members were forcibly relocated. Yet this person remained unscathed. A young 7th-rank warrior speaking Yin country language. This was no ordinary Wei Islander. Even his appearance resembled Granville. Judging by his age, he was most likely Granville's illegitimate child, unacknowledged by the Shibachi family. Chapter 282, Tanner's Fury. Ned never expected Jared to say such things, and he was so frightened that his face turned pale, subconsciously stepping back 2 paces. You, what are you talking about? I can't understand it all. I'm just an ordinary person, not a member of the Jibwa family. As Ned spoke, it was clear that he was extremely nervous. Relax, I don't care about your identity. Jared saw Ned's flustered appearance and smiled slightly. I already said I need someone familiar with Japan. So are you willing to cooperate with me? Your Highness, I can work with you and submit to you, but you must agree to one condition. Kill all the members of the Jibwa family. Jared had thought that Ned would beg him for mercy, hoping to spare the Jibwa family in exchange for cooperation. But he never imagined Ned would say such a thing. Jared's eyebrows immediately knitted together. You want me to destroy the Jibwa family? Yes. Ned's expression was grim as he continued. Since you've already discovered everything, there's no point in pretending anymore. Indeed, Lucien is my father, but he's also the person I hate the most in this life. If it weren't for him, how could my mother have died? Not only do I hate Lucien, I hate the entire Jibwa family even more. His eyes were filled with murderous intent when he said these last words. Ned did not hide anything and told Jared everything. 23 years ago, Ned's mother was just a tea picker who accidentally encountered Lucien. Lucien lusted after her beauty and forced her into his house, where she gave birth to Ned. However, by then, Lucien already had a wife. The Jibwa family had strict rules and would not tolerate bastards. Thus, under duress, Lucien killed Ned's mother and abandoned the young boy. For many years, no one from the Jibwa family searched for Ned, including Lucien. It was as if Ned had never existed in their eyes. If a traveling monk hadn't found him, the young Ned would likely have starved on the streets. Afterward, Ned grew up fueled by hatred, planning to kill Lucien to avenge his mother. However, he didn't expect that Japan had already been conquered, and Lucien had died in battle. The entire Jibwa family had been taken away by Jared, leaving Ned unable to exact his revenge. Learning all this, Jared was genuinely surprised. He never imagined the Zhibwa family could be so despicable. Even though he was a bastard, he was still part of their family. Could they really ignore him like this? No wonder Ned harbored such deep resentment. Alright, I'll agree to it. Just as Jared finished speaking, Ned kneeled before him. If your highness can help me destroy the Zhibwa family, then from now on, I am yours. My life belongs to you. You can take it whenever you want. With those words, Ned bowed deeply to Jared. Very good. Jared nodded in satisfaction, helping Ned to his feet. From now on, Ned no longer exists. You will be called Ander and serve as one of my many guards. Do you understand? Ander nodded firmly. Yes, your highness. He had always detested the Zhibwa family, bearing their surname all these years as a constant reminder to avenge them. Now that Jared agreed to destroy the Zhibwa family, he could easily let go of that name. He was quite satisfied with the new name Jared had given him, meaning accomplishment through perseverance. I can see you're good material for martial arts. The reason I gave you the surname Zhao is because I intend to find you a master. Soon, I will introduce you to him. Ander, standing beside Jared, eyes lit up. Your highness, could you be referring to Senior Brett? Though he had never met Brett, Ander knew well what he had done in Japan. He was undoubtedly one of the top experts in the world. Even the strongest sect in Japan had been wiped out by him. The thought of being able to study under such a person made Ander very excited. Yes, it's Brett. But before you formally become his disciple, help me finish some tasks first. You'll assist Hutch in his investigation. As for Elyotstav's matter, leave it to me. I will handle it properly. Ander nodded respectfully and left with the guards. While Hutch could manage the investigation alone, Jared was still somewhat uneasy. If they were going to deal with these people, they needed sufficient evidence. With Ander's assistance, everything became much easier. Then, Jared ordered a guard to find a Japanese criminal, behead him, and send the head, along with Elyotstav's body, back to Dajo's capital city. Riding at full speed, they dared not waste any time. Several days later, in the imperial palace of Dajo, Tobias Tanner looked at the memorial in his hand, revealing immense anger. He angrily threw it down before everyone. Damn, how dare they? These barbarians from Japan dared to kill Governor Era. I will not let them off. Elyotstav was ultimately Tobias Tanner's uncle, a particularly important relative. Eliminating Jared would require Elyotstav's help, but who could have imagined that Elyotstav would die like this without a cause? Though he knew what Elyotstav had done in Japan was indeed excessive and punishable under Dajo law, killing should be done by him personally. What right did the Japanese have? Sirs, issue my imperial edict. Just as Tanner was about to speak, a Acton in his 20s suddenly knelt down. He cried loudly, please avenge my father, your majesty. My father was the governor of Japan. How could they succeed so easily? Someone must have sabotaged us. This Acton was Furies, Elyotstav's only son and Tobias Tanner's cousin. After Tanner ascended the throne, to bolster his power, he promoted Furies to the position of Minister of Revenue, replacing his father Elyotstav. Hearing that his father had been brutally tortured and killed, he was devastated. But he didn't think it was the Japanese taking revenge. He believed it was Jared's doing. Hashtag chapter 283. Please give me a chance, your majesty. Furies' words instantly calmed Tanner, who had been furiously enraged. Initially, upon learning of Elyotstav's death, Tanner indeed lost his head in anger. Now, on closer thought, Furies' words made some sense. How could an assassin so easily kill Elyotstav, the governor of the Japanese islands? Were all the guards in the governor's residence mere decorations? And just as coincidentally, Jared was on the island during this period? Before Tanner could respond, Chancellor Gabriel stood up. Your majesty, there is indeed something peculiar about Governor Era's death. However, disregarding the late emperor's edict and occupying the Japanese imperial palace, along with the wanton slaughter of countless innocent people, are unpardonable sins. With many powerful warriors on the Japanese islands, it's entirely possible for them to assassinate Governor Era. Everything that happened was his own doing. Gabriel's words resonated with many officials present. Elyotstav's actions were indeed too audacious, and his death could be seen as deserved. Even officials led by Van felt Elyotstav went too far. Could he really do such a stupid thing? Chancellor Eliot, your argument lacks logic, Furies retorted angrily. Indeed, my father made mistakes, but it doesn't warrant his death. The Japanese imperial palace was only temporarily not demolished. It would have been torn down once the island stabilized. As for those islanders, their deaths were inconsequential. Perhaps due to stupidity or being clouded by anger, Furies' remarks shocked everyone present. What do you mean by inconsequential? Director Era, are the Japanese islanders not part of our great Zhou dynasty? Elyotstav brutally killed thousands of Japanese islanders. Dying now is too lenient for him. Not only did Gabriel start speaking, but numerous officials began criticizing Furies. Furies attempted to continue, but was abruptly halted by Tanner. Enough. In the court, we cannot tolerate such reckless behavior. Governor Era disobeyed the late emperor's edict and committed massacres. Each act deserves capital punishment. Whether he was assassinated or deliberately murdered, he is dead now. By my decree, let Augustus, your majesty, Jared is indeed detestable, and his existence greatly affects your imperial power. But now isn't the best time. Frankly, Elyotstav was just a minor figure. We must endure, waiting until we have enough strength to effortlessly destroy Nanua and eliminate Jared. Though Tori disliked Tanner, she had accepted her fate. As Xena, she needed to support him. Plus, she despised Jared and would assist Tanner. Your majesty, I understand these matters. After drinking tea, Tanner gradually calmed down. After a brief conversation with Tori, a eunuch rushed in. Your majesty, Director Era seeks an audience. Let him wait, Tanner snapped irritably. Furies' stupidity frustrated him. He didn't want to see him, but as his cousin, couldn't ignore him completely. Sighing deeply, Tanner told Tori, Xena, please please rest. I have matters to attend to. She nodded and left. As soon as she exited, Fouise stormed in. Your Majesty, won't you help me? My father is your uncle. How can he die like this without justice?